A homunculus, holding a small chip in his hand, Jamie said. That trashy third elder was the mastermind. To implant a chip in his own creation, how despicable, truly useless. Jamie thought, third elder serpent, that incompetent fool with an avoidant personality disorder. Considering his hatred for the talented, it's not surprising that he's behind all this, Kenny asked incredulously. I was designed not to reveal any information about him, so how, did you really read my memories? Jamie thought, of course, and I erased those memories with dark magic. But outwardly, he said, I don't need to read them, it's quite obvious, Jamie asserted. You are a homunculus and a personality always resembles its creator, so it's too easy to guess who he is. Kenny was speechless after hearing that. Kenny said, I may not be human, but I won't make excuses for the evil deeds I've committed. I'll atone for my sins with death. Jamie didn't think so. He cut him off and said, what good would that do? At the same time, he snapped his fingers, releasing the shackles. Jamie said, you are free now. You no longer have to live as the third elder's slave, Kenny asked incredulously. Why? Jamie smiled and said, let's just say it's my reward for saving my disciple. Your punishment will be decided after the third elder is punished, Kenny hastily said. Professor Jamie, you can't do anything alone. He has backup. He slammed his hand down and a syringe filled with green liquid fell. Serpent growled and cursed. Damn it, Serpent thought anxiously. No news from Esta or Mary. And someone destroyed the chip implanted in Kenny. Serpent thought with hatred. The magic association was already in my grasp. Who the hell ruined my good work? Looking at the syringe, Serpent said, Apophis, as if finding a plank in the middle of the ocean. Serpent stroked the syringe, reassuring himself. Yes, there's nothing to worry about. Everything is perfect. With just this, I can even fight an 8th circle monster. Serpent muttered madly. I will finally become the king of the Magic Association in the Phoenix Academy principal's office. Jamie explained everything he had learned and said, So I need your help, 7th Elder. Is there anyone who will fight with me? Siegfried said, You said you didn't know the professor's identity, right? Siegfried calmly analyzed, if they can hide their identities so thoroughly we can't easily trust anyone's words, this won't end with just the third elder. Jamie thought, does that mean I can trust Siegfried, since he's not involved in the magic association like me? Jamie thought warily, but I can't trust anyone from the Imperial faction which the third elder belongs to. Equality is similar to Apophis, it's for a world where everyone is equal, isn't it? Jamie thought. Second elder Rinmeo, but demons are good at disguises, so I can't let my guard down yet. Jamie sighed, looking exhausted. He said, It means we have to do it ourselves. Siegfried said, I'll find a way to deal with the third elder. You go back and rest, Jamie replied. Understood. As Jamie walked down the hallway, someone called out to him. Professor Jamie, it was Javelin. He asked, where did you go earlier? Jamie replied. Oh, I had something to discuss with the principal, Javelin said. If you have any questions about the lecture, please let me know anytime. Jamie readily replied. Yes, Javelin asked. Oh, by the way, Professor Jamie, have you seen Professor Sophia? Jamie replied. I think she just left, Javelin said. I see, please be careful on your way, Professor Jamie. Jamie remained silent. Jamie thought about the clues. He was always someone who communicated with professors, and as vice principal he could intervene in academy matters, and meeting the third elder of the Ministry of Education frequently wouldn't arouse suspicion. Jamie called out to Professor Javelin. He turned around and asked, What is it? Jamie asked. Any news about Professor Shiver? Javelin replied. He contacted us today and said he wasn't feeling well and would be resigning. Jamie was surprised to hear that, and laughed in disbelief, saying, I didn't expect him to be so close. Javelin asked, puzzled. What do you mean? Jamie said. Sophia is probably in her room, or should I call her Mary? Jamie said. Stop acting now. Professor Javelin no longer pretended. He dropped the stack of lecture materials he had painstakingly prepared last night and said, Damn, I was sure I wasn't careless just because you're a kid. Javelin sneered. But it seems I've been found out. Jamie said. Stop acting, Professor. Javelin dropped the stack of lecture materials he had painstakingly prepared last night and said in a tired voice, Damn, I was sure I wasn't careless just because you're a kid, Javelin said, but it seems I've still been found out. Red and black mana mixed, forming a circle. As it spread around, Javelin asked, What do you think? Javelin said. About my spatial distortion magic. Jamie pulled out his sword and outsider Avalon and said, Your eyes, it seems you've made a pact with a demon, Javelin said. I was very careful, but I was still found out, Javelin said. I always believe that the word if is used by those with a broad vision. Jamie looked at the purple glowing ring on his middle finger and thought, Is it because of that ring? If so, Jamie asked Javelin. Why can't I move? Then Jamie suddenly turned around, held up his staff and cast an explosion spell. A red magic circle formed, and an explosion occurred. Jamie said with disgust, I didn't expect you to figure out information so quickly. The third elder, as the dust cleared, Serpent's struggling figure was revealed. He said in a rage, Arrogant and foolish brat, I will definitely make you kneel. This time, as Jamie activated the 100 Seas magic, a powerful and sacred stream of water appeared, rushing towards Javelin with Jamie behind it. Jamie provoked him. Try if you can. Jamie swung his sword forward, resolving to deal with Javelin first, and muttered, Welton family technique. Suddenly, mana threads flew out and tightly wrapped around Jamie's arm. Serpent, casting magic with a crystal ball, said, Got him. Jamie turned back, biting his lip. Another mana thread flew from the crystal ball towards Jamie. He cursed. This weakling. Jamie tried to escape using magic but was surprised to find his mana forcibly dispersed. He couldn't concentrate to cast magic again. His mana was at this moment, Serpent sneered. Can't use mana, we've prepared for every possible situation, Serpent said triumphantly. Geniuses like you are always careless, every single one of them has died. Suddenly the ceiling exploded and dust and wood fragments rained down. Siegfried descended. Vibrant blue mana emanated from his hands. He said, "How dare you?" Siegfried spread his arms, pointing at Serpent and Javelin. He said, "Causing a ruckus in my front yard." Javelin said, "I knew you'd come." Serpent said, "You haven't changed either." The two raised their hands and activated a trap. A magic circle appeared beneath Siegfried's feet and blue light surged, forming a pillar of light that surrounded him. Winding symbols emerged, suppressing Siegfried's mana flow. Jamie exclaimed in surprise, "What is this?" Kenny Ek thought, "Why did things turn out this way, or was it planned by the demons from the beginning?" He sighed and muttered, "It seems it's too late," and Meyer, who was next to him, said, "Professor," Kenny regretfully said to Inmer. "I'm sorry, I made a big mistake." Inmer comforted him. "No, it's okay. At least you saved us and realized your blindness. You can atone for what you did while you're alive." Kenny Ek thought to himself, Atonement, he resolved inwardly and muttered to himself, "All right, I hope it's not too late." As he said that, Kenny Ek stood up and walked. He said, "I'll do what I can." Kenny Ek looked back. He said Meyer was a smart child, a genius. Meyer replied blankly, "Huh." She was surprised that the picky professor praised her so highly. Kenny Ek said regretfully, "This is your biggest disadvantage for not being blessed with mana, and it's why I always worried about you. That you would give up on magic research." Kenny Ek thought to himself, "I really wanted to be a good teacher." He thought about his actions. "I was always capricious, influenced by my creator's personality, so I always tried to teach my students. Why couldn't I be more polite and kind to them?" Kenny Ek thought. "Is it because I was created from Serpent? No, that's just an excuse. I can change if I want to, that's what I feel," Kenny Ek said with relief. "Thank you for not giving up until the very end," Inmer thought of Jamie. Kenny Ek said, "As you know, Professor Jamie is a special mage. He will surely become the center of the Magic Association later." He imagined Anmer's bright future. Kenny Ek said, "You must become his disciple. Surely learning from him will compensate for your shortcomings." Kenny smiled and gave his last teaching as an academy professor. "So always listen and learn. It will be a difficult path, but when you encounter obstacles, remember your dream and never give up." Meyer felt something strange, but she didn't stop him. Meyer said, "Yes, Professor, I promise I'll never give up." Kenny Ek was satisfied. He said with a voice mixed with joy and regret, "I wish I could see you become a mage." Meyer shouted loudly, "Professor Kenny!" His legs gave out and he knelt down. Kenny blessed her inwardly, hoping her path would be filled with glory. Back outside, Siegfried said furiously, "This fool keeps playing tricks." He released mana. Serpent said, "It's useless. This is the consequence of arrogance." Siegfried was flustered. He couldn't use mana, nor could he destroy this magic circle. Siegfried thought, "What is this? It's not magic." Javelin said, "You seem quite shocked, Principal. This is sealing magic we painstakingly acquired from a mysterious land far to the east. Not even the first or second elder can easily break it." Siegfried said, "Do you think you'll get away with this?" The third elder provocatively said, "I'll be fine." Siegfried looked at Jamie and asked puzzled, "But what happened to you? That doesn't look like a seal." Jamie reluctantly replied, "My mana is scattering because of this." Jamie said, "It will take some time. I don't know if I can." Javelin cut him off. "Enough chattering. You need to rest now." Principal Siegfried turned his gaze forward. Siegfried snarled threateningly, "If I get out of here, I'll kill you. I swear on my soul." His body was covered in a thick blue aura and finally disappeared. Seeing the remaining traces of airflow and floating letters, Javelin softly said, "It's much more comfortable now that the most dangerous one is gone." Jamie said, "It's only a matter of time before the seventh elder escapes." "What will you do?" Serpent said, "You don't need to worry about us, Welton's brat." Jamie turned back and cursed fatally, "You filthy old man, since you couldn't break the seventh circle barrier, was Apophis your best bet?" Serpent gnashed his teeth in rage and said, "It seems you don't want to keep that tongue of yours." Javelin said, "Stop, think of a way to resolve the situation right now. The remaining sealing magic should be used when the elders have finished their work." Javelin sighed and said, "I don't think we can keep him contained like this. And if we kill him, I fear the repercussions. If the Welton and Beer families decide to intervene, our plans will be disrupted." Javelin suggested, "How about erasing his memories?" Serpent thought about it, agreed, and said with regret, "This rat is lucky to have such powerful backing." Jamie asked, "What conspiracy are you up to?" Someone who made a pact with a demon wouldn't care about those with weak faith or ordinary abilities. He thought the third elder's goal was to transcend his limitations, Jamie thought. Ultimately, those who pact with demons want only one thing, quality sacrifices. Jamie slowly deduced based on the clues he already had. Apophis causes the core to expand and the most talented will become perfect sacrifices. Jamie, having guessed the answer, immediately asked, "Could it be that you're trying to summon a demon king?" Javelin replied, "As expected. You're smart. I've been watching for a long time and I briefly infiltrated the Magic Association. Thanks to the Zeni's temple, my work went quite smoothly." Javelin placed his hand on Jamie's forehead. He told him to sleep for a bit now. Jamie said, "But as you know," Jamie said, "you used spatial distortion, didn't you?" Dark mana surged from his body. Javelin exclaimed in surprise, "You, this power is?" Jamie called out Leviathan. A worm-like monster appeared. It had no eyes, nose or ears, just a large mouth full of teeth and smooth black skin. It rushed out and bit Javelin, and Jamie's dark mana broke the binding. Jamie said, "You came too close," Serpent exclaimed in surprise. "You bastard, you're a dark mage." Jamie turned back and said, "You didn't expect that, did you? I'll kill you after you spill everything." Serpent suddenly burst out laughing and said, "I see, so that's it." Jamie paused and looked at Serpent with eyes that seemed to be staring at an intellectually disabled person. Serpent deceived himself and said, "Then you weren't a genius. You sold your soul to a demon for power, you bastard. That's all you could do after all." Serpent said, "Yes, Siegfried too. That filthy slave too, he must be a dark mage. He sold his soul to a demon." Jamie was speechless and sighed, thinking to himself, "He's truly repulsive." He said, "Shut your mouth. A guy like this deserves a punch." Jamie coldly cast a spell. Necrotic dark mana was released, making him truly terrifying. Serpent deceived himself and said, "Then you weren't a genius, but merely someone who sold his soul to a demon for power, you brat. That's all you could do after all." Serpent said, "Yes. Siegfried, that filthy slave, he must be a dark mage. He sold his soul to a demon." Jamie was speechless and sighed. He thought to himself, "He's truly repulsive. He should shut his mouth. Guys like this deserve to be hit." Jamie coldly cast a spell. Necrotic dark mana. Dark mana was released, making him truly terrifying. Necrotic dark magic can shatter souls and paralyze bodies. Jamie said, "I'll show you what a magic sword is." Serpent cursed, "You filthy dark mage, I'll eliminate you." When the attack hit Jamie, it didn't leave even the slightest scratch. Jamie sneered, "With your skill, you can't even graze my clothes. Are you really a sixth circle mage?" Serpent was furious and said, "You bastard." Serpent asked, "What did you do? Die?" The attack had no effect on Jamie. He thought to himself, radiation, attenuation, scattering, nuclear fusion, these are all advanced molecular magic. He said, "The magic theory you were looking for was related to molecular magic. Though I don't understand the difference between dust and molecules." Serpent said in a rage, "You lowly scum, how dare you spout nonsense." At the same time he cast a corrosive ray magic, but something flew out and destroyed the attack. A familiar stream of water followed by 100 seas magic. Jamie gripped his sword tightly and said, "Do you think you can kill me with that level of skill?" Jamie swung his sword forcefully and Serpent cast a shield spell just in time. The mana shield was instantly shattered by Jamie's single blow. Despite the shield, the blade still wounded Serpent's body. He said, "That's what I want to say." Jamie said, "Look, do you not know what a shock explosion is?" Necrotic shock explosion magic. The slash created a violet mana and Serpent's entire body was paralyzed. He screamed in pain. Jamie said, "It's time to end this." He summoned Leviathan again. The monster leaped out and lunged towards Serpent. Serpent thought indignant, "Damn it, I can't end it like this." He remembered the green Apophis syringe in his pocket. Leviathan bit him. Jamie said, "Foolish, don't worry, I'll swallow your rotten corpse." He turned and left, muttering, "Now!" Suddenly Leviathan's head exploded, scattering flesh everywhere. Serpent was injecting the syringe in his hand into his carotid artery. Serpent said crazily, "This is it, this is the power." Jamie thought he had become stronger. He said, "HMPH, is this Apophis? It's a rather suitable unfinished drug for a weakling like you." Serpent said, "You arrogant fool, I'll turn you to dust." Seeing Serpent's abnormally strengthened body, Jamie thought that he wasn't 7th circle, but he was definitely beyond 6th circle. Jamie said, "Look right behind you." A familiar door appeared and opened slightly, and a black aura spread out. He said, "My soldiers." Inside, countless eyes glowed in endless darkness. A moment later, in the Phoenix Academy hallway, Professor Heben was happily greeting the new day heading to class. Heben said, "Time to go to work." Suddenly, space warped and Javelin's lower body appeared. Heben cried out in confusion, "Ha!" That half-body completely detached, and his waist transformed into a red round monster. Tentacles and sharp curved teeth sprouted from it. Heben screamed in terror, What is this?" The tentacles shot out like lightning, piercing Heben's stomach, and he screamed in agony. The blood vessels at the point of impact swelled. Javelin's voice echoed, "I apologize, Professor Heben." As the tentacles detached, Heben floated in the air. Javelin said, "But considering Jamie is a dark mage, I wanted to give him a surprise." Suddenly, Javelin's shoulder was pierced and blood splattered. Kenny appeared right behind him. He said coldly, "You are the one who made a pact and supplied demon blood. Did you think I wouldn't feel the magical energy from a moment ago?" Javelin said, "You're always seeking death," Kenny X said. "You're the one who should die." A commanding voice echoed, "Squad 1 scatter, Squad 2 fill the gaps, and Squad 3 long-range attack." As the voice commanded, the entire troop charged. Seeing countless skeleton soldiers charging, Serpent said, "These skeletons are..." Serpent raised his hand to attack. A magic attack shot forward. He shouted, "It's all useless," Serpent said excitedly. "This is it, new power. Come at me if you can, you walking corpses. I'll tear all of you to shreds." Azith commanded, "Squad 2 fill the position and Squad 3 ready your bows." Azith thought inwardly, "I didn't pay attention before, but he's trained them quite well." Jamie called Azith. Azith immediately knelt on one knee, saluting and said, "Yes, master, you called?" Jamie asked, "What are you doing?" Azith answered honestly. Nebro said, "This is the military salute." So Jamie said, "I'm not sure if that skeleton has any intelligence," Azith asserted. "He actually does." Jamie thought, strange. "I'm sure I erased all his intelligence when I made him a skeleton. Did he awaken, or is there another factor? I'll have to check sometime." On the other side, Serpent was continuously destroying the skeletons. He said, "These damn walking corpses, they're swarming." Seeing that sight, Jamie thought, is it a magic that breaks down all objects into atoms, then destroys them again? Looking at the fragile skeletons, he thought, my corpse army is no match for them. If this continues, I'll lose all my soldiers, Jamie immediately commanded. Azith, return to the unit. Azith asked in surprise. Was my salute so bad? The group transformed into black smoke and disappeared. Serpent provoked. I thought you were going all out, but you're out of mana. You're nothing special, Jamie said. It's because your disintegration magic is annoying. He extended his hand and summoned his dark magic weapon. Black flame like dark mana enveloped the sword Jamie held up, he said. Be honored to witness what true disintegration magic is. Serpent angrily spread his arms. Mana gathered behind his back in a colossal attack formation. Jamie's sword transformed into a beam of light, zigzagging towards Serpent at a terrifying speed. He appeared behind Serpent and used his sword. Welton family swordsmanship, 7th form, black lightning. Jamie shouted loudly and thrust his sword. Serpent spun around and shouted, do you think I'll fall for that again? Destruction ray magic, a formidable attack erupted. Serpent, confident of victory, said, it's over, you brat. Elsewhere, Jamie's room was empty. Lennon Simon wondered quizzically, no class today? Lennon Simon said, Ann Meyer isn't here either, could they have left me out? Suddenly the jewel around his neck glowed dazzlingly. Lennon Simon lowered his head, picked up the jewel, and muttered, the necklace Professor gave me, I have a bad feeling, could it be? Lennon Simon rushed out of the room. He thought with worry and fear, Professor is in danger. Returning to the battlefield, the magic attack was being split by Jamie's sword, nevertheless he was continuously pushed back. Jamie thought, this technique burns life force. Dark mana surged. Jamie said, I'll crush your easily dying form. Jamie planned to use Leviathan to stab with his sword and use this bait to absorb and digest the target. Dark mana exploded even stronger. Serpent said, it's useless after I kill you. I'll sell my soul to the Demon King and survive. Dark mana soared high, splitting the attack and exploding into a dazzling star with 4 wings. Instantly, Serpent's magic attack was absorbed, and the sword radiated a strange and powerful pressure. Second ability, Dark Discharge. A huge pale foot stomped hard on the ground, causing a small earthquake. The hideous monster continued to stomp, and from its chest to its waist was a black mouth full of sharp fangs. Looking at the monster, Jamie thought, am I dreaming? Why does that look familiar? His gaze shifted to what he held in his hand. Jamie thought inwardly with a slight surprise, Salshan, why am I holding this? At this moment he heard someone shouting in anger, how dare you call yourself a saint while harming humans? Hearing these words, he knew who he was, Diablo Volver, Jamie's past. Jamie thought, I see, this is the past me, Diablo Volver said. To eliminate those who didn't follow you, I didn't know you would create something so vile, Diablo Volver said. I will never forgive you. He raised his hand. Dark mana poured down like a waterfall, covering the heavens and the earth. Seeing that sight, Jamie thought, this is part of my forgotten past. The terrifying flow of mana continuously spiraled, forming a formidable vortex. Looking at it, Jamie thought, yes, my power of darkness destroyed everything. But that wasn't all. Gravity that could absorb everything. This was the source of Leviathan. Diablo Volver shouted loudly, remember my power. Tremble before my darkness. Dark mana surged fiercely and continuously from the sword. It was as if black flames were burning intensely. Second power, eruption of darkness, Serpent said in disbelief. You bastard, what did you do to my magic? He said. Why is my magic erupting from your sword, from the blade? Silver gray mana, no different from Serpent's, also spread out. Jamie replied, do you think you'd understand if I told you? All I can say is, harmonious sword return. Jamie gripped his sword tightly and brought it down. He said, thanks to you I was able to overcome my limits. Jamie swung his sword forcefully and a pale gray mana slash shot out. Jamie said, now vanish. The mana slash cut Serpent in half from bottom to top. Serpent screamed a long scream of resentment and indignation. No, outside a huge cube floated in the air. Javelin commented, while the third elder was busy making enhancers, you seem to have created a space to grow your power. A creator is truly like its creation. Javelin's appearance had completely changed and his eyes were pitch black. Javelin said, ah, you've really become human-like, Javelin said. Who would have thought you were just a creation? Kenny X's face was pale and blood dripped from his mouth. He cursed, you bastard, because of you, all the students. Red and dense mana surged from Javelin's body. He said, my power rivals that of a knight-class demon. I might get a little addicted, but I'm certainly capable of handling a 5th circle mage. So Javelin swung his arm, shooting a red and distinct pillar of mana forward, and shouted loudly, give up. Kenny quickly dodged. He didn't suffer a fatal wound, but one of his shoulders and an arm were grazed by the mana ray. He thought, the skill gap is too large. They'll win. Suddenly a voice called Kenny. Professor Kenny. The sound was vague and indistinct and instantly vanished as if nothing had happened. Javelin approached and said, now Professor Kenny, it's time to correct your mistake. Kenny, clutching his wound and kneeling, thought. A voice came from Javelin's shadow. Are they sealed? Is there someone I know? The most likely candidate was a blonde-haired, confident face. Kenny guessed it was Siegfried. Kenny slammed his fist on the ground and began to move mana, forming a magic circle to break Siegfried's seal. Kenny entrusted him. Then I'm leaving the rest to you. Mana transmitted into the ground, spreading outwards like sound waves. Javelin raised his arm and it transformed into a tentacle, shooting out to block Kenny's actions. He shouted, it's useless, seeing the approaching tentacle. Kenny's mind was very calm and serene. He thought, I might just be a puppet created by Serpent, starting as a member of the Serpent family. But I've learned things from others. The images of Lennon Simon and Inmur came to his mind. Kenny thought, growth and freedom. Kenny opened his eyes wide and shouted firmly, do you think I'll let you ruin the children's future? Kenny swung his arm and countless magic circles appeared. Javelin shouted in confusion. What are you doing, you bastard? The tentacles pierced Kenny's body and the magic circles shattered. But he smiled triumphantly and said, I had no intention of dodging. Cube explosion. Countless cracks appeared in the spatial cube and a dazzling light of furious mana erupted from it. Afterward, a terrifying explosion occurred, brightly illuminating an area, and its power was destructive. A familiar voice echoed, "Well done, Professor Kenny." It was Siegfried. He was freed. Siegfried said, "Now rest." His mana flowed out. Siegfried said, "I owe you a big one." Javelin thought in terror, "This man is a butcher of the battlefield. Is this the true form of a combat mage?" Siegfried's cold, murderous voice echoed, "I told you before, didn't I? If I got out of here, I'd kill you." Mana surged towards Javelin. Javelin, terrified, wet himself. He immediately turned and fled, thinking inwardly, "I can't win, I need to retreat immediately." But in an instant, Siegfried appeared directly in front of Javelin. Siegfried asked, "Where are you going?" Siegfried swung his arm, delivering a powerful blow to Javelin's body. Javelin flew into the air. Javelin thought inwardly, "I need to at least create some distance. Then I'll open the gate to the demon world." He clasped his hands together to form a seal and whispered, "Open." Before he could finish his sentence, a massive fist smashed him into the ground like a mosquito. Siegfried approached Javelin and said, "You won't die peacefully." Siegfried raised both hands, framing them as if taking a picture, and a spatial cube appeared, enveloping Javelin's body. Siegfried said, "I'll kill you in the slowest and most painful way." Siegfried's face was terrifyingly fierce and vicious. He said, "This is just the beginning." The cube transformed from a 3D shape into a tangible object, and Javelin's flesh splattered everywhere. Turning back to Jamie, he raised his sword and observed it, muttering, "This is used to consume the enemy's energy and make it my own." Looking at the sword imbued with dark mana, Jamie thought, "This is my new theory. True demon sword." Jamie thought further, "After breaking through, my senses have become even broader than in the past. Seems Javelin is still alive, that bastard." Jamie thought with disgust, "To think all those things were lies. Instead of killing him, I should make him suffer the most terrible pain." Suddenly a familiar presence appeared within Jamie's sensory range. He thought, "This presence is..." Jamie immediately teleported there. Seeing who it was, he immediately called out, "Count Simon." Count Simon replied, "It was difficult to find you." Jamie asked quizzically, "Why are you here?" At the same time, Count Simon also asked, "Surely you haven't surpassed even 7th Circle Mage, have you?" Jamie replied, "Ah, I just did." Duke Simon also stated his reason for being there. "I came to find Simon," Jamie quickly said. "There's no time. Demons have appeared." Duke Simon asked again, "Demons?" A crimson pillar of light shot up into the sky. Both looked at it in surprise and said, "That's a demon." A shaggy claw reached out and a voice echoed, "Damn it." Siegfried continued to block the monster's frantic attacks. He said, "Why did it suddenly transform into its final form? The students will be caught in the crossfire." Jamie teleported over and asked, "Seventh Elder, is that Javelin's true form?" Siegfried turned around and replied, "Young master, I tried to shrink it, but it only grew larger." Duke Simon also arrived. He asked, "What do you mean?" Siegfried reluctantly said, "Were you here too, 8th Elder?" Looking at the panicked students below, Jamie said, "If we fight here, the students will get caught. I'll move them somewhere else first." He twisted space. Mana erupted and 2 pillars of light appeared, enveloping both sides, and in the blink of an eye everyone was transported far away from Phoenix Academy. Duke Simon exclaimed in surprise, "To use 7th Circle magic without chanting." Siegfried, who was next to him, said, "Even after seeing it just now, I still can't believe it." Jamie shouted, "This is no time to be surprised." As his 2 fingers met, an orange flame ignited. The touch of Ifrit magic, the highest form of fire elemental magic. Claws descending from the sky crushed the monster, made of furious and hot flames. Duke Simon said, "You surprise me again, but fire is my specialty." Simon's Fire King spell. He controlled flames, which is why people called him Crimson Lotus. Watching the scene, Jamie thought, he's using his own fire magic to expand it. That's the 8th Elder's spell magic. Duke Simon's entire body was ablaze. He said, "Burn it to death." Watching Duke Simon's magic, Jamie thought to himself, he's using his own fire magic to expand it. That's the 8th Elder's spell magic. Duke Simon, engulfed in flames, said, "Burn it to death." An arrow containing dense red mana flew straight towards the subdued monster. Crimson Lotus, beautiful but dangerous magic. The illusion of a lotus slowly bloomed and faint pink petals danced, filling the sky. Duke Simon said, "7th Elder, be careful of the aftermath." Siegfried reluctantly said, "Yes, I understand." A spatial barrier was formed to prevent the destructive power of the flames from spreading further. Inside the barrier, the flames fully bloomed and exploded with even higher temperatures than before. Jamie, captivated by the flames, watched and thought, "That technique is Crimson Lotus, beautiful and powerful." He exclaimed, "Amazing," as the flames scattered. All that remained was parched, desolate, and cracked earth. Siegfried exclaimed, "As always, a terrifying destructive power." Duke Simon turned around and said, "I don't want to hear that from you. In any case." Siegfried also turned around and said, "Yes, in any case." Siegfried asked, "Did you become a 7th Circle Mage in such a short time, young master?" Jamie replied in embarrassment, "Haha, I just did." Siegfried burst out laughing and said, "The elders would faint if they knew," Duke Simon reminded him. "Don't laugh so leisurely, look where you are." Siegfried replied without a care, "Who cares? I've been a slave since birth." Duke Simon turned and left, saying, "Let's go back now anyway." Siegfried said, "No need to check the body, right?" Jamie approached the pit and examined it, then paused at something he saw. It was strange, as Simon's flames should have reduced everything to nothing. Duke Simon confidently replied to Siegfried's words, "Do you dare doubt my magic? Only those of Count level or higher could withstand that attack." At the center of the explosion, Jamie saw something intensely black. It was Javelin. He was still alive, but he wouldn't last long if left as he was. Javelin would also turn to dust in the wind, he thought with resentment. Just a little more, and I could have obtained the power of the Demon King. Is this how it ends? A malevolent voice echoed. You held up quite well, you piece of trash. Javelin was startled. The evil voice said, if you're going to die, give your body to me and die. Huge, dense red mana erupted. It quelled Duke Simon's flames. A demon appeared. A sharp horn protruded from the center of his forehead. He said, I will devour everything for you. Jamie was surprised by this sudden development. 3 streams of mana flew. In the form of sharp blades, they appeared directly in front of Jamie in the blink of an eye. A little before that, in an empty lot behind the Academy's back gate, there were several figures there. Someone said, the demon energy fluctuations have disappeared. Rinmel asked, what do you think happened? Often Ginger replied, I don't know either. Just then, Raymond Florison suddenly drew everyone's attention. Wait everyone, come look at this. There's a burnt corpse here. The others approached. Raymond Florison sat down, extended his hand and cast a healing spell. Soft bright blue mana erupted. Under the influence of the mana, the head of the burnt corpse was restored. It was Professor Kenny. Someone exclaimed, this is Kenny, the professor at Phoenix Academy and the Third Elder's disciple. Ottlehaven scoffed, serpent, that damn old man. Wasn't he trying to make him a demon sacrifice? Luke Pretzel, who was next to him, said, Ottle, you don't have to say it like that. Suddenly a massive pillar of light shot high into the sky. It was made of demon magic. Everyone felt that evil mana and were startled in horror. Luke Pretzel said in fear, this magic, it's a count-level demon. Ottlehaven called out loudly to calm Luke Pretzel. Luke. Often Ginger turned and instructed Ottlehaven and Luke Pretzel, Rinmel and I will confront it. The two of you prioritize protecting the Magic Association. Luke Pretzel said, we also, Ginger said with a serious expression, please, we might have to use a dimensional cannon. As the dust scattered, 3 long deep grooves were revealed on the ground. The demon said with delight, oh, your reflexes are quite fast. 3 avoided the attack and flew into the air, all with wary expressions. The demon asked, but why aren't you saying anything? The demon's name was Boss, a count-level demon under the Demon King of Wrath and half demon. And half dragon, he said. Did you think I couldn't attack you if you hid there? Jamie thought seriously. A count-level demon, he truly looks like a dragon. His presence seems to overwhelm the elders. He's not like a lizard. Boss said, if you block my path, I'll take care of you first. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared at high speed. Jamie clicked his tongue in displeasure. Tisk! Jamie blocked Boss's attack. He was pushed back slightly. Jamie thought in surprise, I can't believe it. Even with omnipotent physical resistance, he's this strong, Boss said excitedly. You seem better than those two. He charged relentlessly, attacking, condensing mana in his hand. He said, oh, not bad for blocking that technique. Then block this attack. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his arm hard and mana transformed into a crimson blade, flying forward at a terrifying speed. Jamie hastily used both the true demon sword and outsider Avalon to block the attack. Jamie was pushed back, thinking, even if his physical attacks don't work, his demonic power is still a big problem. It seems I have no choice but to use dark magic. Just then, Siegfried appeared behind him and said, young master, Jamie said, please keep this a secret, both of you. Siegfried asked in confusion, yes, are you going to step forward? Boss said, how long are you going to whisper? More, show more. Dark mana exploded and Jamie's surroundings were dyed black like night. He said coldly, don't be too hasty, I'll fight you anyway. Siegfried exclaimed in horror. That's Duke Simon blankly uttered the name of that energy. Dark magic. Jamie charged forward. He seemed to have turned into a pillar of light. Omnipotent convergence magic. Dark mana gathered and stabbed a mana-filled sword forward. Boss did not retreat but charged with fighting spirit. Excitedly he raised his claw and brought it down on the sword. He said, block this attack. The two collided, creating a dazzling explosion. The compressed monosphere did not explode. Instead, it was gradually absorbed by the true demon sword. Boss thought in surprise. How dare you absorb my power, he said. Good, eat your fill. Boss drastically increased the amount of demonic mana he emitted. He said, I'll stuff you with so much you can't control it. Jamie said, I was waiting for that. You've never been defeated by someone weaker than you, have you? As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword back to gather momentum. Reverse dark magic. Jamie swung his sword hard forward. The dark mana and demonic mana that had just accumulated were released simultaneously. This time Belus was pushed back. He thought, it's not just absorbing. Boss laughed. He became more and more excited and agitated. He said, interesting, Belus said, but only once. I'll kill you with this one shot. Suddenly a spatial cube appeared, sealing his hand and the demonic monosphere compressing within it. Siegfried said, I'll hear the explanation later. Duke Simon said, you'd better have a very convincing excuse. Jamie magic, golden flame. An explosion occurred inside the cube. Jamie took the opportunity to charge with the true demon sword. He said, I'll tell you everything once this is over. Sword energy, severing heaven sword, demonic dragon convergence energy. Dark mana glittered like a shining star as Jamie slashed down. A sharp and powerful dark mana slash carved into Boss's body. He let out a long, painful scream. He thought in disbelief. Before these mortals, to Siegfried, who appeared behind him, Jamie said, can you isolate this area for me so that nothing can escape Seventh Elder? Siegfried said with some disagreement, you're not planning to keep fighting him like this, are you? Young master, you should quickly seek help from the other elders. Duke Simon also disagreed with that decision. He advised, Jamie, I know your dark magic is different from other dark magic, but even if the three of us combine our strength against that demon, Jamie turned around and said, no, even if all the elders of the Magic Association were here, they wouldn't win. Jamie's face was very serious and heavy. He said, "Unless all the Swordmasters attack him simultaneously, he will destroy the entire magic association." Duke Simon said, "That means you have a plan. In that case, since there's no other way, I'll do as you say." Then he turned to Siegfried. Siegfried reluctantly said, "Yes, I understand." Siegfried formed a hand seal with both hands, gathered mana and chanted a spell. A barrier made of spatial mana appeared and covered this place. It was sturdy, massive, and almost indestructible. It completely sealed off this place from the outside, as if two worlds were separated. Boss complained, "Tisk, I'll get scolded by the Demon King if I go back like this." Clenched and unclenched his hand and looked up at the three of them and said, "I don't know what you're planning, but this will really be the last time." A strange red smoke billowed from his mouth. Magic. Demonic dragon's breath. He stood up and opened his mouth, spitting out something like dense black lava. The center was a dazzling crimson. The spatial barrier was also completed. Jamie said, "Thank you, both of you." He raised his hand, framing it as if taking a picture, and the illusion of a fate card appeared. Dark mana gathered along a complex path, forming advanced magic. Watching the incoming dragon's breath attack, Duke Simon summoned his flames and shouted loudly, "Seventh Elder." The sound of the spell echoed like a song praising fate in endless space. The bird that sings where no one hears. A lonely traveler in the land of darkness. The tarot card the devil appeared, creating ripples on the surface of space and causing chaos. The spell echoed, "There is one who seeks to purify the darkness." Siegfried gritted his teeth and said, "He never asks me for help usually." Space overlapped and countless spatial planes appeared, forming a protective wall. The tower card also appeared with a song. "There is a fallen god of destruction." The dragon's breath began to collide with the spatial fragments. Siegfried said, "This bastard is destroying space." The spell continued to echo. "Do not weep, though you lose the entire world." Duke Simon gathered fire mana in his arm and said, "Can you hear me? It's all right." Crimson Lotus Tide. The sun card appeared. The song was, "Go forth steadily, for darkness will always be by your side." The flames collided with the dragon's breath. Siegfried said, "Damn it. It's not over yet. Young master, are you ready?" The last card. The Fool. The song was, "Reveal your schemes." Jamie chanted the last spell. Destruction magic. Inessa's land. Ocean of chaos. Dark mana erupted endlessly, infinitely. As the dragon's breath collided with the ocean of chaos, dark mana swirled, devouring the attack. He thought in surprise, "My breath?" Boss thought, "Could this dark magic be his?" The Demon King of Wrath. Boss thought in disbelief, "How can this be?" Suddenly an arm burst from Belis's mouth. A voice echoed, "Run, boss." The stubborn boss replied, "No, Demon King. If the 12 gods learn of your awakening." Demonic mana exploded, dyeing the surroundings a deep crimson, and an armored foot stamped on the ground. It was the Demon King of Wrath. As he raised the sword in his hand high, mana transformed into a vertically surging explosion. The Demon King of Wrath said, "Everything will end." Outside, Marquis Rinmel commented, "Even though it's just a ripple of energy, it's quite formidable mana. 3 demon counts perhaps." "No, perhaps something even stronger." Raymond Florison asked, "What happened to the second elder?" Often Ginger replied, "He must have distorted space." As Often Ginger placed his hand on the outer surface of the barrier, ripples spread as if something had dropped into smoke. Often Ginger said, "Is this the work of the 7th Elder? He seems to have used all his strength. It's more like a seal than a distortion." Raymond Florison speculated, "Surely he's not planning to end everything here?" Often Ginger and Marquis Rinmel were both startled. Often Ginger said, "If so, we might also have to make the sacrifice of using it." Often Ginger continued, "I have instructed Luke to prepare for every possible situation." A light flashed atop a tall tower. There was a dimensional cannon there, and Ottelhaven and Luke Pretzel were on alert, awaiting Ginger's command. Often Ginger said, "But I hope we don't have to use it." Crimson lightning, symbolizing demonic mana, and purple lightning, symbolizing dark mana, clashed, fighting each other. Jamie was, "What's going on? A demon can invade Inessa's land?" The Ocean of Chaos magic is a fate-pioneering technique created by Diablo Volvaire to fight enemies stronger than himself. The space where dark mana absorbs itself allows the user to wield power beyond their limits and become a weapon themselves. Jamie thought, "I understand it's necessary to awaken a stronger demon now, but why invade Inessa's land?" Jamie thought, "Even if the 12 gods appeared, they would only destroy, not invade." An evil voice echoed, "I don't understand." Jamie was startled and turned around. He sensed that this energy was, Jamie shouted, "Demon King." He thought, "I can't believe he actually awakened. It's too dangerous." Shapes symbolizing demons and gods appeared at opposite ends of a golden scale. If the Demon King awakened, it would affect the balance of causality, demoting the 12 gods to subordinates. Yet there was no counterattack. Jamie thought, especially Pierrot, he would want to destroy it as soon as he found out. Jamie thought, "Of course I can deceive the gods with dark mana. That power must only be usable by me. It has to be." Jamie stared at the Demon King, who possessed dark mana within him. Jamie asked, "Are you the Demon King?" The Demon King of Wrath said, "What in the world are you?" Immense pressure suddenly appeared, making Jamie cough up blood. Jamie thought, "Damn it, I can't believe I'm shaken by just this." The Demon King of Wrath asked, "How are you using this power?" and looking me straight in the eye. Jamie wiped the blood from his mouth and said, "I don't know why you're asking. This is my power and I'm no one's subordinate." The Demon King of Wrath said, "Don't overestimate yourself." As he brought his 2 fingers together and pressed them towards Jamie, the pressure surrounding Jamie intensified. He was crushed to the point where his veins bulged, but he desperately stood upright. The Demon King said, "That's impossible, you're merely someone with a bit of courage." Jamie struggled to stand his ground. He clenched his lips tightly and a pained groan escaped his throat, yet his eyes stared fiercely at the Demon King of Wrath with a cruel expression. Like a fierce predator. Jamie felt his bones breaking and thought, he said, "Is that what you want to ask?" The Demon King reached out and grabbed Jamie's neck, asking, "Answer me, what are you to him?" Jamie was lifted by his choked neck. Jamie thought, that person. Jamie looked at the Demon King of Wrath's eyes and was startled, thinking, wait, purple eyes? He thought he might have obtained dark mana by chance, but that purple is only given to those I bestow this power upon. Jamie said, "How can you possess this glory?" The Demon King of Wrath asked, "Why do you have purple eyes like him?" Jamie gritted his teeth and said, "That's what I want to ask. Why do you have my power, my dark mana?" Jamie felt a rage he had never experienced before. Jamie shouted, "How can a disgusting demon like you possess it?" The Demon King of Wrath squeezed Jamie's neck even harder, making him cough up blood. The Demon King of Wrath said, "Your power." The Demon King of Wrath said, "Impossible." His will was clearly destroyed. He was released. Jamie fell to the ground, unable to stop coughing. The Demon King of Wrath said, "Tell me plainly what your existence is, or else." The Demon King took off his helmet and threw it to the ground. Inside the helmet was a human face. It had a fierce expression, deep-set eyes and a long X-shaped scar between his eyes. He said, "I will throw you into hell." Jamie looked at the Demon King of Wrath's face in shock and said, "You are?" Jamie asked in disbelief. "You, Chicania?" Chicania asked, "How do you know that name?" Jamie immediately asked, "Do you remember Lanfur Hill?" returning to that memory. On a hot afternoon, Chicania lay on the ground with a deep wound in his chest. He said, "It's too late." Jamie, who was then Diablo Volvaire, comforted him. "Your wound is healing," Chicania said. "Diablo turned me into an undead." Jamie then said, "If you become an undead," Jamie said, "you must obey me." Chicania clenched his fist slightly and tried to move his body. He said, "Not bad." Chicania knelt on one knee before Jamie, bowing in respect. He said, "Hey master, please make me your absolutely loyal servant. I wish to be your sword until the day the gods are defeated. Not for my sake, but for all humanity on this land, please." Suddenly, Chicania appeared, crying and saying, "Please don't abandon us. Even if I die, I will protect you." Jamie said, "You're a really noisy fellow with your damned opinions." Jamie said, "All right, your miserable life." He placed his hand on Chicania's forehead and said, "I'll take it and put it to better use," Chicania said with tears in his eyes. "Thank you, Diablo." Jamie, who was Diablo Volvaire, said, "All right, your miserable life." He placed his hand on Chicania's head and said, "I'll take it and put it to good use." Chicania cried and said, "Thank you, Diablo." Chicania said in surprise, "How? Only my master and I know that fact. How do you?" Jamie called out softly, "Chicania." Chicania said, "That place is only known to my master and me, and in this world where my master no longer exists, only I can know it." Saying so, he excitedly raised his sword and pointed it at Jamie. Jamie said, "Admit it, Chicania. I am Diablo Volvaire." Chicania moved, knelt and shouted. Chicania tightly gripped the hilt of his sword and asked, "Is it really you?" His master said, "I'm sorry, Chicania, I returned too late." The two sat down and talked. Chicania said, "I thought you had perished at the hands of the 12 gods," Jamie explained. "I was trapped in an infinite barrier, but one day I reincarnated into this body." Chicania said, "I see, but what are your plans now? With that body, you won't get a chance to kill the gods." Jamie said proudly, "Chicania, this body is only 10 years old and it has only been a year since I recovered a fraction of my power." Chicania said in surprise, "Even with your memories from your previous life, I can't believe you could face boss after only a year of training. He is a demon very close to the Marquis rank," he said. "As expected of my master, I'm confident you'll regain your past strength within 10 years, Jamie asked. "But what about you, Demon King? You've become so strong that I can't gauge your power," Chicania said. "More than 60,000 years have passed." He brought his 2 fingers to his head and recorded his memories. Then Chicania placed his hand on Jamie's forehead, transmitting the memory as a video. He said, "It's better for you to see it yourself, master." The video appeared and his voice echoed. "I command all my subordinates and undead. Leave my side." It was an afternoon at a castle. Just before the final battle, Diablo Volvaire's subordinates disbanded at his command. Chicania approached and said, "Master, the time has come. But one extremely unsatisfactory being I created was the only one who did not obey the command." Chicania said, "I will follow you to the very end." Jamie turned and said, "Chicania, this is your last mission." Jamie extended his hand and a cube-shaped barrier appeared, trapping Chicania. Chicania hit the barrier wall hard, but it was no use. He called out helplessly, "Master." Jamie said, "Go." Chicania asked, "What is this, master?" And so he went to the demon world. The first 100 years were very painful. Chicania stood on a rock, lost in thought. Why did my master send me to a place like this? Was I not helpful, or was I useless? If so, why didn't he take back the dark mana he gave me? Chicania pushed through the small monsters, gripping his sword tightly, and charged towards the leader. For the next 1,000 years he erased all his reasons. Originally, Chicania should have run out of dark mana and ceased to exist. However, the magic power absorbed throughout his battles using mana replaced it, allowing him to continue using his body. Chicania slashed down with all his might. When he came to his senses, Chicania was already a count in the demon world. And 10,000 years later, Chicania received news from a subordinate he had sent to the middle world. The subordinate knelt and reported, "The 12 gods are erasing the records of the middle world." Chicania exclaimed in shock. "Why?" he thought. "So now they are even erasing the traces of my master." At that moment, Chicania realized what he had to do. Chicania gripped the armrest of his throne in anger. He thought, I must complete my revenge for my master. I must avenge my master who was framed and despised by the 12 gods. From then on, Chicania called himself the Demon King of Wrath and became a laughingstock for all demons in the demon world, except his subordinates. But tens of thousands of years later, Chicania stood at the pinnacle, looking down upon his domain. Chicania gained immense power and authority, so much so that even the 5 great demon kings could not treat him lightly. And finally, the perfect opportunity for revenge arrived. A dispute arose among the 12 gods, someone said. Lily and Brahman are on one side, Durian and Kalin are on another, Tantis is with Arabella, and Jillian follows O'Brien. In the end, Yam and I are both acting independently, Chicania said. The disgusting humans who betrayed my master and live like parasites, the 12 gods. I will destroy you with those bastards. Chicania recalled his plan from that time. He thought, the process isn't to my liking, but if the result is good, it doesn't matter. It was the moment revenge was within reach. Jamie, having read all the memories transmitted into his brain, thought sadly, he spent his entire life in despair. He must have wanted to end his existence, and if he had, he would have been more peaceful and free. Chicania asked, Master, may I ask you something? Why did you send me to the demon world back then? Jamie replied, embarrassed. I didn't know where you were sent either, he explained. The only way to separate you from me at that time was to send you to another dimension. At that time, Chicania incessantly pounded on the barrier wall, shouting, Master. At that time, Jamie said, live your life until your dark mana is depleted. Chicania cried out desperately, please, just a moment. Recalling that time, the current Jamie said, because I hoped that even if I died, all of you would live. Jamie said, but I didn't know that place was the demon world. I'm sorry, Chicania said as if he didn't care much. It's alright, after all, thanks to that, I was able to meet you again. Jamie called Chicania. Jamie said seriously, thank you, you've suffered a lot for me. Chicania said, flustered. Master, please get up. Chicania said, I merely did what I had to do as your Dark Knight. Jamie said reluctantly. You really are, he thought. I guess I have to admit it now. I thought my emotions were still alive. I thought I had shaken them off. I tried to abandon them many times, but I keep returning to their original place. The past and present have already changed. Jamie thought inwardly, from now on the path I must take and the things I must do will all be different. He called out, Chicania, I will kill the 12 gods. Chicania put on his helmet and commented, it suits you very well, Jamie said, but it's not possible yet. I've only just become a 7th circle mage, he thought inwardly. Compared to my past self as a 9th circle mage, I'm just getting started now. To kill the 12 gods, I need to become stronger than my past self. Shakan said, if there is anything I need to do, please do not hesitate to command me. Jamie said, not yet. Jamie said, but I will call you when the time comes. Jamie said, then let's fight together, and thank you for waiting for me. Shakan called Master. Shakan knelt respectfully and said, those are the words I have wanted to hear for tens of thousands of years. This time I swear to follow you to the end. At the same time, outside the ocean of chaos, magic was a sphere made of dark mana. It completely isolated everything external from the internal space. Duke Simon said, it's enormous. Is this really dark mana? Siegfried reached out his hand but couldn't touch the ocean of chaos, and his hand stopped at a distance as if there were an invisible wall. Siegfried said, I don't know, it feels different from what we know. Moreover, Siegfried said, the internal space is completely separated, so it cannot be penetrated even by magic. Duke Simon said in surprise, to make your spatial magic unusable. What is this? Siegfried thought anxiously, the fact that the magic is still active means that young master is still safe, right? But what if young master Jamie dies? Suddenly a crack appeared in the middle of the ocean of chaos. Mana began to leak out. Duke Simon called 7th Elder. Siegfried replied, I know. Both of them made seals with their hands and moved mana, preparing to cast magic, staring intently ahead. The crack grew larger and larger, and the ocean of chaos became more and more unstable. Siegfried thought, what if it's not young master coming out? Duke Simon thought, if it's not him, I must immediately use Crimson Lotus technique. The ocean of chaos shattered like glass. What appeared before them was Jamie. He let out a sigh of relief and said, finally I can breathe. Jamie collapsed onto Siegfried's body. He called out in fear, young master. Jamie lay quietly on the bed with a pale face. After that, while Jamie was unconscious and hospitalized, the elders experienced great confusion trying to regain control of the Magic Association and Phoenix Academy, which had suffered severe damage and had to be temporarily closed. Adelhaven pointed at the skylight in the middle of the hallway, angrily shouting at Siegfried. What kind of principal blows up his own school? Siegfried said resignedly. Can't we just call it an occupational hazard? Siegfried considered himself Jamie's bodyguard and protected him. At this time, Lennon, Simon, and Inmer came to visit Jamie and stood by. Inmer whimpered, Professor. Both the elders and disciples came to visit. 3 days after the battle, Siegfried was guarding the bedside but was deeply asleep with a book covering his face. Steady snoring echoed. Jamie quietly opened his eyes. His gaze was blurry, unfocused, and weak. Jamie was still slightly dizzy and his head felt muddled. He wondered if he was in the hospital. Jamie tried to push himself up with his hands and called out to Siegfried, Elder. Siegfried woke up with a start, saw Jamie awake, and exclaimed, Young master. He gently laid Jamie back down in bed, saying worriedly, Don't push yourself. Normally you'd be bedridden for 3 months. Jamie asked, Is everyone all right? What's the situation after the battle? Siegfried replied. It's all thanks to you, young master. The other elders are handling the Magic Association affairs. After that, the two talked for a while, mainly with Siegfried recounting events after Jamie collapsed. Jamie listened to everything and said with relief, it's a relief that everything is all right. Siegfried said, now. He cast a spatial barrier. Siegfried said, I want to hear an explanation right now. Seeing this barrier, Jamie thought, is it a soundproofing spell? Recalling Jamie from that time, Siegfried asked worriedly, young master, what exactly was that? Siegfried asked, young master, what exactly was that? I haven't told the other elders yet. Jamie thought there was no point in hiding it now. Thinking that, he strangely felt at ease. He said, 7th Elder Siegfried. Jamie said that he was the reincarnation of Diablo Volver, the first Dark Mage. Siegfried heard those words and repeated, Diablo Volver. Siegfried didn't understand at all and asked, who is that? Jamie thought to himself, I was so excited after meeting an acquaintance from my previous life that I briefly forgot that Diablo Volver doesn't exist in this world. Siegfried said, I already knew you were a dark mage. I saw that dark mana. Siegfried asked, regardless of who Diablo Volver is. Incarnation, are you really a reincarnator? Siegfried thought to himself, it sounds utterly ridiculous, but if young master is truly a reincarnator. Evidence supporting this came to Siegfried's mind, magic abilities unsurpassed in history, perfect swordsmanship and a familiarity with killing, everything fits. Jamie took Siegfried's wrist. He said, it will be easier to see with your own eyes than just hearing it, won't it? Jamie thought that Siegfried was too good of a person to lose. He will not betray me even if he knows the truth. Jamie brought Siegfried's hand to his head saying, you can read my memories. Siegfried placed his hand on Jamie's forehead. He said, understood, I'm ready. Then let's begin. After that, he activated the memory-reading magic. And Mermeyer's voice was heard. I wonder if Professor is awake? Lennon Simon said, I don't know. And Mermeyer said worriedly, Professor's temporary term clearly ended yesterday. Lennon Simon said calmly, we're his disciples. So what does it matter? And Mermeyer said, speaking of which, I heard you ask the 8th Elder for help. Lennon Simon asked in surprise, how did you know? And Mermeyer said playfully, I just found out somehow. Actually, the 8th Elder told me. Lennon Simon said, it's not because I'm worried about Master. If I don't get taught, it's my loss. And Mermeyer spoke as if to a child. Yes, you have your cute moments. Lennon Simon retorted angrily. I'm serious, I'm extremely selfish. And Mer was puzzled by Lennon's reaction. She said, all right, what's the big deal? And Mer said, cheer up, I understand, Lennon Simon said weakly. You? Suddenly, Duke Simon passed by and asked, are you two here to see Jamie? And Mer called out in surprise. 8th Elder, Lennon Simon said, flustered. Duke Simon said, let's go together. Lennon Simon covered his face with his clothes and said, yes, and Mermeyer followed behind, giggling. When they reached the stairs, they met a blonde doctor. The doctor said, 8th Elder, I was just coming to find you. Lord Jamie has woken up. He's currently speaking with the 7th Elder. And Mer hastily ran forward and asked, really, is he all right? Lennon Simon asked, is he mentally sound? Can he still use magic? The doctor, dizzy from the barrage of questions, said, well, Duke Simon, who was behind him, said sternly, enough. Both Lennon Simon and Mermeyer were startled, stiffened, and fell silent. Both bowed their heads in apology. Lennon Simon said, I'm sorry. And Mermeyer said, I was just a little surprised. Duke Simon stepped forward and asked the doctor, do the other elders know Jamie is awake? He replied, no one knows yet except for the 7th Elder. Duke Simon instructed, and don't tell them. Then he said to Lennon Simon and Mermeyer, you two wait here for a moment before going in. Both replied obediently, though they didn't know why. Yes, golden lightning flashed in the black sky. Siegfried thought, this is, a cloaked figure stood before Siegfried's eyes. The person shouted, attack, come here. Siegfried realized where he was. He thought, young Master Jamie's memories. The lightning in the sky suddenly struck wildly. A voice echoed, Diablo Volver. Siegfried looked up and thought to himself, that name. For some reason it came to Siegfried's mind. God of War, a magnificent carriage pulled by winged horses. Angels escorted it on the sides, blowing trumpets. As the door swung open, a muscular man stood there with a radiant halo behind his back. He was Zenith, the God of War, he said. To dare appear before me again after that defeat, you are courageous, Zenith said. Do you not know that your fate is to dwell in a dark and deep place? Diablo Volver said. Ah? Diablo Volver raised his head and shouted, I have returned to reclaim humanity's dignity. That is my destiny. Following his words, dark mana soared high into the sky. Zenny said with contempt, no matter how much you struggle and try to change it, humanity's fate is already decided, Diablo Volver said. Humanity's fate is not something scoundrels like you can control. Then he said, to fight for a race that betrayed themselves, how pathetic, Diablo Volver said. I understand their position, and his scythe gradually filled with dark mana. Diablo Volver swung his scythe, unleashing a long slash. He shouted, die. Zenith dodged the dark mana slash. As it cut across the sky, countless large and small explosions occurred. Zenith said angrily, how arrogant. Cut off his limbs and bring him to me. The angels immediately swooped down and the demons on Diablo Volver's side countered. The two sides clashed and the opposing mana caused dazzling explosions. Zenith said, it's over, Diablo Volver. Bloodied, Diablo Volver lay on the ground. Nevertheless, he said, is this the end of everything? Zenith said, stop trying any more tricks. Didn't I tell you you would lose in the end? Diablo Volver said with contempt. You should have died 1,000 times by my hand, but you hid behind other gods and laughed at me. Pathetic, Zenith, truly pathetic. Diablo Volver said, the 12 gods cannot even deal with just me. The best you can do is collectively attack and seal me. Ha ha ha. Diablo Volvaire raised his head and said, "How can I not laugh? Go ahead and seal me. By the time I awaken again, your halos will have long faded," Diablo Volvaire said. "And you will taste endless despair begging for the quick release of death," the god replied. "I eagerly await it." The magic circle activated. Seeing that scene, Siegfried involuntarily shouted. No, he could only watch helplessly as Diablo Volvaire was sealed. That figure disappeared into a blue light. Siegfried shouted, "No!" Siegfried snapped back to reality, startled, gasping for breath. Jamie quietly called Elder. Siegfried asked, "Young master, this isn't a dream, is it?" Jamie replied, "No." Jamie explained, "That was a memory from 66,666 years before my reincarnation. It was when humanity fell into slavery under the 12 gods," Siegfried said in disbelief. "Humanity was enslaved by the 12 gods 66,666 years ago," Jamie said. "That's not the past. Humanity is still enslaved by the 12 gods. The 12 gods have broken down and rebuilt civilizations countless times. They change humans to suit their tastes. Even now, humanity is still being monitored." Siegfried asked, "By the supreme gods?" Jamie said, "That's not wrong," but Jamie said, "The dragons, the followers of the dragon god Brahman, they are a race created to monitor humanity," Jamie said. "The problem is that I don't know the history from the time I was sealed until the current civilization." Siegfried asked, "Are you talking about the world 10,000 years ago?" Jamie replied, "Yes, it is forbidden." Jamie said, "I was told that if I tried to find out, the dragons would come." Duke Simon suddenly appeared and said, "Is that true?" Siegfried exclaimed in surprise. "Eighth Elder," Duke Simon said, "I asked if it's true." Jamie said, "Yes, humanity is trapped on one continent and monitored by dragons." Duke Simon clenched his fist and said, "I knew it. I thought humanity couldn't be so inferior." "We?" Siegfried asked, puzzled. "We? What are you talking about?" Duke Simon regained his composure and said, "Forgive me for not telling you about this. I thought you wouldn't believe me, but now it's okay." Duke Simon said to Jamie, "I want to introduce you to an organization." Duke Simon said, "People who wish for humanity to dominate this world." Hearing that, Jamie thought, "Has there always been a group close to the truth of this world?" Duke Simon said, "Humanity has always lived under oppression because it is weaker than other races." "Then why is humanity so weak?" "It's because stronger races fear humanity's potential. So they took away our power." It was a wonderful coincidence that we found evidence of this. 10 years ago, there was a project called Dawn to explore Key Cave, one of the 6 forbidden zones. 1 Swordmaster, 1 Archmage, and 20 elite explorers were hired for the project. But the result was very tragic. The only survivor was the Swordmaster, but that doesn't mean it yielded no results. They witnessed the glorious civilization of ancient humanity, and the Swordmaster brought something back. The Arsenal of Evil. It was a storage facility for powerful warships believed to have existed before the current civilization. Hearing this, Jamie was startled and thought, "Ah, that warship was still here." A massive warship filled with cutting-edge and destructive weapons came to his mind. He thought, "I destroyed it during the 4th World War, didn't I?" Duke Simon said, "We found numerous voice recordings there. Numerous advanced scientific technologies, far more developed than what we possess now. That is proof that humanity in the past was stronger than even dragons and elves," Duke Simon said. "Jamie, you are the second being to come from past humanity, and the one who appeared to save this race. The savior of humanity that we have awaited for so long," Duke Simon asserted, looking at Jamie. "It is you, a benevolent angelic statue," Duke Simon said. "Humanity's savior. Simon has long awaited him. Subjectively speaking, humanity was once the most prosperous race in the world, and they lost many things. But below that statue there were countless images of humanity oppressed, struggling and thrashing." Duke Simon said, "In fact, they had always been wary of other powerful races, and no matter what they did, humanity was nothing more than a miserable race without freedom," Duke Simon continued. "But one day humans regained their original power and brought peace back to this world." Duke Simon's party walked towards the back of Diablo Volvaire. Duke Simon said that more than anyone else, Simon had risked his life awaiting the moment of his coming. Duke Simon said, "Aside from your overwhelming abilities, your mysterious dark magic was in a completely different realm from modern dark magic," Duke Simon said with sparkling eyes. "That must be the power of that era, though I don't know how you obtained it." Jamie sighed and said, "Duke, most of your hypotheses are correct. Humanity was once very prosperous, but it was not the master of this world." Duke Simon said, "I know, there was truly a great war. The Ark was the warship they used before." Jamie said, "That's right, the Ark was something my companions and I created together to stop the gods. It was a weapon of destruction." Duke Simon asked curiously, "A weapon of destruction?" Jamie approached and cut off Duke Simon, saying, "Yes, destruction to capture and kill gods." Jamie got out of bed. He said, "I don't know how much you overheard, but let me reintroduce myself." He said, "I am Diablo Volvaire, commander of the Human Liberation Army, and until the end alone. I created dark magic to kill the 12 gods." Duke Simon asked blankly, "Are you the sole survivor?" "Human Liberation Army, liberation from what?" Jamie sighed and said, "It's a long story." Then he copied his memory video again. He said, "So I'll show you myself." Jamie's 2 fingers touched Duke Simon's forehead, transmitting the memory. Duke Simon asked, trembling, "Did that really happen in the past? This humiliating sight, this miserable world, truly?" Duke Simon looked up at Jamie and thought, "Diablo Volvaire, he is the first dark mage, the creator of dark magic." Duke Simon thought, "A reincarnator." Duke Simon knelt on one knee and paid his respects. Siegfried stepped in and called Duke Simon. Duke Simon said politely, "Richter Simon, I salute the king of humanity." Jamie was confused and said, Duke, what do you mean by King of Humanity? Richter Simon said, you commanded everything. At that moment you fought alone single-handedly for humanity. You fought tenaciously and sacrificed painfully. Until the very last moment you thought of humanity, Richter Simon declared. You are truly our King of Humanity. Richter Simon swore that from now on he would always be loyal to him. Jamie approached and said, Please rise, Duke, I am not a king, and moreover I don't want this kind of relationship. It never ends well. Jamie said, It would be better to ask for your strength, and please speak comfortably to me. That is what I want. Siegfried, who was next to him, said, Now that I see it, the third elder's seat is still vacant. If young master were to become an elder, my title as the youngest elder would be taken away. Richter Simon glanced at him. Siegfried said, From now on I will take care of you as your colleague. As an elder I am your senior. Jamie said, Thank you, I look forward to working with you. And Richter Simon gnashed his teeth and glared at Siegfried. Richter Simon rushed over, grabbed Jamie by both shoulders and said, I also swear to assist you. Jamie shivered and pleaded. Please stop with that polite and awkward way of speaking. Jamie sat back on the bed, let out a sigh of relief and said, Before that, didn't you say you wanted to introduce someone to me? Richter Simon hurriedly said, Yes, they have always been with me. Jamie raised his head and asked, Are you talking about Franz? Richter Simon denied. No, Franz is a multi-racial group with unknown motives. From the beginning they were a terrorist group with very vague goals. Upon hearing that, Jamie thought, a terrorist group. Siegfried also warned me about Franz. Richter Simon said, We are a secret organization focused on the fate of this world and the future of humanity. You will understand when you meet the relevant people directly. Richter Simon took Siegfried away. He said, We've disturbed the patient for too long, let's go now. Seventh Elder Siegfried said, Young master, please rest well, we will return. As the door opened and Meyer rushed in, her eyes moist, and said, It's open. And Meyer quickly rushed to the bedside and asked, Professor? Jamie raised his hand directly, cutting her off. I'm fine, Lennon Simon said coldly. I clearly knew you'd be fine. Jamie thought reluctantly to himself, You should wipe your tears before saying that. Looking at his two disciples, Jamie thought, Now that I think about it, I've only caused them worry since I took them as disciples. And said, I'm crying because you're crying, Lennon Simon said in surprise. When did I cry? Jamie said soothingly from the bed. Both of you calm down, I'm fine, so please get along from now on. Both replied, Yes, Professor. As you command. During Jamie's 3 months in the hospital, many things happened in the demon world. Looking down from above, vast cities and dense houses could be seen. In the capital palace, the Zeni's church requested the Holy Spirit. They purged all those involved with demons. People murmured in the streets, the side effects of Apophis are severe and people are constantly falling into critical condition or dying. But Finn successfully recovered from his addiction and survived. The center of this incident was the third elder serpent. Declared an enemy of humanity, his family was disowned. Kenny, who was involved in this plan, should have been sentenced as a criminal, but was acquitted in recognition of his sacrifice to protect the academy. Siegfried, with the principal's permission, held Kenny's funeral at Phoenix Academy. On his tombstone, fresh white chrysanthemums were placed above his name, and students who remembered him attended the funeral to mourn Professor Kenny. The demon world, already in a slump from this shocking incident, received good news a few days later. The Imperial Palace recognized Jamie as a Grand Mage and temporarily appointed him as an elder of the demon world. The newspaper with Jamie's picture read, The kingdom's most talented individual, Jamie, becomes a Grand Mage at the age of 10. Outside the window was a beautiful sunny garden. A voice echoed, Feeling great. Jamie stood on the ground thinking happily, completely recovered. Operating the mana in his body, he found it very smooth and unobstructed. Jamie thought, and nothing can stop my mana usage anymore. Perfect. He reached out and grabbed the doorknob, muttering to himself, All right, shall we go now? Lennon Simon was training. On one shoulder was fire mana, on the other was water mana. He murmured, Fire and water simultaneously, just a little more and I think I can do it, Lennon Simon said. I'm breaking through. Suddenly a stream of water poured over Lennon's head, cutting him off. Lennon angrily shouted, Hey, get it right, how many times is this? And smiled wryly and said, Sorry, he. In Meyer's magic lost control again. She shouted, what is this? Lennon Simon said, You idiot, that's not. And a water fist struck Lennon Simon's head. Of course it was due to Anmer's magic. Jamie appeared and said, You two should get along. And Meyer rushed over and asked, Professor, are you feeling better? Jamie said, Did you finish your homework on multi-attribute manifestation? Both were flustered and said, Jamie sighed and demonstrated. Different attributes danced on his hand. Jamie said, Using multiple attributes simultaneously is the basic of basics. You have to be able to do this to complete it. They said, We'll try again. Lennon Simon said, The principal asked me to come to the Central Magic Tower office when you recovered. Jamie heard that and thought, Is this where I'll be working from now on? He left, giving instructions. Be sure to do your homework. Understood? Jamie said, If you can't, you'll have to wear a red hat on your head. Lennon Simon and Meyer both exclaimed in surprise. Yes, in Siegfried's office. Siegfried sat tired amidst piles of official documents. He lamented, Where did my free life go? Siegfried said, I wanted to live as a romantic man. Well, if I want to help young master, there's no other way. Someone's voice echoed, "Elder." The assistant opened the door and announced, "Lord Jamie has arrived." Siegfried said, "I'll let him in." Jamie entered and asked, "Did you call for me?" Siegfried replied, "Sit. How are you feeling?" Jamie replied, "Good, thank you, but why did you call for me?" Siegfried said, "You haven't heard the news yet, it seems. The Imperial Palace contacted me." After speaking, Siegfried raised his hand and pulled something out of space. Jamie said, "The Imperial Palace, you say?" A voice echoed, "Jamie, pay your respects and receive this edict." Jamie was startled, blank-faced, and shivered. He said, "Ha." Siegfried continued to read, "This is for Jamie. The content is, participate in the Grand Mage appointment ceremony at Phoenixadium Palace, the capital of the Shillum Kingdom, tomorrow evening." Siegfried bowed his head and said, "That's all." Jamie asked, "An appointment ceremony at the palace?" Siegfried said excitedly, "Young master, just as I expected. You really hate things like this, don't you? Don't worry, I'll go with you." Jamie said, "That's even worse." Siegfried cut him off and shouted, "Why?" Siegfried smiled wryly. "That's all." Jamie, opposite him, was excited about the grand ceremony, but everything froze and hardened. The appointment ceremony at the palace. Siegfried easily saw through his inner thoughts. "Young master, just as I expected. You really hate things like this, don't you?" Siegfried comforted Jamie with a very excited expression. "Don't worry, I'll go with you." But these words, while comforting, were of little help. When Jamie helplessly laughed and uttered a single word, Siegfried stood blank for 5 seconds. "That's even worse." "Why?" Jamie sighed deeply and asked, probably utterly disappointed and clinging to his last hope. "Is the appointment ceremony always like this anyway?" Siegfried calmly explained, "Of course. A master-level mage is the strongest force in a nation. When such a person appears, it's natural to hold a national event." Jamie suddenly realized something was amiss and immediately asked to resolve his inner doubt, "Is the welcome ceremony also part of the official ritual?" Siegfried gave a thumbs up and praised, "As expected of a great noble, you know more than I do." Moments of memory flashed through his mind, surrounded by Marquis Rinmel and his subordinates and some commoners. He also recalled his plea at that time, "Please stop teasing me, it's really annoying." "I'm very uncomfortable too." For Siegfried, it was natural for someone as smart as Jamie to notice easily. "Well, young master is different from an old man like me." In less than 5 minutes, Siegfried, whose face had been serious, returned to his original state, with only a bright smile on his face. He held a large envelope in his hand and said to Jamie, "Now that I think about it, the Count sent a letter. After the incident 3 months ago, he was told not to come to the Count, so he said he had been sending letters continuously. For some reason, as soon as Jamie heard that, he broke out in a cold sweat as if a foolish past action was about to be exposed. Siegfried, as if seeing through Jamie's current worries, handed him the letter and, closing his eyes, guaranteed, "I'll close my eyes. You can read it slowly." Jamie looked at the letter, which had already begun to turn yellow, and thought, exactly 1 month has passed since the last letter. This letter would contain the heart of a father who deeply loved his son. "My dearest son, Jamie," the Count carefully used the finest pen and paper, pouring all his love and tenderness into his greetings. "Are you doing well? Your mother cries until her handkerchief is soaked every time she thinks of you." He recounted everything that happened at the Welton family mansion after Jamie left home. "Sarah also keeps crying thinking of you. The little dough ball that was once in my arms is now badgering her brother. Daddy is a liar, bring my brother back right now. It's been 15 nights already. Why isn't he back yet?" Before being a high and mighty count, he was also a father, and sometimes he selfishly wanted to hold his child close. "To be honest, your dad was quite sad not to see his beloved son, but I understand how you felt when you fought the demon and why you didn't want to worry your parents. Therefore I won't stop you." The letter continued at length with numerous happenings at home, "But I am very relieved, my proud son, that you have been given the opportunity to receive such an honorable title. So let's meet again soon." When he held the newspaper with his son's picture in his hand, his beautiful wife and playful younger sister both looked with interest at the large photo on the front page of the newspaper. At the end of the letter, he also didn't forget to leave sweet and affectionate words for Jamie. "Let's meet again that day, your loving father." Jamie gazed at the letter, lost in thought. "It's been quite a while since I last saw them, I don't know what to say." But in one corner of the letter, Enoch mentioned 2 people. "Do you remember the Vale sisters? They seem to be coming there too. Ha ha ha." Jamie chuckled to himself. "How could I forget the Bee sisters? Ha ha ha." Why, the Bee sisters were both special to him. One was the reincarnation of Jenna and the other was a high-level spirit. Both were individuals who had left a deep impression on Jamie's memory. Momentary excitement that surged was quickly quelled by reason. "And both of them are interested in me. But they're just kids, so they can't possibly like me. Still, since it's been a long time since we met, they'll be very happy to see me." While Jamie was busy letting his imagination run wild, a single remark broke the silence. "But young master," opposite him, there was a faint glint in his eyes as if he had seen through the world. "Did you really believe I would close my eyes? How cute." Jamie belatedly realized the truth and froze like a log. He stammered, embarrassed. "Don't be so meddlesome." Jamie arrived at the base of operations for the neutral faction, standing before a mansion complex even larger than the Welton family mansion. He couldn't help but look up in admiration. Wow! Not far away, a sudden call came. Hey, in front of him was Adel Haven, the 6th elder of the neutral faction. She appeared with a perfect figure and a wonderful face, but she was entirely purple from head to toe. She made the first suggestion. Let's talk. Jamie heard the sound, turned around and helplessly sighed. You again? Adel H was equally surprised again. Anyone would think I come looking for you every day, but in fact it wasn't far from her words. Young lady, 6 days a week can be called every day. Jamie switched to suspicion mode. Are you challenging me to mana arm wrestling again? In his mind, the moment he casually arm wrestled Adel H played in slow motion. She gave it her all but couldn't win. He was firmly convinced. You'll lose again, Adel H denied. No, I'll show you my base. Jamie understood, paused for about 2 seconds. After thinking, he said, do you mean the neutral faction office by base? Wow, so the real reason you came looking for me every day was to recruit me into the neutral faction? Jamie clearly understood her true purpose for being here and immediately refused. I thought you came to me because your pride was hurt, but I didn't know it was just an act. Adel H realized her true feelings had been exposed, immediately pulled him closer and began to coax him with sweet words. That's not it, Lord Jamie. In less than 2 seconds an old man appeared and intervened between them. He displayed a very polite attitude and seemed even more inscrutable than Adel H. He clasped his hands together and surmised. Adel must have always enjoyed meeting you, so please don't misunderstand. Adel H was startled, her face turning pale, and she quickly interrupted. What do you mean enjoyed me? Jamie inwardly guessed that there must be a reason for his appearance and asked first, Elder Luke, you have something to discuss with me. Luke didn't hesitate and immediately revealed his true thoughts. Yes, before you rise to a higher position, I wanted to get to know you better. The three of them sat down again in the neutral faction office, no longer drinking tea and pastries but cola, discussing important matters. You probably drank tea in the 7th Elder's office, right? Then how about a very popular drink among commoners? It's called coca. It tastes very good. Jamie, having lived for decades, had never seen a senior offer a junior a carbonated drink before. Everyone else offered tea or snacks, but this was like children pretending to be faction leaders serving each other cola instead of tea. Luke didn't care for such formalities and directly suggested, would you like to try it? Jamie could only reluctantly agree. Yes, Jamie picked up the cup and under the astonished gazes of Luke and Adel H drank almost all of it in one gulp. It was as if he was starting to get addicted to this drink. Jamie, feeling addicted, suspected that something addictive had been put into the drink. This is amazing. You didn't put anything in here, did you? Even the gentle Luke couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh. What are you talking about? Delicious drinks can be as addictive as tobacco. Adel H, sitting opposite, provoked triumphantly. How about it, kid? Can you drink a whole bottle in one go? But fundamentally, he didn't want to talk to this purple meddlesome woman. He turned his head 180 degrees towards Luke, completely ignoring Adel H. Then why did you bring me here? As Luke slowly began to explain, his eyes grew darker and deeper. I wanted to talk about factions with you. Jamie was ready to listen seriously. Factions, do you mean the 3 factions of the Magic Association? Luke continued seriously. The Royal faction led by Jinful, the Emperor's Master and First Elder, the Aristocratic faction led by Rinmel, the Second Elder and a high-ranking noble, and finally the Neutral faction led by Luke, the commander of the commoners. All are on a chessboard of life and death, deciding the fates of others. Jamie seemed to understand his purpose but wanted to ask for clarification. So you want me to join the neutral faction? Instead of directly stating his intentions, Luke addressed the issue. It would be wonderful if you could, but I don't think you will join us. Because you are a noble, Jamie questioned. Aren't you also a noble? 5th Elder Luke smiled bitterly. It would be more accurate to say a fallen noble. Besides, our family collapsed when I was 6, so calling me a noble would be laughable. Luke stated bluntly. I have no intention of inviting you to the neutral faction. But if you won't join us, don't join any other faction either. Jamie was confused. He's telling me not to join the royal faction or the aristocratic faction. Recently, the Magic Association had been divided into 3 parts. The royal faction, the aristocratic faction, and the neutral faction. However, 3 months ago, these factions began to fragment. Jamie had known everything for a long time. The result was the downfall of Serpent, the 3rd Elder, who was in charge of a branch of the royal faction. His contract with a demon caused severe losses to the royal faction and their influence diminished. Luke spoke about the future possibility of Jamie joining one of the 3 factions. In this current situation, if you join the aristocratic faction, the balance between the neutral and aristocratic factions, which has been maintained for a long time, will be broken. Jamie only sneered with contempt upon hearing this. He felt that these people were forgetting everything and fighting over invisible power, and ultimately it was for a futile desire for honor. Jamie spoke his true thoughts. He was looking much further ahead than them, and his vision was not limited to the interests of one faction. This irritated the 2 from the neutral faction. You still don't know what's really happening in this world, yet you're fighting for power, aren't you? I can't help but laugh. Jamie's seat was followed by a contemptuous sneer. Adel H, infuriated, slammed her hand on the desk and stood up. She called him by his full name without honorifics, showing no respect. Jamie, watch your words. Only Luke, the true leader, asked what his intentions were. What do you mean? Jamie frankly stated his perspective. I'm not interested in your ideologies. Jamie was helpless against this invisible futile ambition. I have no interest in such trivial matters. Luke didn't understand what he was saying and immediately retorted. Do you consider class issues trivial? Are you unaware that most rebellions in the world stem from them? Jamie said indifferently. Are you planning a rebellion? Adel H trembled with anger. suppressing the power that threatened to burst forth. Her eyes were bloodshot and very frightening. "Before I curse you, speak properly." Jamie was not to be outdone. He saw the opponent's power about to explode but showed no fear whatsoever. Miss Otto H. The very next moment, Jamie also revealed his power, but with better self-control than Otto H. His entire body didn't tremble at all, and he completely controlled the energy within him. "I'm also restraining myself, so please step back." Even she herself didn't realize Jamie's power was so terrifying. In an instant it overwhelmed her energy, and he even added a warning. "That mental magic won't work on me." Luke, who was in the middle, got angry and immediately shouted for them to stop. "Both of you, stop." Otto H. hid her fear amidst the trembling of her body. Her face grew darker than ever. A flash of light appeared in Luke's hand as he asked her. If she had said she wasn't okay, there's no telling what would have happened. "Are you all right?" Otto H. only dared to nod. "Yes." Only Jamie sat in the middle, busy contemplating his magic without any sign of worry or fear. "Not bad. Well, it's been a while since I became a 7th circle, so this much should be expected." Luke looked at him again with bullet-like eyes. His apology sounded like a threat. Otto was rude. Jamie wasn't someone to dwell on trivial matters. He quickly moved on, not caring much, and could even smile lightly. He wasn't upset. "It wasn't necessarily bad. It wasn't a bad idea to show you the difference between us." Meanwhile, Otto H. clenched her hands tightly to avoid physically attacking her opponent. Luke, still gentle, calmed both sides. "If we continue to talk about this topic, the same thing will only happen again." Jamie issued a firm warning to enlighten this faction to the right path. "Soon a great storm will hit this empire. What good will class or status do then?" Luke still ignored him. "Humanity will continue to live even after the war." Jamie looked at him with an uncomfortable gaze. He knew very well that Luke was directly avoiding the issue because his participation alone might not change the overall situation. It was a matter of survival. Luke, still not grasping what Jamie was truly trying to say, wanted to clearly analyze it for him and bring him to his side according to his own intentions. Eventually, the Zenni's church will be left alone. As the kingdoms of Obia gradually unite, the isolated Zenni's church will not be able to withstand the pressure of that unification and will self-destruct. If a war breaks out, it will be immediately captured. Jamie eventually couldn't bear this person's conservative and narrow-minded nature. Knowing he couldn't stay in the same place anymore, he stood up. "You are greatly mistaken. Do you truly think the Zenni's church is alone?" "What do you mean?" Jamie was helpless and didn't want to say anything more, so he decisively left. "Talking to them for a few minutes really feels like a waste of time. Find out for yourselves." Wasn't curiosity the most important thing for a mage? As he reached the door, Jamie turned his head again and added one more thing, just one more thing. Both Otto H. and Luke were puzzled by that warning. "If you don't unite, that will be the end of it." Jamie walked out the door ready to leave. His mind was bustling with thoughts. 3 months ago I thought the Magic Association would take the lead and responsibility for everything. Disappointing. He was certain that war would inevitably break out. That arrogant Zenni's fellow will definitely repay everything he suffered. Jamie slowly left the neutral faction's base. Thoughts constantly surfaced in his mind. "If they understand my words, I'm sure they'll come looking for me again soon. First, I need to prepare to leave for the capital." Meanwhile, after Jamie left, Otto H. and Luke stood quietly upstairs watching his figure disappear around the corner through a large glass window. "What will you do?" "Do you mean what that kid said?" "I don't think he's wrong. I think we were too complacent." Luke was still firm. A commander shouldn't be swayed so easily by a few words, but his expression though he said that made her feel that he quite liked Jamie. "I'm sure a new wind will blow through the Magic Association soon," Otto H. thought, tracing a slender finger across the glass where Jamie's figure had been reflected. "And Jamie?" Otto H.'s face grew increasingly fierce, her eyes bloodshot and deeply set, and her overall demeanor darkened several times over. She followed him with invisible fury, thinking, "Next time I'll definitely curse him." "I'm not the loser." At Jamie's house, numerous aristocratic faction members were gathered in the spacious mansion, and a scolding voice echoed, "You are truly disrespectful." Marquis Rinmel sat solemnly, scolding his disciple, Siegfried. The scene was like a father punishing his son. One was imposing. The other was fearful and cowering, unable to do anything. Rinmel continued to growl. "Your actions truly displease this old man. I am talking about how to make students respect you." Siegfried, sitting right next to him, was too afraid to even look up and barely managed to say, "Yes, they respect the young master, not me." Rinmel got angry. "That's not what I'm trying to say." Rinmel continued to criticize. "What if students imitate your behavior? You need to be especially careful at the anointing ceremony tomorrow, understood?" Those two remarks pierced Siegfried's chest like two knives. He could only reply yes, yes, in fear, and inwardly lamented. "My eardrums are going to burst." His expression was so pathetic and even cute that Hila couldn't help but laugh delightedly. Clear footsteps approached and entered their room. "Professor." The person who entered with the call was none other than Jamie. He was wearing clothes sent by Sia. It was a distinctive noble's formal attire with an unusual elegance, but he tightly closed his eyes to hide his embarrassment. "It's really embarrassing. If I don't wear it, Mom will definitely get angry." Hila sat on a chair looking at him and praised him without reservation, regardless of the fact that Jamie was a man. "Oh, you look so pretty." Jamie's eyes widened in surprise. Pretty? He didn't think he looked cool at all. Siegfried, seeing his appearance, immediately rose and greeted him. "Young master, you're here." but inwardly he thought, why does he look so bored? Rinmel, who was sitting in the middle, still hadn't spoken, but feeling like he was being treated as invisible in the room, he cleared his throat a few times. Ahem, Marquis Jamie smiled and greeted him. His hands were busy tying the bow tie in front of his chest. Surely not, Rinmel said. I want to go with you too. Is it a place I shouldn't go? Jamie shook his head. No, it's not like that. Hila also delivered surprising news. Lennon said he would go with Count Simon. He reportedly lamented continuously for not being able to come here. Lennon, who usually looked down on Jamie, now wagging his tail like a docile puppy. It truly was a sign of the sun rising in the west. That fellow has changed a lot too, Siegfried kindly asked. Young master, do you have any other luggage? Jamie joked. I only need to bring this body. Siegfried added a sarcastic remark. How nice for idle nobles, their servants take care of everything. He really was asking for trouble. Didn't he worry about being scolded by his master again? Rinmel glared at him and snapped. You're a noble too. Siegfried immediately backed down, otherwise he was sure to get hit by his master. Ah yes, I'll attend to it. Outside the mansion, the high-speed train station in the courtyard was also bustling with people. The excellent creations of magic engineers were truly beyond imagination. Jamie stood next to Rinmel and said he liked the huge magic stone beneath the pedestal. Rinmel quickly informed Jamie of new knowledge. It consumes 100 kilograms of B-grade magic stones every time it operates. Jamie was mentally shocked to hear for the first time that there was such an item that consumed so many magic stones. 100 kilograms, Rinmel added. That's after the upgrade. Initially it took 100 kilograms of A-grade magic stones. Jamie, having spent so long away from home, couldn't believe he felt like a primitive man upon returning. That's amazing. Dimensional power only requires 5 A-grade magic stones. The two simultaneously looked at the high-speed train station gate, and Rinmel continued, according to the developer, its efficiency will double in 5 years. As time passes, restrictions will decrease and benefits will increase. Rinmel turned to him and asked this question. Do you know why I'm telling you about high-speed technology? It's the same for developing machines and people. But it takes a very long time to reach the highest level, and even longer to complete everything. To achieve that, it takes many steps, one by one. He conveyed a message to the next generation he cherished through the story of high-speed train technology. I hope the same for you. Accept it when the time comes. Ask if you want to know, rest if you're tired. I hope your life doesn't feel too heavy because of the 2 words responsibility. He gripped Jamie's shoulder. Like a second father, he encouraged him to move forward with all his might. Jamie, I'm always here, so come anytime. Jamie now clearly understood his purpose. I get it, he brought me here to say that. Scenes from the past slowly replayed in Jamie's deep memory. A time when everything was still unfamiliar. Jamie was then either deeply mired in a swamp or at a crossroads, unsure how to proceed. Count Simon and Rinmel, those two helped me the most when my body was healing. Count Simon introduced him, saying he was a trustworthy person. At that time his face was really dark. Now I realize it was due to worry. Although reincarnated to him, Jamie was still his beloved grandson. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside. A few people seemed to have arrived, but they didn't come inside, only their footsteps grew clearer. However, they didn't disturb the two. Only Hila bravely entered and reported on the progress. Elders, everything is ready. Siegfried, who was next to him, was also scared, but as soon as Hila spoke he was no longer afraid and even had the courage to make a few jokes to his master. Young master, don't mind that senile second elder and quickly come this way. Rinmel and Jamie replied, I'm hungry too. Yes, everyone walked to the high-speed train station gate. Second elder, this way. Jamie expressed his gratitude as if it were a sincere thank you from the bottom of his heart. Thank you for your concern. In another place, Phoenix, the capital of the Shillum Kingdom, a famous cafe, a young woman carefully placed a plate of cake on the table. In front of this man who looked somewhat aggressive and violent, she asked cautiously with a nervous expression, is it to your liking? The man wasn't picky. Excellent, just the kind of taste old people would enjoy. As soon as the waitress heard the positive review, she thanked him and quickly left. Inwardly, she thanked her ancestors for blessing her. Yes, I'm relieved. Then please continue to enjoy. The man leaned back in his chair and beside him lay a legendary sword. This man must be Sword King Talus Fan. Impressive, I've never seen such an empty shop before. Another man with red skin, green hair and a sharp spear appeared and sat in the opposite seat. He was Spear King Ark. It must be quite uncomfortable to carry such immense energy in your body, isn't it? The two men conversed. I forgot. Ark looked at the shop owner and said, with such energy your skill must be quite formidable. Inwardly he assessed him. He's a truly terrifying old man. Talus denied that the energy was his. Ark mentioned Jamie again. Have you heard any news about that Welton family kid? Talus asked sarcastically. You mean the boy who became a Grand Mage at 10? Ark shook his head. Who doesn't know that? I mean other news. Talus hesitated for a moment and said, I don't know. Ark, failing his objective, marveled. How he has no interest in worldly affairs at all. He didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Typical of Spear King Ark. You must be on your way to see His Majesty. Talus put on his hat, preparing to leave. That's right, Ark joked, but his words held deep meaning. I'll be looking forward to your skill. He implied beforehand that he would refuse help from others. I hope it doesn't end as tragically as last time. Things are better now, so you don't need to worry. Talus picked up his treasured sword and left, not forgetting to say goodbye. I'll be looking forward to Spear King's skill. Talus brushed past the shop owner and faintly said, Innkeeper, put the tea on my family's tab. At Phoenix high-speed elevator station, Jamie's party was all gathered. Fortunately, there weren't many people outside. Rinmel said it was less shaky than before. Siegfried also added his opinion. Yes, it's better than last year. Only Jamie observed quietly. Magic technology has advanced much more than before. It's proof that magic hasn't regressed. Suddenly, the people around them started vomiting as if they smelled a terrible odor. When even Inmur, who was next to him, showed such symptoms, Jamie was startled. Inmur, Siegfried explained, you're probably dizzy because you're not a Grand Mage. Are you all right, Inmur? Even Hila was affected. Fortunately, Jamie helped her with magic and she felt better. Thank you, I feel much better. Just then, something inadvertently caught her attention, and her surprised, innocent gaze shifted elsewhere. What she had felt moments ago no longer affected her, and all her concentration was focused on what she saw before her eyes. Amazing, Jamie even followed the direction Hila was looking. Before them lay the palace complex. Scadium Palace, truly magnificent as befitted a king's residence. In the center of the palace was a giant magic circle. Rinmel introduced it to Jamie. Scadium is no ordinary palace. Jamie interrupted. It's a symbol and a grand central hub. Rinmel replied, I know, but before he could finish his sentence a distant call interrupted their conversation. Jamie turned his head in surprise. That voice is very familiar. Right below, his beloved mother, Sibel Welton, whom he hadn't had a chance to meet, was rushing over, continuously calling out, Jamie, he also shouted loudly in response. Mom, the two hugged each other tightly. His mother lovingly scolded her son. Her trembling voice was filled with worry. My son, why are you here? You have no idea how worried your mother was when I heard you were injured. Jamie patted her back and comforted her. I'm fine. I'm sorry for worrying you. Behind them, the Count, holding Sarah's hand, was approaching with an angry expression. Be careful, you'll touch his wound, Jamie shouted loudly. Father, Sarah. Jamie went to run towards Sarah but found her cheeks puffed out on the verge of tears. She was clearly upset with her brother and wouldn't even look at him. Count Hino suggested, Everyone must be tired from the long journey, so let's go to the castle to rest. Siegfried politely said, Thank you. At the Welton family castle in Phoenix, Jamie reunited with his family. Sibel crossed her arms and pouted. Sarah is angry because her brother didn't come to see her. Sarah, sitting next to her, hugged a cat doll tightly and agreed. Yeah, I'm really upset. Jamie felt his energy drain as he looked at the two in front of him. Are these two really mother and daughter? Even their pouting looks the same and they're so adorable. They're really alike. Jamie couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha. He was immediately scolded by his loving mother. Are you laughing? The young mother rushed to her son, grabbed his chubby cheeks and pinched them until his face was distorted. Promise me you won't lie to your mother again. Don't even dream of stopping your mother from searching the entire world for you, understood? Jamie felt this situation was a bit awkward. As if she wouldn't allow her son's refusal. As soon as he said yes, his mother continued to pull his chubby cheeks until her anger subsided. This boy, the Count stepped in to help his son. Sarah, didn't you miss your brother? Why don't you go hug him? Unexpectedly, she refused firmly without any hesitation. I hate my brother. This brother's small, fragile, easily broken heart was deeply wounded. Tears welled up in his eyes and he couldn't speak any further. Yes, Sibel, next to him, sincerely said, Mother understands Sarah's feelings. The Count also fell into thought. My son has been away and the family has been sad and I too have had a difficult time. The brother had no choice but to beg his beloved sister to forgive him. Sarah, I'm sorry, it's been a long time since our family was all together like this. Hino looked at his beloved son and thought, he's grown so much. My son, in his mind past images played in reverse. Watching you grow up, father was always amazed and regretful. If I had taught you swordsmanship later, if I had introduced you to the seventh elder later, you would have grown up normally like other children. But I couldn't because of my selfishness. Even when his wife told him his son was coming home soon, he couldn't hide his joy at the thought of meeting his son, meeting Jamie. Yes, he still harbored deep thoughts in his heart. My son, soon you will leave my arms and become a pillar of this world. Her anger at her beloved son having subsided, she now became the bridge to reconcile Jamie and Sarah, the two siblings. She held Sarah in her arms and said to Jamie, If you give your sister a kiss, she won't be so cold anymore. But Sarah seemed reluctant, her face heavily frowned. Jamie too had not expected such a move from his loving mother and inwardly cursed. But reluctantly, being a doting brother, he gave his sister a sweet kiss on the cheek. Moi, his mother, seeing this, was so moved she didn't know what to do. Oh dear, little Sarah was equally surprised and slightly opened one eye to look at her brother. Indeed, a single kiss completely melted her anger. Sarah earnestly asked her brother to visit her every day. Jamie dared not promise. He knew that if he promised and couldn't keep it, his beloved sister would immediately throw a tantrum, which would be a headache. I'll try my best. Hino stood up. Thoughts still swirled in his mind. I think he approached and hugged his wife and two children tightly. It was a surprising display of affection for everyone. Honey, Dad, I won't be away for too long either, but please, may this moment of family togetherness last forever. Hino laughed joyfully. It feels like only 2 days since you left home. It feels like just yesterday, but you've grown so much already. Sibel, sitting next to him with her daughter, said, Mom and Dad missed you, but we're very proud of you. That's right, Sibel excitedly asked. By the way, who is that child who came with you? Is she your girlfriend? Sarah, sitting on Sibel's lap, had a curious expression. Hino also said in surprise. Jamie really has a girlfriend? He's only 10 years old, Sibel happily said. Kids these days grow up so fast. My son really, Jamie hastily denied. No, it's not like that. Jamie sat next to her a little weakly. Please don't misunderstand, Father, Mother. That child is my disciple. I'm teaching her magic. Hino and Sibel laughed loudly, thinking the children were just having fun playing at school. Yes, everyone plays teaching each other magic when they're young. Jamie closed his eyes and manifested space. Now, no matter what he said, they wouldn't believe him. Wait, Hino said with a bewildered expression, and Mur appeared next to Jamie, and Mur was startled. Jamie immediately said, In Mur, please explain our relationship to my parents. Ha, Sibel covered Sarah's eyes with her hand and laughed. I never knew our Jamie was such a quick worker. Hino, sitting next to her, said, Who does he take after? Jamie hastily grabbed Amber's clothes and shouted, Quick, tell them you're my disciple, and Mur was flustered by Jamie's rush. How what? After explaining clearly for a long time, Sibel looked at the two again and asked, So are you really Jamie's disciple? Jamie sat next to them and sighed. I told you so. Mur bowed in greeting. Hino thought to himself, and I heard the second son of the Simon family is also his disciple. It would be a lie to say I'm not worried, but I have to trust and support him. Hino smiled. Jamie, you must teach well. In Mur, you must learn will. Both replied brightly. Yes. That evening at the banquet, Sarah grumbled, sprawled across the table. I'm starving to death, seriously. At the table, Sarah happily offered Jamie food, saying, Open wide, big brother. Despite a small moment of harmony, the atmosphere here became somewhat heavy looking at the two people in front of them. I want to talk to you too. And it was a disagreement. Mur practiced magic, vowing internally, This time I'll definitely learn faster than Lennon. Sibel watched Sarah fall into a deep sleep and finally found her freedom. Jamie slipped out of the house with a sigh of relief. Finally, I'm out. Jamie walked around, admiring it so vast. The Heath estate was also this expansive. Jamie approached the waterfall in front of him and praised it. It's truly magnificent. Someone appeared right next to Jamie and spoke. Isn't it? It was a girl. Her eyes seemed to sparkle. I also love to admire the night sky. Jamie thought to himself, who on earth is this child? Jamie looked at the girl next to him and inwardly assessed her. She looks too frail, like she's going to die in a few seconds. Perhaps that's why I couldn't sense her presence. The girl opened her mouth. I shouldn't be here because I'm sick, Jamie replied. Oh, the girl smiled and said, I snuck out, so please don't tell anyone. Jamie thought to himself, to dare confide a secret to someone she just met. Under the bright full moon, the girl said goodbye. I have to go back now. All right, the girl looked at Jamie and asked with a hint of dissatisfaction, Don't you want to say goodbye to me? Jamie hesitated and said goodbye. The girl turned away, quite displeased. Next time we meet, I'll treat you as coldly as you treated me. Jamie looked puzzled, not understanding. The girl panted and left. Sword King Talus Fan appeared from behind. Are you trying to escape? The girl struggled for breath and said, After talking to that boy, I suddenly felt like running. Talus Fan opened his mouth. I won't bring up that conversation again, so there's no need to be embarrassed, the girl panted and said. You eavesdropped on me again, Talus replied. It's this old man's responsibility. Please understand, princess. This girl was Isabel P. Perdor, a member of the Seldom royal family and the current king's eldest daughter. Isabel smiled, her face streaked with sweat. You're really cunning. Fan opened his mouth and asked, How was it meeting that boy? Isabel hesitated and replied, That boy will have a long and arduous path to travel. But at the end of that path, at the very bottom of hell, there will be a light of hope. No one knows what it is. I can't see that far either. And that boy has also seen that terrible future. As Isabel seemed about to collapse, Fan supported her, infused her with strength and reminded her, Don't wander around recklessly anymore. After speaking, the two soared into the sky, creating a streak of light and vanished. Let's go. Many noble families gathered at Scardium Castle, with carriages and palanquins lined up in a long queue. Aes admired, So many carriages. Viscount Valère, sitting opposite, smiled gently. Indeed, it's rare for so many people to gather just because one master-level mage has emerged. Aes said admiringly, Jamie is truly amazing. Aes looked towards Rebecca and quietly asked, But why are you so restless, big sister? Rebecca was startled by the question and replied, I just couldn't sleep. Valère laughed aloud. You're nervous thinking about meeting Jamie, aren't you? Rebecca denied it shyly. No, but inwardly Rebecca thought, Young master, he must be very handsome by now, right? The castle banquet hall was crowded with many people and sounds of admiration could be heard. So many people, indeed. Valère and Aes stood next to Hino, conversing happily. Where are your other family members? Hino replied. They felt a bit stuffy, so I took the children outside, a voice was heard. And how is Marquis Vale these days? My father-in-law is His Majesty's military advisor, so he's probably discussing matters with His Majesty. Hino was slightly surprised, thinking, This aura, it's Anbak. Anbak approached from a distance and greeted him. Oh, Count Welton, Hino thought, this killing intent, he's always like that. The Valère sisters called out fearfully. Dad, Valère cautioned, step back. Anbak laughed and asked, Well, who do we have here? Viscount, you're here too. Valère cursed with disdain, this damn bastard. Aes stopped Valère, calming him. He wouldn't dare cause a commotion in a place like this. Anbak crossed his arms and said, Why do you call me a damn bastard? How boring. The Viscount falls short of my expectations. Hino's face hardened. Anbak, stop it. You'd better watch your mouth. Anbak still smiled and said, is the Count challenging me? Come to think of it, we've never sparred before. As Hino spoke, Anbak's eyes flashed. Have you fully recovered from your injury from Gaston? At that, Anbak was startled and extremely displeased. How did you know? Hino said casually. I seem to have touched a sore spot. You couldn't even defeat Gaston, yet you dare challenge me. Gaston couldn't even withstand 10 of my moves, so how could you win? Valère, standing next to him, was also surprised. Gaston is one of the 5 great swordsmen. I knew his skill, but to defeat Gaston in just 10 moves, Hino, slightly angered, emanated a strong aura. Go and drink more of your mother's milk, kid, Hino said to Valère, who was standing next to him. Let's go, my son's inauguration ceremony is about to begin. The king's spear should be by the king's side. Anbak suddenly said, wait. Valère was pushed back a step. The Valère sisters cried out in fear. Dad, are you okay? Valère hugged his 2 young daughters and reassured them. Dad's fine, I'm sorry to have worried you. Valère thought unhappily. Why does His Majesty consider such a man his spear? 5 years ago, when Anbak became the Spear King, he challenged the Viscount to a fight. At that time, Anbak said, you're the head of the Valère family, are you? Not much? I just want to fight you, aren't you scared? The outcome in the end was disastrous. Anbak stood with his hands behind his back, smiling arrogantly. Truly you are nothing, what a disappointment. And that was before he had even earned the title of the King's Spear. If I had won then, someone touched Valère's shoulder, breaking his train of thought. It has begun, please take your seats, a voice echoed. His Majesty has arrived. Everyone in the palace gasped in admiration, unable to hide their surprise and excitement. His Majesty entered majestically, followed by the Prince and Princess. His Majesty sat on the throne and spoke with a gentle expression. I thank all who have come from afar to attend this ceremony. He was Fontina Calpridomor, the current king of Seldom Kingdom. The people below immediately responded, May His Majesty's grace be boundless. May His Majesty's grace be boundless. His Majesty extended his hand and said, Today is a joyous day for our new Grand Mages. For the future of the kingdom, I ask everyone to bless them. Now, the inauguration ceremony will officially begin, a minister proclaimed. The eldest son of the Welton family from the Heath estate, the hero who received the symbol of the goddess Physo, has at the tender age of 10 attained the noble status of a Grand Mage, the hero who saved the magical world. We present Sir Jaime. The door opened and Jaime entered, knelt and reported, Jaime pays his respects to His Majesty. His Majesty said gently, raise your head. His Majesty looked at Jaime in front of him and praised, he is truly young. Looking at Jaime's face, His Majesty thought, come to think of it, he's just a child. Seeing the princess sitting in front, Jaime was also surprised. Isn't that the girl from yesterday? Jaime recalled the girl from last night. She said she had snuck out. Does that mean she's the princess? Is the princess allowed to wander around like that at night? His Majesty opened his mouth. I have heard about you. I heard you defended Apton from demon attacks in the Zenis Church and also saved the magical world. I have seen many master-level mages, but I can assert that I have never seen anyone like you before. Jaime bowed his head and replied, you flatter me, Your Majesty. The ministers on the throne looked at Jaime below. That child is Count Welton's son, Talus praised. Your grandson is truly gifted, Jaime's grandfather sitting next to Talus Fan replied. Previously, no one in the Welton family or the Vale family knew magic. Truly fascinating. Seldom's future is bright. Jaime's grandfather continued. At first I thought the rumors were false. I thought they were mistaken about his swordsmanship talent. Talus Fan sitting next to him smiled and said, it's natural not to believe it, but your grandson's swordsmanship talent is also very exceptional. Jaime's grandfather asked in surprise. Swordsmanship, what are you talking about? Talus Fan explained. Haven't you heard yet? Jaime has mastered the Welton family's secret swordsmanship. I was also very surprised to witness it firsthand. Jaime's grandfather, as if unable to believe his ears, replied in confusion. Impossible. The last time I saw him he hadn't learned any swordsmanship. I can't believe it in just 6 months. Talus Fan heard this and laughed. It's truly amusing for someone who isn't a lord to worry about one. It seems you no longer need to worry about your grandson Marquis. His Majesty handed Jaime the certificate. Jaime received the command. Looking at his perfect grandson below, Jaime's grandfather stomped his feet with joy. He was so happy he couldn't close his mouth. My old age is getting more and more interesting, His Majesty proclaimed. You have attained the rank of Grand Mage at a young age, and you have personally saved Apton and the magical world. As a saint of the goddess Physo, you have contributed to solidifying the alliance between the kingdom and the Physo Church. I, the King of Seldom, congratulate you on your achievements and bestow upon you the title of the 11th Lord of the Seldom Kingdom. A lord is a diplomatic privilege recognized by the king, and although not detailed, it ranks higher than all other noble titles. His Majesty shouted loudly, Jaime, dedicate yourself to the kingdom, Jaime pledged. I will gladly dedicate myself. Looking at the two in the center of the palace, everyone cheered and celebrated. His Majesty handed Jaime the certificate. Congratulations, Sir Welton. Jaime reached out his hand to receive it. I will obey under His Majesty's command. In the southern continent of Brienne, a figure in a red cloak reached out his hand and shouted, Open. He was Blazer, the high priest of the sun god and commander of the Holy Army. Power manifested and space opened. In the dungeon criminal containment facility, Blazer asked a guard, how is he doing? The guard replied, He still hasn't said a word, Blazer said, annoyed. He's truly stubborn. Lead the way. Yes, the guard introduced Blazer. This is the deepest part of the catacombs. It's the abyss, the guard said. I will open the door. Please step back. Blazer replied, it's fine. Even in his prime he wouldn't be able to do anything to me. My apologies. As the door opened, a dense killing intent erupted. Even the guard was startled. Two eyes glowed from behind the door. Blazer looked at the aura emanating from the door and said, this killing intent, your temperament hasn't changed. Green, chained inside the prison, asked, is that you, Blazer? Blazer admired the person inside the prison. You've been imprisoned here for 6 months. You've become quite gaunt. It's rather interesting, but stop pretending to be weak. I know this has no effect on you. Green laughed and cursed. You damn monster, you don't even try to hide what you know. Green stared at Blazer through the iron bars. Why are you here to gloat? Blazer replied casually. Of course not. Green looked at the person outside. Blazer, I will be out of here soon, Blazer replied. You'd escape if Zennies himself intervened, but so far he doesn't seem to have any intention of doing so. Green asked, and why are you here? To mock my gaunt state, Blazer replied. I didn't come to do that. I came to mock you. What nonsense is this? Blazer raised his hand and fired power into Green's cell. Green trembled slightly and cursed. You damn bastard. In front of Green, papers lay on the floor. Blazer opened his mouth. I just wanted to show you this, the paper read. The youngest Grand Mage in the Seldom Kingdom is born, Jamie, heir to the Webtoon family renowned for swordsmanship. Green, seeing the news, couldn't believe his eyes. Green roared in anger. Jamie, that bastard, release me immediately. I'll kill that damn bastard, release me, Blazer. Blazer watched the raging figure in the prison and thought in surprise, oh, this is the first time I've seen him truly angry. The Zennies Church ruined a great plan. So I understand why Green is imprisoned here, but if Jamie hadn't been there, the Zennies Church and the Alliance would now be at war with the Northern Continent. Green inside the prison continued to shout crazily, release me. Blazer was still lost in thought, and truly surprising, to become a Grand Mage at just 10 years old. Green was beaten. It couldn't be a coincidence. Blazer left. Green just screamed in despair. Blazer opened his mouth. The potential of this continent will become very interesting. At the Scadium Castle banquet hall, nobles continuously surrounded Jamie. Lord Webtoon, please shake my hand. Please take my hand. What about my daughter? People continuously showed interest and asked, I deeply respect your lordship. Please accept my son as your disciple. Jamie, overwhelmed, could only say, I'm sorry. Someone took Jamie's hand. They said admiringly, my daughter greatly respects your lordship, therefore I hope you will meet my daughter. Please come this way. Jamie called out to his parents. Sibel sat at the banquet table, laughing happily. I can't treat you like a child anymore, can I? You're a Grand Mage now, aren't you? Hino also agreed, saying, of course not. Jamie felt a little sad that he was only treated like an adult at times like this, and Mur stood among the nobles, bewildered. Becoming famous is hard work. Lennon stood next to her and said, Mur, it's been a while, so this feels a bit awkward. Mur laughed and said, it's still fun, isn't it? Lennon said a bit gruffly. What's so fun about this party? Mur teased playfully. Your face looks a bit red. It's just too hot in here. Mur asked skeptically. Really? Lennon's face was beet red as he said, yes. Lennon thought to himself, is there something wrong with the food? Why does my stomach feel a bit strange? And Mur looked around with sparkling eyes. Wow, I still can't believe it. I'm attending a banquet hosted by the king. It feels like a dream. Can I come again next time? Lennon crossed his arms and said, what are you talking about? The moment you became Master's disciple, your life already changed, Lennon said softly. And you met me too. And Mur, not hearing well, asked, what? Lennon, embarrassed, turned his face and left. Nothing, I'm leaving. Where are you going? To sleep. And Mur also said with a slightly flushed face, there's no need to be shy. I'm happy to have met you too, Lennon. I look forward to working with you. In the future. In the Scadium Castle garden, from inside the castle a voice was heard. Where did Lord Webtoon go? At this time, Jamie was lying outside in the garden enjoying himself. So tired, I don't even know who this party is for. Jamie had secretly slipped out. Jamie took a fresh breath and said, Lord, I can finally act freely in Seldom. When I return, I should ask for the Crown of Omnipotence. The Crown of Omnipotence is a treasure of Seldom that only Grand Mages can receive. I don't know what's inside, but if I can find a clue, that's enough. Jamie suddenly shot up. A flow of power and intent to kill. Who dares to openly display hostility in the royal palace? Anbak walked out from inside. Do you have business with me? Lord Anbak, look at you. It's ridiculous how audacious you are, but you're still an amateur. Anbak pointed his weapon at Jamie's neck. If I stab you, will your father want to kill me? Jamie calmly replied, no, because I'll kill you before that. Anbak looked at the person in front of him and said, you'd kill me. Did you learn that bragging from your father? Jamie retorted, my father doesn't brag, he doesn't need to, but I'm worried he'll scold me if I burn his majesty's spear alive. Anbak thought in disbelief. Just then a voice echoed, please stop. The princess appeared and looked at the two in front of her. If you two continue. The princess paused for a moment, her eyes serious. Another person appeared. Talus Fan appeared and said, I'll set them straight. Jamie looked at the newcomer and thought, he's even stronger than Green, Zenus's sword. I've heard rumors, but I didn't expect him to be this strong. Talus Fan asked with serious and slightly displeased eyes, Anbak, what are you doing? How many times do I have to tell you that if you want to spar, you must formally challenge them to a duel? Anbak's earlier momentum was slightly broken as he said, are you sure it was me who was just about to fight? Talus Fan pointed his weapon at Anbak's face. I could rip your mouth open right now. So say no more. Anbak opened his mouth, looking at the blade pointed right at his neck. Tisk, an old man who meddles in other people's affairs. Talus Fan cut him off. Our princess is not just anyone. Princess Isabel stood next to him and laughed. Lord Anbak, don't forget that this is Scadium Royal Palace. Anbak replied, understood, understood. I'll keep that in mind, Princess. Talus Fan lowered his sword and said, if you don't want to die, don't use that sarcastic tone. Jamie watched Anbak walk away and said farewell. Lord Anbak, thank you for providing such an entertaining spectacle. Anbak turned back with a displeased expression and replied, you're welcome, Lord Welton. I look forward to seeing you again. Isabel approached Jamie. Are you all right? I am all right, Princess. Isabel said with a worried look. I'm sorry, I won't make excuses. I was testing you yesterday. Since you are now recognized as a Grand Mage, I suppose I should use honorifics. Jamie replied, it's all right. Jamie thought to himself. I don't even know how she knew where I was and suddenly appeared. Talus Fan opened his mouth. Anyway, how dare you confront Lord Anbak? You're not on his level, Jamie explained. Because I knew he would appear. You knew he would appear. The energy in the air was quite strong, so I knew someone would appear. Talus Fan thought to himself. This kid, laughter echoed. Isabel laughed and said, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to laugh. It's just that you seem really confident. Jamie looked at the princess and replied, yes, I am confident. Jamie continued, even so, most Grand Mages are very proud, so they rarely ask others for help. Jamie laughed. Pride isn't something you can eat, Jamie said. Besides, it will take me a long time to surpass someone like Lord Anbak of Callus. Talus Fan was slightly surprised to hear that. He says this without any hesitation. Is this the freedom of someone born with exceptional talent? Talus Fan observed the princess and Jamie talking happily and assessed. He doesn't seem arrogant at all. He's different from ordinary people. His potential is limitless. Talus Fan smiled and said, indeed he is his grandfather's grandson. Talus Fan reminded him, let's go back now. Isabel laughed and said, we should go back. See you again next time. At this time in the palace, the prince said to his majesty, who was looking out the window, Your Majesty's spear is becoming increasingly corrupt. I believe some restrictions should be imposed, Your Majesty. His Majesty turned his head and replied, I even gave him the title of Your Majesty's spear to restrain him, but he hasn't improved at all. Anyway, what do you think of Jamie? The prince replied seriously. He is someone I must definitely bring to my side. He has already become a Grand Mage, so he is no longer an unknown figure. In any case, I want him to be my right-hand man. His Majesty listened to his son's words and reminded him, it's not easy to make a Grand Mage obey. The prince immediately replied, I will sincerely treat him and bring him to my side. His Majesty looked at the prince and said, do so. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the future of Seldom rests in the hands of you two. The prince replied, I will bear that in mind. His Majesty turned and left, instructing, then go back and organize your thoughts. The prince bowed respectfully. Rest well, Your Majesty. His Majesty looked at the person comfortably lying on the lawn and said, it seems the crown of omnipotence will finally be useful. Jamie, what will you see with the crown of omnipotence? Perhaps you are the one we have been waiting for. I am truly curious. 3 days later, Jamie sat on a chair and sighed. Interacting with humans is too tiring. Cute Sarah approached. Brother. Jamie, helpless as Sarah poked and pinched his cheek, said, Sarah, brother is tired. Sarah didn't listen and continued to poke him with her hand. Wake up, brother. Grandfather is here. Jamie immediately snapped to attention. Grandfather? Jamie's grandfather sat on a chair and opened his mouth. You look very tired. Is this your first time receiving so much attention? Jamie replied weakly, yes, I'm exhausted. Jamie's grandfather said empathetically, talking to other people consumes a lot of mental energy. Jamie looked at his grandfather and asked, you too, grandfather? At his grandson's gaze, Jamie's grandfather replied, your grandfather is well trained to handle such things. Jamie had an incredulous expression. You say that, but your eyes are as hollow as a panda's. Jamie's grandfather laughed. How does it feel to be appointed Grand Mage? Jamie replied indifferently. I don't know, it was just a matter of course. Jamie's grandfather burst out laughing. That's a pretty good answer, but unlike before, a great many people will be watching you. The whole world will watch your every move, and the pressure that comes with that will be far heavier than you can imagine. It also means you'll make countless enemies. Don't let your guard down. You must not underestimate human cunning. Jamie's grandfather recalled his deceased wife, his beloved Tina. Jamie listened and agreed. The Marquis is not wrong. I don't need to think about the past. Jamie remembered that saying in this life. Humanity is trash. Those worm-like creatures don't even know what kindness is, yet you still go this far for them. The reason I fight for humanity is that humanity's sins are controlled by humanity. Jamie replied to his grandfather, I will keep your teachings in mind. Jamie's grandfather stood up. Then I'll be going. Just a moment, grandfather. You look quite tired. Jamie extended his hand to his grandfather. Jamie's grandfather was surprised. Isn't this the divine power of the goddess? Jamie's grandfather was delighted. Thank you, grandson. Next time your grandfather will bring you a gift to the demon world. I'll be waiting. Jamie waved goodbye and thought, I should go too now. The next day in the spatial tunnel, Sibel affectionately hugged Jamie. Take care of yourself. Be sure to write a letter once a week, all right? Jamie smiled, looking at a teary-eyed Sibel. Understood. Sarah was as sad as her brother. Jamie gently said, Sarah, come here. Sarah cried loudly, Brother, can't you stay? Jamie laughed and comforted Sarah. I'm sorry, Sarah. I'll contact you often. Hino stood next to them and comforted. Don't be too sad. You're not parting forever. Sibel immediately retorted, Aren't you sad at all? Hino replied, Of course I am. Even so, shouldn't parents send off their responsible son with a smile? He watched Jamie lift Sarah into the air and play happily with her, thinking, I used to hold Jamie like that, and now this child has grown so much. He called Jamie. Yes, take this. He handed Jamie a paper envelope. This is a memento your grandfather left before he passed away. He recorded everything he learned on paper. You said you saw a terrible disaster, didn't you? Your father didn't choose the same path as your grandfather, so I didn't witness that event. Those insights always lingered in my mind. If possible, I thought it would be better to hand them over to you. I'm not forcing you, so if you don't think it's your path, you can burn it. Jamie held the envelope and asked, "Is it really okay to burn it?" Hino said, "It's better to destroy the insights of others than to remember them. It's only natural for the Welton family's descendant to know the family's affairs. Take care of yourself. I hope you'll be more mature and impressive when we meet again." The bell also urged regretfully, "Jamie, don't forget to write letters." Sarah also shouted loudly, "Brother, you have to come back soon." Jamie walked away, smiling and waving goodbye. "Everyone take care, I'll be back." In the vast waters a body spoke. "Here he is, the one I've been waiting for so long, the one with the greatest comprehensive power. Will you unravel the secret, an endless abyss with no trace of life? Am I trapped in the darkness that covered my previous life? No, it's a little blurry, but there's still light, and I can move freely. This is somewhere else. I hear a sound." Jamie opened his eyes underwater. There was a voice. The sound continuously echoed, "Come here quickly, I want to see you." The voice got closer and closer. As that sound coming from above, the sound replied, "Yes, come here." Jamie swam up. "Arrogant fool, don't you dare command me." Jamie reached out and grabbed, but there was nothing. Light appeared. "What is this?" Jamie was startled and immediately sat up. Was it a dream? There's no way a dream could be this vivid. Someone must have invaded my dream. To invade a dream and disrupt reality, who the hell is that guy? There was a crown on the floor. A crown? The crown was sitting in a puddle of water. Jamie bent down and reached out for the crown. Ah, could it be the crown of omnipotence? A week later, in the Central Magic Association conference room of the Demon World, Marquis Rinmeo said, "As everyone knows, as the First Elder, I am the leader of the Imperial faction, and therefore I must take responsibility for the Third Elder's crime and have him imprisoned." The other elders also departed, having divided their tasks. Marquis Rinmeo presented some documents and said, "For the Fifth Elder to handle this many documents alone, what remarkable ability. His capability is as outstanding as his sense of responsibility. Previously, there was someone in charge of the Demon World, but from now on we will be very busy. The elders who were idle should learn from this opportunity." The Seventh Elder, sitting before piles of documents, merely chuckled. "Idle, you say? We were extremely busy ourselves." The Crimson Lotus Mage seated beside him let out a disdainful snort. Rinmeo looked at Jamie and said, "And Jamie, no, the newly appointed Third Elder, I ask that you work with the utmost sense of responsibility." "Yes." "Then, Third Elder, when do you plan to use the Crown of Omnipotence?" "The Crown of Omnipotence shows different illusions depending on the owner's wishes, and I am curious what you will see, young master," Jamie replied. "I was just about to try it out," the Seventh Elder asked. "Is there any special reason you haven't used it? Usually everyone wants to use it as soon as possible." Jamie thought with a smile, "Oh right. It wasn't intentional that I delayed it. The image in his dream, the sea of water and the voice saying, 'Come here.' Why did he keep hesitating? For the past week, every night he heard that voice in his dreams. The tone was commanding and full of arrogance." Jamie woke up in bed. "Again today, I don't know why, but you want me right? Arrogant fool, despair." The night before, that voice had echoed, "Come here. Please come here. No, please come." Jamie, looking exhausted, covered his face with a pillow and cursed. Back in the present, Rinmeo smiled at Jamie and asked, "If you wish, you can use the Crown of Omnipotence right now." Jamie replied, "Yes, that sounds good, but someone will need to help me prepare." That's enough." The lowest floor of the magic tower, central area. Rinmeo asked Jamie, "Are you nervous?" "Not really." The Seventh Elder looked at Jamie and said, "Young master, no, Third Elder. You can be as excited as an ordinary child." Jamie said with a slight arrogance, "You are the only elder who treats me like a child." "Seventh Elder." The Seventh Elder sighed and said, "Everyone else treats you like an adult, so I should be the one to treat you like a child." Rinmeo chuckled, amused by their conversation. "You two get along very well. Come, we've arrived." Rinmeo opened the door and said, "Only you can enter." As Jamie stepped inside, the Seventh Elder gave a thumbs up and urged, "Young master, be careful. Be sure to tell me what you saw when you return." Jamie smiled. "I'll be right back." Jamie felt a chill. This entire room is filled with very powerful mana. As I get closer to the glass pedestal, the mana concentration is getting denser. That was the Crown of Omnipotence. Looking at the Crown of Omnipotence before him, a voice emanated from it. "You've finally come." Jamie heard it and recognized it as the voice from his dream. The voice continued to echo, "Come here. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Jamie approached and looked up at the crown. "I was also eagerly anticipating this." As he held the crown in his hand, a voice said, "Use me. Please use me." When Jamie placed the crown on his head, his eyes glowed and information flooded into his mind. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I am the founder who established a new civilization on this land 10 millennia ago. The Crown of Omnipotence and the creation of the current era, the first King Gaiden." Gaiden appeared and smiled. "I have been waiting for you. I have long awaited you, who has the highest compatibility with me." Jamie looked at the person who appeared before his eyes and thought, "The first king, I thought it was a relic with a pre-recorded ritual. Besides, this much information is difficult to categorize." Gaiden extended his hand and asked, "Hey, what are you thinking?" Jamie asked, "Why is the first king inside the Crown of Omnipotence? Do the other elders know about this?" Gaiden replied, "Of course not. I only speak to you." Jamie snapped back with slight displeasure. "Why exactly?" Gaiden replied. Because you are special, I sense the highest compatibility in you, don't you feel it too? No, Jamie asked. Does high compatibility mean I get more knowledge? Gaiden, slightly flustered by the question, simply chuckled and replied, such trivial matters are not important. Jamie said seriously, but that's why I came here, Gaiden said gently. Ask me anything you are curious about. Most people usually ask about the origin of this world, Jamie replied. I'm curious about the same thing, but can you even answer it? Gaiden laughed. Of course, I am omnipotent. I will show you how this world was created. An image appeared, and below it, Gaiden's shadow was seen walking. Jamie looked and asked, This is? Gaiden replied, This is my memory. That's me. Jamie thought to himself, I expected it to show me the time of my past life, but it's the birth of this civilization. Images of memories unfolded like a movie. While the two watched, Gaiden explained, This is the village I governed. I was almost ostracized because of my blue skin, but I could use magic. I used it to consolidate my power. Before long, people began to treat me like a god. Soon, the small village became a nation and a 1,000-year empire. But I controlled the empire by installing puppets as emperors, as it would be problematic if my appearance didn't change even after hundreds of years. I thought my mighty empire would last forever, but the emperor of a century ago was utterly incompetent, allowing demons to rule the empire, and the people revolted, and the empire began to crumble. That's when the 12 Gods Church appeared. They soothed the suffering of the people and preached the scriptures. In just 100 years my empire was split into 5 continents, Jamie asked. So the 12 gods weren't there from the beginning, Gaiden replied. Unexpected, isn't it? You all probably thought the 12 gods were the first creations to appear. They suddenly appeared out of nowhere and took my place. An apostle of one of the gods pursued me, and fortunately I changed my appearance and eluded him. In the end I had no choice but to hide inside this crown. Jamie thought to himself, he can change his appearance that easily? Strange. Gaiden continued, This is the history of how this world was formed. While in hiding I somehow ended up with the first king, Seodom. He was a truly talented mage, but our compatibility was too low. He could only see a fraction of this world's history. He was greatly shocked and called me the Crown of Omnipotence. After that, I met several other talented mages, but they were also formidable. However, their compatibility with me was still at rock bottom. Gaiden laughed. Jamie looked and thought, magic ability seems to have nothing to do with compatibility. Gaiden said, Anyway, that's how it happened. Now the 12 gods have stopped searching for me. Jamie gazed at the man before him, lost in deep thought. It's too strange. He seems to have revealed everything, but in reality he hasn't touched the core at all. For example, Jamie asked, Wouldn't it have been better for the 12 gods to ally with you? Why did they have to bring you down? Gaiden frowned. That's, Jamie immediately said. If you don't want to answer, that's fine. I'll ask them, won't I? I'll find the answer myself. Gaiden hastily said, That's B. Jamie interrupted, pointing at Gaiden. You know very well what happened 10 millennia ago, don't you? You were a parasitic organism that existed before humanity, and you survived by preying on us. Gaiden heard this and was astonished. What did you say? Jamie continued. Do you know why a coward like you couldn't become the first king? Because you were a puppet of the 12 gods from the beginning. The 12 gods gave you many things, including the mission to establish a new civilization. With just one small mistake they could take everything away from you, and in the end you were driven out. Jamie looked at Gaiden before him and asked with a smile, Is there anything wrong with my conjecture? Gaiden's voice trembled. How? Jamie cut him off. There's still one question left. Why did they choose a foolish puppet like you, and why is our compatibility so high? Gaiden was enraged, and power manifested in his hands. You brat! Gaiden released his power and attacked. You damn brat, shut up and give me your body. Jamie, feeling the power just released, thought, This power is familiar. Jamie also launched an attack. You are truly a repulsive creature. Gaiden was shocked and thought, How does that guy have my power? Where did he get dark mana? Then Gaiden felt as if he was witnessing the end of the world. A world reset by the 12 gods, a place where no flame could exist and all life had vanished. The world had completely collapsed. The sight of everything disappearing before his eyes was a nightmare he had never dared to dream of. At that moment he fled to the ends of the earth like a terrified prey, groaning with a pained expression. Gasp! But when all civilization had vanished he found a distant cave. And there he found a stone. Suddenly the stone deeply penetrated his body, and soon he felt a powerful and dark energy swirling within him. From then on he began to practice dark magic. But even after coming this far there was still someone pursuing him. A calm voice echoed, You rat, so you were hiding here? There was no eternal happiness, no lasting peace. The one who called himself the god of violence and plunder decided to kill the last survivor. But then a surge of dark magic erupted from his body and confronted the god. This surprised him slightly. The leader of the gods pushed aside the still flustered god and with a muscular body approached and laughed. It's interesting that you possess such power. Then he placed his hand on Gaiden's head and said, All right, I've decided. You will be the leader of the new world. After that, he gave him a name, and that's how he came to be known as Gaiden. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a technique towards Jamie, shouting, But I was abandoned. An apostle of God suddenly appeared and tried to kill me, and I had no choice but to flee. His face was full of murderous intent and his arms were horribly transformed. Gaiden said loudly, That's how I met him. And he began to become the first monarch here. This sight was somewhat terrifying, so Jamie couldn't help but admire it. Amazing, is this his second dark authority? His attack seemed to aim at the two black holes in the sky. At this moment Jamie stood calmly, snapped his fingers, and a streak of power sliced off his arm, making it impossible to block. He could only curse with a flustered expression. Damn it, he quickly retreated, continuing his abyssal corrosive attack, and praised Jamie's technique. Not bad, he thought he could fool Jamie, but he was far from it. He quickly flew up and smiled confidently. A trick? Jamie rushed towards Gaiden like a lightning-fast clone, unleashing a continuous flurry of Webtoon family 8th form attacks on his body. Although injured, this guy was still arrogant. He mocked Jamie. Ridiculous. Such an ordinary attack. As soon as he finished speaking, his head was instantly split in two. You must be very surprised, but this is just the beginning. Next was the continuous attack magic rapid slash. Jamie confidently declared, I'll slice everything but your mouth so nothing will remain. Then he slashed his body again and again. Struck by the painful blade, he screamed terribly, Don't mess with me, my body is mine. Jamie wouldn't stop so easily. Next was Mist Explosion, Dark Mana. The entire space erupted in a terrifying violet-black smoke. Jamie slowly drew his sword. Then, combining the sword and the dark smoke, he struck a magnificent attacking pose. As power gathered, Jamie unleashed a technique that caused a huge shock, sending dirt and stones flying everywhere. Gaiden still stood there spouting nonsense. A brat like you can never kill me, he said so. And Jamie indulged him. Yes, your body is hard to kill, but that makes it more fun. Hearing Jamie's voice, he involuntarily gasped. Since when? Jamie said confidently. I got an idea last time from seeing a very powerful demon. He also didn't forget to remind it. Try to escape if you can. Gaiden reflected in Jamie's eyes, was extremely flustered and confused. Why? Only now did he realize the danger, and trembling, stood up thinking to himself, danger, I must escape. But it wouldn't be that easy. Sealing magic 4 seasons. Jamie Webtoon instantly launched chains that tightly bound him. He smiled contemptuously. You're so easily captured, yet you were so arrogant. The first king is nothing special. Tightly bound and kneeling on the ground, Gaiden muttered. You'll regret this, but I don't care what you do. It didn't matter to Jamie. He said, Tell me what you did when you met the first monarch. His face suddenly filled with interest. You know nothing. The terror of the world returning to a primitive era. He recalled that time, the sight of everything disappearing before his eyes, and endless solitude. You know nothing. Hearing those words, Jamie's eyes suddenly filled with sadness and contemplation. He continued, Because I hid until the time was right. 500 years later I met the first monarch of Seodom, but he knew things I didn't. That world that vanished centuries ago, a world where dragons were invincible. A powerful mage survived, but that information alone wasn't enough to uncover this world's secrets, so he and I made a pact. Jamie continued, a pact to help the kingdom until the one with the greatest power was found, right? Hearing that, Gaiden replied cheerfully, You're quick-witted. At that moment, veins slowly bulged on his body. Gaiden continued, He was very foolish. He believed that if he knew the secret, humanity could be liberated, but his real goal was. Suddenly, as he exerted force with his entire body, Jamie's chains shattered. In truth, he wanted to be acknowledged by the gods once more. A colossal sphere appeared before Gaiden's eyes. The world would restart in 10,000 years, and that moment was fast approaching. The sphere grew larger and larger, and he said with a willing voice, I will use your body as a material to rule the new world. But then Jamie's voice shattered his dream. Are you done talking? Only then did he feel something strange. Why is my power suddenly? Jamie quickly replied. Because that's not your power, Jamie clearly stated, drawing the sphere into his hand. That's mine. Because I am the most powerful Dark Mage. Gaiden was astonished, his mouth agape. Utterly at a loss in Gaiden's world of darkness, he was confused. What happened? You can't take away my power to control darkness. In that space, he continued to shout, What have you done to me? How can a brat like you take my power? When he asked, Jamie still calmly replied, You still haven't grasped your situation, it seems. You can't even recognize the master of your own tower. Before him, a giant glowing eye appeared, and at that sight, Gaiden recoiled. Jamie then scoffed at him. Ridiculous, you fake. Hearing that, Gaiden shot up as if he had suffered a great loss. I am not a fake. I am. Before he could finish, Jamie, with glowing eyes and a sharp face, said, You were chosen by the 12 gods because you possessed my power. Gaiden trembled all over, fearing what was before his eyes as if he couldn't believe it. Jamie left, leaving a single word. I hope you realize how meaningless your life is. Outside, everyone was slightly worried. It's taking too long. Isn't it time for him to come out? Did something happen? Siegfried then kicked the door open. I can't wait any longer. Elder Luke Pretzel immediately stopped him. Hold on, only one person can enter. Marquis Rinmeo also spoke. We should go in and take a look. Luke was speechless. Whatever happens, I'll pretend I don't know. Let's go. As they entered, the two exclaimed in surprise. When was this trap set? Where is Elder Jamie? Suddenly, a dazzling beam of light appeared and everyone warned each other. Be careful. In an instant, space violently shook. Space is collapsing. Blue space and dazzling light erased all the surrounding darkness. Jamie walked out, letting out a sigh of relief. Marquis Rinmeo called out in surprise. Young master, Jamie also asked in surprise. Elder, what are you doing here? Marquis Rinmeo asked him. What happened here? Why can't I see the crown of omnipotence? Jamie hesitated and explained. Ah well, the crown of omnipotence vanished. Before he could finish, Siegfried rushed over, grabbed him by the collar and demanded, The crown of omnipotence vanished? Tell me more details. Marquis Rinmeo approached, pushed him away and suggested they go upstairs to talk. It's too chaotic here. Siegfried still frowned. Young master, why the crown of omnipotence? Although unseen, a voice still echoed here. Why did it vanish? Answer me, young master. Marquis Rinmeo told him to go upstairs first, and Jamie felt awkward and embarrassed. Why do I have to explain the mechanism to them? Watching the three of them leave, Jamie muttered to himself. Fortunately, no one noticed. In his hand was a fragment of Diablo Volvaire's dark mana, the remnant of power I left behind 60,000 years ago. 10 minutes earlier, returning to the afterlife. Gaydon wept, his voice trembling. How are you still safe? You were clearly trapped in the abyss. His pathetic state was truly comical. Jamie opened his mouth. You seem to still be alive. I thought you'd be a soulless corpse. Is it because you've lived for 10,000 years? He shouted again. How can you keep enduring from this life to that life? How were you able to do that, and in endless darkness? Tell me, Diablo. Before he could finish, Jamie rushed forward and covered his mouth. Shish, Jamie's eyes glowed. Ridiculous, you've only glimpsed a fragment of memory, yet you try to understand my emotions. Diablo Volvaire looked at Gaydon with a dangerous expression and said, But you're wrong. I continuously lost my sanity. I've only just found a way to overcome that madness. This sight completely terrified Gaydon, and he couldn't help but cry out. Don't kill me. Of course I won't kill you. I need to retrieve my power. After that, he used a crystallization technique to finish him off. His cry for help echoed in space. No, I want to keep living. Looking again at the flow of dark mana that was once Diablo Volvaire's, Jamie thought, this is the power I left behind more than 60,000 years ago. I could absorb it all immediately, but I myself don't understand this mana. As he pondered deeply, Blackie flew before Jamie's eyes, seemingly wanting something. Jamie awkwardly asked, Why do you want me to absorb this? But I already have enough. Then Blackie savagely bit Jamie's hair and he cried out in pain, Hey you idiot. After that, Blackie flew off carrying the dark mana fragment in its mouth. Jamie frowned. Hey, where are you going? Spit that out quickly. He remembered this happening when he created zombies. But Blackie was fundamentally a partner who used magic to help him. Therefore, there was a limit to the amount of mana it could receive, so it couldn't do that. A black space enveloped the surroundings. Jamie shouted loudly, No, Blackie. Then a dazzling beam of light burst forth. Jamie thought, surely this ability wasn't there before. At this moment, Blackie changed from white to purple, and its wings looked even more distinctive. Jamie nervously asked himself, how can light be created from Zenith's dark mana? I don't know what's happening. But then he suddenly surged upward. This is definitely a good opportunity. Jamie flew straight towards Blackie above him. His face was very serious. I cannot lose this power. Suddenly, blood flowed from his eyes. The mana core within his body was trembling. And my veins feel like they're going wild. Blackie suddenly flew behind Jamie and embraced him as if to protect him. Jamie said, Thank you. Lying under Blackie's protection, Jamie was calm. I don't know how this divine light can be created through dark mana, but with this power I can now. Jamie, with a determined expression, confidently exclaimed, I can advance to a new realm with new power. At this moment on the top floor of the central magic tower, Siegfried wondered, damn it, what's going on here? Elder Luke Pretzel also spoke, this earthquake is too abnormal. It seems to be affecting not just the magic tower but the entire demon world. Marquis Rinmeo struck his staff on the ground and commanded everyone, calm down. First, 7th Elder, find the cause of the earthquake, and 5th Elder, evacuate the residents to a safe place. After that he shouted loudly, and I will do my best to prevent aftershocks and summon the 1st Elder. Hearing that, Siegfried obeyed. Understood, I'll do it. Before Siegfried could leave, a voice was heard stopping him. No need to. He couldn't understand what was happening at all. Diablo Volvaire appeared from behind. He asked himself, that's the person I saw in his memories. But in his thoughts he hesitated slightly. Wait, no way. But what is this overwhelming pressure? Could it be the young master? What kind of appearance is this? Elder Luke calmly said, his hair, wait, he seems to have grown taller. Jamie replied, my hair will return to normal in a few minutes. Jamie began to explain to the elders. As you can see, I have just achieved enlightenment. The scene shifted to a secret library where King Fontina stood before his portrait, lost in thought. The crown of omnipotence was destroyed. He fumbled at the bottom of the painting's frame as if searching for a switch. He asked himself, does that mean he discovered its secret? The portrait opened, revealing a book behind it. As he held the book, King Fontina's face was filled with worry and tension. Secret records of Seldom's history passed down by the first King Freedom to his successors. In fact, these were records of a pact with a demon. While traveling this land, I stumbled upon the world's secret. A secret known to no one. A secret that would shake the foundations of the world, and when I first discovered it I was greatly angered, but after that, fear slowly began to consume me. One day as I trained to overcome my powerlessness, one who could not hide his greed came to me. He said, I've heard you are the strongest in this region. I will give you greater power. Thanks to his special power I was able to grow stronger even faster. For a group of soldiers they discussed, how about conquering Seldom, which is ruled by those steeped in sin, and establishing a new nation? The king agreed. That's a good idea, he recalled. I gathered an army from the surrounding regions, conquered Seldom, and established the kingdom of Seldom in its place, but even after becoming the emperor of a nation, I was still powerless before the world's secret. It was then that he whispered to me that the darkness in this world was more deeply rooted than I imagined, and my life was but a fleeting moment. He asked me to let him enter my crown. He said he could live for a very long time and would pass on my knowledge to a few chosen successors until that knowledge reached one who could drive away the darkness, until the one most compatible with you appeared. The demon's form appeared before King Fontina and proposed, "Will you accept my offer?" The king also asked in return, "What do you gain from that?" He thought, "When he made such a sweet offer I realized he was a demon trying to tempt me, but knowing the hidden power he possessed, I had no choice but to join hands with him. So I decided to leave this book to my successors, the future emperors. If one with the highest compatibility with the demon appears, trust and protect that person. The demon's power is a fragment of someone's power from a very long time ago. The demon will be powerless against the one with the highest compatibility. That person will be the crucial key to protecting this world." At this he closed the book and marveled, "Finally everything is unfolding just as you said." He turned and left saying, "But he is already a perfect individual, so I don't need to protect him." I think Seldom's future looks promising. Time passed quickly, and a week later everyone gathered at Rinmel's mansion to discuss. An elder sighed and said, "I didn't expect His Majesty to let it go so easily." Count Simon spoke. "Just as I expected, the Freedom Royal family seems to know something as well," Siegfried said. "But to think the crown of omnipotence was actually the first emperor," Count Simon explained. "That's not all. He deceived the entire kingdom of Seldom. This is our mistake," he continued. "Fortunately, thanks to Jamie's great contribution, everything was resolved smoothly." Jamie, hearing that, humbly said, "I merely made him pay the price for mocking me." Everyone asked about Jamie's plan. "What do you intend to do now?" he replied. "I plan to continue my training for a few more years." "Secluded training?" "Not quite, but I need time to focus." After a moment's thought, Jamie said, 5 years. I will reach 9th circle within 5 years. Jamie thought to himself, "That way I'll be firmly at the starting line. During that time I'll train all my new powers and physical abilities. Wait, Zennies, you'll be the first to die by my hand. In this life I swear to witness the end of all these events with my own eyes, you fake." The scene shifted to the central hall of the Fior Church headquarters, and a voice echoed, "Apostle Los. Enter." Then Ricky asked, "What is it, Brother Los?" Hearing that, he turned around in embarrassment. "Why are you calling me brother?" "You're before the goddess," Ricky cheerfully replied. "She'll understand, won't she, goddess?" Los also burst out laughing and admired. "Oh my?" Then Ricky excitedly asked Los, "Since you're here, it must be news about Jamie, right?" "Indeed, who else would it be? Jamie has been sealed as a Grand Mage in Seldom. We need to work harder too." Ricky stood blankly for 5 seconds after hearing that. Then his eyes widened in surprise. "Grand Mage?" After that, he smiled with satisfaction. "Jamie, that guy, I thought I was doing pretty well. I thought I'd catch up to him soon. But he's already leapt far ahead in one go." After that, he clenched his fists, firming his resolve. "You're right, brother. We really need to work even harder. We'll get stronger so that when we meet again we can fight alongside Jamie." Seeing Ricky's fighting spirit, Los thought to himself, his divine power has already reached bishop level. Having received guidance from the Holy Knight Commander, he'll soon become a paladin. Impressive. After that, he said to Ricky, "Isn't it time for you to go warm up? It must be time for class to start." He bid farewell. "Well, I'll be going now. That Jamie guy, I'll definitely surprise him next time we meet. He's really diligent." Los's eyes were clouded with worry. "Diligence is good, but isn't the fate of these children too harsh? In the Western nations that worship Zennies, conflict was brewing as they spread the lie that the Tun incident was a conspiracy orchestrated by the Shillum kingdom. Because of this, numerous skirmishes broke out in the northern border regions. It was only a matter of time before war officially began." Los closed his eyes and clasped his hands in prayer. "Goddess, I implore you, please protect these 2 children." And so time flew by. 5 years later, a special episode about an untold story. A month after leaving Sander Manor, Bios sat on Benna's head and bowed to her, asking, "Worried?" Benna just smiled happily and replied, "Haha, yeah, I'm just a little worried." Braha also added, "It's been 10 years since I last saw my kin in the vast forest of Ariz." The conversation continued. "Is it okay to just go like this without any preparation? I heard that place is very dangerous. We're used to living in the forest. What's dangerous about it?" A hand reached out and a voice said, "Then let's go in." Another hand took it and replied, "Okay." Benna looked at the magic spreading around her in surprise and asked, "What is this?" Braha replied, "It's the wind spirit. Don't be scared, let's go." Then suddenly the 3 seemed to fall into a deep abyss. Bios shouted excitedly, "Fun." Benna screamed in terror. "Ah!" Braha squeezed her hand tightly to reassure her and said, "Ahaha, enjoy it." Upon reaching the ground, Benna felt dizzy and leaned against a tree trunk, vomiting. Bios said, "Can't handle it." Braha, full of guilt, reached out and patted her back, saying, "Sorry, did I fly too fast? But what are you eating?" Bios chewed her food and replied, "I just picked it up. Want some?" The 2 couldn't help it. Braha said, "No thanks." Another conversation followed. "Are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine." "Then let's go in." Those who were not Baniri had to first obtain the queen's permission. While talking, they had unknowingly arrived in front of a cave. Benna suddenly stopped, her face filled with both excitement and worry. At this moment she walked in alone, shouting, "Okay, I'll be right back." The other 2 waited outside the cave entrance. As she stepped inside, Benna's hair slowly began to change, eventually turning a fiery red. The light emanating from there was very intense, and 6 spirit energies formed 6 wings on her back. Beyond the cave was the forest of Baniri. As she entered the forest, she saw colossal trees. Beneath the ground was a crystal-clear lake. Benna exclaimed in surprise. "This place is," a voice echoed. "It's been a long time." Following that were expressions of joy. "She's returned, finally." Benna looked around, bewildered. Princess has returned. Benna stood before a giant talking tree and exclaimed, "This tree is..." Suddenly, a woman flew out from inside the tree, arms outstretched, and called out, overwhelmed with emotion, "Benna, my daughter." Benna too unconsciously shed tears as she watched the person running towards her. Then she recalled her mother gently placing a flower crown on her head long ago. Mother wove a flower crown for me, she thought, moved. She still remembers. Then she remembered her mother gently holding her and rocking her to sleep. "Sleep well, my beloved daughter. How could I have forgotten?" Her tears continued to flow more and more. She exclaimed, "Mother?" Queen Beniki ran over as if she couldn't wait any longer and hugged her daughter. "Benna, my daughter," she continued to call out, still not fully responsive. "Mother." Queen Beniki looked at her daughter and said worriedly, "Do you know how hard I searched for you? How did you leave the village?" Benna hesitated slightly about that incident. Then she recalled that day. "I remember now, that day I secretly practiced flying to surprise Mother and fell off a cliff. The small pitiful girl fell to the ground shouting, 'Help me!' After that I was kidnapped. It's better not to tell Mother this story." The kidnapper looked at her with evil eyes. Despite having gone through so much, Benna just smiled happily, wiped her tears and said, "But it's okay, I get to see Mother again, hee. And more importantly, I have some people I'd like to introduce to you." Bios also entered at this time. Braha said, "Greetings, Queen Beniki. I am Braha from the Sepet Forest." Queen Beniki replied, "If you're from the Sepet Forest, you must be Mul's son. Thank you very much. Thanks to you, I've reunited with my daughter. And this child is..." She looked at the small animal and asked. Bios quickly introduced himself. "I am Bimos. Anyway, you look just like Nettis." Queen Beniki was startled upon hearing that and quickly asked again, "How do you know about Nettis, the first queen?" "Who are you?" Bios calmly replied, "I cannot tell you that, but instead my master has a message for you." Then he conveyed Jamie's words. "The time has come to fight again. I will see if you are as brave as Nettis or a coward who only flees. The choice is yours." At these words, Queen Beniki was momentarily surprised. After that, Bios turned to Benna and instructed her. "And Benna, don't be lazy. You were born with the mission to protect that person." Benna happily laughed and replied, "Okay." Bios praised with satisfaction, "Good, then I'll be going." As soon as he finished speaking, Bios ran off. Braha asked in surprise, "What, you're leaving right away?" Benna also felt it was too fast and exclaimed, "Bimos?" After that, Braha didn't forget to say goodbye and ran after him. "Then we'll be going. Have a good time." "Benna, come with us, Bimos." Benna, still unresponsive, called out after them, "Wait, Bimos, Braha. If fate allows, we'll meet again." After that, she sighed. "That's so mean. How could they just leave?" Her mother, who was next to her, comforted her. "You'll meet them again, don't be sad." Benna suddenly bit her lip tightly, then ran after the two of them, shouting loudly, "Next time we meet, I'll be much stronger." "That's right." Bios looked back at her with satisfaction and said, "You're quite determined." Braha also looked back and replied, "You wanted to leave quickly, so we did, but is it really okay to just go like this? Are you two that close? It's not like you won't meet again. Meetings and partings are inevitable. Besides, if you each do your part well, you'll meet again." The image of Jamie with a gentle smile came to mind. The scene changed to 2 years after Jamie met the Grand Mage in the intermediate class Alpha classroom at Phoenix Academy. A foot stepped through the door. Anne, who was reading a book, looked at the person who had just entered with a very surprised expression. Whispering sounds could be heard. "Was there such a tall kid in our class? It's Lennon." Lennon confidently entered the classroom, receiving surprised and admiring glances from his classmates. "What? No way." Anne walked up to him, smiling awkwardly, and asked, "Lennon, what happened to your height?" Lennon proudly lifted his head to the sky and replied, "How do I look? Tall and handsome, right?" Going back to the previous day, as Anne and Lennon walked down the hallway, he grumbled, "That old man professor made me lose a night's sleep. Why does he give so much homework to a kid who's still growing?" Anne happily sided with him. Hee. "But sometimes he helps with magic training, and you've grown a lot too." As she spoke innocently and happily, the expression of the person in front of her changed. Only then did she realize, Lennon is sensitive about his height. After that, she hastily tried to fix it. "Oh, of course, the professor is a Grand Mage and you're not that short either." Lennon, very angry, just replied curtly, "Enough." He was so upset that tears welled up in his eyes. He vowed inwardly, "Just you wait. I'll defeat you." In Lennon's lab, he stood before a large desk filled with experimental equipment and books. Lennon poured a test tube of green liquid into a beaker containing purple liquid, and bubbles began to form. Then, with a pop sound, it exploded, shattering the beaker. Lennon looked at it, extremely angry, slammed his hand on the desk and shouted, "Damn it, how many times is this book all nonsense?" He looked down at the growth book, cursing, and thought he had to find another method. But a moment later, snoring could be heard. Lennon had buried his head on the desk and was deeply asleep. The scene changed to the next morning. Lennon moved his body, trying to wake up. Then he raised his hand, covered his mouth and yawned, saying, "Is it morning already?" He held a piece of paper and wondered, "A note? It's the professor's handwriting. Did he come here in the middle of the night?" The content was left by Jamie. "Look in the mirror. Don't waste your energy on useless things." "Professor, the mirror?" He quickly looked at the mirror next to him. Lennon compared his current self with his height yesterday and exclaimed in surprise, "This is me?" After that, he was too surprised to believe his eyes. Jamie is truly a god." Anne looked at Lennon, surrounded by people, and thought, what happened? She recalled the terrible memories of the Apophis incident and was terrified. That professor and his disciple. After that, she worriedly thought, he didn't take some strange medicine like Apophis, did he? I need to investigate. After that, Anne began to tail Lennon. Wherever he went, she followed behind, observing. Lennon opened the door and grumbled, "Damn it, he's making me run errands." It was when Jamie asked him to bring the reagents for the next class. Suddenly he exclaimed, "Ha!" and a scream was heard from behind the door. Ah! Anne ran over in surprise and tried to open the door, asking worriedly, Lennon, what's wrong? Lennon on this side held the door with all his might, pulling it, flustered and afraid that she would see him. And no, don't open it. Anne continued to pull the door, shouting, what's wrong with you? The person on this side continued to try to hold the door. It's nothing, just go. The bell rang. Lennon worriedly cursed inwardly. Damn it, damn it. Then he flung the door open and shouted, my height is back to normal. Anne was startled by his sudden outburst and exclaimed, oh! Meanwhile, Lennon's face was beet red with embarrassment and anger. The professor cast magic on you. I knew it. After the truth came out, the two walked down the hallway together. Anne walked ahead, offering words of comfort. Boys grow taller later. You never know what's going to happen. Maybe in 3 years you'll be as tall as the professor. Besides, you're tall and handsome even now. Anne gave Lennon a bright, sunny smile. The scene changed to Heath, Welton County. A room appeared. Inside, Jamie looked down at a stone and admired it. My condition is great today too. It's partly thanks to the Welton family's genes, but I think the seed of life has been strengthened through the heart of the sun, making me even healthier. Having a balanced body is truly a good thing. Jamie was now a 15-year-old Grand Mage. He thought of Break. Is Break not waking up today? Last year, after I created the Heart of the Sun, Break fell into a deep sleep. There doesn't seem to be any problem. He worriedly thought, if Break keeps sleeping, I need to find another method. Ali, enough. Should I go out today? At this time, Jamie was already out in the training ground and one person was there. Seeing him, he called out, young master. Jamie looked at the person, recalled his past appearance and replied, Sir Hamilton. Deputy Commander Hamilton happily asked, have you come to the training ground? Jamie replied, haha, I can't skip my morning training, can I? Deputy Commander Hamilton, still wearing his black glasses, said with satisfaction, what a firm resolve, I'm proud of you. He smiled slightly feebly and replied, it's all thanks to your teaching, sir. After that he turned and walked, saying, then I'll see you later. A person next to Deputy Commander Hamilton said, he's really energetic. The young master will grow even more, won't he? He looked at Jamie's retreating back and proudly replied, the Count will lead him. All the knights under him have already lost. Come to think of it, didn't you almost lose too, sir? Before that person could finish speaking, Deputy Commander Hamilton interrupted him, annoyed. Jamie was sweating profusely at this time, running. Suddenly he appeared, called him and looked at him. Running again today? Jamie was surprised to see his father. Father, Hino at this time raised his hand and brought a sword with mental power, saying, a positive attitude. After that he happily swung the sword and said enthusiastically, come here and work up a sweat. Jamie at this moment thought in admiration, to control a sword with mental power is very difficult even for a master of swordsmanship. After that he also picked up a stick and replied, father has never broken a sweat, then I'll go. After speaking he leapt between the raindrops. Welton family technique, 100 Cs. Hino swung his sword, looked at Jamie rushing towards him and thought, is he attacking by utilizing the mana vortex? Interesting. But he raised his sword, preparing to counterattack. As he swung his sword once, Jamie's powerful force weakened. He thought, did the mana flow scatter? Suddenly, the tip of a sword appeared right before his eyes and a voice was heard. You're thinking too much? The sword thrust forward with a non-light force. Jamie was surprised, leapt and dodged. Jamie straightened his posture and thought, how did he control my mana flow? He doesn't seem to have used the 100 Cs. Hino at this time unleashed a powerful sword energy, again awakening him. You shouldn't give them time to think. Jamie, seeing the sword attack coming at him, was startled, unable to react in time, and quickly created a magic barrier to block the attack. He gritted his teeth and said, HMPH, no openings. Hino swung his sword seriously, and the sword strike once again flew towards Jamie. Jamie barely managed to block it, thinking, even though I'm not using magic and father is using minimal mana, this power is immense. The rumor that the Sword King's power is just below that of a swordmaster seems true. And he leaped back a few steps. Hino held his sword aimed at him with a serious expression. Jamie looked at his father and realized, seeing father's current stance, it seems he was going easy on me. But now he's trying to end this fight. I always got stuck here. Welton family swordsmanship 7th form, Thunderbolt. This time I can overcome it. Jamie gathered strength for this technique and charged forward. If he couldn't block his father, he would leap up and attack him from above. Hino looked up at his son and thought to hide using the sun, but he closed his eyes and calmly said, son, your opponent is me. His hand controlled the sword forms at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. The strength of the two clashed, creating powerful streaks of light. The two passed each other in an attacking stance, standing back to back. Jamie's sword was broken into a piece and stuck in the ground, and he still clutched the hilt, panting. I thought I could land a hit today. Hino returned to his cheerful self and replied, haha, your skills have improved, but you're still far from being my opponent. You'll need at least 5 more years of training. Jamie sighed and replied, I was almost there. His father reminded him, hurry up and get ready for work. Jamie ran off, then turned back, waved his hand and replied, I'll definitely succeed next time, father, just you wait. But Hino's hand was touching the broken sword tip. He thought to himself, I almost broke the sword. Since his swordsmanship has my techniques mixed in, he'll get strong quickly. He smiled proudly, though he's not yet swordmaster level. Haha. At that moment, Jamie was preparing for work and Sarah called out from outside the door, waving. Bye, big brother. He replied, I told you don't have to see me off. Sarah said, father has to go to the palace today, doesn't he? Hino replied cheerfully, no matter how busy I am, I have to see off my beloved son. Jamie said weakly, you're so embarrassing, father. Sarah scratched her head and asked, But where's Mother? A lock of hair poked out from behind a tree trunk. Jamie thought weakly, "Come out, Mother, I can see you." Sibel rushed out and hugged both children, saying happily, "My handsome son, my cute daughter." Both called out to their mother together, "Mother." After that, the three talked for a while. A moment later, Jamie said, "All right, I'm off now," Hino said. "Have a good day." Sibel urged, "I want to have dinner with you, so don't come home too late." "Yes, see you later," he replied. Suddenly Sarah said, "Hee, big brother, take me with you next time. Show me around the demon world too." Jamie replied cheerfully, "Of course, Sarah, let's go together when I have time." The girl heard that and was very happy, asking again, "Really?" After saying goodbye to his family, Jamie created a magic circle at his feet and said, "Well then, shall we go?" He used spatial distortion and soared into the sky, disappearing. The scene shifted to Jamie's office in the central magic tower of the demon world. A person entered and said, "Good morning, Third Elder." Jamie, sitting at his desk, replied cheerfully, "Good morning, Ms. Hera." This woman was Hera Borello, a fourth-class mage and Jamie's personal secretary. She continued, "Today's report is that the Harmonia Kingdom on the Alicia continent has requested aid. They are asking us to dispatch one master." Jamie heard this name and couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "Harmonia." The Harmonia Kingdom, where rebels have been trying to overthrow the foolish king for 5 years. Even the ruling class supported the rebels. Jamie pondered for a moment and said, "Other masters are focused on the eastern continent Carillion, not mages. So this request came to the demon world, didn't it?" Hera replied, "That seems to be the case. The eastern continent Carillion can be seen as the headquarters of the Zenis Church, and the war with them has recently entered a lull. Most swordmasters have been dispatched there. That's also why Father went to the palace. Siegfried the mage was also dispatched there. This matter will be discussed at the elders' meeting today." Hearing that, Jamie stood up and replied, "Understood." In the Magic Tower's grand conference room, only 3 people sat at a large table. One elder spoke, "The conference room is empty. Is it because the 8th elder isn't here? He said he had matters to attend to in his domain. But the 1st elder will be back soon. Is the 6th elder still in seclusion?" The figure of a fierce-looking woman appeared. The elder next to her replied, "Haha, yes, she seems close to becoming a 7th circle mage." Suddenly footsteps were heard, and a voice continued, "You all arrived early." The 2nd elder laughed and replied, "Haha, I also couldn't sleep well, so I came out early." The 5th elder retorted, "I'm not old yet." Jamie sat in his chair and got straight to the point. "I heard Harmonia requested a master to be dispatched." The 5th elder laughed at him and replied, "They seem quite desperate. Vigo is probably scared because of the rebels, since they've already taken half the kingdom. By the way, does anyone know why the Harmonia army suddenly retreated? They have 4 masters there," he asked. The 4th elder sighed and replied, "It seems there's a sword master on the rebel side. That kingdom was probably completely overwhelmed by the king's knight, a sword master." Jamie asked in surprise, "The king's knight? Are you referring to Sir Kirill Owen?" Then he thought, "So the ruling class has joined the war." Jamie asked seriously, "Are they asking for our aid because they don't want to suffer their own losses?" The elder replied, "Yes, those arrogant fools. His Majesty has agreed, so we will send someone there often is not available. Brynmel and John must guard the demon world and Luke must stay in his position, so there's only one person left." Jamie sighed and scratched his head, saying, "That leaves only me," he continued, puzzled. "But why did His Majesty accept this offer? He could have refused such a small nation." The elders explained, "They offered us a national treasure, Venus's music box. Venus's music box. When the music plays, new galaxies appear in the sky, a treasure of high magical value associated with the legends of the Harmonia Kingdom." The 5th elder shook his head, disgusted, and said, "Those idiots, they'll do anything to survive." Jamie sighed weakly and thought, "It's right to overthrow Harmonia, but I have to help them." The 2nd elder said seriously, "Harmonia's reward is attractive, but we will not be swayed by such things. Observe the situation directly and act as you wish. That is His Majesty's command." He asked again, "So you mean I can ignore Harmonia?" The 2nd elder replied, "That would be breaking a promise, but since the Seldom Kingdom is strong we could do that." Jamie heard this and realized with surprise, Seldom wants to profit from this. If they help Harmonia stabilize the situation, Harmonia will owe Seldom, and if they help the rebels they can help install a new king. Jamie, with a dangerous expression, clasped his hands together and said, "So I just need to demonstrate power in return?" In a palace, a voice echoed, "Hera, prepare the items on the list." In the Magic Tower headquarters office, 2 people were talking. "This is the list of supplies, Master," the other person replied. "I have been dispatched to Harmonia." It was Jamie and Hera. Jamie continued, "So I'm going too. I'll go alone. Don't misunderstand, it's not because Hera is weak or anything." Hera heard that and said with a sad expression, "If you say so, I understand." She thought to herself, "It's a pity, it's an opportunity to observe a Grand Mage's magic, but I can't be a burden when he's fighting." Jamie suddenly remembered something. "What about those kids?" Hera replied seriously. "Your disciples have gone to the laboratory." After that, Jamie cast magic and left. Before leaving, he said, "I'll give instructions later if anything happens." Hera bowed and said yes. In the Magic Tower laboratory, hurried footsteps were heard heading somewhere. Damn it, is he trying to kill us? If we really grow taller, can he take responsibility? It was Anne and Lennon. Anne said, "You're being rude to Master." Lennon turned back with an angry expression. "No, why shouldn't I criticize him?" And he grew even angrier, shouting, "He treats us like lab rats." Before he could finish, Anne, seeing someone's shadow behind his back, quickly stopped him. "Lennon, stop." Suddenly he felt a chill down his spine. Jamie said, "No, continue, don't mind me." Lennon stammered, Master." Jamie's sharp gaze and fierce face approached him. "Are you done cursing?" Lennon replied, terrified. "I'm sorry." After that, a loud shout echoed, "Get down immediately." A moment later, Jamie approached Anne and said, "Well done, Anne, very well done." Unlike some, hearing that, Anne blushed and replied, unsure what to do. She smiled and said, "Thank you." Then he approached Lennon, who was kneeling, sat on his back and said, "And you?" Lennon said with a tense face, "Yes." He thought to himself, "Damn it, I'm dead now. I'm really unlucky." Jamie asked, "What was your original intention? Did you want to quit studying magic?" Lennon replied, "No, Master." Jamie got off his back, walked and said, "I know it's frustrating to stay at 4th Circle, but find a way to level up on your own. I hope you understand my words." Lennon replied, trembling, "Yes." After speaking, Jamie turned and said, "I have to go far away for a few months. While I'm gone, help each other out." Hearing that, Lennon asked again, "You're going far away?" Both Lennon and Anne tried to hold him back, saying, "I want to go with you too, I can protect myself. Please take me with you too." Jamie said irritably, "Listen to your master." Then he hit both their heads hard and explained, "That place is a battlefield where anything can happen. If you two go and distract me, everything will get worse." Suddenly, Hera appeared from behind the door and said, "Please leave the disciples to me." Jamie asked in surprise, "You want to follow too?" Hera nodded and replied, "Yes, I really want to go. I want to see the Elder's magic." Both Anne and Lennon pleaded to follow. "Then we won't bother you, please." Seeing this, Jamie couldn't help but sigh. He thought there was no other way and said, "All right, I'll consider it." Both cheered happily, "Hooray." Under an old tree, two people were reporting something to someone. After that, the girl said, "You said you defeated Jin, the Elder of Harmonia?" Jin replied, "I was just lucky." Iris replied, "The people in the army must be very happy. Yes, we will conquer the capital soon." Iris closed the book in her hand and replied, "I heard Harmonia asked seldom for aid." She turned to Bailey and asked, "Who do you think will come?" Bailey replied, "Jamie will probably come." Jin, hearing that name, lowered his voice and asked again, "Jamie, what if he ruins our plan?" Iris was silent for a moment, thinking. She said, "Yes, be careful of that. The future is unpredictable." Jin turned and left, saying yes. Iris said to Bailey, "Jamie is a child you cherish. Are you all right with that?" Bailey heard that and replied, "I don't know how much Jamie has grown in the past 5 years, but I don't think he will be easily defeated." Iris heard that and asked happily, "Really, that child seems to have some connection with us." After that, she transformed into the embodiment of her power and said sinisterly, "Good, I need to prepare for battle in my own way." Bailey said in surprise, "Lightning Dragon Sword." Iris shouldered her sword and walked, saying, "Let's go, Bailey." Bailey replied, "Understood." In the Harmonia Royal Palace, someone said, "Welton Jamie is coming here now?" The King of Harmonia said, "What does it matter to me if one elder comes from Seldom?" Marquis Hem replied, "Even if you don't like it, your majesty, you must go out to meet him in a moment." Kip H took the wine glass Hem poured for him and continued, "I have to greet just one young mage." Seeing this, the Marquis said, "Since we asked for their help due to Sir Kiriel's death, there's no other way." Kip H said, "Kiriel died, what were the army doing? Why didn't they wipe out those worm-like rebels?" The Marquis laughed and replied, "For that purpose I requested Grand Mage from Seldom." Hearing that, the king savored his wine and asked again, "Really? Jin still doesn't know?" After that, he raised his wine glass before his retainers and said, "He still doesn't know, does he?" Everyone replied in unison, "Yes." The Count continued, "Your Majesty, regarding Mage Welton Jamie, what if we make him work for Harmonia?" The king replied, "Do we have to go that far?" Seeing that, the Marquis whispered in his ear, "Jamie is an important figure and children are easy to tempt. You just need to promise him the position of Archduke." Suddenly, a voice was heard, "That is very dangerous." Count Neo, sitting below, said, "Jamie is the son of the Welton family. He will never stay in Harmonia. Furthermore, if we fail to persuade him, Seldom will not stand idly by once they learn the truth." The Marquis scoffed at his words and said, "Is the Count telling me I'm wrong?" Count Pato said, "If anything happens, everyone here will be held responsible." The Marquis retorted, "What matters is the opinion of His Majesty, myself, and the nobles of this country." Count Neo shouted, "Isn't this country ruined because of the thoughts of people like you? Listen well. It is His Majesty who handles state affairs, not the Marquis." The Count, pretending to help the drunken king, said, "Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will make Jamie bow his head." His Majesty in his drunken state replied. Hem said, "Yes, that elder must bow his head to me." The Marquis chuckled softly and said, "You don't need to stay here, Your Majesty. Leave everything to me." Then he escorted His Majesty out of the room. The king walked, saying, "I trust you, Marquis." "Yes, you can trust only me." Count Neo was greatly enraged and recalled, "This country has come to this because of Marquis Hem." After the previous king's demise, the royal family began to impose enormous taxes and oppress the people. The nobles framed those who resisted and even tried to kill them all. Everything was Hem's plan. Now I alone remain like a lamp in the wind. They arrived at the magic tower in Harmonia's capital. Upon their arrival, Jamie's group seemed on the verge of collapsing from exhaustion. Only Hera was fine. "I'm fine." Jamie cast a spell and wondered, but why did she insist on coming? Suddenly, the master of Harmonia's magic tower emerged from behind a door and introduced himself. "Pleased to meet you. I am the master of Harmonia's magic tower. My name is Zakin." Jamie thought to himself, his attire is very flamboyant. The master of the magic tower was a 7th circle mage, which was the highest level in Harmonia. He said, I am Jamie, Zakin replied. I didn't expect the famous Lord Jamie Welton to come here, he continued. The people behind you are, he said, my disciples and secretary. They said they wanted to sightsee Harmonia. He was inwardly furious but forced a smile and said, sightseeing, what do you mean? He thought to himself. This is a battlefield and they want to sightsee, how arrogant. Although I can't guarantee that scoundrel's skill is better than mine. Afterward he still said with a fake smile, His Majesty will be here soon, so please rest comfortably. I will guide you. Then he spoke to his disciples. I can see he's talented, but he's only about my level. The disciples replied, Yes, Tower Master, you are the best. He stroked his beard and said, His Majesty will be here soon. Prepare yourselves. Yes, guiding them to a room, he said. You can use this room, thank you. Jamie thought to himself, all expensive and meaningless decorations. They must have spent a lot of money on the magic tower. Full of luxuries, Harmonia's magic tower is truly pathetic. Now I understand why His Majesty told me to do as I pleased. Just then the announcement came that His Majesty had arrived. He thought to himself, Let's see how useless this person is. Jamie spoke through their secret communication network. Can you hear me? Hera replied, Yes, I can hear you. Lennon and Enmer then said, We can hear you too. Jamie touched his ear and smiled with satisfaction. Good, it's working quite well. Lennon, observing the luxurious scenery before him, commented, The people here are truly arrogant and ostentatious. Even our territory, the best commercial city in the East, isn't this flamboyant. Enmer also looked around in confusion. Do the people of Harmonia like such extravagance? Hera Borina disagreed. Harmonia is not such a wealthy country. Perhaps this luxury is concentrated only in the capital. They passed through a dazzling and opulent street and stopped before the grand doors of a magnificent and lavish room. This was the throne room. As soon as the doors opened, the servants in the room simultaneously beat drums and gongs, heartily welcoming them. Receive Lord Jamie Welton, Elder of the Seldom Kingdom and the greatest Grand Mage and his retinue. Enter. Enmer said through the secret communication, I feel a little pressured. Jamie resignedly reassured his companions, They're just showing off their power, just enjoy it. He skeptically assessed the person on the throne who was slumped to one side, drooling in his sleep with chubby cheeks. Is that the king? A minister beside him smiled and softly reminded him. Your Majesty, honored guests from Seldom have arrived. The king woke up from his slumber and asked blankly, Seldom is Seldom? Jamie stood on the red carpet before the throne and respectfully bowed his head. I am Jamie Welton, he said in a sleepy voice. Ah yes, Jamie, but why am I here? Why are there so many people? The elderly minister, still wearing a perfunctory smile, stood in his line of sight. Your Majesty, you don't look well. Please go inside and rest. The king, realizing his loss of face, irritably snapped. What are you talking about? Why am I here? A servant in a red cloak made an inviting gesture. Your Majesty, the banquet is prepared. Please come this way. The king stumbled down from the throne and said with a slurred tongue, Wine good, let's go. Observing this scene, Jamie paid more attention to the minister and thought to himself, if the king's current state is so severe that he can't even attend to state affairs, there's a high possibility that the man next to him holds all the power. The minister of the night, after briefly assisting the king, turned and proudly introduced himself with a hand on his chest. I apologize for the inconvenience. I'm Marquis Hem. Jamie was inwardly certain. In other words, he is the main culprit who ruined Harmonia. Hem explained with a false smile, His Majesty seems to be unwell due to illness. Jamie also replied with a reluctant smile, I see, I understand. He thought inwardly, I should keep an eye on that man. Hem gestured towards a gilded door on the other side. Thank you for understanding. Since the situation is like this, let's have dinner first. In the dining hall of Harmonia Castle, the distinguished guests and Jamie's retinue all sat at a long table. Distinguished guest politely said, It is an honor to meet the Grand Mage of Seldom here. A black-haired man with neatly combed hair agreed, giving a thumbs up. Indeed, your disciples are also very charming. A brown-haired man rubbed his hands. Please make yourselves comfortable. The brown-haired man now turned his attention to Jamie's companions. He looked at the red-haired girl wearing glasses. And who is this? She introduced herself. I am Hera, Elder Jamie's junior mage. He seemed to recognize the family, and his eyes sparkled as he asked, Barino, aren't they one of Seldom's 4 great mage families? The black-haired man continued, Your disciples are also from prestigious families, Grand Mage. The boy also introduced himself. I am Lennon. Before he could finish, someone interrupted. You mean the heir to the Simon family? Henry felt something special. The black-haired man leaned back and chuckled, covering his eyes. The blue-haired girl introduced herself and finally bowed her head with a shy smile. I am Enmer Meyer. Both distinguished guests looked puzzled. Meyer, I've never heard of the Meyer family. Lennon, sitting next to them, inwardly ground his teeth. These damn scoundrels, Jamie then spoke. They are my disciples, Jamie's disciples. The brown-haired man, seeing his slight displeasure, quickly laughed and corrected himself. Yes, that's right. They are Lord Jamie Welton's disciples, so they will surely become promising mages in the future. The black-haired man scratched his head and chuckled. Yes, I can't deny that. Hem stood leisurely at the doorway and greeted them. My apologies for being late. It seems everyone is enjoying their conversation. The servant standing next to him bowed respectfully at a 90-degree angle. I will serve the food immediately. Hem grandly spread his arms. Please enjoy. These dishes were prepared by the finest chefs. I hope you find them to your liking. Hem smiled subtly provocatively at Jamie. Lord Jamie Welton, I hear you have been in seclusion for 5 years. You were already a Grand Mage then, so your skill must be exceptional after 5 years of training. Haha. Jamie remained calm and humble, not accepting the compliment. I still need to work harder. Hem, frustrated at not achieving his objective, frowned irritably. A sharp clattering sound broke the awkward silence. A servant carrying plates fumbled. Ah, I'm sorry, the brown-haired man shouted angrily. You damn scoundrel. He punched the servant in the face without hesitation. How dare you make such a mistake in a place like this? The servant, trembling, begged for forgiveness. I'm sorry. The brown-haired man still didn't stop cursing. You useless wretch, didn't your parents teach you anything? Lennon, annoyed, stood up to intervene. Wait, that's too much, a voice echoed in his mind, stopping him. Sit down. Jamie silently and calmly observed him and the others. He lightly swirled the red wine in his hand, feeling satisfied. The other distinguished guests, faced with the violent scene, didn't even bat an eyelid, still chatting and laughing happily. Jamie thought to himself, are all the nobles of Harmonia such rotten scoundrels? The brown-haired man grabbed the servant by the collar and shouted, What's with that expression? Do you think you can join the army and fight with that? The servant, his face bruised and teary-eyed, said, I'm sorry. The brown-haired man then realized he had gone too far. He awkwardly scratched his head and turned to Jamie. I'm just a bit strict with training. I apologize for showing you such a scene, honored guest. Jamie smiled gently. It's all right. What is your name? The brown-haired man's eyes sparkled at the question of his name. I am Viscount Mancup. He rolled the name on his tongue. Viscount Mancup, he commanded him in a low voice. These dishes look delicious. Bring more. You Viscount yourself? The brown-haired man asked in surprise. Yes. Jamie still maintained that cold smile. You don't want to? Then his sharp gaze turned forward. Marquis Hem, what do you think? Hem also looked at Welton with hostile eyes. Hem commanded firmly. Do it quickly. Welton wiped his mouth with a napkin with satisfaction. Marquis, I am very pleased with the dinner you prepared. He politely smiled at the brown-haired man and thanked him. Especially since the Viscount brought it himself, it tastes even better. Cop forced a smile, ground his teeth and reluctantly said, It is an honor. Hem stood up from the table and said, You must be tired from your long journey, so please rest first. We will discuss the main matter tomorrow. Welton also stood up and turned to leave with his companions. Is that so? He looked back at the people remaining in the room. I hope that servant is all right, and the other servants too. They truly suffer a lot, don't they? Welton changed his tone to a sarcastic one, audible only to Hem, unlike some others. Hem's stiff smile wavered slightly. Of course, you don't need to worry. Lennon walked comfortably out into the courtyard, hands clasped behind his head. Finally I can breathe. And Mer clenched her fist, marveling. It's shocking how much power the nobles have in a country. Lennon reluctantly asked the person walking ahead, Master, should we really help such a country? Welton merely smiled at the question and didn't answer. A black-haired man with a side-parted red coat suddenly stood before Welton. Excuse me, but may I have a word with you? Welton looked at the person who had appeared suddenly and asked. He introduced himself. I am Count Neo of Harmonia. I have something to tell you. Welton went with Pato to a building's balcony after the sun had completely set. Welton leaned his arms on the railing and asked, What is it? Pato said. I saw everything that happened earlier, Pato praised. You humiliated Marquis Hem. That was very impressive. Welton did not accept this compliment and smiled at Pato. I don't know what makes the Count think I insulted Marquis Hem. Pato, still intrigued, continued. It was truly satisfying to see him like that for the first time, Welton reminded him. That's right, if I were to convey the Count's words to the Marquis you would be in great trouble, Pato frowned. Indeed, Welton inwardly guessed. Is this man an opponent of Marquis Hem? Pato stood facing Welton, probing him. I have a few questions for you. How was your experience in Harmonia today? Welton spoke bluntly and without hesitation. Completely disappointing. Can this place even be called a country? Pato clenched his fists and said in a trembling voice. I am also disappointed, so I have no excuse. Your words are correct. There is no beautiful Harmonia. Therefore, Pato resolved, please help us overthrow Harmonia. With your help, Harmonia will become a vassal state of Seldom. Welton was slightly surprised by these words. What? He resolutely turned his back and headed for the large door leading to the balcony. I'll pretend I didn't hear that, Pato pleaded in an imploring voice. Please save the suffering people. This will not be bad for Seldom either. Pato analyzed the situation. Currently, the king is merely a puppet of Marquis Hem. If things continue like this, Harmonia has no future. Please help us. Welton cut him off. Pathetic, he grabbed Pato by the collar. It seems you lack ability, so you're reaching out to another country. Have you truly done your best? Do you truly want to be our vassal state? Do you truly want Seldom to invade this country? You should be ashamed of your cowardice, Pato retorted. But isn't enduring a small evil better than this hell? Welton released his hand and turned his back. I don't want to hear any more, Pato released, trembled all over, breathing heavily. Pato still firmly stared at his retreating back. I will inform you of my decision today. The dark torture chamber underground was filled only with flickering torches and the thick stench of blood. Fresh blood splattered over unclean bloodstains. Marquis Hem mercilessly whipped the bound kneeling man. Because of you I suffered such humiliation. With each lash, blood soaked his clothes and splattered everywhere. The man being whipped dared not resist and said in a trembling voice, Sorry, please forgive me. Hem remained unmoved, continuing to whip him mercilessly. Die, just die. He eventually ran out of strength and collapsed. Unable to even beg for mercy, blood flowed from the distinct whip marks on his face. Hem gnashed his teeth and said in a low voice, Jamie, I will definitely. A black-haired man rushed in urgently and cried, Marquis, something terrible has happened. The enemy has entered the capital. Hem, his face bloody, turned and asked, What did you say? South wall of Harmonia's capital. A voice was heard saying that the guard change was even stricter due to the enemy. It turned out the guards were chatting, one said. Damn it. It's those nobles who are making us angry. Another yawned widely and replied, I'm bored to death, I don't see anything. They continued to chat. Let's make a bet, the winner gets to sleep. They didn't notice the shadow hiding behind the bushes targeting them. He suddenly leaped up and threw sharp iron nails, piercing through both their brains. As the two bloodied guards fell, he landed safely. Full of openings, he was Henry of the Liberation Army. With a nail in his mouth, he thought with a bored expression. Are these mere foot soldiers assigned to guard? Why are they so confident? Perhaps they still underestimate us. He free fell again, muttering to himself. Anyway, tonight I'll cut off the king's head. A loud knocking sound came from the door and a loud voice from outside, reporting Lord Welton. Welton, sitting in his room, heard the sound and thought, what's going on? A servant rushed in to report. The enemy has attacked. The Liberation Army Special Forces have entered the capital and are attacking the king. General Melbourne has requested Lord Welton to come quickly. Let's go then. He was very calm inwardly. The opportunity to confront the Liberation Army came sooner than expected. He walked thinking, it's not too late to decide after seeing the situation on both sides. If neither the aristocratic faction nor the Liberation Army has a solution, then a voice called from behind. Master, where are you going? Hera approached and asked. The Liberation Army launched a surprise attack, Welton instructed. Hera, please look after the children. I'll go alone this time. Just as Lennon Simon was about to speak. Master, I want to go too, but Hera's finger snap sealed his mouth. Hera then said, understood, please be careful. He finished the conversation. Then I'll leave them to you. In Harmonia, on the roof of a mansion, Zakan briefly checked for signs of presence. Damn it, he hid his location. It seems he used a technique to conceal his mana. He activated a detection spell. There are some things I never give up on. Does he think I can't find him if he hides? Elemental memory, memory of the elements. This was Zakan's astonishing mental magic. Using the power of the elements, he muttered to himself. Elements exist in every corner of the world. Even if you hide your mana, you can't hide your body's presence from this world. Finding you is only a matter of time. Elsewhere, a voice commanded those in black cloaks. I will tell you the intruder's location. Capture him alive. After casting the spell, Zakan sat on a wooden box to rest. He thought, now that Jamie is in the capital, I don't need to go out and fight. Then he sighed. Fighting at night is really tiring. Suddenly a voice was heard. You seem quite at ease. Zakan was startled. He looked down at the mansion's courtyard and cried out, what, an intruder? His head spun quickly. I saw him with my own eyes, not through elements, yet I couldn't sense his presence at all. Then the man in black, standing under the moonlight, said, so it was you who murdered Lord Kiriel. Zakan realized he was a sword master. A monster he couldn't contend with using his 7th circle skill, but Zakan laughed heartily. Hit once, then run for your life. Haha, reminiscing is enough, now I must run, the man in the black cloak calmly said. Too late, you have no more chances. Zakan took the blow and fell into the courtyard, bleeding. Welton's voice resonated. It's you, isn't it, the master of the Franz organization? You're helping the Liberation Army, he scoffed. Your movements were too fast, which made you easily visible to my eyes. Your power is closely related to moonlight. Meanwhile, the man in black drew his sword and charged. Welton calmly manipulated chains to entangle the sword, but it was instantly severed. The man in black was greatly surprised despite having broken through his defense. He blocked my attack, and he even knows the source of my power. Jin's power, Moonlight Resonance, only activates when the moon is out, making it an invincible force under moonlight. However, if the opponent knows this, his power weakens and is understood. The man in black thought, but even knowing won't lead to a complete victory. What he discovered is only a part of Moonlight Resonance. Anywhere the moonlight reaches. While he was lost in thought, Welton drew his sword and charged. Is this your range? The sword fight began and the man in black was pushed back. Welton laughed and proposed, come now, instead of fighting like this, why don't we talk? He was confused. Talk. The man in black swung his sword, sending him flying into the air as he landed. He continued, let's resolve this peacefully. His foot stepped on mud to gain propulsion and he quickly attacked again. Welton activated magic, thinking, I created mud to hinder his movements, but it's useless against a sword master. He held his sword and said, that level of magic won't work on me. A staff appeared in Welton's hand. Outlander Avalon Reversal World. An explosion occurred, sending dirt and stones flying everywhere. The man in black immediately realized he could no longer sense his presence. Where did he go? He looked up. Black smoke hung in the sky. He continued to speculate. There's a black shadow in the sky. Did he create it? Within the black smoke, Welton calculated. I'll accelerate with 100 C's explosion technique. He used a sword technique that cut through space. Welton flew out of thin air and brought his sword down on the man in black. He admired inwardly. A perfect close-quarters attack, but no matter how perfect or close, it's nothing to me. He blocked the tip of Welton's sword and said coldly, because I am an exceptional swordmaster. Moonlight Resonance, Moonlight Slash. He introduced Moonlight Resonance as a power that uses moonlight as a weapon. Blocking the moonlight is useless. Since the moon is high in the sky, my power is fundamentally unbeatable by anyone. As he spoke, he slashed, and Welton had to retreat. He calmly advised, your swordsmanship is better than I expected, but you're not a master, so you can't beat me. Welton held his staff and replied, I know it's hard to beat you with just this sword. His eyes sharpened. He laughed. So watch my main technique closely. Continuous slashes poured down. It was his explosive slash technique. The man in black was startled. I was injured, so I didn't even notice his magic. Welton was also confident. Combined with Reversal World from earlier, even if you're a sword master, it'll be hard to counterattack. Another huge explosion occurred, but this time on a larger scale. The man in black was pushed to the edge of the building and thought, I blocked it with the power of moonlight, but my body can't withstand it. I need to heal my injuries first. It was just a thought. Whether he could actually do it was uncertain. Magical hands appeared in the air and combined 3 types of magic. Urasu Boat Thunder. It was an 8th circle spell combining wind attribute, thunder and reversal together. A huge lightning strike came down, shadow chase of darkness, countless arrows poured down like rain. He would surely be turned into a hedgehog if hit. The man in black suddenly appeared behind him, but he already knew and scoffed, praising, not bad. Welton turned and put his hand on his head. The man in black used moonlight resonance. Moonlight explosion. A small light flashed in his eyes. A huge source of power struck, and this time it completely leveled an entire area. A huge black hole appeared. In the center stood the man in black. He was much weakened and thought, moonlight explosion is a technique that pierces the opponent's body with moonlight and radiates it in all directions. It's a finishing move I only use against strong enemies. But I can't believe it failed. Welton calmly walked out. Still couldn't beat me. Shall we talk now, since not talking in this situation would likely lead to another beating? The man in black agreed. What do you want to talk about? Welton put away his staff. I'm curious why Franz is helping the Liberation Army, he calmly asked back. If I tell you why, will you help us? I want to help this country become free. We will cooperate with them to make this country a place where people are free, and where the Zenni's church cannot set foot and cause trouble. But you wouldn't understand. So now, Welton cut him off. No, I have received many powers. The man in black's face darkened. If you help the Liberation Army take this land, Seldom will also gain a share. Didn't you come here to take this land? He pointed his sword at his face. Tonight the King of Harmonia's head will fall. You no longer have a chance to stop us. Welton looked at him as if he were an idiot. The Dryan Church supported this land. The man in black was startled. What did you say? He continued. On my way here I saw many priests who worship Dryan, the god of violence and plunder, approaching. If they help the king, the war will be prolonged. He was still suspicious. How can I trust you? Just then a powerful black light descended, startling both of them. Welton tensed up. That's Dryan's black light. What's happening? The god of violence and plunder, a symbol like a crescent moon embracing the sun. It was like thousands of spears piercing through dirty mud and foul-smelling fresh blood. Dryan of Diablo Villa, he was the one I had to deal with most next to Zenni's. A person was tightly bound to the top of a pillar, kneeling, and the blood flowing from the pillar was like a waterfall below the pillar. Dozens of devotees humbly bowed their heads to the ground. Though his followers were the fewest among the 12 gods, his cult of violence was the most powerful. Jamie recalled that sight and the wailing voice. Diablo, in the end, only the strong survive. You are strong, but you stand on the side of the weak. Why? Because you are alone. That crazy demon laughed loudly. His face was filled with excitement, and he laughed heartily with satisfaction. He thought to himself, among the 12 gods he is particularly obsessed with power, but despite his name his power is of a low level. Jamie said seriously, the black light is Dryan's divine power. Do you believe me now? He asked. The answer changed nothing. If we just cut off the king's head we can take Harmonia. Jamie immediately interrupted. The king is not the most powerful person in this country. You know that, don't you? Even Count Pato asked me for help. A person's image floated in Jin's mind. That person had told him, if things continue like this, Harmonia has no future. Jin's eyes widened in surprise. Neo? He thought to himself with conviction. As expected, today's attack was Count Pato's plan. Jin bowed his head slightly. Even so, he cut him off. Jamie angrily pointed directly at his face and shouted, didn't you want to save the suffering people of Harmonia? Is that what you call human freedom? Damn it, Jamie growled. Your ultimate goal is just to seize a part of this country. Jin, flustered, immediately retorted, isn't your attempt to capture me also because you're afraid Seldom will lose some territory? He placed his hand on his chest and said firmly, Franz is just an organization completely unrelated to such territorial wars. Jamie said, then there's no problem if we join hands, right? He scratched the back of his head and chuckled, you won't get caught up in the war. Jin covered his face with his hands. He was so depressed he wanted to die. He cursed softly, damn it. Then he thought to himself, I'm already caught up in it. Elsewhere, Kip H, the king of Harmonia, his face was flushed. This was proof that the king was drunk and oblivious to the world. Suddenly a shadow fell over him. Emak, the priest of the Dryan Church, looked down from above. His eyes were filled with bone-chilling contempt. Then he turned to the person in front of him and said, isn't it too early to call us? The other person did not turn to Emak, and replied while maintaining his posture, looking out the window, the situation has worsened. Marquis Hem took a sip of wine. His gaze was fixed on the flames and smoke that engulfed the capital through the large window extending from floor to ceiling. He said irritably, those damn bastards haven't caught those 7 rats yet, making the situation very chaotic. Well, I've already dealt with all the useful ones. The execution scene flashed in his mind. The Marquise's sinister smile was reflected in the swirling red wine. He continued, maybe I should have kept them alive a little longer. Marquis Hem turned and placed his wine glass on a small wooden cupboard. Anyway, that guy is also one of those who infiltrated this place. Emak quickly reacted. Are you talking about the one who killed the king's knight? The Marquis snorted lightly and said, Kiriel was quite strong among swordmasters, making him a difficult opponent to defeat. Perhaps that guy is very skilled in assassination. He imagined the shadow-like figure rumored among the people appearing and disappearing. The Marquis continued, if that guy makes it this far, the king's head will surely fall. Marquis Hem looked at the king's bloated face, who was sleeping like the dead, and said irritably, "How troublesome. That old man is acting on our behalf, so we must protect him at all costs. Therefore tell me your plan." Emac slowly spoke. The Marquis priest, who had been pretending to be the high priest of the Len Church, held up his dripping fake skin with his hand. The plan remains the same. He peeled off the fake skin. "Now I must return to my true form," Emac said with concern. "There's still time." The old priest raised his hand to stop him, saying, "Enough, that's enough. Amidst the civil war that has lasted over 5 years, this country is piled high with countless blood and corpses. In this sorrowful and fetid atmosphere, corpses form mountains and blood flows like rivers. Now that the 12 gods are vying for the top position, we too must find a way to survive." The high priest said, "When we reach the summit, we will become evil gods." Emac immediately clasped his hands in deference and said, "That was our parents' wish. Then let's begin now." The high priest let out a wicked laugh with a ferocious expression and snake-like eyes, thinking to himself, "Jaime, I will definitely make you regret this." At this moment the high priest suddenly remembered something and said, Jaime's disciples and secretary are in the magic tower," he commanded. "Capture them." Elsewhere a commotion arose. "Stop right there, don't run, halt." Urgent footsteps continuously echoed. The room door kept pounding. If it hadn't been blocked by magic, it would have already shattered. And Mer asked, "What's going on outside?" Hera casually replied, "I don't know, but it's safer to stay put here." But Lennon didn't want to wait. He blurted out, "I can't wait any longer. I have to go out and check myself." Hera sternly said, "Are you defying Master's orders?" Lennon hesitated. But Mer spoke up, "Wait a moment." Seeing that the door was no longer making strange noises, Mer said, "It's suddenly too quiet outside." Eventually they went out. The three walked one step at a time down the spacious carpeted hallway. There were several dark red stains on the red carpet. Lennon looked around. "Why is no one here? Where did everyone go?" Mer was a little worried. "Why is it suddenly like this?" Ever since they entered this area, water droplets had been continuously falling, and Mer caught more and more falling droplets. Water droplets." She couldn't finish her sentence and looked up at the ceiling. Numerous corpses of mages in robes were hanging murdered from the ceiling. What bound them seemed to be long red ropes. Fresh blood soaked their clothes and dripped like rain. "Arr!" A scream burst out and Lennon slumped to the ground. Hera also seemed caught off guard. She staggered slightly. "What on earth is this?" Suddenly an unfamiliar voice was heard. "Kiki, a few more left." He scoffed, licked his blade, and immediately leapt. "Die." He aimed his blade straight at Lennon. Lennon was horrified. Dark Art's shadow pierce. As soon as the magic appeared at Hera's summons, thorns immediately shot up from under his feet and impaled him. As Hera withdrew her magic, a roar like drums resounded. "Kill them, you weaklings, surrender." The rest of the group, hidden in the darkness, immediately charged. "It's not over yet," Hera said. "Thank you." Lennon snapped out of it. He pushed himself up with his hands and said, "From now on, let's fight our way." As Lennon growled, his expression grew serious. Fire magic enveloped him. "If we just analyze them," Inmer continued seriously, "we'll win." Elsewhere, the necklace on Jaime's chest suddenly glowed. He was surprised. The necklace, standing in the middle of the ruins. Jaime said, "Something seems to have happened to my disciples." Jin suggested, "Then should we go help them?" Jaime gently declined. "No, there's no need. They're still young, but they're my disciples." He recalled their faces, thinking to himself, "I'm not the only one who's grown stronger over the past 5 years. Besides, they're together, so there's nothing to worry about." Jaime looked at the divine power far away, snapped his fingers, and said, "For now, I need to go to the palace first." A blue light appeared, and they immediately teleported. Returning to the three, the group of assassins was engulfed in a sea of fire. One of them shouted, "We can't advance anymore." The one called the commander was the leader of the Dryan Church's armed forces. Taru gazed with difficulty into the inferno, thinking, "Who on earth is so strong?" Seeing Lennon, who was using fire magic, Taru fell into thought. "This is a flame magic that can make even veteran mages flee, but there's someone more guarded than that red-haired brat. It's that blue-haired girl," Taru shouted. Inmer gave instructions from behind. "Lennon, next you'll attack the left." Taru was indignant. "That kid is seeing right through all our tactics." Looking at the other side, he gnashed his teeth, thinking, "Moreover, the woman over there is also formidable." Over there, Hera alone continuously shot dozens of dark thorns at the group of assassins. The person behind him asked, "What should we do, Commander?" Taru gritted his teeth and said, "The Archbishop's orders are paramount. We must not disobey them." Suddenly, Enmer turned around and shouted with a worried face, "Lennon, something's wrong behind you. It looks like they're preparing something. They're fighting with fewer numbers than before." Lennon summoned fireballs in both hands and loudly replied, "Easier said than done." As soon as he finished speaking, he threw all the fireballs at the Dryan Church group. He explained, "This corridor is circular, making it hard to tell what they're doing." Enmer looked at Hera, who was continuously shooting thorns to attack, and thought, "In this situation, we can't annihilate them." Enmer turned her head and looked around. "Is there no other way?" Lennon, not knowing what she was trying to do, urged her. "Enmer, stop analyzing and help me." Suddenly, Enmer sharply discovered, the building structure. She quickly shouted to Hera, "Lady Hera, please destroy this wall." Looking at the building structure, there should be a room behind it. Enmer struck the wall hard and said, "Escape into that room." Hera didn't ask further and said, "Move aside." As soon as she finished speaking, she summoned Dark Art's shadow pierce and shot it straight at the wall. After the wall collapsed, everyone quickly rushed inside, urging Lennon, "Quickly." But the Dryan Church's armed forces didn't let them go, shouting simultaneously, "Don't let them escape, the brats and that girl." They even used fire magic. These people seemed to have turned into monsters, their eyes bloodshot and veins crisscrossing their bodies. One of them said, "If we catch them now, we'll give them a good scare." Suddenly magic was summoned and shook the ground. Boom 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 boom, with a series of roars the room's floor immediately cracked, collapsing, burying what were neither human nor ghost. A scream erupted. "What, you bastard, I won't forgive you." Lennon was flustered. "And Mer, should we do?" And Mer also looked down worriedly but didn't answer. Seeing the sight before her eyes, she thought to herself, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." Through the window, and Mer saw a man being chased by the Dryan Church's armed forces, and Mer turned around and said, "Let's go down and join that fleeing man." Lennon was horrified. "What?" Hera, on the other hand, replied with extreme calmness. "All right, let's go." Raising her hand towards the pursuing group, Hera summoned dark binding arts and they immediately froze. Curses erupted again. "What is this? Damn it, my body's stiff. It's that bitch." Someone realized, but it was already too late. The glass shattered, and in an instant a winged creature flew out of the building and swiftly vanished. On the other hand, the shouts had not yet stopped. "Catch him, kill him, damn it!" Despite the shouts behind him, the man kept running, grumbling to himself. "Where did these damn bastards come from?" One of them caught up to the man, leapt with a knife, and shouted, "Die!" But before he could move, a fireball immediately appeared above the assassin's head. He was terrified, his eyes wide with fear. With a bang, red smoke and flames erupted. The chased man didn't understand what was happening and looked uneasily at the flames with the hammer in his hand. Suddenly the man saw in Mer, Lennon and Hera with wings on her back, the three of them walking out. He stammered in surprise, "Who are those two kids and that woman?" Behind them, the pursuing group also arrived. Seeing Henry standing with them, they shouted, "Did he have companions? Never mind, kill them all." At that very moment, and Mer loudly said, "Let's fight together. Everyone please follow my instructions." Hearing that, everyone agreed. "All right." Even Henry had to reluctantly agree, and Mer spoke like a leader. "Lennon, you take 3 o'clock, Lady Hera 8 o'clock, and Sir 10 o'clock. Henry was greatly displeased that she called him Sir. "What, Sir?" Hera walked past Henry and said, "Don't grumble, just follow the instructions." Henry complained. The Liberation Army had already broken in. Immediately both sides drew their weapons and charged at each other. The clash of attack and defense was intense. At that very moment a voice shouted, "Sir, duck!" As soon as Henry ducked, Hera swung her sword and cut down the person who was trying to ambush Henry, and he let out an scream. At this time, Mer asked, "Lennon, is your mana ready?" Lennon created flames and said, "It's ready." Henry looked at the people and felt a little flustered inwardly. To fight under one person's command, no, to be more precise, it's as if two people are one body. Mer approached Henry and asked, "If the battle drags on for too long, it will be disadvantageous for us. Do you have any companions?" Hearing that, Henry immediately replied, "There were 7, but they all scattered." Hearing that, Mer said, "Then let's find your companions first." Seeing the numerous Liberation Army members around, Henry said helplessly, "How do we get out of here?" Mer said again, "Lennon, are you ready? Blast them away." Lennon laughed triumphantly and said, "I've been ready for a long time." After speaking, he launched Flame Blossom, and flames erupted, engulfing the Liberation Army. Taking advantage of the gap, the 4 quickly fled, and Mer turned her head and said, "Now's our chance, let's get out of here." Henry, running behind, couldn't help but admire. "These kids' skills are truly extraordinary, that woman too." "Neo, are you sure that bastard won't betray us? You said we only had to deal with the Harmonian army." Neo gnashed his teeth and shouted, "Damn it, that bastard I didn't know he'd bring in Dryan Church followers here." Seeing this chaotic scene, he immediately tucked tail and fled, thinking to himself, his goal isn't just to seize power in this country. Before long, a voice came from behind him. "Where are you going, Count?" Neo turned around in surprise and said, "Marquis, why are you here?" Hem looked at him and laughed. "Realizing that the Liberation Army's attack has failed, are you now planning another scheme?" Hearing that, Neo was inwardly horrified and broke out in a cold sweat. "He knows everything." Hem smiled and said, "This is your last chance, swear allegiance to me. Only then can you and your family's lives be spared." Knowing he had no good intentions, Neo resisted, saying, "Rather kill me, rather than surrender to you. I will sacrifice myself for the love of this country." Hem unhappily dropped his smile and said, "I respect your willingness to fight for your life, but it's also annoying. Dryan's hell is an endless swamp of violence." Saying this, he created a ball of mana in his hand. Without another word, Hem hurled the orb and shouted, "Suffer there forever. I punish the weak." But at that very moment a shield suddenly appeared, enveloping Neo. Seeing it, he cried out in surprise. "This is..." Jamie protected him with his magic and said, "Taking everything away, did such garbage words become your manifesto? Shouldn't people of the same class be treated equally? The gods won't like your gift." Hem looked at him and cried out in disbelief, "My goodness, weren't you on our side?" Jamie looked at him with cold eyes and said, "There are always variables in the world. I'll deal with this guy, so take your companion and go." Neo's companion supported him and said, "I'm counting on you." Jamie's entire body erupted with powerful magic and he said, "Now I don't need to hide my strength. I'll show you the taste of violence you love so much, you piece of trash." Feeling this overwhelming aura, Hem shouted in anger, "You?" Seeing that he was fine even within his magic, Jamie thought to himself, he should have been instantly annihilated. I guessed he wasn't an ordinary noble. Realizing he had been tricked, the demon within Hem also erupted. A loud roar echoed. Hem's eyes turned black and he hissed, how dare you betray me?" Jamie was surprised. Was he hiding his strength? He thought to himself again. If he survived like that, he's probably the leader of the Dryan Church and one of the 3 high priests, isn't he? Normally, the Church's military power is handled by the Knight Order. But as they worship Dion, the god of violence and plunder, it's the only church where all its followers possess military power. The high priest stands at the pinnacle closest to the god of violence and is stronger than all commanders. At this moment, Hem was in a frenzy, his eyes glowing red. He slowly walked towards Jamie and shouted, "You made a mistake. If you had been on my side, I would have just reprimanded you." However, Jamie, facing Hem, showed no fear and spreading magic in his hand said mockingly, "Try to rebuke me. All right." Inwardly he regretted it. He should have killed him then. He truly regretted letting him live. As the thought ended, Jamie spoke again. "Yes, I need to correct the mistake I made." Hearing that, Hem muttered in incomprehension. Jamie smiled chillingly and said, "Die, you trash." And from his hand he unleashed his second authority, Dark Abyss. Darkness seemed to envelop Hem. He said in shock, "What is this darkness? Is it dark magic?" Then he burst out laughing like a madman. "So all that attainment was due to dark magic? Yet everyone said you had the greatest talent in the world. It was all a lie, you damned bastard." Jamie curled the corner of his mouth and sneered. Who was the liar? Hem, with his powerful authority, also soared and launched an attack, but he hadn't anticipated something. The mana pierced even the divine. Hem thought inwardly with a touch of fear, if this is the case, a frontal assault will be difficult. "I need to create distance." Jamie opened his mouth. "Do you think you can find a chance to escape my grasp?" As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed his first authority, Yin-Yang Reversal. Skeletal hands appeared in space, grabbing Hem's limbs and binding him tightly. Hem exclaimed in shock, "Is that summoning magic?" He sweated, unable to believe his eyes. "Why do you possess such dark powers? You are truly evil." Jamie approached Hem, touched his forehead and said, "The evil one is the god you worship." Hearing that, Hem roared in fury, "Do not blaspheme him. You don't need to die for that ape-like fellow. You have much work to do." Jamie spoke, unleashing his phantom sword technique, and immediately an aura erupted. Jamie smiled chillingly and retreated. A colossal phantom sword wielding a sword in its hand sliced towards Hem. At this point Hem's veins bulged with anger. He unleashed wild maniac battle, and his body was powerfully reinforced, shattering the phantom sword's blade. Hem growled, "You made me return to this form. I can't believe it." Jamie, fearless, soared and said, "Oh, quite a man." Seeing that, Hem raged, clenching his fists and shouting, "You brat, I'll tear your mouth off first." Jamie raised his sword high and said, "This is enough." Immediately after, he unleashed the Dark Abyss version of his ultimate swordsmanship. Not stopping there, he combined 8th Circle lightning magic with dark magic to unleash dark lightning retribution, causing destructive damage to his target. Hem had to endure the pain of 2 bones breaking simultaneously. He was severely injured and bleeding from his mouth, yet he still arrogant, shouted, "You foolish brat, that's not enough to kill me." Jamie scoffed, "Who said it was over?" He offered to show more if he wished, unleashing the previously revealed third authority, Curse Magic. It was a technique that amplified the power of Curse Magic by almost tenfold. He put away his sword and looked down at the kneeling Hem, saying, "Whatever your plan, it's over now that I've caught you. Go to hell and apologize to the people you made suffer." Hem, though covered in wounds, still refused to admit defeat and said arrogantly, "It's not over yet. A monster like you was unexpected, but even if I die, nothing will change." Seeing that, Jamie frowned in incomprehension. "What, our father's loyal servant?" Just then a crack appeared in the air, and with a bang a pillar of light descended, accompanied by immense pressure. A colossal dragon appeared. The divine beast Basilisk had descended. Just then, in another place, a dark mage was squeezing out his remaining strength to turn the tide. He raised his hand high to the sky and summoned. The blood and corpses accumulated in Harmonia over the past 5 years, and the 6 crystals Hem had installed throughout Harmonia. A strange pattern, a laurel wreath embracing a small circle, was clearly etched on the back of his hand. "Based on this, I summon our parents' most powerful creature to this land." A colossal source of dark magic directly struck the spot where the mage stood. A strange red light illuminated the night sky, turning it demonically red. The mage, bleeding from all 7 orifices, screamed like a madman, "Descend upon this land, Basilisk, serpent of death." A dazzling light transformed into a pillar, tearing through the veil of night, and black smoke gathered, bringing a whirlwind that signaled the advent of calamity upon this small land. A sudden downpour of rain fell from the clear sky, but the mage paid it no mind. He continued to look up at the sky and shouted, "Now we have the power to oppose Physo and Zenes. Eliminate from this world the heretics who block the path of our faith." The dragon let out a long cry, revealing a tongue like a serpent's. Lennon pointed to the sky and shouted, "What is that?" Henry looked up at the sky in shock. "What on earth is that? A winged serpent?" Someone noticed 2 figures leaping down from somewhere and landing lightly, shouting, "There they are." Hera looked at them in surprise. Henry also turned his attention this way at the sound. Swordsman Pato let out a sigh of relief. "Henry, I met you first. It's truly fortunate to meet you. I didn't know you would be with the Welton family." Hera stood in front, raising her arms to protect her 2 companions behind her. Pato politely introduced himself. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am a Count of Harmonia," Henry said with conviction. "I can vouch for this person's identity. He materially and spiritually supports the Liberation Army." The swordsman interrupted his self-introduction and said, "My name can wait. We need to get out of here now. That's an unbeatable monster." Lennon vigilantly pointed a finger at the swordsman. "Wait, who are you? I didn't hear your introduction." The swordsman was silent for a moment, then asked, "Are you Jamie's disciple?" Lennon was moved to hear his master's name. "You know our master?" Mur asked cautiously. "Yes, where is our master?" the swordsman replied. "He is where that colossal serpent is headed," Lennon asked worriedly. "What? Then we should go help him." And Mur also felt uneasy. "Even master can't fight that alone." Hera rationally stopped her two companions. If we go, we'll only be a burden to Master. It's better to save our own lives first, the two tried to argue simultaneously. But the swordsman looked at Henry and entrusted him. Henry, I entrust you with protecting them, Henry asked anxiously. Swordsman, what are you going to do? The swordsman recalled the battle where he fought equally with Jaime. The swordsman grabbed the sword on his back and replied, I'm going to do what needs to be done. The swordsman turned his back. Gather the others and flee as far away from the capital as possible, Pato asked the swordsman worriedly. Jin, will you be all right? Jin did not answer and instructed Pato before leaving, your job is to survive. Only then can you bear the future of this country. Pato followed the blue smoke, thanking him in a small voice. Thank you very much. As Henry hoisted Pato onto his shoulder, Pato called out uncomfortably, Hey Henry. Henry firmly secured Pato on his shoulder and urged, No time for sentimentality. Everyone follow me. The serpent of death basilisk circled majestically in the night sky. Jaime Welton in a faint shadow form floated in the air and exclaimed, 60,000 years ago he was too large to see completely, but now he's like a rat's tail. Welton moved forward, but even if he's weakened, he's not an opponent to underestimate. The serpent of death opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth between its jaws. A fatal black sphere gradually gathered. As it inhaled, the sphere transformed into black and white flames, raining down on the human world. Welton still didn't exert all his power. A stream of violet magic transformed into a beam of light enveloping him. No choice, I'll have to push myself a little. A strange pattern gradually appeared on his forehead. The surging magic was so immense that even Basilisk took notice. What is this aura? Welton used the maximum version of his final magic form, Transcendent the Rim. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth and fierce black lightning struck all around him. Basilisk thought in surprise, why is a lowly worm? Distracted, the serpent of death didn't notice it had been attacked by Welton's magic, and let out a long, painful shriek. The magic restricted the serpent of death's movements and small yellow spheres flew towards Welton. Welton gripped the sword in his hand and slowly drew it. As he drew the sword, a small lightning bolt flashed, and the strange symbol covered his entire hand. Welton continued to attack. Welton family 10th form Thunderbolt. Blue light shattered the small yellow spheres, causing them to explode like smoke bombs. The serpent of death seemed to burn in the smoke, and red flames blazed on its black body as it groaned in pain. Welton still stood firm, showing no signs of fatigue. He crossed his sword and staff in an X shape. If this is your power, I'm a bit disappointed. He put all his strength into creating a purple sphere. As the purple sphere touched the serpent of death's scales, it shrieked in pain. The serpent of death fell to the ground in defeat, motionless. And just as its bone-covered shell was about to turn to ash, two blood-red hands appeared. Sharp black claws gripped the skin, trying to emerge. The human-shaped serpent of death, with long white hair and a muscular body, gasped for breath, thinking inwardly. My divine shield, which covered my entire body, is shattered. There's still such a strong person in the human world. Welton stood with his sword and staff as if he had been waiting for him for a long time. Still alive, are we? Basilisk, unable to tolerate being ignored, transformed the tails on its back into serpents, revealing its fangs and threatening, no matter how strong you are, you're still human. Die? As soon as he finished speaking, the small serpent suddenly grew large and charged at Welton all at once. All the serpents that rushed towards Welton were cut into pieces by his lightly swung sword. Basilisk saw that only the root parts of his serpents remained, and purple light emanated from the severed ends. He gnashed his teeth. Welton aimed his staff at Basilisk. Purple flames erupted from the tip of the staff. Don't scream anymore. A thin membrane formed a sphere enveloping Welton and protecting him from the shock of the explosion. Basilisk, realizing the situation was unfavorable, thought of fleeing. Damn it, I need to escape first. Welton, as if anticipating his intention, snapped his fingers. Snap. Spatial magic. Dimensional barrier. This was a 9th circle spatial magic that created a different dimension, completely separated from the external space. Basilisk, just as it was about to flee, was trapped in a cage-like black smoke. It leapt, trying to escape, but only hit a solid wall. Basilisk jumped back to the ground and roared in anger. You human, how dare you imprison me? Welton didn't reply and gestured for him to be quiet. Light magic, a dazzling stream of light transformed into a colossal sphere and flew directly towards Basilisk. Light magic is a 9th circle magic that creates amplified sacred light. Basilisk shrieked in pain. Welton looked down at the burning corpse and said, I controlled my power, so from now on you'd better watch your mouth. Basilisk, unable to contain its resentment, thought, no matter what level you've reached, how can a mere human do this to me? Welton scoffed at his intention. Even if you return to your original size, it'll be the same. Did you descend upon this land with such meager power? Basilisk screamed like a madman. Don't underestimate me, you human, Welton sneered in a low voice. Then what rank divine beast are you? Haven't you died at my hands more than 3 times? Basilisk still wouldn't concede. This is impossible. Weren't you imprisoned? Diablo Via, you escaped. He didn't deny it. That's right. Welton looked down at the pathetic creature at his feet. It's a good thing you didn't die in one blow. If you're a friend of the 12 gods, you must know many secrets, Basilisk said stubbornly. I will never tell. He lightly placed his hand on its forehead. It doesn't matter, he recalled. I heard from Physo. Whatever happens to Basilisk is his problem, not mine. Welton delivered the final blow. Third authority, top burial. Enhanced consciousness erosion, destroy the consciousness. Welton smirked. I'll take good care of your brain. As he finished speaking, Jaime cast a spell. A purple magic circle like an eye before the sun. It was the enhanced third authority consciousness destruction art. As soon as he finished speaking, the purple light emanating from it swayed like soft cloth, carrying a terrifying killing intent as it flew. The serpent of death still showed no fear of death and said arrogantly, "Useless brat," he shrieked within the purple light being cast above his forehead. Jamie thought bitterly, to have to use ninth circle power to control Basilisk's mind, how troublesome. Jamie gritted his teeth and blood fumed from his mouth and eyes. He pushed his magic to its limit. A massive surge of power. Jack, he thought frantically, damn it, I'll get sick from this. From then on, blood continuously poured from Jamie's mouth like rain. He shouted, "Ah no!" A terrifying explosion occurred, sending dirt and stones flying everywhere. He smiled and said, "Go," and slowly lowered the hand that had been casting magic in front of him. Basilisk gasped and fell to its knees on the ground. Jamie was recalling the past, the end of Diablo Volver and the unrecorded events of 10,000 years ago. When Jamie asked, he replied in anxiety and fear, "Yes, after we sealed Diablo via he spoke, continually bleeding blue blood from his nose and mouth. Basilisk gasped and blood poured from its mouth like rain, a truly horrifying sight. He was in pain and the colossal thorns protruding from his throat made it even worse. He writhed towards the sky, struggling painfully. Jamie stood beside him, helplessly sighing and rubbing his tired eyes. To even use forbidden spells, it's truly not easy to find the answer. The person next to him continued to make incomprehensible noises, then gradually vanished into the air, turning to dust. Jamie stood with his arms crossed watching. Ultimately, I'll have to hear it directly from the 12 gods, he sighed wearily. What a pity, I used even ninth circle abilities but couldn't glean anything, he thought. Still, I've reduced Dryan's power. He fell into his subconscious, beginning to ponder. Even if Dryan realizes Basilisk is gone, he won't know I killed him. This happened within the dimensional wall. At this moment, Dryan was sweating profusely. Jamie thought, despite his reputation, that guy is quite weak, so he'll suffer for a while. Suddenly, Jamie thought of releasing the spatial barrier. A dark landscape space slowly disappeared, leaving only the ethereal evening sky. As Jamie was deep in thought, someone called his name, Jamie. And he turned around saying, Jin. Moonlight rushed over to him and asked, "What happened?" Jin spoke, shaking Jamie's body hard, and Jamie felt dizzy. Jin asked, "What was that black sphere that just disappeared? Where did the serpent go? Tell me quickly." Taken hard by Jin, Jamie said, "I'm a bit tired right now. Let's talk about it later." Jin continued to try to persuade him. "Come on, tell me. As Jin was about to speak, Jamie collapsed, and Jin quickly supported him. Jamie sighed and closed his eyes. Jin was still curious. Is he asleep? The scene changed to a grand and luxurious mansion near Harmonia Castle at dusk. Blood splattered everywhere in the castle. Screams and the connection with Basilisk was severed. Emak covered his mouth with his hand and thought, what on earth happened? He finished speaking and looked out the window. Was it because of that unknown beam of light earlier? No matter how strong, it wouldn't be enough to summon Basilisk. Damn it, I don't know what on earth happened. I need to hurry back to headquarters. He bent down as if searching for something and mumbled. Suddenly a voice came from behind him. "So you were here." He was startled and turned around, asking, "Are you Jin Moonlight?" Jin silently looked at him with his arms crossed. "How do you know me?" He stood up slowly, without even wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. "How could I not know the one who always interferes with and ruins our plans? You are the swordsman of Franz and a knight of the Rio family." Jin Moonlight inwardly admired his memory and said, "I shouldn't underestimate the Dryan Church's intelligence." He cautiously asked with an unreadable look, "The swordsmen in the Rio family are called master-level experts, aren't they? What are you doing here in this distant land?" He spoke, secretly casting magic behind his back. All he could think about was escaping from Jin. Jin Moonlight looked at him coldly. "That's none of your concern," he said. "Understood." Then he suddenly used the magic he had prepared earlier and rushed at Jin Moonlight, shouting, "Truly regrettable." Jin also slowly drew his sword and said, "Then the swordsman of Rio." Before he could make a move, Jin Moonlight swiftly flew behind his back, and in an instant his head was at the edge of a sharp blade. The magic in his hand also vanished. Jin finished what he was saying earlier. "I'll show you why they are called master-level experts." Jin coldly swung his sword once more and said in a low voice, "Prepare well so you don't get confused in hell." As dawn broke, light streamed through the window of Jamie's sleeping room. The light was too dazzling, and he let out a small groan. Jamie slowly opened his green and sky blue eyes and asked, "Is this my bedroom? How long have I slept?" Jamie tried to sit up and thought, ninth circle magic is too dangerous. Combined with holy light, the danger increases even more. He painfully clutched his chest and exclaimed, "It's truly powerful, but if I use it a few more times, my body might not be able to endure it." A colossal serpent was flicking its long tongue and breathing fire. Fortunately, the serpent I encountered this time was weakened to the level of an earthworm. He recalled the battle scene. Thanks to the holy light made with the god of slaughter's dark mana, I was able to neutralize its power. Jamie thought with sad eyes, "Now I can confirm that holy light is effective against divinity. There's still so much I don't know." The white-winged eye that appeared after the holy light was created. It hadn't awakened for the past 5 years. Knock, knock. The door creaked open and Mermeyer came in and called, "Master." Jamie replied, As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly rushed over and checked on her master's condition. She checked his temperature, if he was uncomfortable anywhere, his complexion, and if he had a fever very meticulously. Jamie said helplessly, "I'm fine now." She let out a sigh of relief. I was really worried because Master slept for 3 whole days. Jamie was surprised. What, I slept for 3 days? She smiled brightly, scurried to the door and said, just a moment, I'll bring the one who knows everything right away. Jamie was astonished. A group of people crowded in and called out, Elder, you're awake, we're so glad. Jamie forced a smile and said, did you bring everyone? There are even people I haven't seen before. Jamie replied enthusiastically, haha, I slept well, so everyone don't worry. The red-haired boy, the second son of Count Simon, said, I knew you would wake up early just as I expected. Jamie said with a judging gaze, Lennon, don't say things you don't mean. Lennon quietly replied yes. Jamie was filled with anger and cursed, this damned brat. Then Jamie gently but with affection tapped his beloved disciple's head. Hera approached him and said with a soft smile, Elder, I'm truly glad you're safe. Jamie scratched his head and said shyly, I'm sorry for worrying you. It must have been hard taking care of these guys, wasn't it? Hera quietly placed her hand on her chest and said, no, on the contrary, your disciples helped me a lot. The navy-haired boy finally spoke, thanks to you, Elder, we are safe. Thank you, Sir Welton. Jamie said, wait. Then he taught, a future king should never bow his head to anyone, isn't that right? The young man from the Liberation Army was there. The brown-haired man stood blankly for a moment, then smiled brightly and extended his hand towards him. You are truly a comfortable person. It's an honor to meet you. Jamie also shook hands with the brown-haired young man. The brown-haired young man introduced himself, my name is Henry. I received a lot of help from your disciples, their skills are very good. Jamie replied, it seems my disciples also received help from you. As their master I thank you. What does Count Pato think? Henry said with eyes full of pride and trust. If the Count governs, this country can be at peace. He is the only one in this country who truly cares about the people. Jamie was satisfied with those words. Exactly. Count Pato's face turned beet red. Hey, stop teasing me. Henry laughed loudly. Haha, look how shy he is, Jamie said to Hera. I have something to discuss privately with the Count. Could everyone else please step out for a moment? Hera understood and said, understood. She politely placed her hand on her chest and left. Inside the room, the voices of the two speaking softly echoed. Jamie asked, how do you plan to run the government from now on? Count Pato said. It's still uncertain, the Count continued. First, I want to eliminate all the corrupt officials. There will be a large-scale purge, Jamie said. Seldom expects Harmonia to regain its former glory and will fully support it. Count Pato was surprised. He clenched his fist on his thigh and thought, that's right, the moment they received their help, Harmonia became a vassal state of Seldom. Perhaps I will also be involved in state affairs and become a puppet of Seldom. Jamie interrupted Count Pato's train of thought with 2 sentences. However, Seldom will not interfere in Harmonia's state affairs, so do well. Isn't this also a kind of revolution? He said with a bright smile. Count Pato did not expect Jamie's words. Sir Welton, but Jamie suddenly changed to a low, cold and menacing expression. But if Harmonia returns to its former state, Count Pato flinched at his menacing expression and said firmly, I will never disappoint Sir Welton, the benefactor of this country. Jamie was pleased by Count Pato's words. Keep that promise. Then the two shook hands. Count Pato also replied to him, of course, Sir Welton. After Count Pato left, Jamie looked at the setting sun and cleared his mind. He muttered to himself, now I need to meditate until I've fully recovered. He brought his fingertips together and slowly closed his eyes. He thought, I want to find him, but it's too difficult. Then Jamie felt someone outside and shouted, don't just stand there, come in. A stern and somewhat angry voice was heard. What kind of tone is that? Young people should be respectful to their elders. It was Moonlight. Jamie narrowed his eyes and asked, are you warning me right now? Jin Moonlight immediately changed his attitude and said, it was a joke. Hearing that, Jamie immediately returned to a serious demeanor and asked, what is it? Jin said, I came to ask you a few things. What was that immense light that instantly exploded within the black sphere when you fought Basilisk? Where did that serpent go? Tell me quickly. Jin recalled, it was the most intense light I've ever seen. A gigantic beam of light that illuminated the entire sky. If I had been nearby, I would have disappeared with that mysterious light, Jamie said casually. That was incomplete 9th circle magic, holy light. Jin realized in an instant, 9th circle, I suspected as much. But Jin was recalling Jamie's appearance with a glowing magic staff in his hand. He thought, the highest realm that all mages dream of but humans cannot reach. Does Jamie truly mean he has reached that realm? Jin propped his chin on his hand and said, even after seeing and hearing it directly, I still can't believe it. The world would surely be shocked if it knew. But incomplete? Jamie said, yes, it's imperfect 9th circle magic, just a crude level. Jamie closed his eyes and said, I hope you keep this secret, it's not yet time to reveal it. A map of the past unfolded in Jamie's mind. Thorny, vicious animals in the land. In the past, when a 9th circle mage appeared, all national records were destroyed. It must have been due to the influence of the 12 churches. Perhaps they fear the birth of a second Diablo Volver. The image of that 9th circle mage appeared in his mind. He was a very handsome man with a low voice. Jamie clenched his fist and thought, to the 12 gods, Diablo Volver was a nightmare, so I must reveal this power only when I can fully control it. Only then can I survive in this world. Moonlight widened his eyes and said, what will you do if I expose this? Jamie said, and with a menacing expression his eyes gradually turned purple and golden mana swirled around him. Then one of us will lose our life, won't we? He smiled, curving the corner of his mouth. In the eerie atmosphere, Jamie asked, one more thing. Are you from the same country as Henry? Your clothes look quite similar. At this moment, Jamie withdrew his mana. Jin Moonlight said, yes, we are from Rio on the eastern continent. Jamie recalled the name Rio. It meant beautiful, a country where civilization is not developed but cold weapons are advanced and most residents are warriors. But sorcerers were active in that country, he was curious. Are all warriors equally strong? Jin sighed. Not at all. If all warriors were master-level experts, we would have ruled this continent. There are also some sorcerers with divine power levels, he was curious. Do they call swordmasters master-level experts? A triangle appeared in his mind. The first vertex was Profound Realm, the second Enlightened Realm, the third Transcendent Realm, and finally Master-Level Expert, indicating the levels from lowest to highest. Jin said there are also levels for Master-Level Experts from lowest to highest. They are Master-Level, Transcendent, Enlightened, and Profound. Jamie thought, if Master-Level is an expert, then Transcendent is a Grand Master, but there's someone even stronger than that. Jamie smiled slyly and said, then Rio's power is truly formidable. A scene appeared in his mind. Only a Master-Level Expert of the highest realm can defeat Iris. Jamie continued to smile and said, then it means Grand Mage and Transcendent Realm experts are the highest levels in Rio. Jin closed his eyes, nodded lightly, and said, that's right. Jamie speculated inwardly. Suddenly the image of that person appeared in his mind. I can't remember his name, but in the past he was stronger than anyone else in swordsmanship. A faint black shadow appeared in his mind and said, one who has reached the Enlightened Realm or higher. Jamie asked, is there a swordsman in Rio who has reached the Enlightened Realm? Jin replied, not currently. They say the last person to reach the Enlightened Realm lived 100 years ago. Jin said, according to records he was the first warrior to come to the continent. Only his surname is known and it was Chak. Hearing that surname, the faint shadow gradually became clear. A handsome young man was pointing his sword at Jamie with deep eyes. He said, let's spar. My surname is Chak. Jamie's expression changed. A name appeared in his mind. His name is Chak Jun Kyung. I remember now, Jamie thought. He confronted me, Diablo Volver, with just one sword, but I was not an easy opponent to defeat. Jamie looked directly at the sword. The words he spoke when I was training with a sword helped me a lot. But is Chak Jun Kyung still there? Is the surname Chak common? Jin said, it's rare, but there are a few people with that surname. There aren't many other surnames in Rio. It could be a coincidence that both of them have the surname Chak, Jamie said. Thank you. I've gained useful information. If I have the chance, I'd like to visit Rio sometime, Jin Moonlight said. Once everything is stable, I'll take you there. So, would you like to come with me to Franz headquarters? Jamie said. If you're asking me to work for Franz, I refused that before. Jin said, I'm not asking you to work, but I think it would be great if you met our Grand Mage, Lady Iris. A quiet space. Jin continued to persuade him. I'll leave in about a week, so please give me an answer as soon as possible. Jamie said, I'll think about it later. The space became quiet again. After Jin left, Jamie looked out the window and repeated the name Franz headquarters. The next day, news spread that the Harmonia War had ended in victory. All corrupt officials were executed and people would be dispatched for further investigation. The king was exiled, and Count Neo was temporarily running the government. King Freedom of Seldom said, that family has a long and storied legend. They are very suitable to be the king of a nation. King Freedom continued to ask, what about the Dryan Church? A brown-faced, white-haired subordinate reported, there is no news yet. I believe other churches will soon put pressure on us. The 12 churches indirectly influence the countries they belong to. There was an unwritten rule that the church and the government would not interfere in each other's affairs. The brutality of the Dryan Church shattered this balance. The 12 churches would surely punish the people of the continent. The King of Seldom clenched his fists on his desk, gnashing his teeth and thinking to himself, this is not to my liking. How long will the laws of the 12 churches continue to influence humanity? The King of Seldom closed his eyes and sighed. But Jamie truly did well. I entrusted him with many important tasks and he handled this one well too. Then he listened to his subordinate talk about Jamie and smiled triumphantly. He defeated the Dryan Church's core forces. His name is Welton, the King of Seldom chuckled. He's truly like a child. With this victory we have gained Harmonia as an ally and at the same time put pressure on the Zenis Church. The subordinate suddenly remembered and handed a letter to the king. Your Majesty, a letter from Lord Welton. The King of Seldom was surprised. A letter? He opened the letter and saw the message Jamie had left. To my dearest Majesty, I, Jamie, wish to travel the world to broaden my horizons. At the end of the letter was a drawing of Jamie winking and raising his index finger at him. The King of Seldom's face gradually changed color, and his lips trembled with an unknown emotion. He's leaving again, is this all the letter says? The subordinate next to him was also at a loss. I apologize, Your Majesty. That is all he sent. Then the king saw a postscript in the bottom corner of the letter. If you have an urgent matter, please contact me through this animal. An animal sound was heard, and a cute blue bird appeared. Speak here, speak here. The king and his subordinate could only stare in surprise at the animal Jamie had sent. Harmonia quickly regained stability as corrupt forces were purged, greedy nobles were imprisoned, and their assets confiscated. Government funds were used to aid the people. The people were surprised to see Count Pato extend a helping hand to the impoverished. The hungry people regained their vitality. Servants who had been treated like slaves were able to return home. Minor problems still remained, but the lives of the continent's people changed rapidly. Lenin marveled at the sounds of prosperity and laughter echoing throughout the streets. It's like a different country now, and Meyer shared the same thought. It's only been a week. Suddenly, Lenin let out an "oh" and started talking about Lord Pato. I heard he's been working continuously for days, barely sleeping. Meyer also agreed. There were too many issues to resolve during this period. Hera spoke up, but he must be happy. This corrupt country is starting to return to normal. Meyer agreed. That's right, a clear voice echoed from a distance. Hello kids, hello Hera. Meyer exclaimed in surprise. Uncle Henry, a cool Henry, with neatly cut hair and heavy armor that highlighted his strength, approached them. Meyer smiled brightly. I heard you were appointed captain of the Royal Guards after making great contributions in this war of resistance. Hera politely bowed her head and Lennon interjected playfully. Are you used to that divine beast now? Uncle Henry scratched his head. Not yet. Lennon asked, how are things these days? Henry forced a smile and replied, I don't know either. I'm too busy. As Henry was speaking, someone called him from a distance. Captain. Hearing the call, Henry waved to everyone. I have to go now, see you later, take care. Everyone behind waved brightly. Uncle Henry, you take care too. Jamie quietly appeared behind them and asked, what are you doing here? At this, Lennon's face changed like a startled cat. Ah, you startled me, master, Hera softly said. We were just strolling around the streets. Jamie looked around. A lot had changed in the past week. Hera asked curiously, aren't you supposed to be recuperating at the palace? Why are you here? Jamie smiled and said, I came because I have something to say. I've decided on my next destination. I'll be returning to Fran's headquarters with Jin. Hearing Jamie's words, everyone looked confused and simultaneously exclaimed, Ha! Meyer quickly asked, can I come too? Lennon next to her also said, me too, please let me come. The two desperately grabbed their master's sleeves, but Jamie replied coldly no as the two disciples continued to pester him. Jamie pushed them away with magic and the two cried out arg as they fell to the ground, deflated. Lennon opened his mouth. Master, and Meyer added, please let us come with you. Annoyed by his disciples' commotion, Jamie trapped them in a box-shaped magic barrier and approached Hera asking, please take care of the children. Seeing that, Hera asked, how long will you be gone? Jamie also replied gently, at least a month or maybe even a year, Hera said dejectedly. But the skill gap between master and your disciples is too great now. Jamie said gently, that's right, Ms. Hera, you can teach them in my place. Hera waved her hand and refused. No, I lack the ability for that. Jamie laughed and replied, I know you have enough ability to take care of my disciples. After finishing his conversation with Hera, Jamie released the barrier that had trapped his two disciples and said, understood. Jamie said in a stern voice, this journey will be very arduous so you cannot follow. And Meyer opened her mouth. But before she could finish, Lennon covered her mouth with his hand, stopping her from speaking further. Lennon said, and give up. Tears welled up in Lennon's eyes. I know master won't take us. Please travel safely. We will follow your instructions until master returns. Jamie felt something was different from usual. Those words were unlike his usual self. Lennon shouted angrily, why does master never believe me when I speak seriously? Jamie teased Lennon slightly. I believe you'll do well, and he patted Lennon's head, and Meyer also said, then master, travel safely. Lennon kicked a stone far away, embarrassed. Master, don't forget to bring back souvenirs when you return. After that, Jamie bid farewell to everyone. The scene changed to the Harmonia border region. At this time, the sun had set in the Harmonia kingdom. Jin and Jamie were leaving Harmonia. Jin turned his head and asked, did you say goodbye to everyone? Yes. Where is Fran's organization headquarters? Jin replied, it's in Abraxas. It's one of the 6 forbidden zones, specifically the 6th forbidden zone, Abraxas. Beyond the Arajat forest, a white temple appeared in the distance. It was a colossal temple located at the northernmost tip of the country. Monsters in blue flame armor and mammoths with purple eyes stood guard. It was a place filled with all sorts of poisonous plants and dangerous monsters where human footsteps had not been allowed for a long time. A snake was entwined around a poisonous plant, its mouth wide open. Jamie asked, is Iris there? Jin informed him. Not right now. 15 days ago, Iris and Bailey stayed in Harmonia for a while. They left for some business. Jamie pouted in disappointment. What, I came all the way to headquarters and I still can't meet her? Jin turned around. It's not like that, she'll be back soon. Jin continued, isn't it good to wander around the country and enjoy some leisure time? Near the Leo Mountains, a prosperous village appeared. Shouts echoed. Look at those monsters, where are they going? Get out of here, you damn bastards. A group of people frantically threw stones at the two. The older brother was protecting his younger sister with his body. The girl weakly called out to her brother, but he said he was fine. Nasty children shouted. They probably don't even know their father abandoned them. Everyone says their father is a famous swindler. The brother's angry grinding teeth continued to echo, and he twisted his body, staring at the jeering crowd. The brother tightly held his sister's hand. Let's go. The girl winced and teared up because her brother held her hand too tightly. Ah, it hurts. The brother bit his lip and hugged her close. Damn it, I have to grow up as soon as possible. When I do, I'll definitely destroy this damn village. The sunlight hid behind the long mountain range, and the warm rays illuminated every corner of the peaceful village's rooftops. Standing at the village entrance, Jin assessed. That village looks quiet today. Jamie nodded lightly and said, let's go in. A breeze blew. Dark night fell, and a sign with the word in hung under a tall pillar. In the central hall, a man with a mustache said in a gentle voice, welcome guest. Opposite him was Jin with an indifferent expression. He replied coolly, 2 rooms please. At the same time he dropped coins into the innkeeper's palm. Having received money he naturally had to do his job. The innkeeper immediately turned and said to the attendant, show the guests to their rooms. Just then, a female attendant who was taking clean towels upstairs cheerfully replied, yes, I will escort the 2 of you to the 2nd floor. A moment later in the inn's dining room, people sat huddled together and the sounds of conversation and clattering dishes continuously echoed. Since there were only two of them, they sat facing each other. Jamie watched Jin eat with an inexpressible look on his face. Doesn't he think he looks strange who eats with a mask on? It's scary. At his words, Jin paused for a moment. I'm eating well, why is he suddenly picking a fight? Jin said coldly. What does me wearing a mask have to do with you? Jamie sighed once, closed his eyes and replied in resignation. It's really embarrassing if others see it. I heard you saw Pinter yesterday. Suddenly, a conversation came from a nearby table. A strange brown-haired girl rested her chin on her hand and asked, Is it really a curse? Jamie sharply pinpointed the core. A curse, another irritable voice retorted. Ever since that woman and her 2 children came here, the village started acting strangely. We need to drive them out. A middle-aged man at the same table gesticulated excitedly, and the brown-haired girl opposite him waved her hand and shook her head. That's just a guess. What do you think is wrong with them? Her voice continued. Don't they say you shouldn't judge a mage by their appearance? These words struck Jamie right in the heart. His face paled and he spewed out the water he had just drunk. It landed perfectly on Jin's face in the most beautiful parabola, soaking his entire head. Jin, enraged, bent his fork. He gritted his teeth and glared at him with sinister eyes. Jamie, feeling guilty, avoided his murderous gaze and awkwardly chuckled. Sorry, it must be a coincidence. Jin didn't even look at the boy in front of him, wiped his face with a clean towel and called out, Bring me a beer. The female attendant, carrying several glasses, immediately replied, Yes, is there anything else you'd like to order for your companion? Jamie opened his mouth. No, that's enough. Those people are talking about a curse. What is it? He turned his head to look at the other table and continued. The female attendant followed his gaze and turned her head. That incident, she began to tell the story. After that mother and children moved here, ghosts started appearing in the village. According to her, visions of a giant ghost covering the 3 family members appeared. The female attendant's voice continued. Everyone chased them out of the village, but the ghost kept appearing. The female attendant looked at him and concluded. In the end, everyone spread rumors that the village was cursed, so travelers no longer stayed here. Jin listened and then nodded, assessing. Something strange happened here. Jamie rolled his eyes in thought, and the female attendant, thinking her guest's request was finished, put down the beer glasses, turned to leave, and said, Anyway, it would be better if you didn't stay in this village for too long either. You never know what might happen in the future. Jamie's eyes flickered, and he rested his chin on his hand, pressing one side of his lips, thinking. Ghosts and a cursed family. Time passed quickly, and Jamie sat on the bed in his room cross-legged looking out the window and softly said, Where should I start my investigation? Then he closed his eyes. The entire village appeared in his mind. It was like a simulation map made only of lines. If there really is a ghost, I'll find it right away. Jamie scrutinized the architecture of the old houses one by one. Suddenly, a strange purple aura drifted through the village streets. Jamie smiled in surprise. Is it there? Without a word, Jamie headed directly there on the road. He felt a chilling, different air to his bones, and softly assessed the dense negative energy that heavily covered this place. Jamie muttered that he would lift the veil of mystery, but he couldn't help but be surprised. The amount of negative energy is far beyond that of an ordinary graveyard. Negative energy only becomes this strong when evil spirits appear. As he thought, the head of a terrifying evil spirit appeared. Jamie concluded. If it's an evil spirit, it will harm humans. Suddenly, Jamie seemed to sense something. A faint sound was heard, but there was no malice at all. It was truly a strange phenomenon. He frowned and opened his mouth, looking at the black aura emanating from behind the wooden wall. The negative energy there is very dense. Jamie ran deep into the darkness where the dense negative energy was leaking out. He thought about one problem. This must be related to a necromancer. Before his eyes, a ghost full of death energy appeared. Its limbs were indistinct, like whirlwinds or wind, making its specific form unknown. Jamie inwardly exclaimed, I found it. Take me to your master, he said. Jamie's eyes also seemed to change, taking on a mysterious purple glow like the magic he shot from his hand. The death energy rushed out, but it seemed to be blocked. The ghost's face changed and it opened its mouth, emitting sound waves that offset his attack. Jamie was shocked. It blocked my power? An interesting light appeared in Jamie's eyes. He curled the corner of his mouth, withdrew his hand, and thought, I thought all necromancers in this era were trash. No matter how strong a power is, it will always be suppressed by an even stronger one. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jamie immediately raised his hand and unfurled his first authority. Reversal. He summoned a magic circle. Countless large and small circles simultaneously appeared behind him. The chains shot out so quickly that they created a gust of wind, making Jamie's outer garment flutter. He commanded, Come into my hand. The sturdy chains then obeyed Jamie's words as if they had a soul. The chains whistled as they rushed forward, binding the ghost tightly. The ghost struggled, letting out a hoarse scream. You are strong, but I also possess the power of necromancy. How could you be stronger than me? Jamie said. As the hand engulfed in magical flames tightened the chains further, the ghost knelt at his feet. Jamie thought to himself, with this method I can cast a subjugation spell and track the necromancer's whereabouts. Suddenly, Jamie's eyes widened in surprise. The sight before him was reflected in his pupils. The subjugation spell was destroyed and only a tangled mess of chains remained before Jamie's eyes. The ghost that had just been bound had escaped. Jamie thought, did it disappear as soon as it was unsummoned? Jamie snapped his fingers and an interesting expression appeared on his face. As reversal ended, an indescribable ripple spread through his mind. He inwardly judged, for this to happen its loyalty must be extremely strong. Jamie turned around and walked away, letting out a soft sigh. This has become interesting. I'll have to tell Jin that I'll be staying a few more days. The next day, under the village's blue sky, Fabian was running in a hurry. The boy constantly turned his head, surveying his surroundings. Fabian rushed into a shop and exclaimed, "Mister," the shop owner replied. "Fabian, 2 servings as usual today?" The boy smiled brightly and replied, "Today I'll have 3 servings. After speaking, he placed a few coins on the table. The owner turned to get the goods, smiling as he replied, "All right, I'll prepare it right away." Looking at the 3 coins on the table, Fabian calculated inwardly, "This should last me a week." Suddenly, a voice was heard, startling Fabian. "Isn't that the damned Fabian?" He whirled around to see 2 cunning-looking youths entering. One of them said with displeasure, "Do you know that because of you I can't even go out at night? It's really annoying me to death." The other sneered, continuing, "Why should good people like us suffer because your family is cursed?" Fabian retorted loudly in anger, "My family is not cursed." The angry-faced man immediately rushed forward and punched him in the face. He shouted, "Who are you yelling at?" Fabian painfully knelt, grabbed by the scruff of his neck by the angry-faced man. The damned fellow laughed as he threw his hat aside and said, "Let's see if the curse breaks if we kill this kid." The one who came with him also watched from behind, laughing loudly and chiming in, "Yeah, you're right." Fabian grabbed the hand of the man holding his collar. His slapped cheek was already swollen red. Fabian squeezed his eyes shut and shouted, "Please let me live." The corner of the man's mouth, who saw his expression from the street corner, stretched as far as his ears. He clenched his fist and said, "Who would have time to help a ghost-possessed kid? Go to hell," he shouted. Fabian squeezed his eyes even tighter in fear, his eyes already brimming with tears. Suddenly a familiar figure appeared in this scene. Jamie firmly grabbed the bully's fist. He frowned and said coldly, "This child has done nothing wrong." Jamie squeezed hard and the bones on his hand dug deep, making the bully scream like a pig being slaughtered. Then he swung his hand, throwing the bully into the other fellow. The 2 collided and crashed into the shop door together. Jamie closed his eyes, dusted off his hands and said, "I wondered why it was so noisy this morning, and it was you 2. Seeing the 2 useless rascals trembling, leaning against the wall and the floor, Jamie said coldly, "No matter what, hitting a child must be punished." Jamie smiled cunningly, raised his hand towards them and joyfully uttered 2 words, "Pain." Immediately a green aura erupted from his hand. It wafted like smoke, enveloping the 2 rascals. They immediately screamed in unison and fell to the floor. Jamie looked at the scene, wondering if he had gone too far. Then a faint voice was heard, "Excuse me." Jamie turned his head and met Fabian's tear-filled eyes. His scratched and reddened cheeks and trembling body looked very pitiful. Fabian said in a trembling voice, "Thank you for saving me." Jamie then remembered him. "Is this the child from the cursed family in the rumors? Why is he here?" he suddenly said. "Let me see your face." Then he raised his hand and brought it to Fabian's cheek. A yellow light flashed. Fabian was too surprised to speak. "Oh, the wound." Jamie smiled brightly. He said, "I am a priest dispatched from the church. It is natural to help those in danger. It seems your family is being misunderstood." Jamie had somehow picked up a small hat. He bent down slightly and, maintaining his smile, handed the hat to Fabian. "May I help you?" he asked. Fabian looked up at him blankly. It was instantaneous. The sky turned deep blue in the forest where only bare branches remained without a single leaf. Fabian walked ahead, holding a bag of bread to his chest. Jamie followed behind. He surveyed his surroundings, inwardly assessing that the negative energy was quite heavy. The wind whistled across the desolate field. A scarecrow stood in the middle of the field, its straw body already rotten and broken. Jamie thought to himself, "Are they living in a place like this?" Standing in front of the old house, Fabian hastily opened the door and said politely, "Brother, this is my house. Please come in." Jamie replied, "All right," as soon as he entered the house. The boy quickly placed the bag of bread on the table and hurried up the stairs, saying, "Mom, it's me, Fabian." Jamie came inside and looked around in the bedroom. A woman with a gentle face sat on the bed. She smiled and said, "Is that you, Fabian, darling?" Beside her, a cheerful-faced girl hugged the woman, happily greeting Fabian. "Big brother." They were his mother, Irina, and his younger sister, Fiona. Fabian joyfully told his mother, "Mom, we have a guest. This priest can drive away the evil spirits in the village." Irina then noticed the person who had followed him in. She couldn't see his face clearly and replied, "Really? Is that true?" Jamie smiled faintly and said, "Pleased to meet you. I am from the Pho Church." He smiled, raised his hand in greeting and introduced himself. "My name is Ricky." But a symbol glowed in his palm, creating a different face. Irina said with some concern, "Why would someone like you come to such a dirty place?" But Fabian was very excited, clenching his fists and asserting, "It's true, Mom. Look," Fabian said, "I was hurt by someone a few hours ago. But this brother healed my wound." After speaking, he pushed his face forward, proudly showing it off to his mother. Irina tried to hug her son's face, but after hearing his words, she covered her mouth in surprise and said, "Wow, the wound really healed." Irina immediately stood up and bowed her head to him. "Thank you so much. It would cost a lot to heal the wound and I can't afford it anywhere." Jamie raised his hand, stroked her head and chuckled a few times. "Haha, it's nothing." Beside him, Fiona cheerfully rubbed her eyes and clung to her brother. "I merely followed the goddess's will." Although he said so outwardly, Jamie's face was already beet red inwardly. He clenched his fist and gritted his teeth, thinking, "Damn it, it's so cheesy." It's all thanks to this item," he said. "I heard that the appearance of ghosts in this village is due to your family." Jamie opened his palm and the dazzling golden light in his hand was blinding. He continued, "May I confirm if that rumor is true?" Irina was silent for a moment, then turned to her children and said, "Fiona, Phoebian, please step aside for a moment. This is a grown-up conversation." Phoebian didn't understand what she meant but obeyed and replied, "Yes, understood," as the wooden door closed tightly. Irina went to the side of the bed, bent down and took out a box with both hands, maintaining her low posture. Irina said, "When I came to this village I met a priest who gave me this rosary." Then she opened the box. Inside was a silver crucifix. Irina's voice was calm. "He said it would protect our family from evil spirits." Jamie thought quietly in a low posture, "I feel a holy power from that rosary." "I don't know whose it is," Jamie replied calmly. "I see," Irina asserted with a dark expression. "Yes, the village rumors are true." Jamie asked, "Why are evil spirits chasing your family?" Irina replied sadly, "I don't know either. I only know that it is related to the children's father." Irina recounted, "He was the captain of the Knights of the Shio Kingdom." A man in silver armor, with reddish-brown hair and a stern face, she said, "But a coup d'etat occurred. My husband was killed defending the kingdom, the Shio Kingdom. 3 years ago, when the king fell ill and the throne was vacant, one of the princes staged a coup. A war of clashing swords and spears erupted, and that prince successfully ascended the throne. He severed ties with the previous royal family. After that, he built a new castle and established a new dynasty." Irina concluded, "Perhaps everything started from then. That's my guess." Jamie rested his chin on his hand, thinking, "The Shio Kingdom is located at the western end of the Arisa continent, quite far from this northern village. They are just the family of the former knight commander, and there's only a woman and children." Jamie's eyes hardened. Why would the necromancer be ordered to cast a spell to chase this family all the way here? Jamie thought to himself. Are they trying to eradicate them completely? A long rope was wrapped around a pillar on the ceiling. "I see, that's a very sad story," Jamie said. "I will free your family." Irina looked up in surprise. She asked, "What do I need to do now?" "I need you to be bait." Jamie turned around. He smiled meaningfully and concluded, "To lure the evil spirits." Time passed and the sky gradually brightened, a clear, pristine sky in front of the old house. Irina and her 2 children bowed to Jamie. She said, "Please help our family." Jamie accepted the greeting and continued, "Yes, don't worry." Phoebian stood closest to him, placed his hand on his chest and said sincerely, "Thank you, brother, for healing my wounds and catching the ghosts for our family." Jamie stroked the boy's head. "All right, you're the older brother of this house, so you must protect it well. Oh, no matter what, you must not go outside today," Jamie solemnly cautioned. In the twilight, Jamie stood on a high place observing the entire village and thought to himself. The rosary's power affects a radius of 300 meters from Phoebian's house. Mana and black magic were created by Diablo Via. Principal Gau's face suddenly appeared in his mind. He thought to himself, "The seeds I sowed in my past life still remain in this life." At the same time, the portrait of the first King Gaiden came to mind, and even the appearance of the ghost. "Can I catch them all?" Jamie thought to himself. "Perhaps if I take one step at a time it will end someday." A strong wind blew across the field and Jamie stood there, calculating with sharp eyes. He summoned a little power and immediately a sphere rested in his hand. Black magic swirled around him. Jamie hesitated slightly. "Should I use the subordinates I have now? I'll summon the Gate of Reversal." Under the lush tree shade, a gate with a large eye in the center appeared, and entangled chains fixing the frame dropped from the air to the ground. Dirt and stones immediately shattered and scattered, and every blade of grass fluttered and scattered under its immense pressure. Jamie thought to himself, "I just need to chant the spell to open the Gate of Reversal to summon them." The lock shattered, and the chains immediately broke free. "Come out, Azazel and Astar." At his words, the eye in the center of the gate opened, and from within the purple pillar 3 familiar figures gradually walked out. They all drew their weapons, their expressions cold and fierce. Jamie silently raised an eyebrow and looked at them with dead fish eyes. He clenched his fist and said loudly, "You brats, why are you drawing your swords in broad daylight? Put them away immediately, didn't you hear me?" Azazel immediately obeyed and put his sword back in its scabbard. Astar hid his weapon behind his back and quietly looked east and west. Azazel in particular was a bit exaggerated. He bent his body like a boiled shrimp, squeezed his eyes shut and waved his hands covering his head. Jamie turned around and said, "When your master speaks, where are you looking?" Astar scratched his head and replied with an awkward laugh, "It seems I'm a bit excited to be outside after a long time." 5 years ago, Astar was a killer for an organization that supplied the illegal drug Apophis X to the magic world. Astar was seized by the scruff of his neck with a terrified expression, then dragged through the Gate of Reversal and became Jamie's zombie subordinate. Turning to the main topic, he opened his mouth. "I have a mission for you. Keep an eye out for any undead appearing nearby." Hearing his words, Azazel immediately turned his head, sniffed and replied, "Undead indeed, there's a strange smell." Astar, seeing him turn around and leave as soon as he finished speaking, hastily asked, "Master, where are you going?" Jamie turned his head and calmly explained, "If I'm here it might not appear, so I need to leave." "Understood." They immediately bowed their heads politely to see him off. Azazel spoke on behalf of everyone, "Yes. We will report immediately if we see any signs." Jamie moved his steps, and his body gradually shifted, disappearing in an instant after leaving a single word. "Contact me right away." Meanwhile, as darkness descended on the village sky on a deserted brick road, a figure in purple armor emitting continuous thick ghostly energy appeared. It walked one step at a time, muttering in a sinister voice, "It's cut off." I must complete the command. Behind its back, countless ghosts filled with dense ghostly energy surged from beneath the ground, and the energy of death filled the sky. Its voice continued to mutter, "The number of people is." Suddenly, the necklace hanging on her chest with a large jewel at its center trembled and emitted a dazzling violet light. Several streaks of lightning-like flashes also burst forth from within. As the ghost soldier unleashed ferocious demonic energy, the dark eyes within its helmet gleamed chillingly. She clenched the necklace tightly, and immediately continuous explosions erupted around her, stirring up a massive cloud of dust. The ghost soldiers and their commander vanished in an instant. In the inn, Jin leisurely held a beer glass. He sighed, looking at the night sky beyond the window. "It's really eerie." He thought inwardly that he could feel the souls of the dead. Jamie said he'd handle it, so it should be fine. Though he said that, Jin's heart was still somewhat unsettled. He slammed his beer glass down hard as if a summons. In less than 0.5 seconds the inn's waitress appeared, maintaining her professional smile. She asked, "Do you need more beer, sir?" Jin replied coldly, "No need." He suddenly asked, "By the way, how long have you worked here?" The waitress, tray in hand, only replied after thinking, "About 2 years." Jin looked at her and thought to himself, "Everyone in this village is affected by the spirit's energy and is negative. This child is truly special." The girl before him seemed unaffected by external forces, maintaining a positive attitude from beginning to end. He stood up and spoke as if giving a precious word. "Understood, I'll be going now." The kind girl asked again, "Won't you order anything else?" Back at Irina's house, Jamie's 3 subordinates guarded the door. The night wind blew fiercely, rustling a few blades of grass. Azazel suddenly spoke as if sensing something. "That energy is getting denser and denser." Ree closed one eye and felt the wind on his face. "Will they be okay? How can ordinary people endure this?" Master cast a sleeping spell on them, so they'll be fine. In the bedroom inside the house, a faint golden magic barrier gently and softly enveloped the room from above. Irina and her children were sleeping peacefully. Estar spoke up, "I can't contact Master." Ree was startled, his face filled with worry as he replied, "Really? No way." Meanwhile, Estar's face turned dark and grim. He growled, "They've appeared." Before them was a group of ghost soldiers exuding an ominous aura. They wore armor and carried spears and shields, glaring at them. Ree looked at the ghost soldiers. Thinking this fight didn't seem too difficult, he said, "What should we do now?" Estar replied irritably. "Why are you asking me?" He pondered, looking ahead, and muttered. "Strange," he asked, slightly puzzled. "Aren't these low-level evil spirits?" Seeing the ghosts radiating negative energy from their entire bodies, he continued. "If they were controlled by a necromancer, they wouldn't be able to maintain such a complete form." The 3 men's expressions suddenly changed, and they all became murderous and fierce. Estar said savagely, "Won't it be over if we just kill them all?" Azazel frowned, and veins popped out on his forehead. His eyes replied solemnly, "Right, we can't let them get close to the house, so," the 3 shouted in unison, "let's eliminate them." As soon as they finished speaking, they drew their weapons and charged at the enemy. Astar grinned, revealing sharp teeth like a cannibal. Bloodthirsty red light flickered in his eyes, and he shouted with frantic excitement, "It's time for a massacre." Beside him, elsewhere, not far from a barren forest devoid of life, the wind whipped at the hem of Jamie's blue coat. Jamie stood with one hand on his hip as if he had been waiting for a long time. He spoke, "Was my prediction wrong?" It was truly unexpected. The mastermind behind this was a dark knight. The eyes within the helmet gleamed strangely as they looked at him, and ferocious and cruel killing intent erupted from the dark knight's entire body. Negative energy seemed to engulf space and time. A strange white light shone from the eyes within the helmet. To be precise, this individual was a dark knight, a high-ranking undead being with terrifying power. Jamie turned his head and thought to himself, "But why are they targeting Phoebian's family?" He looked at the ghost soldiers approaching him and casually thought, "I should probably ask them everything for sure." Jamie aimed his sword directly at the Dark Knight and asked calmly, "Why have you appeared before me? Your target should be quite far from here." The Dark Knight remained silent and did not answer. "If you won't answer," he said, imbuing his weapon with dark magic, "I'll have to use my authority." Suddenly the necklace around the Dark Knight's neck glowed. A large skull-shaped jewel, its eyes gleaming chillingly, spoke with a voice, "Those who interfere must die." As the desperate voice echoed, the Dark Knight, as if given a command, immediately charged, swinging its sword in the air, targeting Jamie. Jamie's eyes widened in surprise and a thought flashed through his mind. Is it dark mana? The sword strike came down with intense sword energy. Jamie quickly dodged and the corner of his mouth curved into a smile. "Well, it doesn't matter." Jamie spoke. He lowered his stance and the longsword in his hand was engulfed in thick dark magic. His face grew serious and he uttered a challenging, almost insane remark. "I'll make you my subordinate." 2 terrifying forces clashed, neither willing to yield. Jamie thought, he's skilled in manipulating dark mana and also a seasoned swordsman. Jamie prepared to swing his sword, taking an offensive stance. The battle raged fiercely, and countless dark spirits burst forth from the Dark Knight's body. Jamie spoke, "Does he have companions too?" Jamie summoned the Outlander Avalon staff and said, "Taste this, you dark spirits." After that, Jamie used the Holy Explosion technique with the Outlander Avalon. It was a basic divine spell used by priests. Dazzling golden light spread in all directions, sweeping away the Dark Knight's dark spirits. Jamie said, "These low-level undead cannot do anything to me." Dark Knight. The Dark Knight continued to mumble, "Annihilate the enemy, like a soulless corpse." Jamie chuckled and continued, "I thought you were inexperienced, but now I understand. You're not an ancient spirit that accumulated power over a long time, but one who was reborn as a powerful being by absorbing dark mana." Jamie used the authority of reversal to attack the Dark Knight with terrifying power. Jamie shouted loudly, "I know you're not an easy opponent." Jamie exclaimed. But you are merely a Dark Knight who has only recently appeared in this world. You're still far from it, rookie. Following this, Jamie appeared above the Dark Knight's head and prepared to strike down with his sword. Jamie's sword struck the ground, causing it to crack and shatter into large pieces. The Dark Knight dodged. After avoiding Jamie's technique, the Dark Knight counterattacked. But Jamie showed no fear and calmly said, "Your attack is quite good." But Jamie used the world reversal technique with the Outlander Avalon again, and the tide of battle turned, with Jamie absolutely dominating the Dark Knight. The Dark Knight was shocked. Jamie said, "You'll need to know more if you want to fight a battle mage." Jamie's sword pierced the Dark Knight's body. The Dark Knight screamed in pain. Jamie smiled victoriously with a joyous and mischievous expression. Jamie used the Thunderbolt technique again to deliver the final fatal blow. The Dark Knight's outer armor cracked. Pieces of broken armor fell off. The person inside the armor was a blonde girl. Jamie was surprised, thinking, "A girl." The weakened Dark Knight sat on the ground but still said very stubbornly, "Don't interfere, I must complete the command." Jamie thought, if she's a Dark Knight, a high-ranking undead, she should be fully awakened, but why does she seem like a newly formed vengeful spirit? Is it because of my authority? Jamie sheathed his sword. He continued to think, "Anyway, I'll have to train her." Jamie looked down at the Dark Knight and said, "Stop wandering around and bothering living people. Be my subordinate." Jamie's hand, engulfed in dark mana, reached out over the Dark Knight's head. The Dark Knight weakly closed its eyes and mumbled, "Aye, aye." Suddenly, unexpectedly, a colossal force erupted again around the Dark Knight. The Dark Knight shouted loudly, "I must complete the command." The castle of the Shintai Kingdom. The scene was horrific and reeked of blood. Bloody corpses of soldiers lay spattered throughout the room. People were still fighting, and someone shouted loudly, "Go over there and kill them all, don't leave a single one alive." An armored soldier reported, "Commander, the enemy has invaded." Another, panting from fierce combat, said, "The numerical difference is too great." The commander told them to hold them off no matter what. Vinos Green, the Knight Commander of the Shintai Kingdom, holding the Crown Prince's son wrapped in a blanket, shouted loudly, "No matter the cost, the Crown Prince's son must be taken out." An old man in armor appeared, leading other soldiers. This was Levitt Pound, the Deputy Commander of the Shintai Kingdom Knights. Levitt Pound said, "Don't dream in vain. The fourth prince has beheaded the Crown Prince. The coup has succeeded." Levitt Pound said to Vinos Green, "If you hand over the Crown Prince's son, I will spare your life." Vinos Green still said with a firm expression, "Deputy Commander, are you going to harm even a newborn child?" Vinos Green looked at the Crown Prince's son, who was peacefully asleep, oblivious to the world's chaos, and thought to himself, "If the Crown Prince is dead, this child will be the sole heir. To preserve the royal bloodline, this child must be saved." Vinos called out Bianca with sharp eyes. A female knight appeared and replied, "Yes, Commander." Vinos Green handed the Crown Prince's son to Bianca, commanding and instructing, "You must protect this child at all costs. He is the sole heir and the fate of this country rests on him." Bianca said in surprise, "Commander." Levitt Pound could no longer hold back and drew his sword to attack, shouting loudly, "Vinos, don't waste your effort." Vinos Green also drew his sword and fought Levitt Pound, shouting loudly to Bianca, "Bianca, go, you must survive." Levitt Pound said with an evil expression, "You bastard." Vinos Green ignored Levitt Pound and continued to instruct Bianca, "Take the Crown Prince's son to my wife and tell her everything." But Bianca was worried. Bianca said, "But I alone. I cannot escape like this." Other knights blocked Bianca's front, and with firm expressions willing to sacrifice themselves for everyone, they said to Bianca, "Bianca, do not disobey orders. We will defeat them and follow you. Hurry, go." Bianca, trembling, held the Crown Prince's son and finally accepted, saying, "I will obey your command." Bianca protected the Crown Prince's son in her arms, broke through the window and jumped out. The enemies quickly shouted loudly, "Catch that woman, don't let her escape." Bianca held the Crown Prince's son and ran with all her might, panting, daring not to stop. She vowed firmly, "I must go home and tell them everything." Bianca stood on a rock and did not expect someone to aim an arrow at her. An arrow flew and pierced through her armor, embedding itself in Bianca's body. Bianca stopped dead in her tracks. As Bianca fell to the ground, the Crown Prince's son bounced away, woke up in surprise, and cried loudly. Bianca tried to stand up with effort, and another arrow flew. Bianca could only watch as the newborn Crown Prince's son was struck by arrows, bleeding and dying. Bianca screamed in agony. No, the Crown Prince's son was struck by 3 arrows by those heartless, cruel individuals. Bianca trembled and crawled towards the Crown Prince's son, still speaking in agony. "No, I must complete the command." Bianca recalled Commander Vinos Green and her comrades who fought for her. Bianca whispered, "I cannot die here." Bianca's vision blurred and then darkened. A surge of power from the castle flew into Bianca's body. After that, the Dark Knight was created. That power also enveloped the Crown Prince's son and sucked him into the round necklace. The Dark Knight picked up the necklace and said, "I must complete the command." Only after reading Bianca's memories did Jamie realize, she wasn't trying to kill Phoebean's family. Jamie thought, Bianca's despair awakened dark mana, but I don't know why my mana was in the Shintai Kingdom. Jamie thought, her obsession with the command is too strong. If left alone, she will lose her reason and become a terrifying evil spirit. Bianca was still repeating only one sentence. "I must complete the command," Jamie said. "I will help you find peace." On the other hand, Jans, Philip, and Astar's group were fighting without rest. Jans gnashed his teeth and said angrily, "These bastards are weak but too numerous." Philip encouraged. "Cheer up," Astar shouted. "Kill them instead of complaining." Jamie said to Bianca, "Go and fulfill the command you received. The person you want to meet is there." Bianca said, there." Bianca appeared in front of the small old house. Bianca said, "Entrust the Crown Prince's son to Green's wife and tell her everything that happened." Bianca knocked on the door of the small house and said, "I am Royal Knight Bianca." The Crown Prince's son appeared in Bianca's arms. Bianca said, "I have come to fulfill Commander Vino's Green's command." Irina opened the door and seeing Bianca was startled and asked, "Knight Bianca, how did you know we were here?" Bianca did not answer the question and merely fulfilled the command. "Lady Green, your husband and comrades are now fighting the enemy in the royal palace." Bianca said, "Take the Crown Prince's son and escape. You still have a chance to plan for the future." Irina trembled with fear and said, "What are you talking about? That happened years ago." Jamie said, "Just listen to her, madam." Irina was startled inwardly. That's the priest's voice. Jamie's voice was only audible to Irina. "Please listen to the words of the spirit Bianca before you so she can depart in peace." Irina trembled sorrowfully and replied to Bianca, "Knight Bianca, did you just come from the castle? You can safely entrust the Crown Prince's son to me." Bianca replied, "Yes, I just came here after fighting the enemy and receiving the commander's orders." Irina embraced Bianca, tears streaming down her face, and praised her. "You did well, truly well." Bianca also shed tears unconsciously. Bianca said, "Madam, I came alone. The commander and my comrades are still there." Irina reassured her, "It'll be all right. Everyone will understand you." Irina said to Bianca, "So go in peace. Everyone is waiting for you." Bianca said, I'm sorry." At this moment Bianca cried like a child, tears continuously streaming down her cheeks. Bianca poured out the words of guilt she had held for so long, blaming herself for not protecting the commander and dying on the way here. Bianca said, "And I made your life difficult, madam." As soon as she finished speaking, Bianca transformed into a golden halo of light and vanished into the wind. Yan's, Philip and Astar's group were looking around, weapons in hand. Yan said, "They're gone." Philip asked, "So the master defeated the necromancer?" Jamie said to them, "You all stay there. I'll be back when I've finished my work." Philip replied, "Understood." Jamie approached Irina, smiled gently and praised her. "Madam Irina, you did very well." But Irina was not happy at all and asked with a worried face, "Did you really know everything?" Irina continued, "That Bianca's spirit had been attached to our family all this time?" Jamie replied to Irina, "I didn't know at first. I only learned everything after coming here." Irina bowed her head and replied, "I see." Then tears streamed down Irina's cheeks one by one. Irina sobbed with a pained expression and said, "Bianca yearned for the future so much but couldn't achieve it. Every day must have been hell for her." Irina said again, "But in a way it's a blessing. She doesn't have to see her family and relatives lose their lives or the enemy sit on the throne." Irina clutched her wrist and thought that Bianca's nightmare ended today, but reality was too harsh. She had lost her husband, lost her country, and had to live in a terrifying world. Irina said with vacant, tired eyes, "If I were to die now, would I be more at peace?" Jamie replied firmly, "Death is meaningless." Jamie looked down at Irina and said, "It brings nothing and only increases regret." Irina closed her eyes and said, "You speak as if you've died before." Just then Phoebian and Fiona suddenly rushed over and hugged Irina tightly, startling her. The two children cried out, "Mom, don't die, Mom, Mom, don't leave." Irina also became emotional and cried again. Irina squatted down, hugged Phoebian and Fiona and stroked their heads, saying, "Mom isn't going anywhere. How could Mom abandon her babies when they're here?" Jamie, seeing the three family members overcome with emotion, felt a bit awkward and unsure what to do, just standing there scratching his head and giving an embarrassed laugh. Jamie thought to himself, "I should give them some alone time." Suddenly, Jamie seemed to discover something. Jamie saw a round pendant necklace on the ground. Jamie was slightly puzzled. "That's it." Jamie quickly glanced at Irina. The three family members were still hugging each other, unaware of anything. A moment later, Jamie rejoined Yan's, Philip and Astar's group. Philip, seeing Jamie return, called out, "Master." Yan's asked, "So is everything resolved?" Jamie calmly replied, "It was quite a sad story." Jamie snapped his fingers and a dimensional gate appeared. Jamie said to Philip's group, "You all worked hard. You may go now." The three replied in unison, "Understood," and disappeared into the dimensional gate. Only after everyone was gone did Jamie take out the necklace he had seen earlier and said, "I thought you had already found peace." Then the pendant glowed, emitting a purple-black light. Bianca appeared from within the light. Jamie looked up at Bianca and asked, "Why are you still in this world? Didn't you fulfill your wish?" Bianca landed on the ground and replied to Jamie, "Because there is still work to be done. If I go to the next world like this, I cannot face my comrades." Then Bianca clenched her fists and said with a determined expression, "Those damn bastards are still running wild in Shio Castle. I will show them what a festival is." Jamie couldn't hide his surprise at the sight before him. This energy, a menacing aura, was surging from Bianca's entire body. Jamie thought to himself, "She has become strong enough to start a war." But Jamie said coldly, "That's a truly childish idea." Jamie said rationally, "Undead cannot run wild in this world. If the 12 gods discover your existence, you'll be subdued by the Holy Knights before you even reach that castle." Bianca did not give in and shouted, "It doesn't matter. I must pierce their hearts with this sword." Unexpectedly, Jamie said, "Then come with me." Bianca was startled by these words. Jamie continued, "I will help you with your revenge." Bianca exclaimed in disbelief, "What?" Bianca felt an incredibly powerful and infinite force. Jamie, opposite her, seemed to be surrounded by endlessly terrifying power. Bianca thought to herself, "I cannot join forces with someone who uses such evil energy." Jamie, like an omniscient prodigy, read Bianca's thoughts and laughed, saying, "I am not the Dark Mage you think I am, Bianca." Bianca asked, unable to understand, "What do you mean?" Jamie showed Bianca his palm engraved with a yellow glowing symbol. And Jamie asked Bianca, "You recognize this symbol, don't you?" Bianca was surprised. It's foe's symbol, Bianca thought. Come to think of it, when I found him he was using divine power. The dazzling light, like the light of the Buddhas of the 10 directions, was so intense that Bianca couldn't bear it and had to turn her head away to avoid it. Jamie said, I am a saint of Fa. After Bianca confirmed it, Jamie lowered his hand. Only then did Bianca turn her head back to look at Jamie and said, Dark mages are enemies of humanity. You certainly seem like a divine being, Jamie laughed and said. It's just that the power I use is a bit different from others. That power belongs to my old body. Suddenly, Bianca felt something strange in her body and was surprised, thinking, my dark mana is resonating with this person? Jamie asked again with a serious face. Now choose, will you come with me or not? Bianca thought, this might be my last chance. To avenge my comrades I have no choice but to join hands with a demon. Bianca decided to take the gamble and said, I will make a contract with you. Jamie said with a satisfied smile, let the contract begin. A black light flashed and Bianca transformed into a dark knight, knelt before Jamie and expressed her obedience, saying, I, Knight Bianca, swear loyalty to you as your subordinate. Jamie also drew his sword and said, Bianca, I will make you my knight. Bianca replied, I swear to sacrifice everything for you, master. Jamie thought he had brought Bianca to the door. I need to take her inside. Jamie walked and thought, Phoebean's family must have found peace by now. Inside the small old shabby house a voice said, Mom will try her best again. Irina's family of 3 sat around a round dining table. In the warm scene, Irina smiled and said, Mom will work hard so our beloved children can eat and wear whatever they want. Phoebean with filial devotion held Irina's hand and said, I will also do my best to help Mom. Fiona happily ran around and said, Me too. Me too. Jamie listened to the 3 people's conversation from outside the door. Irina's voice continued, Come here, my babies are the best. Jamie thought, she decided to continue living and be a pillar for her children. Jamie smiled, remembering his own family. I also enjoyed the warmth of family, so I hope they do too. These feelings are truly unfamiliar. Jamie knocked on the door and said, Madam Irina, it's me. Irina opened the door and was slightly surprised to see Jamie. Oh father, where did you go? I wanted to thank you, but you were gone. Jamie smiled gently and replied, I had some business to attend to, so I was away for a moment. Irina handed Jamie a necklace with a large red diamond pendant. It looked very precious. Irina said, This is nothing special, but it's a necklace my husband gave me. You've done me a great favor, so I want to give you something as a token of my gratitude. Jamie hastily waved his hand and said with an awkward expression, You can't expect me to accept such a meaningful item. Keep it and pass it down to your children later. Jamie said again, Instead, could I take one last look at that rosary? Irina was surprised that Jamie was interested in such an ordinary item. Irina said, If you need it, just take it. Jamie received the crucifix pendant necklace and said, Thank you. Jamie said to Irina, Madam Irina, take your children and go to Harmonia. Irina asked again, Harmonia Kingdom? Jamie handed Irina something like a scroll and replied, Yes, show this to the fortress commander in the capital. He will arrange a place for you to stay. Irina asked, Why would that commander find us a place to stay? Jamie scratched his head and replied with a laugh, Because we know each other. Irina cautiously asked Jamie, Why are you helping me so much? Jamie said, I just wanted to help, no particular reason. Irina asked, Can you tell me your real name? Jamie thought to himself. Did she realize I lied? Outwardly, Jamie calmly replied, IMD farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, Jamie disappeared like the wind. Irina called out, but it was no use. Wait, Irina muttered, looking at the vanished Jamie. He's gone. Jamie walked and muttered to himself, I'm doing too many good deeds these days. Jamie stroked his chin, examining the crucifix necklace, and said, But whose divinity is contained within this? It's too weak to trace. Honestly, I can't distinguish between the various divinities of the 12 gods. Fa the contractor, Xenis the archenemy, Grammon the dragon god who owns the divine beast Basilisk, the sun god Da, these are the only gods whose divinities I can recognize. Jamie thought, other than them, I haven't had many opportunities to interact with other gods, but I should be able to figure it out with analysis. After analyzing the crucifix necklace, Jamie frowned and looked at the energy in his hand. This is, Jamie sighed, thinking, if I hadn't known I might have released dark mana from his palm. Something incredibly powerful spread around. He looked at it, puzzled. What is this? Then he thought, it's not the divinity of the 12 gods. In his hand was a small pendant-like object. It was emanating terrifying power. He speculated, could there be a 13th god I don't know about? At this thought, Jamie's expression became slightly uneasy. He quickly composed himself, vowing to remain calm to remember whose divinity this was. Then the symbol of an ancient god appeared in Jamie's mind. He thought to himself, the first image that came to my mind is an ancient god. But as far as I know, no ancient gods survived. The 12 gods dominated and destroyed everything. Immediately, he hesitated and made a judgment. Then there's a possibility that a new god has appeared. At this moment, the goddess Fa immediately came to Jamie's mind. He looked at the symbol in his palm, hesitated, and said, should I ask Fa? Suddenly, Jamie clenched the symbol in his hand tightly and dismissed the thought. He said no. That's too dangerous. Then Jamie thought of Iris. He thought, Iris, she's the leader of Franz and knows many secrets of the world. Perhaps she might know about this. Jamie looked at the symbol in his palm and said, time to sleep now. Meanwhile, inside the gate of reversal a very intense duel was taking place and a scream of I'm dying was heard. It turned out to be Bianca and Yan's sparring with swords. Yan's fiercely swung a sharp blade attacking Bianca, but in the blink of an eye, Bianca quickly reacted and dodged to the side. He gritted his teeth, angered, and said, damn it, why is she so fast? Bianca replied, hee, don't just fight with words. Lear shook his head, looking bored at their fight. Lear said, even though I lost, her skill is quite good. Meanwhile, Astar, defeated by Bianca, lay on the ground unable to stand up. Jans thrust his sword at Bianca with all his might, but whether due to the skill difference or Bianca's excessive speed, she dodged all his attacks. Finally, Bianca counterattacked, punching Jans in the stomach, sending him flying and expressing extreme pain. Then Bianca blew on her hand, looked with contempt at Jans, who was clutching his stomach and lying prone in pain, and said, you couldn't even graze my clothes. After taking down Jans, Bianca immediately pointed her weapon at Lear and said, do you want to fight me too? Lear raised his hands in refusal. I'd only lose just like them, so there's no need to waste time, Bianca replied. You're wiser than those fools. At this moment, Jamie was observing everything from the air. He had come to watch for a moment and thought he hadn't expected both Azazel and Astar to be no match for her. Then Jamie descended to the ground and said, even Lear is feeling ashamed? The two were very surprised by Jamie's sudden appearance and turned their heads to greet him. Master, you've arrived, Jamie continued. Did everyone introduce yourselves and say hello? Lear sighed, scratched his head and said with an awkward expression, there wasn't even time for that. Jamie looked at Jans and Astar, chuckled mockingly and said, is it because of those two belligerent rascals? Lear replied with a helpless expression, yes. Then Jamie pointed at Lear and said, then I'll introduce him now. This is Lear, commander of the Undead Legion. Next, Jamie pointed at Bianca and continued, this is Bianca, a Dark Knight and our new family member. Hearing that, Lear whispered into Jamie's ear with a blunt expression, didn't she find peace? Hearing that, Jamie smiled weakly and replied, she still has some unfinished business. Now you two shake hands and say hello. Then Lear and Bianca approached, shook hands and politely introduced themselves. Bianca said, Bianca. Lear said, Lear, pleased to meet you. Once the introductions were over, Jamie narrowed his eyes at the quickly moving skeletons and said, this area is still unstable, so it's not ideal for easily increasing our forces. Then Jamie turned back to Bianca and immediately gave the two of them a crucial mission. Therefore, you two have an important mission. You must manage the undead soldiers here, Lear replied. Don't worry. Bianca accepted the command. I will do my best. At this moment, Jamie suddenly remembered Nevro and asked Lear, where is Nevro? Lear replied, I don't know. I haven't seen his face since that day. Nevro became Jamie's undead subordinate after committing evil deeds at Gab Academy. Since he operates independently, he's probably training alone somewhere inside the Gate of Reversal by now. Jamie reminded Lear, when he returns, introduce him to Bianca. Lear bowed and replied, understood. Then Jamie said to Bianca, I trust you'll do well. Bianca clasped her hands and said, there's no need to worry, master. Though she said so outwardly, Jamie's inner thought was, I'm more worried about them. Once the task was done, he immediately used magic to return to his room. He thought he needed to get some rest. Suddenly a knocking sound came from outside the room. Jamie looked towards the door cautiously, thinking someone was outside. He called out loudly towards the door, who is it? From outside the door a young girl in a maid's outfit entered and cheerfully introduced herself. I am Neva. Jamie now relaxed his guard and smiled cheerfully at Neva, asking curiously, why did you come so late? Neva hesitated and replied, I have something to ask you. Then Neva immediately got to the point. She said, could you return the rosary? Hearing that, Jamie was slightly surprised and thought, could someone related to the 13th god actually appear? Then he closed his eyes, cast a teleportation spell and said, let's talk outside. Afterward, the two teleported to a secluded open space. Jamie immediately summoned the rosary and asked Neva curiously, are you referring to this? Neva looked at the rosary, delighted, and replied, yes, I would be very grateful if you returned it. Jamie immediately refused, but I don't want to return it. Neva forced a smile, scratched her head and said, saying that puts me in a difficult position. At this moment Jamie was suspecting Neva's true identity. He seriously asked who she was. Neva heard that and simply smiled, saying nothing. He slowly began to transform into a man, his body gradually growing larger, muscles bulging to the point of tearing his sleeves. Jamie was startled by this sight. Overwhelmed with shock and surprise, he said in a bewildered voice, you, that transformation ability. After transforming into a different appearance, the man politely greeted Jamie. It's an honor to meet you. Then the man had pink hair and a snake-like nose. He politely bowed his head and revealed his true identity. I am Nirvana. Scene transitioned to reveal Nirvana's identity. In a room a groan echoed. Ah, master. Jormungandr, Diablo Volfer's subordinate, was dancing joyfully. She exclaimed, I didn't expect you to appear like this. How much I... At this moment a voice echoed. Don't get too excited. Jormungandr, it turned out, was the voice of a man with IV drips covering his entire body. He continued, are you planning to ruin all the plans at the last moment? Hearing that, Jormungandr bit her lip, trembling all over, and said, I endured tens of thousands of years with the belief that I would meet that person again someday. Then she laughed loudly in excitement. I can't bear it any longer. The man with IV drips covering his entire body narrowed his eyes at Jormungandr's excited expression, and thought with a displeased look, ever since that reincarnated being appeared in Harmonia, I've had a constant uneasy feeling. Then he raised his voice and said, do you wish for Master to die once more? Hearing that, Jormungandr whirled around and glared at the man with IV drips covering his entire body with murderous eyes, raising her voice threateningly. "How dare you?" The man with IV drips covering his entire body replied with a calm expression. "Wasn't the reason for avoiding the 12 gods' eyes to protect Master Diablo Volfer?" She heard that and was speechless. "That's," the man with IV drips covering his entire body continued. "There are still a few years left, so please be patient a little longer." Jormungandr, with a dejected expression, clenched her hand so tightly that blood flowed and said with regret, "Master." The scene returns to the present at this moment. Jamie asked Nirvana curiously. "You are Oma?" Nirvana replied. "Yes, Oma. It's a name given to Jormungandr's subordinate, meaning snake." Jamie pondered deeply. "It's not a lie. The shape-shifting he used is likely from Jormungandr. She seems to cherish him quite a bit. Shape-shifting is the ability to transform from one cellular form to another. That authority allows him to exist in any form in this world." Jamie continued to think. "Then how is Jormungandr doing?" Jamie asked Nirvana curiously. "Where is Jormungandr?" Suddenly Nirvana drew a sharp dagger and replied, "I cannot tell you exactly. If the two of you communicate, our plans will go awry." After speaking, Nirvana scoffed, held the sharp dagger to his own neck and said to Jamie, "Instead I will offer my head as an apology." Jamie said with an expression mixed with anger and helplessness, "Don't play games." Nirvana laughed loudly and replied, "Ah yes." Then Jamie took out the rosary and asked curiously, "So she made this?" Nirvana replied, "Yes, that's right." Jamie continued to ask curiously, "Do you know what divinity is contained within this?" Nirvana forced a smile and replied, "Ah, that's..." Before Nirvana could finish speaking, Jamie activated his power and threatened Nirvana with a terrifying expression. "If you don't answer, I'll carve out your brain and read your memories." Hearing that, Nirvana extended his hand forward and said with an ached laugh, "Please don't take it too seriously. I am truly Jormungandr's loyal subordinate." Then Nirvana pointed at the rosary in Jamie's hand and said, "That divinity," Nirvana continued, "belongs to Diablo Volfer. It was created with dark mana." Hearing that, a slight doubt crossed Jamie's face. He exclaimed, "Gao," and thought, "So sacred light is born at the end of the flow of dark mana. It's not impossible." But Nirvana continued, "To add to the explanation, fragments of Diablo Volfer's power are currently scattered throughout the continent." He continued, "We collected those fragments and injected them into divine power." Jamie, slightly surprised, asked again, "You created divinity that way?" Nirvana closed his eyes and continued to explain, "Since the third demon beast, Braki, has the ability to create light from dark mana, creating divine power is entirely possible." Jamie asked curiously again, "How do you know that?" Nirvana clasped his hands and gently replied to Jamie, "The moment Braki created the sacred light, a resonance occurred with us." He extended his hand towards Jamie and continued, "Perhaps it's because they share the same roots as us." Jamie heard that, scratched his chin with a very bewildered expression and thought, "Is it because they were all created with my dark mana?" Then one more question. Did Jormungandr create her own faith? Jamie thought, divine power can only exist with faith and loyalty. It can't be compared to the 12 gods, but maintaining this level of divine power would require a considerable number of devotees. Hearing that, Nirvana laughed coldly and replied to Jamie, "I cannot tell you that. Jormungandr will tell you herself later." Then Jamie snapped his fingers and said, "Here." Immediately, the rosary in Jamie's hand transferred to Nirvana's hand. Jamie said, "Tell Jormungandr I wish to meet her soon." After receiving the rosary, Nirvana politely bowed his head to Jamie, thanked him and said, "I will see you again later, Master." Then he slowly vanished, and at this moment Jamie stood alone in the wide open space. He looked up at the vast universe and said, "Jormungandr, whether in my past life or this one, I don't know what you're scheming." Jamie lowered his head and thought with a sad face, "No, perhaps in my obsession to exterminate the 12 gods I forgot to consider the feelings of my subordinates." Jamie continued to think, everything in this world comes once and then disappears. Should I cherish them more? The next morning, Jin asked Jamie curiously, "It seems everything has been resolved, hasn't it?" Jamie replied with a proud expression, "It's all finished." Then the two set off on their journey. At this moment a voice called out to them from a distance. "Brother," it turned out to be Phoebean's voice. Jamie saw that, surprised, and asked Phoebean, "Why did you run all the way here so early in the morning?" Phoebean at this moment was bent over, panting with exhaustion. The child said, trembling, "Fortunately it's not too late yet." Then Phoebean immediately took out his old coin pouch and said to Jamie, "Brother, take this." The boy sincerely bowed and handed over the coin pouch with both hands, continuing, "This is the money I've saved for several years. Thank you for saving my family." Jamie saw that, very surprised, and was momentarily stunned, and immediately teased Phoebean, "My effort should be rewarded with gold." Phoebean heard that, startled, and stammered, but I don't have that much." Jamie gently stroked Phoebean's head and said, "Forget about the money. From now on work hard to help your family. I'll come to collect it when you become an adult." Phoebean at this moment was moved to tears, sobbing and unable to speak. Once the conversation ended, Jamie turned his head to leave and bid farewell to Phoebean. "I'm off now." Jin saw that and teased Jamie, "It seems you want to create a cool image in front of children." Jamie replied proudly, "I'm always cool." Phoebean suddenly shouted, "Brother Ricky," the boy shouted loudly so Jamie could hear. "Please promise to come visit us again. I'll show you my incredibly cool self too, brother." Jamie smiled cheerfully and replied, "All right." The scene shifts to the Yokenjin mountain range, north of the Arisa continent. At this moment, Kenjin was being chased by a group of people from behind. A group shouted, "Stop right there, don't let him escape." Kenjin, panting with exhaustion as he ran, thought inwardly, "Damn it, how did it come to this? I truly have no more strength to run." The group chasing Kenjin shouted, "Surround him." Kenjin closed his eyes in despair. At this moment, innocent children came to Kenjin's mind. The pure children of the orphanage. Currently, Kenjin was being pursued by the group. "He's up ahead, hurry." Suddenly, Kenjin lost strength and stopped. Kenjin's body slowly transformed at this moment and he said, "I cannot give up." Finally, Kenjin completely transformed. His nickname was Killer Kenji. The pursuing group saw Kenjin's transformed appearance, was extremely terrified and stopped chasing him. They trembled with fear. Kenjin's face was extremely frightening and his eyes were bloodshot. He slowly turned towards them and said, "Ah then." He brandished his sword at them and cried out, "I must survive." At this moment, Jamie and Jin were resting around a bonfire in the Babos Mountains. Jamie asked Jin, "Why do we have to cross these mountains? It would be easier to go through the Yvonne kingdom." Jin replied, "We can't pass through the kingdom without status." Jamie thought Jin's appearance and demeanor seemed scarier than Hem's. Thinking so, Jamie asked out of curiosity, "Jin, what's your relationship with Hem? Are you two from Franz and from the same hometown, so you're quite close?" Jin heard this and replied, "I'm not close with him. We came from the same place, but our social statuses are different." Jin continued, "Hem is a noble and I am a slave." Hearing that, Jamie's eyes widened in surprise. Jin continued to tell Jamie his past story. "I was good at fighting and by good fortune I caught the general's eye. I lived as a slave under him and gained my freedom shortly after," Jin continued. "But even after gaining freedom, I still had to endure discrimination." Jin closed his eyes and said, "Perhaps that young master wants to be close to me, but I don't think this relationship can last." Hearing that, Jamie understood and said, "Ah, so that's why you don't feel any intimacy." Jamie looked up at the mountaintop and said, "I wish I could fly straight up there right now." Jin heard this and said, "Impossible. There's a mana zone here." Jin explained about the mana zone. A mana zone is a wall of mana that divides borders. It's a barrier created to protect a country. If a magic user approaches a mana zone, both countries sharing the border will detect the signal and take notice. Furthermore, mana zones were created by dragons to monitor human movement. Jamie heard this and lowered his head, lost in thought. "If I destroy the mana zone, the dragons might move, and it could be troublesome. I can't believe they directly control it." Jamie continued to think, if black mages like Canon hadn't appeared, there would have been no reason for dragons to appear in the human world. It is forbidden for the dragons of the dragon god Brahman to interfere in the domains of other gods. Finishing his thoughts, Jamie stood up, dusted off his buttocks and said, "Then I'll have to put them to sleep and leave this mountain." Suddenly, Jamie sensed something behind him. He and Jin turned to confirm. Jin said, "I have the same feeling. Someone is here." At that moment, Kenjin was lying on the ground by the river as if dead. Jamie and Jin instantly teleported towards him. Jin looked at Kenjin and said his condition was really bad, Jamie said, especially the wound on his abdomen. Immediately, Jamie used healing magic, placing his hand on Kenjin's wound. Jin exclaimed, "Holy power is truly useful." At that moment, Jin noticed the sword on Kenjin's arm. Jin asked, "By the way, is that black object on his hand a sacred artifact?" Jamie replied, "No, I don't feel any magic." Jin leaned down and carefully examined the sword attached to Kenjin's arm, saying, "It's quite a strange weapon. I've never seen a sword like this before." At this point, Jamie finished the treatment. He stood up, dusted off his hands and said, "Let's go, I've treated his wound so I don't want to get involved." Suddenly, Kenjin groaned and mumbled, "I don't want to die." Jin didn't hear clearly and asked Jamie again, "What did he say?" Jamie let out a long sigh and, as if resigned, said reluctantly, "Ha, why am I so noble?" A moment later, Kenjin woke up and opened his eyes. Jamie saw that he had woken up and asked, "How are you feeling?" Kenjin asked blankly, "Did you save me?" Jamie replied, "Yes, you were almost at death's door." Kenjin said politely, "Thank you." Jin then eagerly asked about the origin of the sword on Kenjin's arm. "What's that sword? It seems connected to your right arm." Kenjin seemed to avoid Jin's question. He answered vaguely, looked around and said, "Ah, this is a prosthetic arm. By the way, where is this?" Jamie replied, "In the middle of the Babos Mountains." "What were you thinking, trying to cross the mountains in the middle of the night?" Kenjin stood up, scratched his head and laughed awkwardly, trying to brush it off. "Haha, it's nothing. What are your names?" Jamie said. "You can call us J and N and you." Kenjin also replied politely, "You can call me Ken." Before he could finish speaking, the sword on his arm began to throb. He clutched his arm in extreme pain. Jamie saw this and asked, "What's wrong?" Kenjin forced a smile to calm himself, but his face was drenched in sweat. "It's nothing, I'll come back later." Having said that, Kenjin left. Jin looked at him suspiciously and said to Jamie, "That guy is hiding a lot." Jamie replied, "He doesn't even know he had a hole in his stomach." Jamie said, "If my guess is correct, that thing on his arm is a demon's sword. There are various types of swords: ordinary swords, artifact-grade swords that can fly when used with magic techniques, holy swords blessed by gods, and demon swords created through evil rituals and taboos." Jamie continued, "He's probably being controlled by the demon's sword and unknowingly killing people." Jin asked again, "So he's a killer?" Jamie said, "Let's ask him when he returns. He won't run away, will he?" At this moment, Kenjin, clutching his painful arm, leaned against a tree, trembling all over, and thought, "Finally, it's all right." He collapsed, exhausted, grimaced in pain, and said with difficulty, "Damn it, I shouldn't have accepted that command." The Bloodbringer, a sword stained with blood and exuding a terribly dark and frightening aura, about 100 years ago around the Leo Mountains. A demon's sword steeped in terrifying nightmares. And when Kenji accidentally discovered it, a voice echoed in his mind, In the past a voice was heard. Director Kenji heard the voice calling him and calmly turned around. In the past Kenji was the director of a small orphanage. He was playing happily with the children. Kenji was a benevolent person, treating the abandoned children as if they were his own. He needed money to maintain the orphanage. He volunteered for dangerous missions. He killed a demon, and the demon, cut by his sword, split in two, splattering blood. After that, Kenji undertook a mission to find herbs on a rugged mountaintop and gained a reputation as an excellent mercenary. One day a fat bald old man came to Kenji and said with a smile, "I heard you're an experienced mercenary, so I came to find you." He offered a request. "I have a mission for you." Kenji accepted the mission and headed into the desolate forest. He walked and mumbled, "That herb only grows in this forest," he added, "but the forest is too vast to find it. If I return late, the children will worry." After searching for a long time, Kenji looked up at the black aura before his eyes. He said quizzically, "What's that?" Before Kenji's eyes was the Bloodbringer's sword embedded in the ground and emitting a dark aura. He approached the sword with suspicion. "That sword seems to be calling me." He reached out to the hilt of the Bloodbringer that was calling him. Then tentacles extended from the ropes wrapped around the hilt and began to entangle Kenji. Seeing this, he grimaced in surprise and cried out, What is this?" Immediately after, Kenji's desperate scream echoed through the forest. When Kenji woke up, his right arm was one with the sword. He plunged the sword into the ground, surrounded by the corpses of blue monsters, dust, and the stench of decay. His surroundings were filled with monster corpses, and from then on the demon sword incessantly craved blood. As his thirst for blood grew stronger, Kenji lost control. He madly cut down those around him with the sword firmly embedded in his hand. Not long ago, Kenji, with a ferocious face, lost his reason and with gleaming eyes cut down everything around him. As a result, Kenji ended up killing the son of the lord who governed the El Mountain region. As the man fell into a pool of blood, Kenji knelt beside him, trembling with the sword embedded in his hand, and cried out, damn it all." Suddenly a thought crossed his mind. "It would be better if I died." But memories flooded into Kenji's mind. A child from the orphanage held up a drawing of him and the children together and excitedly shouted, "Director, look, I drew it." At that moment, Kenji casually praised the child. "Your house is so pretty, you drew it really well." The children cheered with hopeful faces. Aaron, standing next to them, said, "When I grow up, I'll buy you such a big house, Director." Recalling the children's smiles, Kenji steeled his resolve. He trembled and shouted inwardly, "No, I can't collapse here." He clutched his arm firmly bound to the sword and trembling made a firm decision. "I have to live at least until the children can stand on their own. I can't die or be caught." Finally, he stood up, leaned against a nearby tree, and mumbled weakly, "I couldn't even thank the person who saved my life, but I need to stay far away from them to avoid harming them," he added. "And I don't know when the Lord's pursuit team will find this place." A blizzard began to rage in the forest. Kenji, clutching his arm held by the sword, walked with difficulty through the snow, leaving broken footprints, and said, "I have to go." The Lord's subordinates began searching the forest in the blizzard. The commander's order echoed. He couldn't have gone far. "Search every inch." The subordinates immediately shouted, "Understood," and scattered to search. In the blizzard, a man's angry, fearsome face was revealed. He looked around, searching for something. He gnashed his teeth and cried out, "You damned killer, where are you hiding?" This armored man was Commander Hinder of the Night Order. He stepped on a dry branch and made a hum sound, then he looked ahead. The blizzard continued to fall. Hinder said quizzically, "There's a huge cave." He took out a glowing blue gem and communicated with his subordinates. "There's a cave nearby. There's a high possibility he's hiding inside, so go in and search." The subordinates also replied, "Understood," through the communication. Hinder stood alone in front of the cave entrance, thousands of times larger than himself, and thought, "It's overwhelming just by looking at it." Suddenly, the ground beneath Hinder's feet began to crack, and he cried out in surprise, What is this, an earthquake?" A ferocious voice echoed from inside the cave. "How dare you make a ruckus where I rest?" A colossal body with sharp teeth appeared. The monster in the cave growled with angry yellow eyes. "I smell disgusting blood." Before this terrifying presence, Hinder was horrified. His face paled, and he cried out, "Gah!" He couldn't speak and only screamed inwardly, "My goodness, this cave is—" He soon realized that the monster before his eyes was a dragon. The dragon let out an ear-splitting roar filled with discontent and anger. "Get out, you worm!" With the roar, a huge explosion occurred, accompanied by violent vibrations. The red dragon disdainfully poked its head out of the cave. "A single unfortunate worm crawled in the moment I just woke up." Beneath the dragon's feet lay Hinder's blood and flesh. This dragon was the red dragon, Cairo, the most powerful species on Earth. Suddenly, Cairo let out a huff sound. Seeing something beneath its feet, it narrowed its eyes and instinctively sensed that there were other worms nearby. Especially, one of the two has unusual power. Thinking this far, the red dragon's body began to burn, and it soon transformed into a human form. It scoffed with amusement and said, "This is quite an interesting start to the game." Meanwhile, Jin also sensed something. "I feel killing intent." He was surprised by the intense killing intent and thought inwardly, "This is the strongest killing intent I've ever felt." Sensing danger, Jin quickly grabbed Jamie's hand and urged him beside the bonfire. "Jamie, I don't know what that is, but we need to escape right now." Jamie looked at him with surprised eyes. Soon he shook off Jin's hand and with a determined gaze grimaced darkly and said, "I'm not going anywhere." Jamie added, "Our opponent is a dragon." At the sudden information, Jin was startled, trembled, widened his eyes, and asked in disbelief, "A dragon? How come no one discovered it?" He thought that if there was a dragon's nest, rumors would have spread. Jamie saw that he didn't believe him, and with an increasingly serious expression scanned his surroundings and added what he knew. Each dragon has different characteristics. In the continuing blizzard, he said, they probably used perception hypnosis magic to prevent others from discovering their nest. In the situation of the snowy mountain under the full moon, he made his judgment. The magic must have resonated with the moonlight, captivating people. The two men warmed themselves by the bonfire and further explained to Jin, the magic hardly dissipates under moonlight. Hearing this, he also understood and agreed with Jamie's opinion. Moonlight resonance truly possesses a terrifying power. He added his own view. No one will be able to escape its range. We will soon be discovered. At these words, Jamie's voice grew darker. We just don't know what color it is. If it's a blue dragon or a white dragon, we might be able to defeat it. The images of the white dragon and blue dragon he had seen before resurfaced in Jamie's mind. However, he also offered another, less optimistic prediction. But if it's a black dragon or a red dragon, we'll really have to put our lives on the line. The image of an aggressive, fire-breathing red dragon materialized in his imagination. Jamie asserted, if it discovers a threat, it won't easily let go. Jamie then clenched his fist and confirmed with a grim expression, in the worst-case scenario, we'll have to fight them. Snow continued to fall behind the two men. He thought of his own assumption and cried out inwardly, if it's a young dragon, we might win. If it's an ancient dragon, Jamie was speechless at the prospect. Elsewhere, Kenjin was running across the snow, escaping with a sword embedded in his hand. He frowned and gnashed his teeth, crying out inwardly with firm resolve that he had to take the children to another kingdom and change their identities so the pursuers wouldn't find them. Kenjin's sword-embedded hand twitched continuously. He cried out in disappointment inwardly, if I were a seasoned mage I would have found a way to remove this sword. Suddenly, Kairo's sinister voice was heard from behind him. The stench of blood is strong. At that sound, Kenjin's face turned pale with fear and his eyes widened. He quickly turned around in confusion, thinking, is it the pursuit team? Kairo approached, looking at Kenjin with interest and saying, quite an amusing worm. Kairo then looked at him and made his judgment. Looks like you're possessed by a demon sword. Seeing that, Kenjin trembled in shock and cried out to Kairo, you know this? Hearing that, Kairo did not answer, instead extending his hand to create a magic circle and command, demon sword, swallow that one. Then the demon sword's tentacles rapidly elongated and began to entangle Kenjin. He was too surprised to even speak properly. Kairo's voice resonated more clearly. Simply put, that sword is like a parasite, he added. And parasites usually use all sorts of means to take over their host body. Images of the orphanage children flashed through Kenjin's mind. He propped the sword on the ground, his body entwined by the sword, and collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath and crying out, ah, my body can't resist. From above, amidst the blizzard, Kairo still gazed down at Kenjin with a triumphant smile and explained, a worm with strong willpower. Demon sword, you just need to exert more power. As his index finger twitched, urging the demon sword, Kenjin on the ground collapsed completely. Blood gushed, painful blue veins protruded, and he gnashed his teeth, drooling and growled with difficulty. As the demon sword completely seized Kenjin's body, it charged towards Kairo with a loud roar. Kairo, seeing the sword approach him, smiled calmly and scoffed lightly. This must be the first time you've completely taken over another's body. Do you wish to test the extent of your power? Kairo then expressed his thoughts to the demon sword. I know that feeling. You always want to attack others. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful surge of killing intent engulfed the demon sword, shattering the surrounding ground and stones. Kairo silently watched the destruction. Within the flames he created, the demon sword howled miserably, but he showed no mercy and instead admired, but you are quite bold, daring to touch this one's body. Kairo praised it. The demon sword's eyes were filled with rage and it gnashed its teeth, enduring the dragon's bone-chilling attack and glaring at him. Even with this fierce display, Kairo calmly said, you attacked that body without fear. I will not forgive you twice, he threatened. Subsequently, Kairo's flames vanished. The demon sword sat amidst the scattered pile of gravel, head bowed, silent. Kairo turned his head to glance at it and lightly prompted, all right, if you still wish to test your power. He paused and reminded again. Deal with a few worms that are polluting my territory. Kairo's eyes gazed at it calmly, yet held a warning. One of them is no ordinary worm. If you dispose of it cleanly, I will reward you handsomely. Hearing those words, the demon sword quickly rose, clenched its fist with fierce eyes and growled, as if understanding it, propped the demon sword on the ground. Kairo's urging voice resonated. Go, you bloodthirsty beast. Meanwhile, Jamie also sensed something and warned, Jin, there's another opponent besides the dragon. At that, Jin stiffened and reevaluated him. What did you say? Before Jin could react, Jamie dashed off with an urging sound. Jin could only stare blankly at him. Then Jamie called out to him, follow me. One of the pursuing cavalrymen, trembling with fear, cried out at the sight before him. Ah! Before his eyes, Kenjin, completely possessed by the demon sword, was furiously slashing at them like a beast. Blood splattered everywhere and people fled in panic. Jamie said he seems to be repaying the dragon's favor with revenge. As Kenjin, completely swallowed by the demon sword, slashed at a cavalryman who was pursuing him, the man screamed in pain. Blood gushed from his back. Just then, Jamie suddenly teleported behind him and said, I suspected it from the beginning, but now you've truly committed a terrible sin. Hearing his voice, the demon sword also paused for a moment. He then chastised, you repay kindness like this. As if sensing something, he surveyed his surroundings and thought inwardly, oh, the dragon is nearby. Jin also quickly appeared before him and walked towards the demon sword, saying, "I will kill that one. Since we saved his life, we must console the lost souls with his death." Demon sword stood blankly amidst the bloody corpses on the snowfield. Hearing Jin's words, Jamie also turned and nodded, confirming, "Then I'll go check for survivors." The demon sword saw Jin approaching, turned its head and asked with blood-red eyes, "Are you one of those who are not worms?" Ignoring its words, Jin drew the sword from his waist and asserted, "I don't know what you're talking about, but I will send you off without pain. This is my benevolence." As soon as he finished speaking, Jin quickly lunged with the sword in his hand. His eyes, illuminated by the sword's light, were filled with killing intent, and he shouted the technique's name. Moonlight Resonance, Moonshadow. As he swung his sword backward, a dazzling beam of light appeared on the demon sword's neck. Immediately after, blood gushed rapidly from its neck. The demon sword, surprised by the extreme speed, stared wide-eyed. Blood continued to gush and flow, and Jin's voice resonated with it. "I cut precisely so there will be no pain." Suddenly he froze, seeing the blood droplets sprayed into the air gradually coalesce into a sphere and fly towards the demon's sword. Jin cried out inwardly, unable to comprehend the sight before him. The blood from the severed wound, immediately they flowed towards the demon sword's severed head and merged. Jin realized in horror inwardly, it merged. The demon sword stammered, "Aye." He cut himself off, then his neck reattached and he drooled, laughing repulsively from his mouth. With bloodshot eyes wide open, he shouted his delusion, "I will destroy this world." Jamie sighed. He stood amidst the corpses on guard, sword in hand, and looking around he said, "They're all dead." He then wondered inwardly, "I felt signs of life earlier. Where did it go? Speak of the devil and he shall appear." Cairo's arrogant voice resonated. "You seem quite at ease, don't you?" Hearing that, Jamie glanced warily towards the source of the voice. In the blizzard he cried out inwardly, "So he's somewhere nearby?" From behind, Cairo hovered above his head and said, "An elegant worm." Jamie then looked at Cairo and questioned, "A red dragon?" The dragon's eyes gleamed belligerently. He then scoffed, looking at Jamie, and retorted, "You knew I was nearby?" And then calmly stated, "Not very surprising." Realizing he had been discovered, Cairo quickly descended. Jamie turned to face him and explained warily, "Because you dragons are a species that expresses emotions strongly." Hearing his assessment, Cairo shrugged, then laughed provocatively as if looking down on Jamie and said, "No ordinary worm." Jamie, unable to suppress his curiosity, asked him, "You're just in the adult stage, aren't you?" As his guess proved accurate, Cairo spread his arms and laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha," he then exclaimed with great surprise, "It's rare for a human to be able to gauge the level of us dragons, quite amusing." Seeing him being underestimated, Jamie probed Cairo again, "But I know, your age is nearly 3,000 years, isn't it?" Hearing that, Cairo's eyes narrowed in anger and blue veins began to protrude. A sharp voice resonated. "Dragon language." Cairo shouted the technique's name, extended his hand towards Jamie and cast the spell. An overwhelming pillar of aura poured down on Jamie, and the ground beneath his feet shook unevenly because of it. Blood began to flow from Jamie's eyes as he watched him, but he still looked up, surprised, and cried out inwardly, "Dragon language, one of the two weapons of the dragon race and one of the most powerful language-based spells. It is an absolute control magic used only by the dragon race." Thinking this far, he reconfirmed with Cairo, "If it's this level, your age must be around 2,700 years. Hearing this, Cairo became even more enraged, frowning and gnashing his teeth at Jamie, retorting, "What did you say?" As he continued to feign ignorance, Jamie had no choice but to explain, "Dragon language is a power that grows stronger over time, but with this much power, your age is clearly only that much." Even under the pressure of the dragon language, he frowned, looked at him, and opened his mouth to laugh. And extending his ultimate bracelet, he shouted, "Perfect Cell activate." Purple mana erupted around Jamie's wrist. Then Perfect Cell activated. This was the artifact of absolute immunity, one of Diablo's 3 divine artifacts. A bracelet imbued with purple mana. When activated, the user becomes immune to all types of diseases and curses. As soon as it activated, Jamie quickly raised his arm high. Energy vigorously erupted from the ultimate bracelet. Seeing the power of the bracelet, Cairo became even more enraged, gnashing his teeth and glaring. His body was sent flying far back as he angrily shouted, "You bastard!" Suddenly, Jamie's urging voice resonated, "Let's fight." Blood flowed from his mouth and eyes. With a determined gaze, Jamie raised his hand towards Cairo and said, "Either I die." His gaze hardened further as he added, "Or you die." Then he again shouted the name of his technique, "Ramia, activate." On Jin's side, the demon sword's sharp tentacle claws sprang out. He moved as if gliding on ice, hovering in the air, continuously dodging the relentless onslaught of tentacles rushing towards him. He re-evaluated inwardly, "That one can control blood, an awakened evil power." Jin quickly dashed forward, desperately evading attacks as the tentacles continued their fierce assault. His face was filled with a triumphant smile. Suddenly, looking at it, Jin confirmed with difficulty inwardly, "If that one can control the opponent's blood, I'll be at a disadvantage." Suddenly, Jin's foot faltered on the snowfield. He rechecked the situation. This has become a speed battle. He then summoned his sword, gripped the hilt, and quietly spoke the technique's name, Immovable. Simultaneously with its disappearance, the homeless crescent slash technique was created. Jin, with the moonlight at his back, swung his sword at the monster. Before it could even react, it was split in two, revealing a small glowing orange core within its body. Then its body gradually withered and tentacles swiftly gathered around the glowing orange core. Seeing that, Jin questioned, "It's just one core, should I destroy it?" As soon as he thought this, he quickly lunged, but the tentacles, along with the blood from the demon sword's body, wrapped around the core and gradually coalesced. He raised his hand, stammering in shock, that. Immediately, a grotesque monster made of tentacles appeared. Its eyes, nose, and mouth were distorted, and it laughed chillingly. Seeing them, Jin couldn't contain his rage and cried out, "Who created such an evil thing?" He then extended his hand forward, gathering energy in his palm. Then he again shouted the technique's name, Moonlight Blade. Dazzling light spread through the darkness, accompanied by immense power, but below, the monster's body began to transform. It sustained no damage from the attack. It glanced at Jin. He, seeing it, cried out in rage, "Damn it, that form!" Its eyes looked up at him. In a hideous, grotesque form, neither human nor beast, it charged towards Jin. Jin cried out in fury, "How dare you try to kill me?" Subsequently, facing its growl, Jin raised his hand to block and dashed away. He thought inwardly, if only Jamie were here. Then, as if remembering something, Jin paused and mumbled, could he have encountered the dragon? He still hasn't returned. Jamie sighed. Cairo looked at the labyrinthine walls before him and asked quizzically, "This place is—" He was bewildered and thought inwardly again, "It seems to have been moved to another dimension." He created space in an instant. Cairo then looked at Jamie, who stood before him with a sword, and confirmed, "Do you truly wish to fight me?" From the other side, Jamie provoked him without hesitation. "Why are you scared?" They stood in a virtual space, a labyrinth of mixed earth and stone. Feeling the contempt in Jamie's words, Cairo, agitated and furious, swung his hand backward, took a stance, narrowed his eyes, gnashed his teeth, and swore, "Arrogant human." As he spoke, flames erupted from his hand, and without hesitation he swiftly charged at Jamie with his attack. Jamie still held his sword, calmly observing Cairo, who was rushing at him, having lost his reason. Next, he brought his index and middle fingers together, covered the center of his mouth, and mumbled something. "FBUS flame." Immediately, the flames around him quickly vanished. The flames on Cairo's body were no different. In this incomprehensible situation, he froze in midair, stopping his actions, and asked rigidly, "Who are you? What have you done?" Seeing his surprise, Jamie also raised his voice to confirm, "It's nothing special. I merely made it so fire cannot be used in this space." Truly, I forgot he has nothing else to use besides fire. Following this, magic circles continuously appeared, displaying values for magic effects: mana reduction, oxygen depletion, gravity reduction, pressure overload. Jamie's voice echoed again, confirming to him that I've prepared a few small things for you. Enveloped by the disadvantageous magic, Cairo trembled and asked Jamie, "Human, what on earth have you done?" Jamie, sword in hand, calmly smiled as if enjoying a spectacle, and explained to Cairo, "If you are the greatest race in the world, fighting under slightly disadvantageous conditions should be nothing, right?" Seeing himself being praised yet simultaneously mocked, Cairo gnashed his teeth in fury and shouted, "Are you perhaps afraid you'll lose to me?" he provoked, and Cairo soon raised his head, filled with arrogance and rage. Blue veins bulged on his neck and face. Emitting magnificent flames from his body, he spoke, emphasizing each word, "In the name of the Dragon King Brahman, I will annihilate you." Upon hearing those words, as if his objective was achieved, Jamie thought to himself with a satisfied smile, "That guy is going crazy, even invoking the Dragon King's name." Then he confirmed inwardly, "If he loses after swearing on the Dragon King's name, his soul will not be saved." Cairo immediately charged towards Jamie like a storm with ferocious flames. His eyes filled with killing intent, he gnashed his teeth in rage. He declared resolutely, "I will kill you without hesitation." He circled Jamie rapidly like a storm, and Jamie, wary and disoriented, pursued him. Just then, from behind, he clawed at Jamie. Jamie also noticed and turned around. He then shouted the technique's name, Darkness Dagnus. As soon as he finished speaking, the black vortex appeared above Jamie's head, swallowing Cairo's attack, and he ducked to avoid it. Looking at Cairo, seeing that, Cairo landed on the ground and confirmed, "Dark magic, it's a bit different from the dark magic I know." Cairo then threw himself forward without hesitation, charging at him with a fierce expression and shouting, "I'll use you, you rat, as an experiment." Sharp claws flew before Jamie's eyes, and he struggled to block with his sword, his entire body pushed back. He gnashed his teeth, glaring at him. Cairo's eyes were full of confidence, and he narrowed them, scoffing as he looked at Jamie and said, "With just this piece of metal." Then he paused. The force of his sharp claws digging into Jamie's sword grew stronger. He shouted, "Do you think you can stop me?" Something shattered, and just then, as Jamie's sword broke into pieces, he too widened his eyes in shock and stammered in his thoughts, "The sword my father gave me." Then he recalled his father's words, "Jamie, take this." Amidst the fragments of the broken sword, his astonished and cherished expression from when he first held his father's sword was reflected. Jamie's father introduced him. "This sword's name is Scott." He smiled and earnestly told Jamie with a voice full of affection, "Come back safely. Jamie, it's okay to be hurt, but you must return stronger." Jamie's eyes widened and blazed with the flames of fury. He shouted, "Illuminate!" Just then, a dazzling beam of light erupted, its energy powerful enough to cleave the surrounding ground. Then dust scattered everywhere, and Cairo, pushed back from a distance, shouted, "How dare you!" But Jamie approached calmly, his expression unreadable. His sword lay shattered in many pieces on the ground. Following this, powerful magic erupted from his body with extreme fury, and he spoke, emphasizing each word, "In the name of the Webtoon family." His eyes were tinged with purple rage, and magic overflowed. Extending his hand towards Cairo, he confirmed, emphasizing each word, "I will kill you so thoroughly that not even your corpse will remain intact." Cairo's fury exploded, revealing sharp teeth. "How dare a mere human!" Cairo transformed into a red dragon, ferociously opening its massive maw and roaring, creating a powerful gust of wind as it charged. Cairo's colossal body was several times larger than Jamie's. Cairo revealed his power and fiercely attacked Jamie. Jamie manifested a shield to block. Two immense forces clashed. Cairo stomped the ground below with one foot, earth and stones scattered everywhere, but Jamie quickly leapt behind Cairo's back and said with contempt, "Did you think I was only this much?" Cairo turned his face and shouted at Jamie, "You bastard!" Jamie charged straight ahead, emitting terrifying power, and as a purple light plunged directly into the ground, a colossal explosion occurred. Attacked, Cairo thought to himself with difficulty. "If this continues, my wings will be pierced," Cairo shouted. Jamie continued to attack relentlessly. Without intending to stop, Cairo's eyes sharpened. "Now I'll have to use that. Dragon's breath," Jamie said nonchalantly, as if giving friendly advice. "Don't waste your efforts." Authority of Darkness, Mon-Arm, both simultaneously erupted with immense power, and two streams of light clashed directly. At this moment snow was falling endlessly, and the upper part of the warship had exploded. Now only Cairo and Jamie stood facing each other. Jamie launched countless chains, binding Cairo's entire body. Cairo struggled within the mass of chains. "This is," Jamie continued his attack. "Longinus activate. I'll make it so you can't die even if you want to, so you can't die peacefully. Become an undead who serves me forever. Lance of Darkness, Longinus, Curse of Corruption." The lance flew straight towards Cairo, aiming for his belly and charging. The lance pierced. Cairo shrieked in pain. Longinus, the wicked weapon. One pierced by Longinus is afflicted with an eternal curse. The target must writhe in agony for the rest of their life. Longinus revealed its form filled with darkness. "Your sin is daring to break my sword." Because of that, Jamie's chest and heart felt tight. Jamie coughed up blood and fell to his knees. This power, Cairo clenched his foot tightly and the chains broke. His body was completely fine, as if nothing had happened. Looking at Jamie, who was struggling, he said, "Quite impressive. If your level was just a bit higher, my body wouldn't have been able to endure it." As Cairo exerted force, the chains snapped away. Cairo said fiercely, looking at Jamie, "I'll send you off peacefully." As Cairo opened his mouth, massive flames erupted again. Jamie still smiled nonchalantly and said, "What nonsense are you spouting? Do you really think your body is fine? There was a deep hole underneath where the lance was just pierced. Why can't I breathe? That is the curse of Longinus. The moment you were pierced, everything ended. You lizard, remember this clearly." "I am a person who always keeps my word," Cairo roared in agony. "No." In an instant, Cairo fell to the ground unconscious. Jamie, looking at the broken Longinus lance on the ground, frowned, realizing he had gone mad and used all his power. A beam of light appeared before Jamie's eyes. That beam of light appeared above Cairo's belly where he had been pierced by the lance. Jamie approached, struggling to look down at the source of the light. There was a pulsating red crystal. A dragon's heart. A dragon's heart is the most powerful concentration of energy in this world. If I were to touch it, Jamie reached out his hand towards the dragon's heart. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Jin had a wound on his forehead, bleeding, and the forehead part of his mask was cracked. Jin thought to himself, "It's a relief to only have a forehead wound." He looked at the monster before him. "All physical attacks are useless against that thing. No matter how many times I slash it, it just regenerates to its original state. But I can't give up under the moonlight. There must be a weakness." Jin swung his sword, continuously slashing the monster, and blood kept gushing out. The snowy mountains, the warship had already exploded. Jin looked that way and saw some strange object attacking the monster. The attacked creature shrieked in pain. Jin saw it. The monster fell to the ground. "I don't know what happened, but now my job is..." Jin vanished like lightning. He powerfully brought his sword down on the monster. Moonlight resonance, moon slash. As power erupted, the monster was sliced apart. At this, the ground cracked, and the sword's tip pierced a gem beneath the ground. "Phew, I finally got rid of it." Jin looked up at the warship in the air. "What on earth happened? Is it related to Jamie? I need to go check." But suddenly something leaped down behind Jin's back with a flash of light. The gem was not completely destroyed. Now it emitted an even more terrifying monster. I will destroy this world. I am a monster." Before it could even finish speaking, it was slashed by a sword again. The monster was shocked. "Who are you?" The gem was completely shattered this time. Jin was surprised to see the newly appeared person attack. "Jamie, but your body..." Jamie let out an ah sound, dusted his hands, and replied, "It's me." Jin was inwardly astonished. He killed that thing in one blow. "I need to train my skills more." The two looked up at the warship. Jin asked, "Did you fight up there?" "Yes, it was a space I created." The two of them asked and answered. "Judging by the traces left, it seems you fought a dragon." "Yes, I took care of it." Jin was completely surprised and couldn't believe his ears. "What, a ninth circle mage can kill a dragon?" Jamie remained nonchalant. "Of course I almost died too. Although I was injured, I endured somehow." Jin, as if having 1,000 questions ready, became curious again. Why is your body like that? Are you okay?" Jamie fell silent. He recalled Jamie approaching the dragon earlier towards the direction where light was emanating. To retrieve the dragon's heart. "A dragon's heart, it's because I got that." Jamie went, gasping for breath, to where the dragon's heart was. Energy emanated from the dragon's heart, and Jamie held the dragon's heart in his hand. The dragon's heart energy resonated with the orb of life, making my body grow. Jamie took out the dragon's heart and showed it to Jin. "I absorbed energy from the dragon's heart." Jin was greatly surprised inwardly. "A dragon's heart?" Jin quickly said. "Put it away quickly, put it away quickly. It would be a huge problem if anyone saw it." "Who else is here?" Jin, looking at the dragon's heart, exclaimed in astonishment. "It's real. The energy emanating from around it is immense." Jamie replied. "I've only absorbed a part of it, but I've grown quite a bit. Anyway, I need to find a way to deal with this." The dragon's heart was gradually hidden. Jin knew it couldn't be sold. If dragons discovered it, they would wipe out the human world. "I know." Jamie snapped his fingers. The warship in the air vanished. Jamie cautioned, Be careful, an ancient dragon might appear. Jin nodded in agreement. Of course, meanwhile elsewhere snow was still falling relentlessly and conversation could be heard. The creature down there seems quite strong. But it can't be as strong as us. It was the blue dragons Sevi and Ipen. The small and cute Sevi said in admiration. Wow, will Grandpa come too? Ipen looked at his younger sibling with loving eyes. Yes, Grandpa will come. Sevi's eyes sparkled and shone. Wow, a shadow of someone was seen below. Ipen and Sevi were delighted. Hey, Grandpa's coming. Blue Dragon Centonian appeared with Blue Dragon Kenzera. The two children excitedly called out to Grandpa Centonian. Sevi, delighted, grabbed Kenzera's arm and asked, the creature down there is very strong. Can Grandpa defeat it? Centonian was speechless and said, Sevi, why are you asking your grandpa such a rude question? Centonian, with arms crossed, explained, Grandpa just came to watch. Why would I fight? Sevi and Ipen half listened, continuing to praise Kenzera. Our grandpa is really strong. Kenzera smiled and affectionately stroked the heads of his two beloved grandchildren. That's right, your grandpa is very strong. Ipen, take good care of your sibling. Then Grandpa will leave, Centonian. You stay with the children. The three bowed their heads to Kenzera as he left. Goodbye, Grandpa. Snowflakes scattered. Iris clenched her fist and smiled. That task would be difficult for me. I won thanks to you, Grandpa Kenzera. Kenzera leaped down from the snowy mountain. Iris, you came all this way. Did you not listen to my words? I certainly refused, didn't I? Iris still smiled brightly. But on second thought, your help is still needed, Grandpa, seeing the person smiling before him. Kenzera said, Hey, young lady, you're too bold even knowing who I am. Of course I know. I almost died then, but this time I'm fully prepared. A powerful weapon appeared in Iris's hand. Kenzera was surprised. That's the lightning dragon sword, Graham. As you can see, it's a dragon slaying sword. You're crazy. Do you really want to die that badly, to dare to draw such a thing before a dragon? Iris unleashed a powerful strike. Kenzera dodged. Iris smiled. Let's make a bet. If you can't kill me this time, you have to help me with something. You know, Grandpa, dragons are no longer the rulers of the Central Plains, but rather, before Iris could finish speaking, Kenzera shouted in rage, Shut up! Kenzera's body transformed into a colossal dragon. Above, Centonian stumbled, and Sevi and Ipen were excited. Iris, with the dragon-slaying sword in her hand, smiled. How exciting! Iris attacked. The battle erupted. 15 days later, Jamie and Jin were drinking tea in a warm sunlit room. Jin set down his teacup. So will you absorb more of the dragon's heart? Jamie held his teacup. If I grow more, I'll have a chance to gain enlightenment. Honestly, I don't think the dragon's heart is the source of enlightenment. It's just a supplementary means, Jin agreed. That makes sense, Jamie continued. But I'll still absorb it because an increase in mana energy is very good for me. Jamie calculated inwardly. Should I try to create something with the dragon's heart? That would be truly magnificent. Come to think of it, where is the god of slaughter right now? Despite a year of continuous searching, there was no news of the god of slaughter. Jin stood up and said, Then let's go. Iris has probably arrived in Abraxas by now and is heading to Fran's headquarters. The Abraxas Forbidden Zone, one of the 6 major forbidden zones located at the northernmost tip of Onbia, is home to various dangerous flora and fauna. Jamie stood up, walked, and asked, Abraxas is very dangerous, isn't it? Jin walked beside him and replied, It's a terrible place for outsiders, so it's not surprising it was designated the 6th Forbidden Zone. Jamie recalled how terrified he was 5 years ago when he first went to Viscount Bell's mansion in the Arajot Forest, one of the 6 Forbidden Zones. But now he could confidently traverse the Arajot Forest and Gammon. I need to find that place quickly. Ganon, the lover of the Blue Dragon Mayday, was a mage who discovered the truth about the world's human power. He was mentioned in the tombstone left by Monpi before the last battle, and his diary noted that he had discovered a place called Gammon. To go to Gammon, he needed to find a way to avoid the pursuit of the 12 gods. The 6 forbidden zones are ideal places to hide. In that case, either the Arajot Forest, Abraxas, or Gammon must be in one of the 2 places. 2 weeks later, Jamie and Jin battled countless monsters and traversed rugged terrain. After all sorts of hardships, they arrived at the Abraxas Temple. The monsters here were truly endless. At the entrance of the Abraxas Temple, Jamie looked at the temple gate. But it'll be fine once we go inside the temple. It's filled with poisonous plants everywhere, making it difficult for monsters to live. The two walked into a white blizzard. They conversed. I can see the traces of time here. Frantia estimated the temple's age to be over 2,000 years. Jamie thought 2,000 years, so it's been through at least 2 world resets. Jin walked ahead and said, From now on, stick close behind me. The place they entered together, unlike the white blizzard outside, was a lush green forest. Jamie raised his hand to block the dazzling sunlight. Everyone was here. The headquarters of Front Avalon with colossal stone castles stretching out before their eyes. They were close to each other. Jamie rejoiced. This flow of energy. Iris must have arrived. The Rand tribe is one of the 3 great tribes alongside dragons and high elves, the leader of Frontia. Jin tilted his head and asked Jamie, Did you hear that? Jamie was bewildered. Me? Jamie smiled. Of course. Jin, walking on the green lawn, let out a surprised ha. He cast restoration magic over the entire village using dragon veins. It's an ancient temple, but it's cleaner than I thought, Jin asked in confusion. How did you know that, even though you're not a 9th Circle mage? Jamie confidently replied. Although I haven't actually reached the 9th Circle yet, I feel like I'm close to that realm. Of course, mages who can cast restoration magic over an entire village like this are rare. Jamie recalled what Bell had said. Frontia has a 9th Circle mage who can teach you. Perhaps this magic was cast by the 9th Circle mage Bell mentioned 5 years ago. The two entered, and Jamie asked, Then who cast that restoration magic? An elf mage named Nellie. Jamie was puzzled. An elf, a high elf? Everyone thinks so, but she's actually a common elf. She's a young elf just turned 130 this year. I see. The two entered the village. The average lifespan of elves is usually 500 years, so at 130 she's just entering adolescence. Jamie stroked his chin and assessed, it's truly surprising that so many different races live together here. Seeing the diverse people living together in the village, Jin also agreed. I was quite shocked at first too. Rio has all sorts of races. Jamie was surprised to see the people before him. These races are usually hostile to humans, but here they coexist so harmoniously. No one paid attention to the strangers. Is this the freedom that Franz strives for? Around them, various races were busily harvesting fruit with lively and vibrant faces. Jin said, I have somewhere to go. Understood. See you later. Someone called Jamie's name. Jamie recognized the person before him and greeted them. It has been a long time, Jamie. The newcomer was Bailey, the leader of Franz, who governed a small island. Jamie was delighted. When did you arrive here? Weren't you near the Ken border? Bailey replied. I just arrived this year. I had some business. But you've grown so fast, Jamie chuckled. That's because I inherited the powerful bloodline of the Webtoon family. My parents were also very surprised by my growth rate. By the way, how are Ben and B Himmos doing these days? You'll see those children again soon beneath the blue sky of Avalon Hall. We've arrived at Avalon Central Hall. Everyone is waiting for you here. The Central Hall doors opened. Iris smiled. Oh, this is no joke. Jamie and Bailey entered. Welcome, Jamie. We are Franz. In the Central Hall there was a large round table and everyone was seated around it. The one who spoke first was Iris, the Rand tribe leader of Frantia. Jamie felt a slight chill. Everyone here is very strong. Frantia is amazing, Iris not to mention, and the man next to me is also very formidable. He was KL, the Rand tribe leader of Franz, and there were also the Wa tribe and other races. Rosemary, the Wa tribe leader of Franz. Oh, the Join tribe leader of Franz, Pran, the Baniri tribe leader of Franz, and even the Dwarf tribe. There were really many races. Ironview, the Dwarf tribe leader of Franz. Jamie looked at the person with a veiled face, guessing it might be the elf Jin had mentioned. Nel Saren, the elf tribe leader of Franz. There were 3 empty seats, one of which was Jin's. The person who greeted them with a wide grin and a wave was Han, the leader of Franz. I heard you were the greatest talent in the human world, but look at you. Truly disappointing, Ho, with arms crossed, criticized. I didn't expect much from humans to begin with. Han disagreed and reminded him. Hey Ho, aren't you going to stop? Ho was displeased. Isn't it the truth? Humans are clearly a race with many limitations. Didn't you prove that when you first fought me? Han slammed the table and stood up. Alright, let's fight again today. Jamie gritted his teeth and said, hey, can't you be quiet? We'll fight in 2 days. Hey, Mr. Join, if you have a complaint, come out. I'll change your mind, Ho said contemptuously. How they say the ignorant boast a lot. Ho stood before Jamie. I like your courage, alright, I'll test your skill. Iris shouted, both of you stop. Ho, sit down and be quiet. Ho grunted and obediently returned to his seat. Jamie curled the corner of his mouth and provoked, what, you act strong but you're just Iris's subordinate after all. Ho was extremely displeased. What? Iris said to Jamie. Jamie, I think that's enough. I apologize for Ho's behavior. Rosemary, sitting next to her, trembled in fear. Jamie said, Franz is an organization that strives for peace between races, isn't it? But the leaders seem to completely disregard others. The people at the table remained silent, not saying a word. Jamie continued to ask, why is no one speaking? Is Frantia really as good as the rumors say? Iron grunted and avoided Iris. I'll be going. If you need anything, call me separately. Iris shook her head and ran her hand through her hair. I'm tired. Since it's come to this, I'll have to arrange a duel. I'll reschedule the date and time. How about it? Jamie agreed. Fine, just don't run away, Mr. Join. You'll be the one running away. I'm really looking forward to that day. After speaking, Ho flew away. Iris had a headache. It's difficult to talk now. Go to your lodgings and rest for now. I'll arrange another meeting later. Rosemary approached gently. Rosemary, please guide our guest. Follow me, I will guide you. Jamie followed Rosemary's guidance. Iris leaned her head back in her chair and sighed. Ho, I shouldn't have called that guy. Han looked at the tired Iris and said, they were bound to meet anyway. Given his personality, something would have happened eventually. He's the strongest after Iris, but too arrogant. Belle said, it's going to be an interesting fight. Han asked in confusion, aren't you going to stop them, Bailey? Iris also agreed with Bailey. It will certainly be a duel worth looking forward to, won't it, KL? KL nodded in agreement. Han couldn't understand. KL, do you think so too? Han, exhausted, leaned his head back in his chair. I don't know. In Jamie's room, Rosemary said kindly, you can stay here. Jamie looked around the room and assessed it. It was quite neat and clean. If you need anything, ring the bell. Jamie replied, thank you. Then please rest. Jamie looked at the closed door. I'm not tired. I'd like to take a walk. Jamie opened the door and went outside. Someone in the bushes saw Jamie and she rushed at him with a hammer staff. Behold the results of my 5 years of training. Benna was rushing at Jamie, attacking him. Jamie lightly raised his hand and swiftly blocked Benna's attack. Benna was pushed far back. Hey. A fierce buffalo burst out of a black hole. Jamie looked at it with boredom. These children really? Benna was indignant. How dare you attack me? 100C zone. Benna and the buffalo were swept into a blue vortex. Benna shouted loudly, you're 100 years too early. The water vortex subsided. Benna fell to the ground trembling and called out, Master. Jamie dusted off his hands, smiled and greeted them. It's been a long time, you two. Seeing that, Benna, clutching her swollen head, got up and said in a trembling, surprised voice, I can't believe it, master, it's been so long and you put your subordinate in this state. She was displeased. She knelt on the ground and obediently admired. You are amazing, master. Her expression looked a bit helpless. Again, this child is Benna, Jamie's subordinate. The small beast that had been hit next to her also exhaled steam and scoffed. You're the best. Again, this is B. Himmos. Jamie then questioned them in incomprehension. Why did you both rush at me like that? When he asked, the two looked elsewhere, laughed awkwardly and stammered as if they had made a pact. Well, then Benna quickly stood up and measuring her height against Jamie exaggeratedly said, Ah, master, aren't you too tall? Jamie looked at her, approaching him, smiled and said, Your hair color has gotten darker. Then she recalled her red-haired mother wearing a crown and goddess-like attire and smiled, saying, I'm starting to resemble my mother more and more now. Then she raised her hand to touch her braided hair and thought inwardly, it must be because of the queen's genes. My hair color will gradually become redder as time passes. Jamie then rested his hand on his chin and asked her in confusion, But why are you here? Weren't you with the queen? Hearing that, she also replied honestly, I thought I could meet master if I came to Franz. Then she stretched her arms out towards Jamie, smiled brightly and confirmed with satisfaction, I really met you now, she added. You told me to get stronger, master. Her hands were calloused from training and axe wielding. Jamie then looked at her outstretched hands with a proud expression and was speechless. When Jamie didn't react, Ben added, So I really worked hard for the past year. She spoke as if expecting praise. Seeing that, Jamie's eyes darkened. He lowered his head and thought inwardly, I wasn't the only one who grew. Then he smiled brightly and looked at them with affectionate eyes, offering sincere praise with the wind. You both worked hard. Seeing his expression, the two trembled uneasily and looked at him with dark faces. Benna stammered, Oh master, this is the first time I've seen you smile like that. B. Himmos, leaning on her shoulder, chimed in, That's right, you've changed a lot. Jamie also felt a bit awkward and embarrassed. Dear, what are those expressions? Then Jamie chuckled and covered his mouth with his hand. He approached them and stroked Benna's head and she looked up at him. B. Himmos clung to his leg, rubbing against him and crying. His voice echoed again on the lawn with the sound of the wind. I'm truly happy to see you again after such a long time. Inside a temple, a sharp scream echoed. You fought with Sir Ho just now? 3 people sat at a table. Benna lost her composure and shot up, slamming her hands on the table and asking again, Is that true, master? B. Himmos, next to her, also jumped onto a chair and exclaimed in surprise. Master, are you serious? Jamie, bewildered by their exaggerated reaction, asked again, Why are you so surprised? Do you think I'll lose to that guy? Then the two suddenly shut up and looked elsewhere. They remained silent, tacitly agreeing with Jamie's words. Seeing that, Jamie grew even angrier, frowned and pressed them. What are those expressions? Why do you have those expressions? As Jamie was displeased, B. Himmos stood on the table in confusion and explained, I don't know master's current level, but he. B. Himmos paused and then spoke again. Sir Ho is currently as strong as a legend. Hearing that, Jamie also thought inwardly again. Ho, he's clearly on his way to becoming a great swordsman. His arrogant figure, proudly spreading his wings, came to mind. Jamie added to his thoughts, if given the chance he'll cross that thin boundary and reach the realm of a great swordsman. Then he compared again, such a strong person is rare in the human world. As he thought this far, several faces and their corresponding names came to his mind. The slyly smiling one and the completely dark one, they were. One was Tarek the swordsman, another was Darius, the undefeated champion of the dark arena. Finally, there was the one with a handsome and kind smile, Chiron, the sword of Xennes. A moment later he evaluated them once more without a doubt. Even if they fought Ho now, they would surely win. Jamie closed his eyes, immersed in his own confidence, and inwardly exclaimed, But I don't think I'll lose. He then smiled, looking at them, and confidently affirmed, It's all right, I'll win. Then he added in an arrogant voice, I'll fix that birdhead's foul temper. Then, as if something occurred to him, he asked again, By the way, I'm quite curious about Iris's personality. Which side is she on? Hearing that, Benna also raised her hand to stroke her chin, confirming his question. Iris, you mean? Suddenly a knock came from outside the door and those inside couldn't help but feel curious. Rosemary stood outside, pushed the door open and gently informed Jamie, Jamie, Iris says she has something to tell you. If you're ready, I'll escort you to her now. In a place full of cobwebs, Iris sat at a table opposite Jamie. She looked embarrassed by the state of the room and spoke. This house is a bit old. He sitting next to her replied to her words. It's quite all right. Thank you very much for inviting me here. Then he paused, lifted his head to continue speaking but stopped again. Iris's terribly bandaged hand had caught his eye. She had been holding a teacup but stopped. What happened to your right hand? Did you fight an ancient dragon? He asked. As he guessed correctly, she also didn't hesitate to praise him, saying, Indeed, you are very sharp. He then extended his hand, smiled and explained, Only an ancient dragon could inflict such a wound on someone as strong as you. Seeing him speak like that, she also smiled, lifted her teacup and brought it to her lips. Soon Iris saw the water in her cup ripple, reflecting her face, and Jamie asked curiously, Why did you fight that dragon? She also hesitated, replying, Why? She finished speaking, set the cup down hard and the water splashed out. She said quietly, Simply put, to exterminate the gods. She raised her hand to stroke her chin, laughed and observed his facial expression and actions. Seeing that, Jamie still chuckled, looked at her, crossed his arms and said, I'm not quite sure about the middle of the story. He paused for a moment, then added his own thought, But I like the ending. A blue butterfly flew into the old room and he, still a bit curious, asked her, But what does an ancient dragon have to do with the gods? At his curiosity, Iris also smiled and explained, it's because of the ruins in the Dragon Mountain range. She then recalled a stone shining like snow in a crevice. Iris's voice echoed. People say these ruins contain the truth of the world hidden by the 12 gods, she then added. To defeat the 12 gods, one must know that truth. That's why I tried to obtain those ruins. Hearing that, he also asked skeptically, the truth of the world? The blue butterfly fluttered its wings, caught in a cobweb but could not fly. Below, Iris smiled and made her judgment. Just as I thought, you're interested in it too. A spider slowly crawled towards the unfortunate butterfly above their heads. Jamie also told her his assessment. As far as I know, the dragons are currently preventing other races from entering deep into the Dragon Mountain range. It was then that he noticed the sounds of the spider and butterfly above his head and looked up. Iris then rested her hand on the desk, looked at him, smiled, tilted her head and asked, Jamie, do you know about the mage cannon? Hearing that, Jamie lowered his head to look at her, nodded and confirmed, I heard about him from Mage. He then stated what he knew. The mage cannon is the blue dragon's lover, the 9th circle mage Mage. A brown-haired man with a streak of white hair on his head loved a bright white-haired dragon. Jamie then continued his story. He was pursued by dragons, he paused, then continued, and hid in the land of Gammon back in the present. Jamie raised his hand to scratch his chin, bowed his head and confirmed again, I searched everywhere, but I couldn't find the land of Gammon. Hearing that, Iris confirmed, of course. She then added, because the entire region including the Dragon Mountain range is the land of Gammon. At this news, Jamie was utterly dumbfounded and bewildered, then suddenly realized it himself and inwardly exclaimed, Henry Min, I searched everywhere, but I couldn't find that land of Gammon. He then recalled the Black Dragon King and asked, then did the dragon god Brahman order the dragons to guard that place? Iris also answered his question honestly, yes. The reason I fought that ancient dragon was to ask for his help. She then further explained, dragon god Brahman is the lord of dragons. 5 dragons maintain the balance of dragons, binding their necks and lives. Hearing that, Jamie also stated his judgment, an ancient dragon wouldn't have accepted your request. Hearing him speak like that, she also raised her bandaged hand to scratch her face, bowed her head and confirmed, yes, I was refused at first. Seeing that, Jamie narrowed his eyes and asked again, refused? He then wondered inwardly, another race tried to enter the Dragon Mountain range, but the ancient dragon didn't kill her immediately, just refused. This information greatly surprised him. He then, as if realizing something, asked Iris again, was the ancient dragon you met a blue dragon? Hearing him guess that, she was also surprised, looked up at Jamie and asked, unable to understand, how did you know? Seeing her surprised expression, he also confirmed in a soft voice, a little analysis reveals it. The dragon god designated Canon as an enemy of the dragon race. He paused, imagined the man and the dragon race's labyrinth, then continued. The blue dragon Mage betrayed her family and helped Canon. The blue dragon family highly values loyalty among family members, so they would surely have clashed with other families to help Mage. He then imagined hieroglyphs of the Dragon King threatening the blue dragon with other dragons and added, no, more accurately, the blue dragon family would have been ostracized by other dragons. Jamie explained the reason, because the dragon god ordered it. Finally, he concluded, so you wanted to approach the ostracized blue dragon. Seeing that, Iris's face darkened as she understood everything. Jamie asked her again to confirm his guess, then couldn't you and the blue dragon join hands? Yes, our goal is, Iris said quietly, lost in thought. She then spoke, Franz's goal is to exterminate the dragon god Brahman. A dragon with one horn and hair covering half its face looked down in anger. There a battle, or more accurately a negotiation, was taking place between a human and a blue dragon. So I hoped the blue dragon would accept our request. In the past, Iris entered a cave alone. She confirmed, I went to meet an ancient dragon of the blue dragon tribe. The man she met in the dark cave was there to make that request. Back in the present, Iris held her bandaged right wrist, looked at it sadly and stated the result, but not only was I refused, I almost lost my life. Seeing that, Jamie, who was beside her, found it strange and asked her, why didn't you give up? Iris's eyes darkened as she mumbled, that matter? She paused and fell into recollection again. A voice in her memory shouted furiously, why are you going so far? What is it that you cannot give up? Because she quietly began again, our world. Iris paused and returned to the present. Her eyes still looked at him with firm resolve, clearly stating the words of the past, I want to reclaim our world. Hearing that reason, Jamie was also surprised and looked at her, speechless. Then his heart pounded quickly as if he had found something, and he exclaimed in surprise inwardly, this feeling. Jamie was momentarily stunned. Immediately, he recalled his past life's identity and the close ones who called out to him. Diablo! He looked at all of them in a place full of light. Back in the present, Jamie smiled and said nothing, but seemed to understand that her will and his own were the same. Immediately, powerful magic was released from his body, and the voice of his past life began to echo from his throat. Iris, you have achieved what we desired. At this familiar magical power, she also widened her eyes and stared blankly. To yearn for freedom and resist the 12 gods. At the power emanating around him, Iris lost her composure, stood up abruptly, stared blankly and stammered, asking Jamie again, that power, she confirmed again in her bewildered thoughts, this isn't ordinary mana, it's the god of slaughter's dark mana. Immediately, Jamie also stood up, his body unreservedly radiating energy, returning to his past life's form. Dark magic enveloped his body, and he with deep eyes seriously asserted to Iris, I am Diablo Volvaire, the long-standing adversary of the 12 gods. I have traveled 66,666 years to descend upon this land. At this information and presence, Iris trembled all over and couldn't react. Filled with doubt, she exclaimed inwardly and confirmed again, 66,666 years. That is the year of revelation, the year the Savior was born. Immediately, the dark magic gradually disappeared, and his body was no longer enveloped in its former appearance, returning to Jamie. Iris, standing opposite him, still hadn't regained her composure and exclaimed inwardly once more, Diablo Volver, is he the savior I have long searched for? Are you truly that last soldier? At her doubt, Jamie also smiled and confirmed, you could call me that. With such vast and sudden information, Iris clutched her head, bowed it, trembled and stammered, when I saw that mana I understood everything but I couldn't believe it. He then raised his hand to touch the center of her forehead, and Iris also stared blankly at him. A violet light flashed where the two touched, and immediately at that intersection a dark magic circle was created to Iris's surprise. Then you just need to trust me. A stream of violet power was transmitted to Iris's brainwaves, and she also repeated, Diablo Volver, you are right. He smiled and inwardly urged her in both his current and past life's identities. This is a secret between the two of us. He then turned his body, and suddenly Iris called out to Jamie, stopping him, and asked, will you come with me? Jamie raised his hand and did not answer for a moment. A small spell was created in his palm, then a light flashed above the cobweb, and the butterfly he had saved encased in a sphere fell from the cobweb and approached him. In the quiet room, Iris silently watched Jamie, and he saw the blue butterfly flying towards him. Then Iris's voice was heard, there's someone I'd like you to meet. Somewhere a white-haired bearded man laughed joyfully. Ha ha ha! Amidst the vast galaxy before his eyes, he judged that many souls had reincarnated over the past 100 years. A flame of hope shone in his eyes, and he then asked with an expectant voice, then when is it his turn to reincarnate? He and the girl stood outside on the lawn, in front of a door leading somewhere, he confirmed, unable to understand. This place is, he paused for a moment, then continued, Gammon. Iris, standing beside him, smiled and confirmed, an ancient god resides here. She peered deep inside, and he, standing beside her, also looked at her, unable to understand, and confirmed, Abraxas canon you mean? In his mind he thought again if it really is canon. He then recalled the canon of the past and added to his judgment, this is the place the mage Canon wrote about in his diary. He traced back the past. Canon discovered the name Gammon and said he would place his last hope there. A man stood before a tombstone with an expressionless face. Jamie then broke away from his thoughts and concluded to Iris, I never imagined there would be an ancient god in Gammon. She, beside him, turned to him and seriously explained, he is old but nameless. She added, he says his name and all his memories were stolen. Immediately she rested her hand on her chin again, bowed her head with a pensive, bewildered expression, and narrowed her eyes, judging, but why were you able to foresee everything through reincarnation? She then asked him, further curious. But you didn't know of his existence? Jamie, giving her no time to react, quickly entered the door before them, asserting to her, you'll find out when we get there. Seeing him disappear into the door, Iris was surprised, shouted, and followed him in. Wait, Jamie, follow me, I'll guide you. Somewhere a man whose body hair and head hair were colored by time narrowed his eyes, thinking inwardly, this energy. He was suspended on a stone pillar surrounded by rough stones, his hands and feet not entirely intact. Below, Iris waved her hand, looked at him, and shouted for him to come down. Hey, I'm here. There's someone I'd like to introduce. He couldn't help but look at him curiously and asked, is that the old god? Why is he suspended in the air? When Jamie asked, Iris also turned toward him, placed her hand on her hip, and replied with what she knew, I heard he's being punished, but I don't know for what crime. He couldn't help but inwardly assess the suspended man. He's become so weak that the name God is almost an embarrassment. Then he admired inwardly. I can't believe an ancient god still exists. He bent down to look at the two people below. Iris then urged the other two, all right, introduce yourselves. The man suspended with his legs and hands embedded in the stone pillar said nothing. Only Iris's voice, with one hand raised and the other on her hip, excitedly introduced him. Our new friend's name is Jamie. When his name was called, he looked up at him, shouted a greeting, nice to meet you. I am. Before he could finish speaking, the suspended man's voice interrupted him. What exactly is your identity, you scoundrel? He frowned, looking at him with an incomprehensible expression, and asked. You should have been confined in the primordial darkness. He looked at him with red eyes, bewildered. Why have you appeared here now? The old man suspended on the stone pillar continued to question his existence. No one has ever escaped from there. How did you manage to get out? Hearing that, he stared blankly at the old man above his head and inwardly exclaimed about his own identity. Diablo Volfer was trapped in the primordial darkness. At this thought, he was startled, bowed his head, and pondered inwardly. That can't be. My memories of my past life are definitely. Suddenly, he calmed himself and said, wait a minute. Jamie then sank back into thoughts of his past life. Come to think of it, a remnant of my past life still remains within me. The souls of two lives floated facing each other in his mind. Jamie reconfirmed, if those memories were to fully resurface, that would be unthinkable. Returning to reality, his face was pale and his eyes were wide with shock. He quickly regained his composure, looked up at him, and asked, what did you see in me? Iris next to them looked on, unable to understand their conversation. Then the man suspended in midair calmly offered his opinion, looking at him. The soul within you is not entirely your own. He paused, then added, it is mixed with a part of another being. Hearing his words, he also reasoned inwardly. So I wasn't completely reincarnated. He concluded once more, but there should have been no flaw in my memory for someone else to replicate. Finally, he reached a conclusion about his past self. I am the greatest mage of all time. I am confident in that. With his thoughts settled, Jamie looked up at him with a firm and resolute expression and reconfirmed. Whoever is within me, Diablo Volfer, is my past life. He then added about his existence. The reason I exist in this world is to exterminate the 12 gods. Hearing this, he narrowed his eyes, looked at Jamie and realized, I see, Gaia summoned you, seeing your strong will to exterminate the 12 gods. At his words, he also looked puzzled and asked him back. Sensing the confusion of the man suspended on the stone pillar, he added an explanation. Gaia is the creator god. She is in a deep slumber now, but she is the true god who created this world. Hearing this, Jamie's eyes widened in surprise, and he exclaimed inwardly, There was another ancient god, he again exclaimed inwardly, filled with surprise, but I couldn't find any trace of them before, no matter how much I searched. Then the image of that god enveloping his past life's body and soul came to his mind, and he reconfirmed, Are you saying Gaia is connected to my reincarnation? At his question, the man, suspended in midair, was also uncertain and only offered his opinion. I'm not sure, but she would certainly be capable of reincarnating you. Then he asked again, What is your name? Jamie looked up at him and replied, I am currently living under the name J. Iris, standing nearby, heard their conversation and listened silently without saying a word. Hearing his answer, he laughed joyfully, and an excited aura erupted from his entire body as he gave his assessment of him. I felt your will. Then he introduced himself to him. I am Osiris. Subsequently, he exclaimed his judgment, You are the savior. With his exclamation, a colossal and uncontrollable power began to surge from his body. From below, Iris couldn't hold back, looked up at him and cried out in confusion. Hey, he, still staring blankly at the flickering golden energy emanating around him, asked inwardly, Has he recalled a memory from long ago? Subsequently, he offered his judgment. His energy seems to have run out and he's fainted, but he'll wake up soon. Below, Jamie remained deep in thought. He crossed his arms and smiled contentedly, confirming the day's achievements, ancient god Osiris and creator god Gaia. Subsequently, Jamie couldn't suppress his admiration and said, Indeed, coming here was worth it. He then delighted in the thought of having discovered another of his secrets. The two left the space and exited through the door they had entered, and as soon as they were outside, Iris swept her hand through her hair and complained to him, I didn't understand anything that you and he were talking about. Subsequently, she confirmed with him, I'm sorry, but my head hurts a bit, so let's talk about it later. Jamie walked beside her and confirmed, Understood. She began to teleport, and with a forced smile she looked at him and said, Thanks for understanding. She vanished immediately. As he was left alone in the forest, Iris turned her head, closed her eyes and vowed to reconsider everything. Suddenly a voice from outside interrupted Jamie's thoughts. I've been waiting for you. Ho stroked the bow in his hand, closed his eyes and said softly to him. Subsequently he opened his eyes, aimed his bow forward and confirmed, I've changed my mind, there's no need to wait any longer. Subsequently he stood facing Jamie and asked with a suspicious voice, Surely you won't cowardly run away from me, will you? Seeing him approach, he spread his arms, shrugged and said with a laugh, Mr. Birdhead, you sure have a sense of humor. At his words, Ho narrowed his eyes and assessed him with a malicious voice. I admit you're stronger than other humans, but a human is just a human. Hearing this, Jamie also narrowed his eyes, frowned, and with a nonchalant smile asked him back, Would you believe me if I told you the human standing before you almost annihilated the 12 gods? Even hearing him say that, he remained calm, extended his arm, grabbed the spear on his back, pulled it out with force and asserted, I won't believe it until I see it with my own eyes. Immediately Ho threw the spear imbued with his power fiercely at him and shouted, So prove it to me. Faced with the incoming spear, Jamie still stared at it blankly. Subsequently he turned his body and ran to dodge the spear, which embedded itself in the ground, creating a large burning hole. Seeing him dodge the attack, Ho quickly charged. He aimed his bow at him, who was running like an arrow, and asked again, Are you running away? Immediately, before he could react, he appeared before him with a triumphant smile, and asked Ho back, Shouldn't I? Immediately he extended his hand, aimed a colossal surge of power at Ho and informed him, I'll show you soon enough. Faced with this attack, he merely glanced at him without time to react. Subsequently, Jamie quickly shouted the name of his technique, Holy Light. With a massive explosion, a surge of power erupted, illuminating the entire sky. He shouted at Ho, This is the power of one who defied the gods. From within the flames, Ho emerged as if unharmed, and shouted at him, Impressive, but he paused and arrogantly scattered feathers in all directions to nullify his power. Spreading his limbs and attacking, he contemptuously cried out, Do you think you can defeat me with just this much? The feathers embedded themselves in the ground, creating dense small explosions. His foot lightly touched a crevice in the rock. Jamie stood on the cliff holding Outlander Avalon in his hand, looking down at the still smoking holes below the cliff, and thought inwardly, Glad I dodged that. Then he recalled the worst outcome if he had been hit by the attack. If I had been hit by those hard feathers, I would have been seriously injured right away. Suddenly, Ho charged and aimed his bow at him, shouting, Dodging won't do you any good. He confirmed and quickly fired an arrow at him, blasting the rock crevice Jamie was standing on into several pieces. Flames and stone fragments flew everywhere. From within the flames he shouted the name of his technique, Outlander Avalon Reversal. Immediately he burst out of the explosion. Outside, Ho was still watching him with his wings spread. Immediately, Jamie reappeared from another dimension, walked out holding Outlander Avalon in his hand. Ho looked at him and shouted, That technique must be the most powerful you possess, he confirmed, still holding a spear in his other hand, looking at him. Jamie did not back down and still confirmed softly, not a chance. Subsequently, Ho looked at him, curved the corner of his mouth, narrowed his eyes, and commented mockingly, "Oh, if that's your limit, then you'll never be able to defeat me." Hearing his words, Jamie couldn't help but admire inwardly. "I didn't expect him to counterattack after I used Holy Light. He's stronger than I thought," he concluded. Then Outlander Avalon gradually vanished, and Jamie's gaze grew more serious as he exclaimed inwardly, "It's been quite a while since I've had a chance to show off my techniques." Subsequently, he spread his arms in the air and a large magic circle appeared below. He urged Ho, "Open your eyes wide and witness." He paused and confirmed, "I will show you that the limits of humanity are boundless." Immediately, large and small magic circles continued to form. This was Diablo Volfer's magical authority. He then added an explanation. "This is the power that earned him the nickname of the most outstanding battle mage of all time." Behind him, a colossal magic circle formed with Jamie at its central control position. He shouted the name of his technique, Triple Combination Magic Circle. Faced with the terrifying power before his eyes, Ho couldn't help but be startled, his eyes wide as he stammered and shouted, what is this?" Blood flowed from his eyes, and with a smile still on his lips he confirmed his situation in thought. "Perhaps in this life I still lack the ability to control this magic, so it's quite a burden." Subsequently, Jamie softly confirmed, "I will crush that arrogant habit of yours." Immediately, he unhesitatingly shouted the name of his technique, Infinite Ultimate Magic. The magic circles fired a destructive surge of power towards Ho, and he shouted the name of the attack once more. "This is the end." The technique came too fast, and Ho's eyes widened as he stammered, unable to react. He then delved into the past once more. He recalled the assessment of himself, the undefeated falcon. He recalled the corpses of his kin and the conclusion he had made in the past. "I will stand firm and prove it," he resolved and shouted. "I will show them that I am not weak." As he thought, Ho stood still, taking the dragon's attack, and exclaimed inwardly, "That humiliation from that day, I will surely repay that dragon." The dragon held Ho, looked at him, and commented mockingly, "Hey, you're just a bird," the dragon continued. "You're just an eternal slave to us dragons." Returning to reality, Ho still made the same choice. He held his spear and instead of fleeing, flew up with an exclamation, countering the attack. "I'm a warrior of the falcon tribe, braver than any other race." Subsequently, he hooked the spear onto the bow in his hand and shouted the name of his technique, Hunter's Critical Strike, Activate. Ho's eyes burned with firm resolve, and he powerfully aimed his bow at his technique. Immediately, with his own will, he released his hand, firing the spear, and resolutely exclaimed, "I will never be defeated by a human." The two attacks collided with each other. Benna, holding little Behemoths in her arms, stood outside the window, her eyes wide with admiration. What was that sound below? Behemoths also couldn't contain his surprise, his mouth agape as he said, "That's an incredible roar." The massive explosion before them covered everything in light. The two stood blankly, and she stammered, "This?" Below, Iris and Jin also stared up blankly. He exclaimed, "Oh dear." She also frowned and grumbled about the incident before her eyes. "Oh, that damned fellow finally?" She paused and rushed towards their battlefield, resolute. "I must stop this." Next to her, seeing her about to rush, Jin blocked her arm and calmly restrained her. "Wait, Iris." He then offered his opinion. "I heard that the fates of those two were predetermined to fight." He then added, "Perhaps it's better to let them do so now." Seeing that, Jamie also closed his eyes, let out a sigh, and offered another suggestion. "I'll do my best to minimize the impact of this fight on the civilians." He also nonchalantly agreed to her decision. On the other side of the castle, Ironview also looked up, crossed his arms and legs, and admired, watching the interesting spectacle. "Is Ho using that?" he added, "the ultimate weapon I made for Ho." He proudly introduced the weapon he had made, Hunter's Resolve. It's a combination of a bow and a spear. Even if the user is an ordinary person, holding this can flatten a hill. The bow, which used a spear as an arrow, was now in Ho's hand. He watched the two fight from afar and assessed inwardly. That magic looks very special. Before his eyes were the explosion of magic created by Jamie and the arrow fired by Ho. Subsequently, Ironview made another assessment of that birdman, but his opponent is Ho, one of Franz's strongest warriors. The explosions from their fight continued to erupt. Subsequently, he couldn't help but say with regret, "It's truly unfortunate that the two of them ended up fighting each other." He watched them continuously shoot arrows and two colossal forces collide and voiced his thoughts, "But this fight will end soon." At the center of the battle, the spear fired from the bow ferociously attacked the shield created by Jamie. He watched it with difficulty from within. Due to the collision of immense forces, he groaned and gritted his teeth from within. Immediately the shield shattered, and he swung his hand, returning the spear in counterattack. Seeing that, Ho also grabbed his spear again, looked at him and commented, Interesting." Immediately he vanished in midair, reappearing behind him, and Ho was also startled, losing his guard. Lightning flashed from his hand as he shouted. Subsequently, he swung one hand downwards and shouted the name of his technique, Multi-Composite Elemental Magic. Subsequently, the magical lightning from his hand flew directly towards Ho from behind. He also quickly noticed and glanced back. Seeing that, Ho quickly turned to block and confirmed to him, "It's useless." His lightning enveloped him, and Ho flew directly to the top of the vortex. Seeing him do that, he assessed his own position. "Damn it, if I stay here I'll be trapped too." His face frowned as he looked at the lightning. After Jamie's lightning vanished, Ho charged at him with his spear, shouting, "Enough now!" He threw the spear at him and urged, "If you surrender now, it's not too late." Magic circles surrounded Ho. Seeing the spear flying towards him, he stared at it with wide eyes and exclaimed inwardly, "Too late, I can't dodge it." Suddenly, time seemed to stop and he looked at the incoming spear, surprised and bewildered, and exclaimed inwardly. The spear stopped. Why did everything around it seem to halt? He made a different judgment. Time wasn't flowing slowly. It was as if their battle had paused in midair. He cried out inwardly about his comparison. "If I can see everything like this, I can't possibly lose." Suddenly, a winged eye flew out of space and shouted. He heard it speak and understood inwardly. "Break, it was you." Immediately after, a pair of large, powerful black wings materialized behind his back. The black wings then transformed into multiple pairs of pure white angelic wings. Jamie cried out inwardly, "All right, now that I have power, let's go." Time and space began to move again, the spearhead still flying towards him, and his body gradually started to glow from the other side. Ho still shouted confidently, "This is my victory." Jamie regained his composure and asserted softly, "You are truly strong, Ho." Then he closed his eyes, raised his hand to cover his mouth, and as soon as the spear touched Jamie, it began to vanish into thin air. Witnessing this sight, Ho couldn't help but be astonished, his eyes wide as he cried out inwardly. The spear vanished. Following this, Ho's eyes widened further as he stammered upon seeing his new appearance. "You?" In Ho's eyes, 3 more pairs of wings had appeared behind Jamie's back. Jamie, bewildered, cried out incomprehensibly, "Who exactly are you?" He then reached out his hand towards Ho. "But to think my old friend would awaken." Immediately after, a large beam of light enveloped his head and a magic circle spread around him. With an urging voice, Jamie shouted, "Break free from the curse that imprisoned the peerless hunter." From the other side, Ho also stared blankly, unsure how to react. Following this, Jamie's hand descended, accompanied by immense energy. Immediately after, the two landed on the ground, and though Ho was defeated by Jamie's fatal strike, Jamie still used his power to support him, keeping him suspended horizontally above the ground. Then gently lowered Ho to the ground, knelt on one knee and thought inwardly, "If I leave him here, someone will come and take him." Ho was already unconscious. Suddenly a question was heard from somewhere. "Did you really defeat Ho?" From behind, Iris appeared via teleportation. She looked at him, smiled, and added, "I thought you would lose." Following this, she asked him again incomprehensibly, "Did you awaken a new power?" Seeing her appear, Jamie also glanced back, smiled humbly, and said it was just luck. He then looked at Ho before him and sincerely assessed him. "He is very strong." Iris stood watching, unable to disagree. Indeed. Immediately after, Jamie stood up, turned, and left, not forgetting to tell Iris, "I'll leave things here to you, I need to clear my head a bit." Iris, who had been kneeling beside Ho, also raised her head towards him and confirmed, "Understood, I'll take Ho and treat him." In the castle's infirmary, Ho sprang up, his eyes wide with astonishment and horror. His body was tightly bound in bandages and he soon felt the pain, stiffening and groaning. "Ah!" From the other side, a puzzled voice was heard. Seeing him, "Are you alive?" He sat on the bed, looked around and asked, "This is it, I lost." Iris sat beside the bed and confirmed, How does it feel to be defeated by a mortal?" Hearing that, he lowered his head and replied, "Perhaps you don't need to be as ashamed as I thought either." He then fell back into recollection. "It's truly different from that day." Ho recalled the battle scene with the dragon that had burned his birdkin and the powerless screams he had uttered as he attacked. He rushed into battle in a rage, shouting, "You bastard, stop right now." But one of the dragon's claws flew towards him. Then with a thud, the spearhead snapped in two and blood splattered. Ho screamed in pain, gripped by the dragon's hand. Immediately after, the dragon bared its sharp teeth and roared at him, asserting that weak creatures had no right to be arrogant. Following this, it added, "This is the right of the strong." Suddenly, a figure rushed forward and swung a sword at the dragon. A large wound appeared and blood gushed out. A girl with a sword charged valiantly. Faced with this sword strike, the dragon released Ho and he fell to the ground. After calming down, Ho raised his head and looked. It was Iris. She smiled, extended her hand to him, and asked, "Hey, are you all right?" The recollection ended. "And back in reality," he concluded. "From that day, I always followed Iris's instructions." He then added, "Even though I had already reached the pinnacle of my strength." Following this, Ho emerged from his thoughts, sighed in disappointment with himself. "In the end, I was defeated by a mortal." Beside him, Iris also sat cross-legged on the bed, raised her head and asserted seriously, "What you said about humans being a weak race isn't wrong." She then added her own view. "But among them are those who possess power equal to monsters." Following this, she asserted again, "You are still under a curse to this day." Hearing these words, Ho looked at her with wide, surprised eyes, and she continued to speak, urging him, "Now break free from the curse of domination that the black dragon imposed on you." In another room, a knocking sound was heard. Benna restlessly shouted at him, "Master, do you know how worried we were?" Even Behemos was restlessly running around shouting at him, "Master, are you all right?" Seeing them, Jamie bit his lip and frowned in displeasure, but couldn't bring himself to speak, so he cried out inwardly about their commotion, "I'm even more tired now after the battle." He then recalled the winged eye he had seen in the battle just now and asked incomprehensibly, "But Break, shouldn't you have awakened earlier?" Following this, he asserted that after guiding him to the sacred light it had vanished. Jamie looked at the new power's imprint on his hand and briefly assessed, "This power seems similar to the 14 magics Jormungandr created." Then Jamie clenched his fist, closed his eyes and made a different judgment. "No, it's different from the 13 magics. This power doesn't require faith to exist," he then suspiciously asserted. "Perhaps this is the divine power Jormungandr was searching for." Following this, he recalled his handsome past self and added, Break was born in the world of darkness, owned by the Black Spirit King, and I believe the world of darkness is separate from primordial darkness. Immediately after, the image of Break transforming and evolving into white wings came to Jamie's mind, and he thought inwardly, when the spirit's power there reached its peak, it became light. He then added, and now it has become a magical power almost identical to divine power. Following this, Jamie raised his head and hypothesized, primordial darkness is the source of Break's power. He asked himself inwardly. Perhaps it could contend with the power of the 12 gods. He then recalled his past self, bloodied and struggling on the ground in his previous life, and suspiciously asked himself, why did they imprison me in primordial darkness in the first place? He then made an assumption. Perhaps from their perspective. Jamie stopped speaking. Following this, he slowly walked to the window and spoke his thoughts. Primordial darkness is the most dangerous place and also the beginning of all things. He then mumbled the result of his past life to himself. In any case, I failed in my previous life. Immediately after, Jamie raised his head again, looked outside arrogantly, and asserted, this time I will defeat all of you. That night, in the safest underground prison on the southern continent of Brienne, a tower tens of stories high stood alone. Inside, a cell had been attacked, its iron bars outside the door severely damaged and stained with blood, and a sharp laugh echoed. Corpses and blood lay strewn across the ground, and a shackled foot clanked as it moved forward. Amidst the scattered pile of corpses, blood and flesh on the ground, a man's voice echoed, I have waited a long time for this day. The white-haired madman laughed, licked his lips, and dashed away, muttering, wait for me, Jay. In a luxurious setting, a person was leisurely lying on a chair by a swimming pool, sunbathing. There's nothing interesting happening, Zenith, the god of war and peace, said with a bored expression, a dry blade of grass in his mouth. The world has repeated for tens of thousands of years, and now everything has become utterly boring. At this moment, Zenith opened his mouth and asked, hey, what's happening with the Pha church? Hearing him ask, a spirit quickly replied, the church's saint disappeared a year ago. Zenith continued to ask, what is my sword doing? She replied nonchalantly, he just left the desert on the southern continent. As soon as he heard this, Zenith shrugged and said tiredly, how pathetic. He then raised a hand to shield his eyes from the direct sunlight pouring in and said with a slightly interesting tone, shall we start a war? I need to boost my followers' morale. Hearing these words, the spirit quickly replied, your followers will repay you with stronger faith, Lord Zenith. A ray of sunlight seeped through his fingers. He continued, that's right, if we do that, the sun god will also get a little angry. And if we clash, won't it become even more exciting? At this moment, a chess piece on the chessboard suddenly fell over with a clatter, and his voice continued to echo, first let's defeat the goddess Pha. Holy war, issue a divine oracle for a holy war. Everyone held sharp weapons in their hands. Kirian held a sword in his hand and smiled cunningly. His hands were shackled. He scoffed. Soldiers also surrounded him. The leader among the soldiers opened his mouth. You can't escape any further, Kirian. Although weakened, you've come quite a long way. When he had said this much, Kirian suddenly burst into laughter, his face full of arrogance. Following this, he laughed loudly, and the muscles in his arms bulged, snapping the chains that bound him. He laughed loudly and said with a joyful tone, oh dear, I've been surrounded. Indeed worthy of the Sun God Church's knights. Fitting to be called the strongest among the 12 gods. As soon as Kirian finished speaking, the commander of the knights opened his mouth. The opponent before you is Zenith's sword. The knights of the underground crypt have already fallen by his hand, so do not be careless. As soon as he finished speaking, the knights fiercely drew their swords and shouted, we obey your command. At this moment, a clear, gentle voice was heard. But friends, where are you looking? As soon as the words left his mouth, Kirian swung his sword, beheading the knights who stood there. They were killed by him before they could even react. Causality reversal, thin blades slashed each of their necks. All their heads fell to the ground. A sight before them was horrific, and blood gushed like a waterfall. Kirian stood amidst the pile of heads, striking a free posture. Kirian twisted his body for a moment, then said in a refreshed voice, truly warm and comfortable. Thanks to you all, my body has finally loosened up. As he was speaking, he suddenly stopped and glanced sideways, and a past image resurfaced. Recalling 5 years ago when Jamie was suspended in midair wearing a necklace, Kirian lamented, if only I hadn't been thrown to the southern continent then. Kirian recalled those difficult days. At the time, Kirian had been thrown into a desert where he knew no one. Kirian was imprisoned, his hands bound like a criminal. If that had been the case, I would have already started the holy war according to my father's command. Then Kirian stood amidst the pile of corpses he had just killed and shouted towards the depths of the forest, Jamie, I will kill you and tear you to shreds. Meanwhile, somewhere else, in a very solemn place, a voice echoed, he escaped after all. This was the internal library of the Sun God Church. At this moment, a bald man entered and said, yes, there are no other traces besides the knights' corpses. As soon as he finished speaking, Blazer sighed and said, understood, you may withdraw. Sitting in his chair, Blazer took a drag from his cigarette and thought inwardly, he defeated the Sun God Church's knights. You've grown stronger, Kirian. I didn't expect you to be able to break through the prison walls. This man was Blazer, the high priest of the Sun God Church and commander of the Holy Army. Blazer's eyes sharpened as he thought of something. 2 days ago, the Sun God gave a divine oracle through a dream. Release Zenith's sword. Crushing the cigarette in his hand into an ashtray, Blazer thought inwardly, I followed the oracle without question. There must be a reason the god gave such a command. Blazer sat there, lost in thought. After arriving at Zenith Church's headquarters, we will declare war on the northern continent which we abandoned 5 years ago. Beside Blazer was Diablo Via, the Godslayer, one of the 3 great divine artifacts belonging to Diablo Volfer. Looking at this divine artifact, Blazer said, "If you wish to remake the world, this is not a bad start." The next day a sound echoed, "What's this?" Jamie stood before the rock utterly surprised. He asked himself, "Is this Ironview's forge?" Jamie then recalled the past. "Last night I spoke with Iris on the way to Gammon." Then Jamie asked, "Are there any traces of Diablo Volfer in Franz?" At that, Iris happily replied, "Of course, we found 5 traces, and our blacksmith is researching one of them." At that, Jamie entered a room. "So I came to Ironview's dwelling to see that trace." As soon as he stepped inside, Jamie discovered that this place was filled with excellent weapons. He thought inwardly, "This is the Franz blacksmith's exclusive forge." At this moment, he noticed a large hammer striking the table fiercely beside him, sending sparks flying. Ironview, realizing his presence, opened his mouth. "You're the guest Iris mentioned. Come in." He was Ironview, a leader of Franz, a dwarf. As Jamie approached, Ironview sat down and asked, "Have you come to see weapons? Feel free to look around." Jamie showed interest in weapons everywhere he went. At this moment, Jamie picked up a gray sword. As soon as he held the sword, Jamie thought, "This sword is truly magnificent." It seems a great deal of effort was put into reducing its weight. As he held the sword, Ironview, noticing his interest in it, said, "How is it, young man? Do you like it?" Jamie said happily, "More than like it." Then he replied cheerfully, "Thank you. I heard you use a sword, but it seems you don't have one of your own yet." Jamie explained in response to Ironview's words, "My sword was broken by some bastard. It was burnt to a crisp by a red dragon." Hearing this, he thought a little uncomprehendingly, "Some bastard." Then Jamie immediately got to the point, "So I'd like you to forge another sword for me." He smiled brightly as he spoke. Seeing that, Ironview said, "Well, that's quite an attitude for someone asking a favor." After speaking, Jamie placed the sword back in its place and said, "I have some excellent materials." Ironview sat down and said, "I've handled almost every material in this world." Hearing him, Jamie slowly asked, "Have you ever forged a dragon's heart?" At his question, Ironview asked with a look of horror, "A dragon's heart? You have such a thing?" As soon as he finished speaking, Jamie took it out. Taking it out, he said, "Yes, I will give you the opportunity to forge it. Please make a sword that suits me." Seeing it, Ironview still couldn't hide his surprise and exclaimed loudly, "That's a real dragon's heart." But suddenly Ironview said again, "But are you sure about this? Forging a sword from a dragon's heart means turning all dragonkin into your enemies." Ironview placed a hand on his white beard and continued, "Although you defeated Ho, facing an ancient dragon is another matter. Ancient dragons are usually considered Ashen, that is, apostles of God. They are subordinates created by God to directly convey his will to the world." At this, a thought flashed through his mind. But the dragon god Brahman has no apostles. Instead of creating apostles, he used all his power to create the dragon race. That thought kept coming back. Moreover, the dragon race could only maintain a certain population, which allowed them to grow stronger, and the ancient dragons became extremely powerful. If they were to chase after me now to kill me, it would be very difficult to deal with them. Jamie thought about this issue for a long time, but it wouldn't be a problem once he reached the 9th circle. At Ironview's words, Jamie still smiled brightly and said, "It's fine." Seeing that, he laughed heartily and said, "Courageous. Good, if I can just forge the dragon's heart, there's no problem." After that, Ironview agreed to forge it for him. He added, "What kind of sword do you want?" "I can make almost anything, just say the word." Jamie slowly opened his mouth. "The sword I want is," Jamie recalled a past time. Scott was a precious sword inherited from his father, but it was too heavy for him to use his swordsmanship. His train of thought led to his father's legacy, ultimate/creation. Jamie said firmly, "A sword strong enough to cut space." Hearing this, Ironview said, "Cut space? Are you talking about a sword that can hold an enormous amount of mana?" Jamie said with satisfaction, "Exactly. Only then will the sword not break." Hearing Jamie's concern, Ironview said, "Don't worry. A dragon's heart has better mana conductivity than any other material. Besides," Ironview continued, "I may look like this, but I'm called one of the 5 hands. The 5 hands, a title of a great blacksmith that only 5 dwarves can hold. All weapons crafted by a 5 hand are considered masterpieces." Hearing Ironview's words, Jamie was slightly surprised and thought, "To think he's one of the 5 hands." After that, he laughed refreshingly and said, "Leave it to me." Then Jamie said, "Then I'll leave it to you." And he handed the dragon's heart to Ironview. He continued, "I'll make you a very good sword." A sound echoed and several thoughts came to mind. "I can feel my own power. Is this the trace of Diablo Volfer that Iris mentioned?" At this moment a voice echoed, "What is this? Our leader gave it to me to research, but even with my abilities I couldn't figure anything out." Jamie sniffed and said, "I'd like to take a look at it." Ironview also said, "I'd be very grateful if you could figure out what it is." After that, Jamie reached out his hand to feel it. This sensation, he was slightly surprised. Suddenly at this moment a streak of black energy rushed into Jamie's body. At this sight he was slightly surprised, having no time to react. The scene unfolded in detail, even showing Jamie's surprised eyes. A moment later, Jamie's entire body was covered in very hard armor. Jamie said with a slight hint of interest, "It's full body armor." Seeing this sight, Ironview said excitedly, "Amazing, it's reinforced armor," he observed, circling him. And Jamie also said with a slight hint of joy, "The feeling is different. It's as if countless threads are connected to my muscles, bones, blood vessels, meridians, mental power, and mana flow." Jamie looked down at his armor-covered hand and thought to himself, "Moreover, the power of my entire body seems to have been amplified." Ironview stood before Jamie and said, "The purity is quite high too. It runs on dark mana." "Are you a dark mage?" Jamie quickly replied to that question. I am not an ordinary Dark Mage. At this his eyes sparkled slightly as he said, I see. As soon as he finished speaking, Ironview quickly fell into thought. He doesn't seem to have any prejudice against Dark Mages. Perhaps it's because dwarves and Dark Mages have almost no interaction. Ironview's cheeks blushed slightly at this point, and he said, But could you take it off? I want to see it in more detail. Jamie scratched his head a little awkwardly and said, It's better for you to confirm it yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, it slowly began to move off his body, moving downwards from his arm. Gradually it all moved off Jamie's body. But it didn't move off Jamie's body, it was absorbed by him. Jamie said a little surprised, Wait, it's been absorbed? At that sight, Ironview approached as if he had seen something strange, and while speaking he felt all over Jamie's body. It's merged with your body? Is this some kind of parasite? Jamie was a little awkward. He raised his hand and scratched his head, saying, I don't know either. Because of that, Ironview was disappointed that he couldn't see the armor in detail. Too bad I can't take it off to look. Shall I call it black armor? Hearing that, Jamie quickly replied, Black armor, I'll make good use of it. Suddenly at this moment someone asked, Make good use of what? Hearing that, the two turned their heads to look. Jamie said a little surprised, You are? At this she smiled brightly and introduced herself. My name is Nell Saren. Jamie, I have something to show you. After that, in another place, a machine was meticulously repairing a pink teddy bear. In Nell Saren's laboratory, Jamie stood behind Nell thinking to himself, I've been standing here for an hour. Did she forget I'm here? Someone entered from outside the door and said, Hello, Jamie. As soon as he finished speaking, Jamie turned his head and said, 5 years has it been? At Jamie's words, Braha laughed happily, recalling a past memory. It's been since the Sandharma secret auction. At this he said with a reluctant expression, Yes, except for the fact that they stole my stuff. But at this moment Braha looked at Nell, who was working diligently, and said, Nell has been calling your name constantly since yesterday, and now she's brought you to her lab. It seems your fight with the joined tribe leader made a good impression. At this Braha continued, Actually, Nell suffers from Sevan syndrome. Nell finished repairing the teddy bear in her hand and happily held it up high. She continued, She has difficulty with social interactions, but she has a prodigious talent for magic. Hearing Braha's words, Jamie placed a hand on his chin, wearing a thoughtful expression. Magic, huh? This talent, combined with a fanatical obsession with creation, has allowed her to reach such a high level. Hearing him, she replied, a little surprised, That's right, Nell started learning magic and explored everything due to her fanatical obsession with creation. While Braha was speaking, Jamie was lost in other thoughts. Sevan syndrome, huh? That person comes to mind. At this, the image resurfaced. Diablo, a monstrous figure with a massive body. At that time, a man said happily, This is the golem I created. My old colleague Mei Min was autistic. Back then, knowledge about mental illness was very limited. So Min had to live under social prejudice from a young age. His only comfort was the golems he created. At that time, Nell held a small golem in her hand, looking blankly. After years of dedicating himself to golem crafting, he created a powerful golem army and joined Diablo's revolutionary army, achieving many merits. However, Diablo, at that time, the man was bleeding too much, and his voice started to tremble as he said, It hurts so much. The betrayed 12 gods planted a spy in the revolutionary army and assassinated Mei Min. At that a thought flashed. As soon as Mei Min died, the 12 gods began to interfere, preventing him from having a proper funeral. Suddenly a voice called out, Jamie? The shout grew louder. Jamie returned from that flashback to reality. Nell was in front of him. She held out the repaired bear to him and said, This is Nia, she's my friend. Seeing that, he couldn't help but be astonished and thought, Jamie thought, horrified, it's a handgun. Looking inside. The more Jamie analyzed it, the more detailed it became. This energy is clearly Mu's photon system. At this, Jamie held it in his hand and said to Nell, Can I test it? Hearing that, she not only agreed but was also very happy. She exclaimed with joy, Yes. At this, the three went to an open field. Jamie aimed the barrel forward and a colossal energy was fired from it. The energy was so strong that the ground and stones in front were shattered. Nell stood by, constantly exclaiming, Wow, Nia is strong. Then Jamie said, Wait, you've never tested it before? At this, Nell replied to Jamie's question, No, I saw you fighting Ho yesterday and was inspired to make this. Hearing that, he said, a little surprised, What, you made this overnight? As soon as he finished speaking, Jamie looked at Nell and thought to himself, Mu dedicated his whole life to developing the photon system. While he was deep in thought, Nell stood by, swaying her body and saying, Jamie, show me yours too. At her suggestion, he showed a slightly bewildered expression. At this, Nell stood before Jamie and said casually, Show me the colossal magic circle you created in the sky. Meanwhile, in Iris's room, she was looking at something. At this, KL entered and said, How is your hand? Hearing the sound, she said, Ah, KL, you're here. As soon as she finished speaking, Iris turned her head and said with a satisfied smile, As you can see, it's still the same. Ino doesn't seem to have fully healed it. As she spoke, she raised her hand. Seeing that, KL opened his mouth, his eyes looking very serious. Your Majesty is very worried. You must return, with the vision technique. Before he could finish speaking, she interrupted him. Iris said, Hey, KL. At this, Iris's anger surged and her voice turned irritable as she said, I told you not to talk about our homeland in front of me. Seeing that, KL replied, I don't need to follow that order. He said, not looking weak, The only one who can command me is your Majesty. I don't care if you're a princess or whatever in the kingdom. Seeing him stubborn, Iris said, a little displeased, This stubborn fool, how long will you keep playing the part of a naive slave? KL replied, Don't you know that overthrowing the 12 gods is impossible? He continued. Did you see hope after meeting Jamie? To that question, Iris hesitated a little before replying, this matter. Seeing that, KL said, our homeland can survive even after the world resets. Iris said with a slightly sad expression, yes, perhaps we could have become rulers of a new world, but I don't want to be a slave. Right then, she exclaimed loudly, we must be free. This world, this land is not the 12 gods' playground. After that, Iris's voice gradually softened as she said, if you don't want to help then don't, but don't tell me to go back. Hearing her speak this far, KL turned his head and said, I will inform your majesty that you are safe, princess. At KL's words, Iris was a little flustered. She stood in the room and exclaimed to herself, oh dear. Suddenly a strange light shone in. Iris turned her head at this moment and said a little uncomprehendingly, what is this light? At this, Jamie was leisurely explaining to Nell, this is a multi-layered technique. Seeing that, Nell was excited, her eyes sparkling, and Jamie continued standing, you don't need to complete all the magic circles at once, you can create them one by one and combine them later. Hearing that, Nell also began to follow along, and as she did, she asked, like this? Jamie replied leisurely, you're doing well, you got it right away. Suddenly, Iris rushed in, exclaiming, what are you doing now? Seeing her, his face looked at her with a slight hint of joy, and at this moment Iris stood and asked, why are the three of you together? Braha saw Iris and greeted her, Princess Iris. Jamie replied to that question, I was sharing knowledge about magic with Nell Saren. As he spoke, Jamie held out Nia to Iris. This is a handgun Nell made using the photon system. Hearing his introduction, she asked a little vaguely, photon system? After that, Jamie demonstrated it for her. Like this, the energy emanating from that gun was truly incredibly powerful. Iris watched with wide eyes, unable to close her mouth. At this, Jamie continued, it's not finished yet, but once it is, its destructive power will be unimaginable. Hearing that, Iris showed interest. If this could be mass-produced, she imagined a brutal future where they could gain an advantage in the war against the 12 gods. Jamie said a little awkwardly, no, there's still a lot to adjust. Then Nell snatched Nia from Jamie's hand and said, give Nia back. Iris, who was standing beside them, said, of course. By the way, you asked Ironview to make you a sword, didn't you? Jamie was slightly surprised by Iris's question. How did you know? I only asked him an hour ago. Seeing his surprised expression, she said with a touch of triumph, everything that happens in Avalon is reported to me. Iris said, sounding interested, I heard you're also skilled in swordsmanship. Shall I teach you? Just then, a sword appeared in Jamie's hand. Jamie said casually, then charged straight at her, shouting, rather than teaching, a sparring match would be better. Suddenly Jamie faltered. He said with a sharp gaze, hey. He lay on the grass, lamenting, to defeat me barehanded. Jamie recalled how miserably he had been defeated in his sparring match with Iris. Jamie sat on the ground, turning his head back, and said, how did you block it? I thought my timing was perfect. Iris said calmly, it wasn't a bad technique, but such a surprise attack won't work on me. On the other hand, Braha and Nell cheered enthusiastically. Lady Iris is really strong. Jamie will never win, haha. Jamie sat in the corner looking dejected. Braha took Nell to eat. All right, it's time to eat. Yes, let's go quickly. Meanwhile, Jamie challenged Iris again. She still said calmly, give it your all. I'll tell you what went wrong. Jamie also quickly replied, then I won't hold back. He attacked, thinking this time for sure. But Iris quickly grabbed Jamie's wrist, blocking his attack. Iris used a technique to painfully throw Jamie backward. Jamie lay exhausted on the grass and said, you used my own strength against me. Iris, intrigued that he noticed, said, that's right. Want to try again? Hearing that, he quickly replied, thank you. Iris helped Jamie up and said, no, I was wrong. Iris continued, for someone who's only trained for a few years, your skill is impressive, but it's still not enough. Jamie stood beside her, looking wronged, and said, and? She continued, did you forget? This is Franz. There are many strong people besides me. Just then, Jin approached and said, want to spar? Suddenly, Iris called Jin. Hearing that, Jamie said, I'd like to spar. Jin faced Jamie and said, do you have a sword? He drew his sword and said, Lord Ironview made it for me. With that, Jamie drew his sword. Iris looked at the sword and thought to herself, upon closer inspection, it's a really good sword, light and easy to wield. Jin prepared to hold his sword and said, if you're ready, let's begin. Jamie raised his hand and said, hold on, there are rules. Iris, standing beside them, said, this is a sparring arena, so magic or special abilities cannot be used. Mana is allowed, but not a swordsman's aura. Hearing that, Jin said, no aura, understood. Jamie also said, ha, understood, I feel a bit underestimated. Iris said, amused, don't fight. Then she raised her finger excitedly and said, the sparring match is for mutual learning. You two will directly experience and learn from each other's abilities. Iris imagined the scene as she spoke. The victory goes to whoever surrenders or can no longer fight. With that, Iris shouted, to your places. As soon as the signal sounded, the two took their stances. Iris looked at Jamie's defensive stance and thought to herself, Jamie's fundamentals are very solid, plus he can use the Welton sword technique. Can he surpass his current level? Start. As soon as the signal sounded, the two rushed at each other like the wind. Combined slash. If I don't keep my distance, it'll be very dangerous. Jin quickly charged towards where Jamie was standing. The sword seemed about to connect, but my opponent is a swordsman. His experience with swords is on another level. Jamie thought as he fought, then let's test how long I can last with my technique. Welton dagger art black vein. The two fought fiercely. Jin paused for a moment beside him. What is this dark mana? Then he thought to himself. No, I need to focus on the duel now. Just then, Jamie was still concentrating on his technique. The black vein net, the Welton family's secret dagger art. Dark mana was densely intertwined. If I hadn't seen it in time, the sword hilt would have shattered. Jamie looked at Jin and thought, But a sword that can cut space? I've never heard of it. Jin also attacked with all his might. That's it, that gaze, he intended to go all out from the beginning, he's not one to give up easily. Just then a voice echoed, "Good, I allow it." Jamie performed his technique and Jin defended very solidly. "I'll let you taste defeat." The two fought fiercely. Jamie charged forward like the wind. Suddenly a loud shout was heard. "Stop!" Iris, who was standing beside them, asked, "Is the wall of swordsmanship too high?" Hearing that, Jamie quickly replied, "I can see his movements, but it's hard to block with a sword." Jamie clenched his fist and said with a determined expression, "But after facing him, I think I understand a little. The decisive difference between Jin and me." An image of a chessboard came to mind with a hand moving a piece. Just then Jin was meditating. In fact, the higher a martial artist's realm, the more they must train their senses rather than their physical strength. The sharper their senses, the easier it is to predict an opponent's movements. Iris continued, "A mage's and a swordsman's perspectives are very different, so for a while you should train your swordsmanship without magic." Jin just listened beside them. Suddenly he opened his mouth. "Lady Iris, I have a question. May I speak with Jamie for a moment?" Hearing that, Iris said, "All right, I'll wait here." After that, the two moved to another place. Sitting in a luxurious room, Jin asked Jamie, "I felt dark magic when I sparred with you. Jamie, are you a dark mage?" Jamie said, "I'm sorry for hiding it. It wasn't something I could easily talk about." He recalled the past. "A lot has happened in the last month. Living with you, I felt I could trust you. That's why I used dark magic in the sparring match just now." Hearing that, Jin replied calmly, "I see." With that, Jamie stood up and said, "As an apology, let me introduce myself properly again. My name is Jamie," he continued to introduce himself. "I am a dark mage who has returned to this land to exterminate the 12 gods." Jin pressed one hand to his stomach, stood up and said, "It's even more surprising to hear it directly." Then he approached Jamie, shook his hand and said, "I am Jin, pleased to meet you." Suddenly, Iris appeared and asked with an eager expression, "Are you done talking?" The two were slightly startled and said simultaneously, "How long have you been there?" She smiled playfully and said, "Then you'll have to meet your next opponent, won't you?" Jamie said, a little flustered. "Now? The sparring will continue tomorrow," Iris said. "Remember, no aura or special abilities." Han replied casually, "Yes." As the match began, Jamie fell into thought. "I've only just started learning swordsmanship, so I should be able to learn something from this match." Han curled his lips and said, "I won't hold back." Jamie also smiled, not backing down. "Good, otherwise I'd be disappointed." Then Han said excitedly, "In that case I won't hold back either." Opening lamentation, Jamie adopted an offensive stance. "To predict his next move, I need to sharpen my senses." As spirit energy began to attack, the surrounding ground and stones crumbled. "I need to understand his mana flow." Han raised his staff high, controlling streams of water, and Jamie continued to charge, trying to suppress and control the flow. These water droplets all look the same, but only one is real. Han's golden attack only hit his powerful water shield. Jamie thought, "Then I just need to destroy the illusions." Han lowered his weapon and said with a generous smile, "Did you see through the essence of this technique? But knowing it doesn't mean you can stop it." After speaking, he struck the tip of his staff into the ground and a surge of energy erupted once more. Thunderous illusion. Immediately, a swirling brown energy attacked Jamie's shield. As the shield disappeared, golden orbs fiercely attacked him again. Jamie was flustered. "If I don't counterattack, I'll lose." He swung his sword and shouted. Jamie's style transformation. He used Beikai to cleave space, sending a colossal sword energy that split Han's golden orbs. Han retreated in surprise. A moment later, Han gnashed his teeth in anger. He vanished. Suddenly, he burst out from within the sword energy. "If I get hit by that, it's over." As the staff struck the ground, Han cried out in surprise. Before he knew it, Jamie was attacking with his sword and he narrowly jumped to dodge. Jamie gritted his teeth and powerfully brought his sword down. Han struggled to block with his staff. A moment later, the two separated. Han was pushed back and Jamie stood firmly on the ground. Iris, a leader of Franz, watched the battle from the side with an intriguing smile. Not bad," she thought. "He's predicting their next moves and techniques to counterattack. He must have always analyzed everything rationally when casting magic. His processing speed is on another level compared to ours. He instantly comes up with a counter for every attack." Jamie was still fighting fiercely with Han. Iris continued to think, "What will his authority be like when he becomes a sword saint? I'm truly looking forward to it." The sun was setting over the mountain, and the twilight sky was very dreamlike. But the two had no time to appreciate the beautiful scenery. They were still focused on defeating their opponent. Jamie calculated with difficulty. "Half a day has passed in an instant. That guy has reached a state of unconsciousness. If this continues, both of us will run out of mana." Han held his weapon and said seriously, "Let's end this. With your current skill, you won't be able to block this technique." Gate of freezing. A powerful blue light erupted from the tip of his staff, surging forward. Swirling water streams engulfed Jamie, but Han suddenly saw that he had vanished and was astonished. Before he knew it, Jamie was in midair swinging his sword downwards, and he looked up in surprise, barely blocking the sword strike. He cried out inwardly, "How can this be? Is it an anomaly?" A shield appeared around and above Han, blocking Jamie's powerful sword strike. It was Han's authority, allowing him to freely change the reality associated with himself. Han thought with a slightly helpless smile, "I unconsciously used my authority." Suddenly a loud voice shouted at the two, "Stop, the duel ends here." Hearing footsteps, Han turned his head in surprise and Jamie was falling backward. Iris looked at him and said calmly, "He's asleep." Han asked worriedly, "Lady Iris, did Jamie use magic?" It's an authority," she replied. Jamie lay exhausted on the ground. Han looked at her again, unable to understand, and asked, "Please explain in more detail." Iris also seemed to struggle with her words. "Simply put, is it like a doppelganger?" 3 images of Jamie appeared in front, behind, and above Han. There were 3 Jamies, not just one. "Then why didn't I see them?" he asked again in surprise. Iris fell back into thought and said, "It might not be a doppelganger. Nothing can be confirmed until he wakes up. The important thing is that Jamie has taken a step towards the realm of a sword saint." The two looked at Jamie, who was lying on the ground, in admiration. To reach that level after only a few years with a sword. Occasionally, a few dragons reach the 9-star sword saint realm, but that's because they are long-lived. Jamie, will he remember his authority when he wakes up? Iris gazed at him, peacefully asleep, and pondered inwardly. The scene shifts to a room with an IV drip. Is this the infirmary? Jamie sat up and looked around with a bewildered expression. To think I'd be this exhausted. Besides him, an old man was sitting in the room, and an old woman entered, saying calmly, "You're finally awake." Jamie looked at the small woman and replied, a little surprised, "Grandma is, just call me doctor," the old woman replied indifferently. But inwardly she cursed, recalling the angry Lord Kiriel. That fool, he called her that too. The doctor grandma approached, rolled up his pants and said, "Your body has awakened. Your muscle density increased while you were asleep. That's a precursor to an awakening, child." Jamie didn't understand and asked what she meant. The old woman, annoyed, chased Jamie out, shouting, "You're not a patient, get out." Jamie, bewildered, stumbled out. Outside, Iris and Han were waiting for him. Seeing Jamie emerge, Iris waved and called out, "Jamie, thank goodness, are you alright? Do you remember how your duel with Han ended?" Jamie approached her, scratching his head, and replied, "I don't remember clearly." Iris then said, "Then there's no need for me to explain that your authority has awakened. To truly understand it, you'll just have to wield your sword again." Jamie looked at her with surprised, uncomprehending eyes and asked, "Awakened? What do you mean? And why is that guy here?" Hearing that, Ho asked, "Have you forgotten? I've come for revenge for our last match." His eyes were filled with determination. The scene shifts to a wide training ground where the 3 stood facing each other. Jamie was slightly bewildered as Ho stretched and said, This time it'll be different." Iris added, "He's going to push you to your limits. He'll use his authority instead of a weapon. His dark convergence fist won't be easy to deal with." Ho, unable to contain himself, said, "All right, are you ready?" He and Jamie stood facing each other. Iris officiated in the middle. She shouted, "Begin." "Just you wait," Ho yelled, charging fiercely and attacking him. Jamie's eyes widened. He exclaimed inwardly, "What?" In front of him, countless Hos were rushing at him. "Why do I see so many overlapping images of Ho?" Ho clenched his fist and shouted, "How dare you lose focus in front of me?" And without giving Jamie time to react, he punched him in the stomach. Jamie's entire body flew far back, showing the immense power Ho had used. Jamie quickly put his hands on the ground and used his legs to stop himself. "How long do you plan to lie there?" As Ho continued to provoke him, Jamie frowned. He swung his sword to block Ho's attack, but it seemed too much for Jamie right now. He cursed inwardly, "Damn it." Strange things kept appearing before his eyes. The two exchanged moves, but Ho seemed to have the upper hand. Jamie was busy defending, but suddenly his eyes sharpened, and he unleashed a powerful sword strike towards Ho. Blood began to flow from Ho's hand. His bleeding hand was bent backward. Ho lowered his bloody hand and asked, "Jamie, how strong is my power?" "That is the power of a sword saint." Jamie asked blankly. "Ha," he questioned inwardly. "A sword saint?" Jamie's astonished face was reflected in the sword blade. Iris approached and asked, "What did you see?" Jamie replied, "Several illusions suddenly appeared simultaneously. Each illusion showed a different future. Among them, only one moment was successful for me. When I realized that, it became reality." He explained, recalling the recent duel. Iris put her hands on her hips and stated her conjecture. "Could it be probability? To my eyes, you appeared to be making multiple different clones of yourself." Jamie was surprised to hear that. "I made clones?" Then Ho spoke. "I didn't see it that way. To me, you just suddenly appeared right in front of me. You didn't see only one of me. Then why didn't I see them?" Iris recalled Han's confused question and said, "Han said the same thing. It seems your opponents can't see them. Perhaps what they saw as clones were just afterimages. You seem to have chosen the fastest and most feasible action in that situation. Those black shadows might have come from a multiverse. They could be from parallel worlds." Jamie remained silent at this conjecture. The scene transitions to night. Jamie sat on a rooftop looking down at other houses, lost in thought. Multiverse or parallel worlds? When I was Diablo Volfer, I once learned about multidimensional theory. He recalled standing in a library, reading a book. At that time, I could see the probabilities of other dimensions. I couldn't learn more deeply for several reasons. Come to think of it, the illusions my power showed seemed to have recreated my battles from other dimensions. People usually say that a person's power is related to their identity. Then Jamie looked at his hands and continued to think. "That is Remia, which creates new space, the Staff of Avalon, which connects to other worlds. Beikai, a technique that controls space. A sword art for a single fatal strike, a secret technique that even cleaves space. I have many powers related to space. Perhaps the combination of space controllability and multidimensional strategic thinking created my current power." Having thought that far, Jamie put his hands down, stood up and looked up at the sky, saying, "Activate." Glittering red stars connected to each other and illusions of him training and fighting with a sword appeared in Jamie's eyes. This energy is made of dark mana." He saw the strange energy emanating from the sword in his hand. "I understand. Among countless other dimensions, I chose to make the best action, that is, this transformation, a reality and manifest it." Jamie smiled, looking very pleased, and said to the sword, "The name of this power is Future Sight, one who can see the future." The scene transitions to another room. Iris asked with a very surprised expression, "You want to fight me with a sword?" She was in her room. Jamie leaned against the door and replied yes. "Wasn't the last training meant to be against the strongest?" Iris admired. "You're full of confidence," Jamie replied cheerfully. "I can't think of anyone else who could stop my Future Sight besides you," she complimented. "You even named that power, it's fitting, but I'm not the right opponent for you. There's someone more suitable." She gave a meaningful smile. A moment later, Franz's leader appeared and said with a displeased look, "I don't know why I have to train so early in the morning. Focus, princess. I'll prove that the person you're expecting is utterly worthless." The three stood facing each other in the training ground. Jamie murmured blankly, "Ha, princess." Iris gave an awkward laugh. "Ha ha." Then she cleared her throat and spoke. Go all out. If the fight gets too intense, I'll intervene to ensure no one loses their life. All right, start." The last two words were almost shouted as if to heighten the battle's atmosphere. KL lunged forward in the blink of an eye, he thought contemptuously. "A single blow will be enough to make you realize how useless you are." Simultaneously, Jamie gritted his teeth and swung his sword, counterattacking. KL's fist collided strongly with Jamie's sword. Jamie thought, the me of yesterday would have lost, but Future Sight. He raised his sword using the technique he had just named. "All my other selves in different dimensions do the same action." A strange purple flow of power erupted from the tip of Jamie's sword. He thought, "I'll turn the advantage gained by Future Sight into sacred light." KL, surprised, turned his head and saw the space-piercing attack. Jamie's technique was too powerful for him to block. KL blocked and said, "I admit your power. That's why the princess chose you. But it's not enough to defeat me." After speaking, he stood with his limbs spread and unleashed a powerful red energy. Jamie suddenly sensed danger. He was flustered as KL's power split into several streams attacking him. "Future Sight is warning me." KL, his eyes glowing like a wicked demon, charged forward, swinging a powerful fist. "I'll show you my power." One punch through the sky, KL created a massive fist of colossal energy and hurled it towards Jamie, shouting, "Kneel before my power." Iris, watching from the side, sensed Jamie was in danger and rushed out in a flurry. "No!" Jamie uttered a single word in silence. Impressive. Dark energy erupted around him. Jamie's eyes turned menacing and he immediately raised his sword to the sky. The flow of dark energy grew even stronger. The sword tip glowed red and his eyes turned white like a demon. He shouted, "I'll return what I received." KL, standing before that flow of power, looked infinitesimally small. Convergence of illusionary blades. A magic circle appeared, but he still replied with an arrogant expression, "Impressive. I didn't expect this." Jamie's sword strike was powerful enough to cleave from the sky to the ground, splitting the spectator stands in two and extending to a wide area outside. After the technique ended, Jamie was the only one left standing amidst the ruins of the arena. He thought, "My level is still insufficient to completely absorb that technique, such destructive power." But suddenly a figure with gleaming eyes appeared from within the smoke. Jamie couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly a monster." Hale's face was filled with confidence. One side of his glasses was broken, but a strange round jewel-like object had appeared on his forehead. He murmured, "He's even making me use Kale's stone." Kale's stone is a space that stores all the power Kale has accumulated throughout his life. When the power within the stone is released, the user's combat power increases severalfold. A purple stone appeared. Then Kale indifferently walked past Jamie and uttered a single phrase. "There's no need to confirm further." Jamie was still standing before the pile of ruins. Iris rushed out and watched KL walk away in silence. Jamie, who was behind her, also remained silent. Iris was still angry at KL's indifference. Jamie turned his head and looked at KL. "Having experienced it myself, I finally understand. Even if I become a sword saint, I can't guarantee I can defeat those two. I need to regain my full power as soon as possible." Jamie's eyes were now filled with anguish. The scene transitions to a different time. A surprised exclamation was heard. "What? Jamie is already a sword saint?" Jin, who was drinking water, choked on the shocking news and exclaimed, his mouth agape. Iris replied, "Yes, he's gained a very peculiar power." Han was also there. He clasped his hands behind his head and said in a dejected voice, "Damn it, what a genius. A ninth circle mage and a sword saint at just 15, Jin asked again. "So where is Jamie now?" Iris replied cheerfully, "He seems to be talking with Bailey." The scene transitions to Jamie walking with Bailey Onyx in a forest. He looked down at Jamie with a suspicious expression and asked, "I heard you became a sword saint." Jamie scratched his head and replied with a cheerful laugh, "Haha, I guess so." Bailey smiled. He imagined Jamie's father shouting in surprise upon hearing the news. "Your father will be very surprised to hear this." Then he said, "Your father will be very surprised to hear this." Bailey Onyx looked down at Jamie again and admired inwardly. "When I first met him he was just a child, but now he's grown so much." Jamie shook his head. "He probably won't believe it." Suddenly, Bailey stopped and called out, "I don't know what you think of me, but I've always lived with the heart of your godfather." Hearing those words, Jamie turned around and looked at Bailey Onyx, calling out, "Lord Onyx." Bailey Onyx looked at Jamie with a proud smile and continued, "As your godfather, I will continue to watch over your future and support you. If you get tired, I'll lend you my shoulder, and if you want to move forward, I'll be your driving force. I'll help you pursue your dreams, so keep moving forward." Jamie replied with gratitude, "Thank you, father." Bailey continued, "I'm proud of you, Jamie." The scene transitions. 3 people covered from head to toe stood before a door pointing their swords at a single person opposite them. "Who are you? Stop and identify yourself." The person standing opposite had long white hair, wore tattered clothes with holes all over, and his hands and feet were bound in shackles like a prisoner. He stood defiantly with a sword in his hand. Hearing that, he raised his hand to brush back his hair and replied, "Ah, you don't recognize me. Kill them all." Suddenly his eyes gleamed. In the blink of an eye, the heads of those covered from head to toe fell from their necks. A massive door appeared. The long-haired man kicked open the door and said, "The leader of the 7 knights has arrived. Shouldn't you come out to greet me?" Powerful energy erupted from his body. He stood in the middle of the room and his power grew stronger and stronger. A person appeared on the stairs, looking down at the long-haired man and admiring. Well, who do we have here? Zenith's sword has made a grand return." The long-haired man asked warily, "Who are you?" The man on the stairs extended one hand and replied, "Calm down. This is the temple of the god Zenith." A flow of power seemed to emanate from the man's fingers. The long-haired man below looked around in surprise. The voice resonated again. "It's a shame to meet you this way, but it's a pleasure to meet you, Kirion. My name is Noah, an apostle of the god Zenith." Noah smiled and extended his hand. The man named Kirion narrowed his eyes and said, "An apostle? I haven't heard of a new apostle appearing." "That's not wrong, but this is the will of the gods. I don't need to explain what I do to you," Noah said calmly. Kirion stood defiantly in the middle of the temple and asked, "Then are you just a mere follower without credibility or position?" Noah retorted, "What you said is completely wrong. I am an apostle trusted by the god Zenith. Let's end this here. How long do you plan to drag out this conversation? I was summoned here to become a being of authority." Noah's eyes turned menacing. "So now you are under my protection." Below, Kirion heard those words and stood still. Then a smile spread across his lips as he burst out laughing. He said cheerfully, "Ha ha ha, father, is this a new test you've given me? Hearing you say that, I understand it a bit." As he spoke, he released his power. Noah above shook his head and replied, "If we are to converse pleasantly, it would be best to correct your way of addressing me first." Kirion, enraged, brandished his sword. "You've been irritating me ever since you appeared," Noah still calmly replied. "What you are doing is precisely what makes me angry, but I am not looking down on you. However, to show you who is stronger here, it seems we need a confrontation." As he spoke, he extended his hand with just one finger. He blocked the tip of Kirion's powerful sword. Kirion struggled to hold his ground, pushed back by the force. "What is this? I am an apostle blessed by God. You possess truly immense power. You've accomplished many things with that sword," as Noah said nonchalantly. The tip of Kirion's sword trembled from the force of his finger. "But I am the incarnation and representative of God, the savior sent by God to this land." Noah offered a gentle smile. Kirion cried out in disbelief. "That can't be," Noah continued. "Your sword being aimed at me is an unacceptable act. It is blasphemous and disregards the sacred law." Hearing that, Kirion, disappointed, dropped the sword in his hand. He then knelt on one knee before Noah and said, "I am a knight of God, a servant of God. I offer this body and soul to the God I serve." Noah again offered a gentle smile and replied, "That's enough. I hope we can cooperate well in the future." The scene shifts to the Fu Church Cathedral. A figure walks down a long carpet, then suddenly stops. Lars placed one hand on his chest, bowed his head and reported, "Your Holiness, Lars has returned." A person standing before the statue of Goddess Fu heard that and turned to ask, "You've returned?" Lars approached and replied, "If I had known you were so devoted to prayer, I wouldn't have disturbed you." "I apologize for the interruption," Ricky said cheerfully. "It's fine, I'm almost done anyway. It's just the two of us here, so there's no need for formalities." Lars said, "No, even when alone we must show more respect. We are both adults now, no longer children." He spoke with a prematurely wise tone. Ricky scratched his head and chuckled. "My goodness, he's only 16, but he talks like an old man." He then asked, "By the way, have you met Anna?" Lars replied seriously. "Ah, the saintess seems to have gone out, so." Ricky gave a weary chuckle and replied, "It's nothing strange. Girls that age are all like that, aren't they? It's when they want to go out and experience various things." The image of a beautiful girl came to mind. Lars also said admiringly, "That's right, it's only been a year since her eyes opened, so she must be very happy seeing new things." "Then how is the front line?" The eyes of the goddess Fu statue seemed to shed tears of sorrow. "The same as ever. Both Kallian and Anbia have not launched a full offensive, only a few small skirmishes." Lars's expression suddenly turned serious. Kallian is part of the eastern continent ruled by the Zenith Church, and the Anbia Apostle Alliance is part of the northern continent ruled by the Fu Church. Arisa of the western continent and Brian of the southern continent have declared that they will not intervene in the war between Kallian and Anbia, but it's worth noting that Harlan of the central continent has not yet made any moves or statements. Zenith, the god of war, Brahman, the dragon god, Lily, the goddess of beauty. For now it's just a small-scale war. But in this war, the dragon god cannot yet deploy the dragon race into war due to an unspoken agreement between both sides. But if the war truly escalates and becomes fierce, there will be no more agreements. It will be a war to defeat the enemy by mobilizing all resources, and at that point other factions will no longer be able to stand by. Ricky, still worried, asked again, "So is the situation in Anbia stable now?" Lars replied, "Currently the Northern Alliance is quite stable, and their strength is formidable. The kingdom of Siam plays a very significant role in the stability of this alliance. Hearing that, Ricky fell silent for a moment. He spoke, but if the war expands, the churches under the 12 gods will move individually. At that time, we must act first to gain an advantage. Lars was surprised by these words and exclaimed, "You mean," Ricky replied seriously, "I need to meet His Holiness the Pope and discuss this war." Lars asked back, "Flustered right now?" Suddenly, Ricky scratched his head and chuckled, "Ah, later. First I need to eat." Lars finally let out a sigh of relief and replied, "Yes." Then Ricky turned and walked away saying, "By the way, how is Jamie doing these days? I heard that he has accomplished many proud things and become quite famous." Lars reported cheerfully again, "Ah, he previously defeated the divine beast of the Ran god and also influenced the reconstruction of Harmonia." Ricky admired with a proud smile. "Truly impressive," Lars said reflectively. "I hope we can meet again soon." The scene shifts to another place. A foot just stepping out of a teleportation circle is visible. Jamie let out a tired sigh and thought, right after that news spread, too many people came looking for me and I was exhausted. He recalled his friends surrounding him and asking about his well-being. Standing before a teleportation circle leading to another world, he thought, but there's still a lot I need to figure out. According to the diary Canon wrote, someone carved the name Gammon on Diablo Volfer's tombstone. The person who did this must know where Gammon is. I've come here to meet that person. Everything is ambiguous right now, so I must find that person. Jamie reminisced about the past and thought, you seem to be the same person I saw before. A man suspended on a colossal pillar spoke. Jamie looked up at him from below and replied, I've come to ask you something. The man above asked, what do you wish to ask? In the past, was there anyone here who knew the name Gammon? Jamie asked directly. He replied, do you mean you want to go there? It seems you followed their trail all the way here. Jamie replied, I didn't follow anyone, I came to know of it by chance. The man's eyes became lost in reminiscence as he said, I've been here too long and my mind isn't whole, so I don't remember much. But I remember one person. He said that a person stood beside a tombstone. This world is dominated by the 12 gods. Truly despicable. If someone could drive out these 12 gods, the world would be different from before, but that person fought them and failed. It's truly regrettable, but his struggle and spirit live on forever. What he left me taught me a lesson. And based on that, I will overcome my weaknesses and defeat the 12 gods. In the darkness, the face of the enigmatic figure appeared faintly. It was hard to make out his face. That's not wrong. If I had had many strong allies then I might have won. Jamie stood before the image of the enigmatic man. The man suspended on the pillar continued his story, but they all didn't stay here long and left. Then 3 people on horseback appeared before Jamie's eyes, galloping down a road, surprising him. The story continued. At the same time, a plague broke out, killing most of them and leaving only a few survivors, so they quickly left, until a long time passed and Abraxas was established. Jamie watched those images, lost in thought. So Abraxas has been here for quite some time, having gone through many historical changes. That means those who carved their names on the tombstone lived at least 20,000 years ago. They knew Diablo Volfer very well. They even dreamt of defeating the 12 gods just like Diablo Volfer. But are they still alive or have they transformed into another form that I can't recognize? Suddenly a demon's hand appeared with a red-eyed skull. It drooled from its mouth and shouted, I hate you, how could you do this to us? A man was surrounded by 3 enigmatic figures, and then unknown hands grabbed his face, terrifying him. May the gods burn your soul, you will die a horrific death. Then the man cried out in shock and woke up from his nightmare. His entire body drenched in sweat, he clutched his head and cried out, that dream again. Strange lines were connected to his body. Footsteps were heard and someone asked, another nightmare? Those memories of that day still remain in your heart. That karma still remains. But we must continue to live. Everyone must live and overcome. The person who appeared was a woman. The young man sitting in the chair bowed his head and replied, I know, reality must continue. Then he thought, but it won't last long. To atone for the sin of killing my comrades, I will inflict pain on the humans of this continent. That was my comrades and my former wish. The tube connected to his hand led to a bottle filled with blood-red liquid. The young man's eyes turned serious. For that, when the apostles disappear and the power of the 12 gods weakens, I will annihilate all 12 gods without exception. After finishing his story, the man asked, do you have any more questions? You may ask anything not related to the group that lived in Gammon. Jamie looked up at him and said, then I'll ask one more thing. Why did everything turn out this way? At these words, the man trapped in the colossal stone pillar was utterly surprised. Then he replied, because we failed. Jamie asked back, you mean you failed against the 12 gods? He replied, now we call them the 12 gods, but back then they were not. Jamie's eyes were extremely focused. Those beings, just as he said that, the man suddenly gritted his teeth in pain, and an extremely dark force emanated from his surroundings. He trembled in pain and thought, is the curse activating again? There seemed to be a powerful invisible force preventing him from revealing anything related to that seal. This matter was likely related to the past of the 12 gods. Jamie looked up at his suffering helplessly and thought, wrong, I can't ask any more questions. I should go back today. The scene shifts to night. When Jamie returned, he found someone waiting outside the door. Seeing him return, the girl spoke, I've been waiting for you, Jamie. I have something to tell you about Princess Benna. This orange-haired girl is Pran, a high-ranking official of Franz and a member of the Vaniki tribe. Now that I think about it, Pran was in charge of Benna's education. Princess Benna isn't the type to cause trouble. What happened? Jamie thought, recalling Benna's training. Her training with Pran continued, let's get straight to the point. "The princess insists on following you, so please persuade her to stop," Jamie asked back, unable to understand. "Why should I do that?" Hearing that, she sighed. "You're truly thoughtless. In truth, Her Majesty the Queen doesn't have much time left." Jamie was surprised by these words. Pran continued, "After Princess Benna went missing 15 years ago, Her Majesty the Queen worried so much that her health deteriorated. The image of the suffering Veniki Queen came to mind. Her health is better now than before, but once weakened it cannot be fully restored. Her Majesty the Queen has at most about a year left. Princess Benna doesn't know yet that the Queen will soon pass away, but you also know what the Queen means to us and to the entire Veniki tribe, don't you? I hope you'll help persuade the princess. I trust you understand my words." After speaking, Pran coldly walked past Jamie. Jamie was still in shock from what he had just heard. The scene shifts to the next day. Benna asked with a very worried expression, "Master, what are you saying, that I have to stay in Avalon? Are you joking?" Jamie, sitting opposite her, replied, "I heard the Queen is very ill. If anything happens to the Queen, shouldn't you step up and lead the Veniki tribe?" She quickly replied, "No, it's fine. I even got my mother's permission. My mother also traveled all over the continent when she was young, so I want to do that too." Jamie interrupted Benna's words and began to seriously admonish her. "No, where I'm going is a battlefield that will decide the fate of this entire continent. If something happens to you there, the Veniki tribe will be left without an heir or a leader. You know that, don't you?" Suddenly, Benna became angry, slammed her hands on the table, stood up and shouted, "Then I just need to return alive. I can do it." Then she started trembling again. "I've waited 5 years for this. Don't tell me to leave." Jamie replied helplessly, "I'm sorry about that. There's no other way." Benna walked past him and said sadly, "I'm going out to clear my head." Jamie sat down and said sadly, "This should be enough, right? She won't insist on following anymore." The scene shifts outside. The Veniki Queen stands before a tree. "I don't have much time left," she thought. "I remember when I first met Benna here. I was truly happy. That child was crying very loudly then. The image of baby Benna crying within a flower appeared. Benna, whatever choice you make, I will support you. Do as your heart desires. Just spread your wings and fly beautifully, fly high." Having finished her recollection, the Veniki Queen knelt on the ground and prayed earnestly, "Great Veniki god Odin, please keep your child safe." Suddenly, something caught her eye. Seeing a beautiful flower emerge from a tree hollow, she exclaimed, "This is..." On Benna's side, she sat on the edge of a rock, her head buried in her knees, trembling and crying, "It's too much. Master is really too much. We always promised to be together. So why are you chasing me away now?" She recalled words she had said in the past. "I shouldn't have left Master's side then. I will definitely return stronger." She continued to think painfully, "Master is more precious to me than my own kin. Master saved me and gave me hope." Suddenly, Benna's eyes sharpened. Before her, a ferocious scorpion monster was furiously attacking. Benna immediately stood up in a fighting stance and shouted, "Monster!" The monster charged towards where she had been, but Benna quickly leaped up to evade the attack. She landed on the ground thinking, "Why is there a monster in this safe land? Avalon is under Franz's protection. Monsters shouldn't be able to approach, should they? It's really strange." As the giant scorpion raised its tail, a large pit was dug where the tail had plunged, and green slime resembling poison clung to it. A warning sound rang from the ring on her hand. "This is outside the protected zone. This place is full of monsters, so be careful." Benna was speechless, utterly shocked. I carelessly ran outside the protected zone. Suddenly, numerous other giant scorpions appeared surrounding her. Benna gripped her weapon tightly and said, "But does it matter? I needed to vent some pent-up anger anyway. These monsters will be my punching bags." Benna gnashed her teeth, swung her hammer and shouted, "Die all of you!" As the hammer struck the ground, the impact sent the monsters flying into the air. The bodies of a few unlucky monsters shattered into pieces. Benna stood before the remaining giant scorpions and calculated. "Still 2 more left? Then it's 5 against 1, a bit tough." "Benna, focus. Be careful." The warning sound rang again. She continued to grip her weapon and replied, "I know. 5 years of training wasn't for nothing. I can defeat them, even if I haven't fully mastered this technique." Just then the giant scorpion's venomous tail was about to sting her. Enheri Veniki, the most crucial Veniki technique. It temporarily enhances physical abilities. It pushes the body's limits to the extreme. Then Benna's appearance changed. Powerful energy erupted around her. The trade-off is that after using this technique she becomes immobile for a short period. Benna leaped up, swung her hammer and struck the monster. The blow was incredibly powerful. The giant scorpion before her shattered into pieces, leaving only one behind, its 2 eyes glowing red. She thought, "Now there's only one monster left." At this moment Benna was still in midair and the monster below was preparing to attack. "When Enheri Veniki's duration ends I won't be able to move. That will be dangerous," she thought, clenching her mana-infused fist and gnashing her teeth. "So I must defeat it before the technique's duration ends." And she swung a colossal and powerful fist forward. But in the middle of casting the technique she cried out in shock, "Ha!" The mana enveloping her disappeared. The voice was heard again. "Energy consumption was too high. Enheri Veniki has been cancelled." In midair Benna faced the scorpion's sharp tail. She was terrified, unable to stop, and her entire body flew towards it. "I'm sorry, Master. This is probably the end for me. I don't want to leave your side." Benna bitterly accepted her fate. Such a disobedient child. Suddenly Jamie appeared, embracing Benna, and she was startled. He swung his hand, creating a magic shield to block the giant tail. Behimos also flew over at the speed of light, saying, "Master, leave this to me and rest assured." Then Behimos grew colossal and enormous legs appeared. The scorpion instantly looked like a tiny ant. Behemoths stomped down without hesitation, and everyone knew the fate of the remaining monster was sealed. Benna was so surprised by this sight that she couldn't even speak properly. Jamie said as if speechless, Behemoths, have you only recovered this much strength in 5 years? Size is only 1/100th of your original size. As Behemoth's foot lifted, a colossal pit was formed. Benna, your Enheri Vaniki technique is truly remarkable. To reach that level with only 5 years of training, your efforts are truly commendable. Jamie proudly praised Benna. She, still dazed, could only call him master. Behemoths, now smaller, happily flew to his master's side. Jamie continued, but risking your life to eliminate the last one was an unacceptably reckless action. From now on you must learn to retreat safely when necessary, understood? Benna replied, if master hadn't been with me I truly wouldn't have known what to do. Suddenly she was overcome with emotion, and with tears welling in her eyes she called out, Master Behemoths, I'm sorry and truly thankful. She embraced Jamie and cried. Jamie, with a gentle smile, stroked Benna's head to comfort her. It's all right, let's go back now. A moment later, Behemoths was fast asleep on Benna's lap. They returned to the previous room. Benna opened her mouth and asked, then I still can't go with Master now? Jamie replied, I also wish you could travel this continent with me. But you are the Vaniki princess, the sole future queen of the Vaniki tribe. So I hope that one day you will lead the Vaniki tribe and help me in this war. Benna still said regretfully, Master, Suddenly, Prawn opened the door and appeared saying, there you are, princess. I have good news. A new Vaniki princess has been born, she announced with great joy. Jamie turned his head and asked in surprise, what do you mean? Benna, even more disbelieving, cried out, what? Prawn quickly explained. Since Princess Benna's second younger sister has been born, you, princess, can now leave with Sir Jamie. Even outside the house, 2 voices were heard simultaneously exclaiming in surprise, what did you say? Benna stood up, slightly flustered, and said, the younger sister. Suddenly, that's too much of a joke, Prawn replied seriously. It's no joke, princess, it's true. Do you know how Vaniki are born? Benna thought to herself with a startled expression. Now that I think about it, I've never heard how Vaniki are born. Since I returned, no Vaniki has been born here, Prawn recounted. Vaniki are a race composed entirely of females. An essence extracted from the queen's body takes shape on a tree, becoming a seed to carry on the lineage. When that seed is sown in fertile ground, life is formed, and then a flower blooms and a new Vaniki is born within that flower. This cycle usually occurs once every 10 years, but the queen is different. The essence of the successor queen is sown in the sacred tree of the tribe Beksu, when a red flower blooms on Beksu. A princess, a new life is born there? Benna asked in surprise. If that's my younger sister, does that mean another essence was sown in Beksu? Prawn immediately affirmed. That's right. Before, Her Majesty the Queen thought she would never find the missing princess. 7 years after the princess disappeared, 4 elders proposed to the queen to sow a new essence in Beksu to create a successor. But the newly sown essence then showed no reaction. When most Vaniki were about to give up sowing the seed of hope, news arrived that Princess Benna had been found. After that, all attention was focused on the princess and that seed was forgotten. And now we have discovered that the flower in the hollow of the Beksu tree is about to bloom, Benna continued to wonder. So the flower that bloomed from the essence sown 8 years ago is blooming now? Prawn quickly explained. It hasn't bloomed yet, but it's growing at the root of Beksu. It will probably bloom in 2 years. Jamie sat there, still deep in thought. So that younger sister will be born after the queen dies? Suddenly he struck the desk, stood up and said loudly, Benna, I guess I have to tell you this. Prawn immediately turned and cried out, Jamie. Jamie calmly said, Prawn, it's all right. In this situation I can't not tell her. Benna, there's something you need to know. Although, he stood up with some difficulty and faced Benna. She asked curiously, what is it, master? The queen only has about a year left. At this information Benna was dumbfounded but cried out as if unable to believe her ears. What do you mean? Why does my mother have so little time left? Jamie replied sadly. Your mother's health greatly deteriorated from the shock of losing her daughter, and she exhausted her energy in extracting the essence to create a new successor. Benna slumped to the ground, her face expressionless with pain. She trembled and cried out, So because of me, mother? Jamie called Benna, empathizing but knowing that no words could comfort her right now. Benna clutched her head, crying out in agony, Mother had to do that because of me. If I hadn't gotten lost that day, if I hadn't gone missing. The 2 people beside her comforted her together. Benna. Jamie raised his hand and used magic to calm Benna. Then he said seriously, Pull yourself together, you can't change the past. Regretting it will only torment yourself. At this, Benna quieted down but tears still streamed down. She opened her mouth and called out, Master, I want to see Mother right now. I need to tell Mother. Benna was too broken at this moment to continue speaking. Jamie knelt on one knee, placed a hand on her shoulder and calmed her. Yes, let's go see your mother. A moment later, all 3 appeared before the entrance to the Vaniki forest. Jamie opened his mouth. Do we need permission to enter the forest? Prawn replied. No, since the princess is with us we can enter without permission. Then let's hurry. As they entered, Jamie saw Benna walking sadly behind him. Did her hair turn red as soon as she entered the forest? It's probably because of the forest's vital energy. As soon as the 3 stepped through the door, a foot appeared and asked, You've arrived? Second Elder Sentina, greetings to the princess. The short-haired woman saluted as if she had been waiting for a long time. Benna replied, Sentina, it's been a long time. I've come to see the queen. Second Elder Sentina looked towards Jamie and asked, Is that so, and this person is? This is Jamie, my master. As soon as Benna introduced him, Santina's eyes immediately widened in surprise, and she exclaimed inwardly, Jamie, is this the Princess Benna's master? She scrutinized Jamie once, assessed him, and then opened her mouth. Please wait a moment, I will report to the Queen, Princess. Jamie followed her and asked, Is that person one of your tribe's 4 elders? Pran replied, She is my direct superior and the Queen's advisor. She is much stronger than she appears, he admired inwardly. Indeed, she has the aura of a master and the presence of an authority figure fitting for a Vaniki elder. A moment later, Santina announced, Pran, you stay here. Princess and guest, please enter and see the Queen. The 3 then entered the tree hollow, and inside, very artistic and magnificent doors appeared. The Vaniki Queen stood there waiting. She spread her arms and called out with a happy smile, My daughter, come here, I've missed you. Benna was deeply moved, rushed towards her and cried out loudly, Mother? She hugged her mother tightly. The Vaniki Queen asked in bewilderment, Why are you crying? Is something sad? Tell me. Benna looked up at her, trembling with tears streaming down, and asked, Mother, I heard everything. Is it true that you only have a year left? This isn't true, is it? The Vaniki Queen was startled. Benna, how did you know that? She buried her face in her mother's embrace again, sobbing and blaming herself. If Mother had told me earlier, I wouldn't have left the forest for even a second. I would have stayed by your side for a little longer. The Vaniki Queen also shed tears at this moment, holding her daughter tightly and crying out, I'm sorry, Benna. I'm truly sorry. Jamie on one side couldn't help but smile contentedly as he watched Benna and her mother comfort each other. He recalled his parents and sister, thinking, if my father, mother, or Sarah's health deteriorated, I would react just like Benna. But in life, the parting of birth, aging, sickness, and death is inevitable. It is ultimately a problem that everyone must overcome, and one must accept that painful truth even if they don't want to. I was like that too. But in the future I will prevent such things from happening. His hands clenched into fists. In my past life I couldn't bear that pain and made the extreme choice of suppressing my emotions, but in this life I will fully embrace that pain. But I will do what I can to protect my precious people. At this moment, Jamie felt as if he was facing his past self. After crying for a long time, the Vaniki Queen wiped her eyes and smiled again, saying, To keep our guest waiting and show such a sight, it's truly unseemly. Benna, won't you introduce this person to your mother? Benna also quickly smiled, nodded, and introduced Jamie. This is my master. I've told you a lot about him. Jamie immediately placed one hand on his chest and bowed respectfully in greeting. I am Jamie. The Vaniki Queen did the same and said, I finally get to meet the benefactor of the Vaniki tribe. Thanks to you, I was able to find my daughter. Thank you very much. I have nothing to offer, but please accept this as my gratitude. I wanted to give it to you if I ever had the chance to meet you, she spoke, offering a shining object in her hand. Jamie looked at the object in the Vaniki Queen's hand and asked, This is, she then explained, as you might have recognized, this is a leaf from the Beksu tree. Just by possessing it, your vitality will recover over time. It will be of great help in battle. I hope you will accept this precious gift. Jamie reached out his hand to receive it and replied, Then I will gratefully accept it. It is indeed a rare item. He then thought to himself, I feel like all my fatigue is disappearing. The Vaniki Queen then continued seriously, Now I wish to speak about my daughter's future if you don't mind. Benna excused herself. Then I will step aside for a moment to let my mother speak. A moment later she stood beside Jamie at the palace gate. The Vaniki Queen spoke first. Jamie, you told Benna about the time I have left, didn't you? He replied honestly. Yes, I told her the truth so she could stay here. Your Majesty's absence would be a great loss to the Vaniki tribe, she replied in silence. I didn't want to tell the child. I didn't want to see her suffer knowing the truth. Jamie looked at her and retorted, Honestly, that is a parent's selfishness. Children have the right to know about their parents' health, your Majesty. Hearing this, the Vaniki Queen was startled, then turned around and smiled brightly, saying, Yes, I was only thinking of myself. Thank you for bringing my daughter back to my side. Jamie then placed a hand on his chest, bowed his head and replied, Now I will go bid Benna my final farewell, your Majesty. A moment later a voice echoed from the fountain, Benna, it seems you've made your decision, having come this far, haven't you? She hesitantly called out, Master. Jamie and Benna were sitting together in the gazebo. He smiled and asked, Do you remember the day we first met 5 years ago? Benna replied happily, Of course I remember. You were strict with me back then. You were disappointed to learn that I, a Vaniki, had no talent for magic, but I was truly happy to fight by your side. How could I forget those moments? How could I forget? Benna then trembled, sobbing, You don't need to forget such things. No matter how far apart we are, I am still your master and you are still my disciple. That is an unchanging truth. Jamie gently looked at her and comforted her. Benna stopped crying, raised her head and called out, Master, no matter where we are, we will always be together and remember each other. Hearing this she smiled brightly, but tears still streamed down as she replied, Yes, I will remember always together. He looked at her with affectionate eyes. Benna, take good care of the Queen, her health. He finished speaking, stood up and left. Benna replied, Yes, I will, Master, so we must meet again. Jamie at this moment stood in a different space, waved his hand without looking back and replied, Yes. He then teleported back to his original room. Behemos was still sound asleep on the chair, not waking even with his appearance. Jamie thought, This one will be very sad when he realizes Benna has left. Why is parting so heartbreaking? I should go to bed early and recover my energy. He bit his lip. It was an indescribable emotion. Then he pushed open the door and entered the bedroom. Benna, please stay well. The scene transitioned to midnight, and as Jamie slept, a voice startled him awake. What's wrong? Bailey stood nervously, and Iris looked at him with a worried face, informing him, war has broken out. Jamie's expression remained calm even after hearing those words, but his brow furrowed. The year is 524 of the Freetmu calendar, and a map of 5 continents appeared. Anbia, Arisa, Grian, and Kallian surrounded the outer edge, with Harlan in the center. Theria, located east of Kallian territory, and Zenith behind Kallian territory. Amidst unrest across the continent, war erupted with several attacks from the Siam Kingdom in northern Anbia. Zenith Theria was a territory that received much support in terms of manpower and resources from the eastern nations. The war escalated too quickly, and Jaren, a border city and one of the major cities in the Siam Kingdom, was completely destroyed. Only then did the Siam Kingdom begin to respond to the battle, but it was already too late. The Theria army fiercely advanced deep into their territory. As a result, Jaren had to taste defeat. Upon learning that the war had erupted so fiercely, the Sedum Kingdom in the north immediately dispatched Limer and Simon as reinforcements to the Siam Kingdom. These 2 talented mages broke through the flames of the Jaren Kingdom and confronted the Theria army attempting to advance to EG. Currently, they had temporarily halted the Theria army's attack, but they could not retake Jaren. Of course, the Theria army's delay did not last long. Their elite units were preparing a large-scale attack. King Apessa IV of Siam had to call an emergency meeting with the Northern Nations Alliance to devise a countermeasure. He clasped his face, trembling, and cried out, "The situation is too dangerous now. What should we do? We received some support from King Freedmu, but it's just a drop in the desert." King Apessa IV of Siam. "Without swift aid, Egan will fall and the Theria army will advance even deeper. Sipo will be next. If we are attacked, all routes to the north will open, and the kingdoms along that path will no longer be safe." Through the gaps in his fingers, the fear in the king's eyes could be seen. "This is the current situation, but that's not all. We don't know when they will attack the Ivory Kingdom." King Laya of Ivory spoke. "The armies of the northern kingdoms can provide some support to your kingdom to lighten your burden, but currently all of us must preserve our armies to prepare for attacks from hostile kingdoms." King Apessa replied anxiously. "I fully understand your concerns. However, if the Siam Kingdom falls, as I said, the northern path will open, and the kingdoms behind it will also find it difficult to survive. Then our Absalon Kingdom should dispatch a part of its army to support your kingdom. Although it is a small contingent, this is all we can do to help." King Day of Absalon then offered his opinion with a trembling voice. Suddenly, King Vito of Ganti shouted, "What are you talking about, King Day? If we don't unite now, we will all fall." After a long argument, a voice rang out. "Stop, everyone. What we need now is to devise countermeasures against the enemy, not argue. Everyone quiet down and let's find a solution." It was King Freedmu of Sedum speaking. King Apessa then said, "Thank you, King Freedmu." Freedmu narrowed his eyes and continued, "Considering the current situation, I have sent the 2 archmages Simon and Limer to Siam." Jamie's father then appeared, riding swiftly and leading an army. Furthermore, Viscount Welton is leading 10,000 elite troops towards Eon. However, it will of course take a long time to arrive there, and we also need additional support from Upsilon and Jaren," he said, pointing to 2 locations on the map with 2 fingers. "We have also sent General Intu and 3,000 troops to Ivory to block the enemy's advance. Along with him, we have sent our best commander, General Konga, and 7,000 troops to Siam. This is all we can do to delay this war." King Carol of Jaren spoke. King Laya smiled and said, "General Inta already has a great reputation. If he's deployed, the situation might ease, but the number of troops following him doesn't seem very large." The king breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, King Carol." King Day then spoke again. "Then we will also mobilize the mage Sadi Khan and 5,000 troops to support you. The war is escalating, and this is the extent of our assistance." Apessa expressed his gratitude once more. "Thank you, King Day. I will not forget this favor. The war has reached its peak, but we will surely hold the line. We cannot let those Theria bastards do as they please." King Laya continued, "If we win the war, let's take this opportunity to wipe out the Zenith heretics and show them clearly who is the strongest force in the north." Freedmu then spoke with a determined voice, emphasizing each word. "It's good that everyone is showing such resolve, but we still have a strong opponent ahead of us. We may be a powerful allied force, but we must be vigilant, as those heretics might summon evil gods at any time. Therefore, if possible, we must quickly advance into Siam territory and drive out Theria." The other kings at the conference table expressed their understanding with resolute expressions. Jamie then stood up, quickly changed his clothes, stretched, and casually asked, "Has the war started again?" Iris looked at him, surprised, and replied, "You don't seem very surprised by the news." Jamie calmly looked at her and explained, "Of course I'm not very surprised. Small skirmishes have been going on for years, so it's nothing new. A large-scale war like this should have started 5 years ago, but what's the current war situation?" Iris stood with her hands on her hips and replied seriously, "Jaren has almost fallen. Our 2 archmages went there, but they couldn't prevent the Theria army from occupying Jaren." Jamie asked, "Then who are those 2? Bailey, standing beside him, replied, "Viscount Limer and Count Simon. The war is no longer simple, so everyone is on high alert." The news of the war spread everywhere. Iris continued, Suddenly a magical bird appeared and hastily announced, "The war has begun, Elder Jamie, you must return." And then it vanished into thin air. Iris spoke with difficulty. "We won't be able to help you, Jamie." He patted her shoulder and calmly replied, "It's all right, Franz is also preparing for something big. So don't feel burdened that you can't help me." He thought, everyone has their own responsibilities. "I'll leave Behemoth at this border to help you." Behemoth was then sound asleep on the chair, even drooling. Iris replied, "Thank you, I hope everything goes well and you can defeat the dragon god, and I will certainly bring down the Zenith Church," Jamie said. Iris smiled and replied, "Of course you will." A moment later, he walked away, then turned back and said, "This war is important, so before I go I should go see how my sword is doing." Bailey replied, "Understood." Iris asked, "Then you're going to the forge? I'll come with you." The scene transitions to another place. Jamie and Iris were looking into the forge together. He spoke, "Ironview, are you inside?" Ironview was then focused on weapon crafting. A powerful magical aura emanated from around him. With each strike of the hammer, the sword's form took shape. The hammering caused no small aftershocks, signaling its impending completion. Jamie couldn't help but be surprised by this flow of power around the forge. Colossal flames erupted from the vents. Jamie and Iris were then inside a magic shield. Iris wondered, "Is that dragon's fire?" Jamie smiled and replied, "Yes, I gave dragon's fire and some of the finest materials to Ironview and asked him to forge a sword." A moment later, Ironview came out holding an object wrapped in cloth. He wiped his forehead with his hand, looking exhausted. Behind him, black smoke still lingered. He exclaimed, "That was truly arduous." Jamie then smiled brightly and asked, "Is my sword complete?" Ironview gasped and replied, "I was just about to look for you. You've come at a good time." From within the cloth, a very beautiful and powerful-looking sword appeared. "Here, your sword." Jamie immediately grasped the hilt, exclaiming with joy inwardly, "Is this my new sword?" He then caressed the blade with his hand and with a confident expression looked at Iris and said, "I'd like to test the power of this sword. Would you mind helping me?" Iris replied, "All right, of course, but you'll have to be careful. It's inconvenient here, so let's go somewhere wider. I'm also curious about the power of this sword." Jamie happily agreed. "All right, I'll fight with my full power." Ironview then created a magic shield for safety. Iris drew her large sword. "All right." Jamie also immediately drew the sword he had just acquired. As soon as he drew the sword, a powerful flow of energy erupted. His eyes were very focused. Iris, not to be outdone, quickly assessed her opponent. Then suddenly, two flows of power clashed in midair. The two swords collided, causing no small aftershocks. Iris wore a confident smile, and the two flows of water and fire clashed, creating a colossal beam of light. Everything around shattered. Nothing was clearly visible and only thick smoke billowed. He, watching the fight with magic, also exclaimed in admiration, "Oh, what an evenly matched battle. The sword seems to be doing its job well." A huge, deeply gouged ground appeared from within the smoke. In its center, two small-looking figures still faced each other, with flows of power crossing around them. "Dragon slaying sword. This powerful sword is trying to escape my control." Jamie looked at his magnificent sword with a satisfied smile. If its owner's will were weak, it would corrupt their mind and become a demonic sword, bringing disaster to all. Of course that won't happen to me. He caressed the powerful blade with his hand. Iris then asked, "That sword blocked the lightning from my technique. What do you think of it?" Jamie replied, "It's a pretty good sword." Ironview was then sliding down from above. Iris looked at him and praised him. "You've really made a good sword." Ironview's cheeks flushed and he replied shyly, "It's only thanks to the good materials." She then asked, "Then what is the name of that sword?" Ironview calmly replied, "I only made it. I haven't thought of a name yet." Iris said happily, "Then I'll name it." "A pretty cool name." Jamie asked curiously, "What name?" Iris suddenly fell silent, then spoke. "Long ago in the legends of the Rand tribe there were many magnificent weapons. Among them was the legendary sword of my ancestor, a sword called Balisarda. It was a sword with the power to cleave space. The owner of that sword was revered as a great hero among humans." Jamie was very surprised to hear this name. Iris continued to speak. "That hero was Roland, and that sword was indeed used by him. Hero Roland, the one who achieved many great feats with the sword Durandal. Now I see he also possessed a sword named Balisarda." Jamie thought happily and exclaimed, "Balisarda, a good name." The scene shifts to the Zenith Church, where Kyrian, having shed his old tattered clothes for clean, splendid new ones, said joyfully, "It's been a long time since I wore clothes like this." He recalled his past self imprisoned. "For 6 years I suffered all sorts of hardships in the Sun God Church, but now I have divine power." Powerful energy burst from around him, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "This feeling of fullness, now I can fight again." "Jamie, I will definitely defeat you." The boy holding a sword opposite him trembled, intimidated by his expression. Kyrian withdrew his power, smiled gently, and asked, "Do I look that scary?" The boy, startled, trembled and replied, "No, I'm just a little cold." Then he casually walked past, holding his sword, and said, "All right, go rest." The boy, surprised, replied softly, "Thank you." "Yes." Suddenly, large and small drops of blood splattered behind the boy. The cruel Kyrian plunged his sword into the boy's body without hesitation and said nonchalantly, "Rest peacefully by the side of God. That is your glory." He dropped the sword and said with a look of disgust, "I don't need this sword anymore." The poor boy had already fallen. Kyrian walked majestically towards a shining sword placed on a shelf. He pulled the sword from its scabbard with a cunning smile and was satisfied. "Long time no see, Durandal." Jamie was standing by the window at this time, lost in thought. "It's been quite some time since I left that place. During this time I've achieved some success in terms of divine power and status. Although I've become a sword saint and obtained the Balisarda sword, I still have a long way to go compared to my past life's strength." Diablo Volfer had already reached the realm of a god. To defeat the 12 gods I need power beyond imagination. The enemies I will face in the future are numerous and dangerous. I cannot stop here. Then he suddenly saw Behemoth's on the desk wagging its tail and slapping it down. Jamie asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Behemoth's eyes bloodshot and angry stared at him, then put both hands on the desk and shouted, "What do you mean, what's wrong? You suddenly announced you were leaving so quickly, and alone at that. If you were going to send Benna away you should have told me too." Jamie replied softly, "I'm sorry." Behemoth, still unpacified, shouted and asked, "So Benna isn't coming back here anymore?" He replied helplessly, "That child is destined to be the future queen. She can't act as she pleases. She has to look after her own tribe." Their conversation continued. "So you're leaving right away, master?" "Yes, you stay here for now and help Iris." The sky outside the window was still clear, but Behemoth's mood turned gloomy. "Understood, I'll contact Benna through the link." Jamie saw his expression and thought with an apologetic heart, "Oh dear, he's so sad, truly unfortunate." "All right then, to alleviate your sadness I'll give you a magic teleportation circle to go to Benna. The cooldown is about a month," he said, happily wrapping a scarf around Behemoth's neck. Behemoth, moved to tears, replied, "Thank you, master. Yes, anyway, stay here and help Franz execute the plan. And don't forget your training to regain your former strength," Jamie said, holding his sword and turning toward the door to leave. Behemoth quickly replied, "Understood. The next time we meet I will show you a new appearance and strength." As soon as he stepped out the door he asked, "Are you all ready?" Bailionyx, who had been waiting leaning against a tree, replied, "Everything is smoothly prepared. You can go to the hall to say your goodbyes before you leave." At this moment people of various races were gathered around the conference table chatting merrily, when a voice rang out. "Everyone please be quiet," Iris said with a bright smile. "Some people are unable to attend today due to personal reasons." KL appeared. "Jamie would like to say goodbye to you all before he leaves." Nell Saren glanced at him and asked grumpily, "Are you really leaving?" Jamie replied cheerfully, "Yes, I have my own work to do, but next time we meet I'll show you how much stronger my magic has become. Until then you have to practice what I taught you well, okay?" She brightened up again and chirped, "Okay, I'll definitely do that." "Ho, could you take care of things here?" Jamie asked softly. Ho, feeling embarrassed but still feigning coolness, replied, "Understood, leave everything to me, don't worry." Jamie continued, "And Jin, though our time together was short, you were a truly interesting person." Jin also nodded and replied, "I'm glad you felt that way. Thank you, Han, for safely bringing Benna and Behemoth to Franz." Han was shaking all over, trying to suppress his laughter. "It was just my duty, it's nothing, please don't worry about it." "Rosemary, thank you for preparing everything." Rosemary stood on a chair, bowed and smiled, responding to his words. Then Jamie's gaze turned to one side. Iris was also sitting there, waiting for his next words. Suddenly Jamie put his hands on the desk and stood up. "I have something to say to everyone here," he thought inwardly. "Before I only knew Franz as a revolutionary organization. I thought they were eccentrics who could destroy everything I had planned for so long, but after interacting with them here," then Jin said firmly, "Frontia will not be an easily swayed organization. I realize that Franz is a free organization. Since they are opposing the forces of the 12 gods they can be considered my allies." As his thoughts finished, words burst from his mouth. "I am Diablo Volfer, the Dark Mage who fought against the 12 gods 666 years ago." Everyone was astonished at these words. Each stared at him as if they couldn't believe their ears. Jamie continued, "Honestly, I don't really know how I returned in this body. But there is something I must tell you all. My ideal and goal is now only one." At this moment, only Iris looked at him with a calm smile. "To reclaim the freedom of all humanity," Jamie said, extending his hand. "We must cooperate to defeat the 12 gods. If we all unite with that ideal, we can do it. Although it will be a long and arduous battle, I believe we can succeed, because we are comrades with the same ideal." Having finished speaking, he smiled and an unusual magic erupted. Everyone watched it emanating from around him. "So he was a dark mage after all," Ho spoke. "No wonder your power was astonishing. Now my curiosity is satisfied." Bailionyx continued, looking at him happily. Jamie replied, "Yes, I apologize for not telling you earlier, but no matter who I was in my past life, the fact that you are my godfather now remains unchanged." Bailionyx sighed at his words and replied, "Thank you. Viscount Welton and Sierra don't seem to know this yet, so I'll keep it a secret from them." Han scratched his head in disbelief, saying, "Am I the only one surprised here? A mage returning after 666 years, it's a bit beyond my comprehension." Jamie asked casually. "Shall I show you my memories then?" Han quickly replied. "No need for that, but can you tell me if anything special happened in that era?" Jamie's eyes suddenly darkened as if lost in recollection, and he began to speak. "It was pure chaos. Everything was terrible. The 12 gods directly interfered in worldly affairs and fanatics waged war everywhere. It was a war between nations across the continent. Countless people had to fall because of it. But in my opinion, the peace created and controlled by the will of the 12 gods was even more terrible than that era of chaos. Therefore we must break these shackles that bind us and regain our freedom. That is my mission, having returned to this era," Jamie said, clenching his fist to firm his resolve. The scene shifts to another place. Jamie said cheerfully, "It's been quite some time since I came here, but there are still many unfamiliar things." Onyx also replied cheerfully, "Perhaps that's why we grow attached to this place. New things always give a special feeling." The two were climbing stairs leading to a very beautiful natural landscape, he continued. "Then please explain everything quickly." Baelionyx turned his head and asked, "Are you sure?" Jaime replied, "It's fine. I am a 9th Circle Mage after all." Baelionyx suddenly became serious at this point. "Alright, let's go. We have to punish those scoundrels from the Zenith Church, at this time in Eagle Fortress of the Chesson Kingdom." A trembling voice echoed from inside the castle. "What shall we do now? We bought some time with your 2 helps, but now our strength is insufficient." Lord Egan van Foy Amulet was trembling in fear, wiping the profusely flowing sweat with a handkerchief. Count Richter Simon replied from one side, "The enemies are continuously sending reinforcements. It seems they anticipate our surprise attack and are not letting their guard down." Van Foy Amulet continued to wipe his sweat and replied with a fearful voice, "Then you mean we can't stop their offensive?" At this moment, Second Elder Ma Lin Mio quietly replied, "All situations have already been meticulously calculated. As far as I know, the ancient battlefield, a divine artifact of the Zenith Church, has produced war simulations between both sides and the results are out. Although the results are still uncertain, in this war against the enemy, we must strive ourselves. Isn't that right, Count Simon?" Count Richter Simon also looked down at the map and replied, "I think so too. Kararina Len is a powerful 8th Circle Mage who manipulates puppets. He is the overall commander of the Teresa Legion. His army has inflicted 2 heavy losses on us." Van Amulet continued to wipe his sweat and trembled in fear. "But aren't they just emotionless puppets? No matter how strong they are, they can't possess swift intelligence." "That's right, but they are still puppets of an 8th Circle Mage. Moreover, they receive substantial monastones from the Zenith Church. It's an army of monsters formed by dark magic. Truly a formidable opponent," Count Richter Simon reassured him. At this moment, Second Elder Ma Lin Mio suddenly spoke. "Those puppets can use up to 5th Circle magic, according to information from the battlefield." At this, Van Amulet's handkerchief fell. His face was contorted at this moment. "Up to 5th Circle, we can't respond without countermeasures." Suddenly, a soldier pushed open the door, panting and reporting gravely, "Emergency situation report. The enemy is attacking us with 5 sacred magic cannons. All of these were magical artifacts capable of firing powerful projectiles like 5th Circle magic." Explanation of sacred magic cannons. These are powerful siege weapons that fire potent magic projectiles with immense range and destructive power. Second Elder Lin Mio grew even more anxious at this moment and thought inwardly. As expected, 5th Circle magical artifacts. Their destructive power will be immense with the support of mages. It seems they intend to destroy the city walls and launch a full-scale attack. Count Simon immediately stood up and said, "We must take action. If the city walls fall, we will be defeated. Then all the citizens here will be in danger. Let's go out and assess the situation first." Having finished speaking, he teleported. Second Elder Lin Mio hastily raised her hand and shouted loudly, "Lord, evacuate the people. We will somehow hold them off." Van Foy Amulet, trembling in fear, fled and replied, "Understood," the Second Elder said angrily. "We must stop them no matter what." The scene shifts to outside the castle where Count Simon appeared on the castle wall looking down. Before his eyes were countless enemy soldiers like ants and huge cannons ready to fire at any moment. He thought worriedly, "It seems they're planning a full-scale attack. Those cannons could turn a fortress into ashes in an instant, but as long as I'm here, that will never happen." Having finished speaking, Count Simon quickly waved his hand, creating a colossal flow of power. Divine Fire Meteor Shower Huoxian Fa Lu Xing Yu. His colossal flames transformed into a giant hand and attacked the enemy army. In the enemy camp, a man shouted with a contemptuous expression, "Oh, not bad, let's see what you can do." He was the 8th Circle Mage Kararina Roffin. Then he activated the sacred magic cannons. Huge projectiles appeared from the cannon barrels, and a very powerful blue light burst from the muzzles, attacking Count Simon's flow of power. Count Simon was still resisting with difficulty at this moment and thought, "I can't block the attacks from those cannons." At this moment, Kararina Roffin bared his yellowed teeth as if unbrushed for decades and uttered disgusting words. "Keep firing." The situation was now critical. Indeed, the entire castle was being attacked by countless giant cannonballs, and the shield and Count Simon's power seemed unable to last much longer. Kararina, entrenched within a shield he believed to be impregnable, showed great confidence in his invincible fortress. "You want to destroy my sacred magic cannons?" Finally he appeared. On the highest point of the opposite castle wall, amidst the smoke of the fierce battlefield, 2 majestic figures appeared with banners fluttering in the wind. Simon's mage appeared. Dressed in pristine white battle robes with long silver white hair and a soft beard flowing, he held a branch weapon of unimaginable power in his hand. Richter performed a technique, throwing a fire fist towards Kararina. Fire magic Himahu. In an instant the space was covered in red light and black smoke rising high into the sky. Facing him head-on was the magic fired from Kararina's sacred magic cannon unit. The two combined to create countless flames, destroying everything around them. But ultimately, Richter won. With just one fire magic, all the sacred magic cannons were destroyed, becoming useless scrap metal. Even after being destroyed, the magic cannons continued to burn in the magical flames. But since they were shattered into hundreds of pieces in all directions, only embers flickered. If they had been gathered together, it would have become a huge blaze. Some were lucky enough not to be burned. Destroyed the sacred magic cannons, but he didn't give up. Instead, he was hatching an even more terrible plan. "However, this alone will not stop my offensive. Another sacred magic cannon unit appeared, ready to fight for this arrogant and conceited master. He activated all the sacred magic cannons and fired their humanity-destroying power towards Lin Mio and Richter Parr, seizing the initiative in the attack. As an 8th circle mage, he could only block 2 sacred magic cannons. He sneered cruelly, revealing yellowed teeth as if embedded with 24k gold, and pointed fangs like a vampire. Blocking those cannonballs had already consumed an enormous amount of his mana. He was merely doing his best. From the highest point he manipulated the sacred magic cannons as if summoning wind and rain to slaughter his opponents. Activate all sacred magic cannons. The sacred magic cannons immediately discharged magical currents, becoming an unstoppable, infinitely powerful current that fiercely attacked head-on. Lin also signaled Richter Simon without delay. Simon, prepare. Richter also immediately received the signal and moved to the optimal position to prepare for battle. Understood. The two joined forces to create a red shield, enduring while waiting for reinforcements. Otherwise it would be impossible to survive, let alone surrender against such a fierce flow of magic. Lin continued to endure, his eyes bloodshot and the wrinkles on his forehead deepened visibly. Keep fighting. Richter likewise exerted all his strength to emit flames, fearing that if he showed any weakness Lin Mio would lose balance. Ha ha ha. He was never satisfied with just that. He absolutely wanted to drive Lin Mio and Richter to their deaths. He sent out his army to break through their magic shield and, using them as his right hand, intended to tear their bodies to shreds. That magic shield will break soon. Warriors, charge! Tens of thousands of fully armored soldiers wielding swords and spears shouted and plunged into battle. Compared to the increasingly exhausted momentum of Lin Mio and Richter, it was truly a difference of heaven and earth. But suddenly a stream of magic fell upon the armored soldiers, scattering them in various directions. They didn't get far, falling before even touching the shield. Most fell helplessly, wasting their lives. Karina was surprised that the person who interfered in the battle between himself and the two noble faction leaders was someone he had never expected. Are you the wind god's sword, Barak? But even in the face of a formidable enemy he showed no fear or retreat. Everyone charged, don't be afraid. Barak didn't pay much attention. Originally, this arrogant fellow had little ability, and with ordinary talent he was no match for him in the first place. Watch closely, the next hero will appear soon. In the pitch-black sky, a dazzling beam of light appeared in the center due to the smoke, and it was a pair of colossal wings. Below there was still a battlefield of unspeakable ruins. Jamie appeared majestically in the beam of light, exuding a victor's aura from his entire body. With just a wave of his hand activating light magic, he easily dealt with the sacred magic cannon unit and tens of thousands of useless soldiers, turning all of them into scrap metal. A dense violet light illuminated the entire space, which had been engulfed in fierce flames and smoke since the beginning of the battle. Karina stared blankly as his beloved unit vanished like smoke with Jamie's single strike, finding it momentarily unbelievable. Impossible. All the sacred magic cannons are destroyed. He controlled numerous dark magic soldiers and low-level mages to charge and attack Jamie simultaneously. Block them quickly. They came flying like mad, large and small, a pile of scrap metal that only knew attack and no defense. Jamie's gaze was taut like a bowstring, almost killing another person. Useless. Jamie waved both hands, unleashing powerful magic to attack them, turning them into mere scrap metal. Even his shield couldn't withstand it and vanished. But he showed no sign of remorse. Instead, he grew increasingly foolish. Even though he had lost countless soldiers and couldn't win, he furiously commanded, "Everyone charge!" He plunged his veiny, rough hand, covered in spells, talismans, and magic tattoos, into the ground where he stood, activating a formation using summoning sealing art. As the formation on the ground activated, violet light spread along the ancient characters, forming a huge interconnected purple circle, and instantly summoned two masters. Perot and Drea both had sturdy physiques and seemed capable of instantly defeating Jamie, who didn't look very robust. Perot was a renowned mage of Teresia, so famous that no one didn't know him. He appeared with his white hair reaching his shoulders, fluttering in the wind, and calmly said, "Since both of us have come, the opponent must be quite troublesome." The balding man showed no fear of his opponent. He knew his opponent was formidable, but he was willing to test his strength. After all, he was also a mage of Teresia, so there was no reason not to attack the enemy directly. "All right, let's see." Karina was already anxious. Those two seemed unable to hold back any longer, so he commanded furiously, "Everyone advance, reinforcements have arrived, don't be careless." Jamie created a golden shield, shining like 24k gold high in the sky for defense, and the two mages saw it as an eyesore, wanting to defeat Jamie with a single staff strike. That fellow in the sky! Drea was eager for battle, already gripping his staff tightly, his entire body poised for combat. Prepared to charge and fight, I'll give him a taste. Drea used sky-piercing art and divine wind assistance simultaneously, truly determined to take Jamie's life. Sky-piercing art flew as fast as lightning, and flames burned incessantly. He seemed to want to engulf his opponent in anger. "Let's see if you can keep flying." Jamie stood before the god of death completely fearless. Instead, he provoked with a very calm demeanor. It was completely unlike someone about to die. "My goodness, I thought sky-piercing art was an invincible weapon incapable of breaking even a body of steel." But Jamie simply cut it in half with one hand as lightly as a feather. It was like cutting an empty straw, instantly turning it into worthless scrap metal. he said calmly. Reinforcements are 2 mages, of course. Jamie was also quite surprised. He had imagined how strong and aggressive his opponents would be, but this was so little that it made him question life itself. But is that all? Suddenly, light magic emitted a dazzling light, seemingly activated in optimal mode. It's been enough letting them attack first. Now it's time to counterattack. Jamie gathered all his light magic and created a colossal magical mass attacking Purit, Lexa and Karina. As a result, a dazzling space appeared with an explosive sound that shook heaven and earth. Light magic transformed the dawn sky, which had been stained with black smoke, into a dazzling sky, and the 3 stood staring blankly. Perhaps they hadn't expected Jamie to be so strong. Amidst the colossal magic, a stream of palm power headed towards Purit, Lexa and Karina in the center, splitting them in 3 directions, allowing them to dodge the pouring light magic. Light magic destroyed everything in sight. All of Karina's positions, except for the fortress where Lin Mio and Richter stood, were instantly destroyed by the terrifying power of light magic. Even Lin Mio, who had removed the shield protecting Richter from Karina's pursuit, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "I almost got caught, thanks to Jamie." Richter suddenly seemed to remember something, turned to Bailey and asked, "Why didn't Jamie appear with you? What happened in the past few months?" Not only did he find this strange, but he also discovered something new about Jamie. His power seemed to have become much stronger. Lin Mio, looking at the remnants of the fortress and the soldiers left on the uneven stone ground after Jamie's cleanup operation, finally let out a sigh of relief, as if a heavy stone she had long carried in her heart had been lifted. The enemy is finished. Jamie safely landed on the ground at this time, and Karina also staggered to his feet. From amidst the ruins, it was difficult for him to even make a simple motion of raising his head. Having poured out all his strength, his arrogant demeanor of a few minutes ago was completely gone. One battle seemed to have destroyed not only his army but also his pride. He squeezed the last bit of strength in his veiny hand and charged towards Jamie, shouting sharply, "You bastard!" Karina directly used demon-slaying soul magic to send Jamie to the underworld. He gnashed his teeth and his scream was mixed with helplessness and rage. "Die?" Surprisingly, Jamie showed no reaction. He stood motionless like a stone statue. Only just before the magic hit him head-on did Jamie wave his hand, unleashing unprecedented power. "I didn't think you'd hold out this long." Karina was instantly astonished. A dark mage magic exploded, engulfing the surrounding space, and a magical monster gradually appeared behind Jamie's back, ready to tear apart the juicy prey before it. The flow of magic, which the world called divine power, fiercely invaded, engulfing him as if to swallow him whole. He blocked the attack until his strength ran out, falling to his knees on the hard ground. Blood dripped and poured from the wounds left by the divine power on his body, and his hands trembled, barely clinging to life. Karina lay prostrate before Jamie, not daring to raise his head, his hair hanging loosely. Finally he gave up. "I lost." From the activity base of the 4th Pope Helios, the mastermind behind the 2 individuals who had just been defeated by Jamie, he furiously chastised his subordinates. "The Teresia army was defeated. You were too careless." His subordinate repeatedly bowed his head, apologizing for his mistakes. "I'm sorry." A mage named Jamie appeared and changed everything. Helios was very displeased with his subordinate's attitude. "Do you think our divine artifact calculated the results incorrectly?" The servant was extremely frightened and quickly waved his hand, denying it. "That's not what I mean. There was probably just a slight error." But by now a swordsman was waiting behind him. Without giving him a chance to explain, the swordsman delivered a long cut to his back and he froze in place. Blood from the wound scattered in a long stream in the air. Helios slumped into his chair, his inner anger still not subsiding, and cursed. Damn it, he felt helpless and at a loss, so he asked Noah, Zenith's apostle, "What should we do now? Please give me your opinion." Noah sat in front, clasping his hands, lost in quiet thought. "So he defeated all 3 mages by himself?" After a long while, Noah finally spoke his thoughts. "It seems this Jamie Welton has reached another dimension." The 2 people opposite him continued. "You mean a 9th circle mage? A realm no one has ever reached?" Helios's face darkened, and sweat began to trickle down his rough cheeks. "Then all the armies we sent were almost useless." A prominent subordinate from the base stepped forward and suggested, "Your Majesty, send me. I will teach them a lesson." His attitude was very confident, but he seemed inexperienced, perhaps having never directly seen a great mage. So Helios also doubted his abilities. Even his own army couldn't win, so could this nameless person really return safely, let alone win? "Can I trust him?" Before Helios could make a decision, Noah granted permission first. "Very well, I entrust the entire army to you. Take this with you." In Esna's pitch-black underground prison there was not a single ray of light. Jamie ultimately pitied Karina, spared his life and gave him a way out by imprisoning him, because he was still useful. Later he stood at the door. He interrogated him, looking through the iron bars at the man tied and collapsed on the cold stone floor. "Weren't there 3 of you? Where did the other one go?" But he said nothing, refusing to answer the question. "Kill me." In fact, his answer was not unexpected by Jamie. "Just as I thought, he won't confess willingly." "I'll have to cast a spell to locate him," he said to Karina. "Do you think I want to kill a scoundrel like you?" Karina stared blankly at Jamie and said, "From the moment we were captured, we already lost our value. Just look at us. You know our lives are already useless." "Dark Mage." Jamie nodded, looking at him. I agree that you are very useless, but don't you have to pay the price for bringing chaos to this land? Karina, like an innocent deer, understood nothing. What? In fact, a bolder idea than he thought had crossed Jamie's mind. If I turn you into a high-level lich, you'd be of great help to me, wouldn't you? He immediately stood up in anger, his 2 hands tightly bound behind his back, hissing. You arrogant fool, kill me, just let me die. Just then, Lin Mio and Richter entered together. Jamie, we were wondering where you went. You're here. Jamie politely replied, both of you have come. I couldn't go to greet you because I was busy imprisoning these ruffians. Jamie awkwardly scratched his head and explained, but one of them escaped. Lin Mio consoled him. It's all right, you did very well. However, Lin Mio was most concerned about something else now. After all, Jamie had single-handedly defeated the Teresia army. In his experience, no one could defeat an army including its generals by themselves. Richter asked Jamie, did you reach the pinnacle? Jamie touched his belt and replied, yes, I finally reached it. Richter and Lin Mio were both surprised and immediately reported to the school. Ha ha ha, my goodness, the world will be turned upside down. Lin Mio's expression next to him grew increasingly serious. I must report to the palace immediately. Richter looked at the exhausted Karina. But what about those ruffians? Jamie said without hesitation. I want to turn them into liches and use them. They'll be a great help in future battles. The two pondered for a long time before giving their opinion. Turning living people into liches? If this is for the good of humanity, I won't stop you. I agree. Jamie was truly grateful. Thank you both, but he felt a little strange. But Lord Bailey is nowhere to be seen. Lin Mio frowned. He went to the Lord. He said he would take care of this chaos, but there's something more important. Did you hear that Viscount Welton is coming to Esna? Jamie didn't understand. My father is coming here, Lin Mio said confidently. That's right, it will take him some time to arrive, so you should rest well. Leave the prisoner interrogation to us. Jamie hesitated slightly in his heart. This is the first time I'll see my father so far from the palace. He hesitated for a long time, then replied, yes, then I'll leave it to both of you. In the splendid and magnificent palace where Friedmu, the current king of the Sedum Kingdom, resided, urgent information was delivered to the king. Your Majesty, emergency report. A subordinate rushed in, panting, bowed to beg forgiveness and quickly delivered the news. Jay, the third elder of the Magic Tower, has reportedly defeated an army of 50,000 from Theria. King Pontina was taken aback. What, is that true? How dare I lie to His Majesty? It is true, the subordinate reported. The king, unable to contain his joy, leapt up, forgetting royal etiquette, and rejoiced. Furthermore, he is said to have reached the pinnacle. King Pontina asked again, surprised. The pinnacle? He looked at Marquis Bio, who was sitting next to him, and asked with a radiant smile, Marquis Bio, were you aware of this? He is your assistant, isn't he? Marquis Bio replied courteously. I heard the news from Onyx, but without proof I couldn't be certain. This maternal grandfather, immensely proud of his brilliant grandson, would narrow his eyes to slits and smile gently whenever he mentioned him. But if that child could defeat an army of 50,000, it seems to be true. Ha ha ha. The image of the gentle grandfather appeared on a transparent blue orb. Isabel, King Pontina's eldest daughter, let out a long sigh as if a heavy burden had been lifted. I didn't know when he would achieve it, she smiled. He finally reached the pinnacle. Her gaze turned to the bright moon high above. After I saw you reach the 9th circle a while ago, I saw darkness approaching you. What will you do now? 2 days later. Jamie, the special cell where Karina and his companions were imprisoned, was a sight of unimaginable horror. Seeing their corpses strewn across the floor, Jamie felt a sense of fatigue. Truly troublesome fellows. Jamie helplessly looked at the remaining 2 useless guys in the cell whose breaths were almost cut off. The culprit must be the one who escaped. He didn't even leave a single footprint. But could the prey escape the net so easily? Jamie had already devised a perfect plan. I expected this to happen. That's why I cast a tracking spell all over the castle, but it seems he managed to fool the tracking spell and wasn't detected. Jamie's perfect plan succeeded in its first step. Fool, you've fallen into my trap. He looked at the 2 corpses before him and sank into deep thought. I had no intention of turning Karina and Drea into undead. That's because I confirmed they had joined the Zenith Church. Jamie knelt and examined the corpses. If I turn them into undead and the Zenith Church finds out, all my plans will be ruined, so I used them as bait. Jamie touched a strand of Karina's hair. Now I will look into your memories. This was one of the Dark Mage's abilities, Memory of the Deceased. Awaken the memories of the dead. In Karina's memory, the prison door opened. Karina, bound hands behind his back, writhed in pain, then exclaimed as if he had found gold, Paros, you've come to save us. But before he could rejoice, a long bloody wound appeared on his neck and blood gushed out like fire. Paros's 2 longswords pierced his body, rendering him helpless. Paros, why? Jamie finally understood. I see. He turned into a soul and assassinated his comrades. Jamie offered a dangerous smile. If that's the case, the plan will go even more smoothly. If he's a soul, he won't be able to evade my soul-powered detection. Go ahead and run as far as you like, Paros. Paros's soul scurried quickly like a squirrel in a pitch-black space. He turned his head and saw the magnificent city. Still within the territory, he collapsed to his knees, utterly exhausted. Damn it, it's all because of soul transformation. Should I consider myself lucky to have only lost 1 leg? Soul transformation is actually one of the undead powers, a technique that transforms a person's body into a soul. In that brutal battle, as the attack from the sky was about to fall on Karina, Drea, and Paros's heads, When that light enveloped me, if I didn't have the power of soul transformation, I wouldn't have survived. He was luckier than Drea, avoiding pursuit. I almost became ashes like Drea. Not only did he admit his crimes against Karina and Drea, but he showed no remorse whatsoever. Moreover, he thought only of himself selfishly. If these two masters become undead, they will be very difficult to deal with. He curled his lips halfway and looked with hazy eyes. Jamie, I can't believe you're a dark mage. I'll spread this news far and wide and ruin your reputation. As long as I have this power, you'll never find me. But everything was under Jamie's control. He couldn't escape either. Most people think that way. That they can escape. Perhaps they don't understand. If they left no traces, how could I find them? Paris was startled by the voice he had just heard. You. He immediately drew his sword, spun around and became vigilant. Come out. I am Paris, the swordmaster of Theria. You wicked dark mage, in the name of God I shall judge you. Thousands of magical eyes aimed at him. Poor Paris, you're so afraid you're babbling nonsense. Paris, enraged, cut down a large tree. Come out. He furiously cut down the surrounding trees. I told you to come out. He spun madly amidst the thousands of huge eyes surrounding him, continuously shouting, come out, come out, come out. A small sound came from afar and he immediately turned his head to look. He clearly sensed something. Damn it, my senses. But then a voice appeared. Why? Then Karina's figure suddenly appeared before him, asking reproachfully, you ran away alone again? Paris, enraged, swung his sword, intending to kill Karina's figure a second time. Die. Drea's lingering soul also appeared, trying to drag him along. Paris, the two simultaneously clung to Paris, surrounding him and spinning him like a thread. Paris, let's go together. Paris, Paris, Paris. The colossal eyes also continued to watch his every move, and he snarled in anger. Get out, get out. A sky-shaking explosion broke this vicious cycle, and then he, engulfed by countless lingering souls of Drea and Karina, was dragged step by step into an invisible quagmire, screaming, God please have mercy. A dark figure chuckled contentedly from a high tree branch. Jamie laughed loudly. It's like he's begging me. Paris, still in agony, reached out his hand, begging, please have pity on me. Please. This was also the third power of dark magic, the curse. Because of the curse's power, he can't escape. I've pushed his mind to the brink of collapse. Jamie believed this outcome was entirely deserved for Paris. To think he would choose betrayal instead of rescuing his comrades. You don't deserve a peaceful death. Paris was finally completely consumed, with only his arms still desperately reaching out, yearning for life. But his fate remained unchanged. Suffer endless torment in the pitch-black abyss and fall into hell. Ultimately nothing remained. Karina and Drea were dead and Paris was missing. The next day, tens of thousands of soldiers and troops returned, riding their horses noisily. The army of the Sedum Kingdom has arrived. Open the city gates quickly. The city gates gradually opened and Count Hino's army finally returned. Jamie, I finally get to meet you. The next day, Ginger, standing next to him, laughed and said, you haven't seen your son in a long time, so you must be very excited. He frowned. Is that so? Hino immediately replied. It would be a lie to say no right now. Having said that, Hino once again fell into deep thought. And Jamie has reached the pinnacle. Having finished his thoughts, he opened his mouth. Now that the child has reached the pinnacle, I'd like to see how strong he has become. Ginger laughed and assessed. I thought he was very talented when I first met him at the magic tower of the demon world, but I never expected him to reach the pinnacle in just 5 years. It's truly unbelievable. As the two were talking, someone rushed from afar, flustered. This man was Van Foy Amulet. He stopped before them and said politely, welcome. I am Open Ginger, the Lord of Egan. Hino also smiled politely and extended his hand. Pleased to meet you. Van Foy Amulet, slightly flustered, took his hand and said, thank you very much for coming all this way. The Lord spread his arms and said again, please leave the soldiers to me. Both of you please enter the castle first. Seeing that, Hino nodded and asked, is my son inside? Van Foy Amulet chuckled awkwardly. Ah yes, I came in too much of a hurry and haven't informed him yet, young master. He went on patrol. I'm truly grateful to him. Hearing that, the Count was slightly disappointed. On patrol, he must have known his father was coming. Hino frowned, annoyed, and thought inwardly, this Jamie, does he intend to make his father wait like this? Meanwhile, Jamie was elsewhere. Jamie observed the castle from a high vantage point, crossing his arms and looking down, saying contemptuously, fools. Jamie muttered to himself, those guys have installed anti-magic artifacts all over the castle. Do they think they can stop me with just these? Jamie drew his sword. Good. I'll take this opportunity to test Balasarda and destroy them. Thinking that, he slid down the mountainside. Suddenly, Jamie's eyes widened and he was surprised, as if sensing something. I feel a suspicious aura beyond the border. That killing intent is getting closer and closer. Jamie felt it more and more clearly. That's not green. At this moment, a sudden rush of memories flooded his mind. 5 years ago, when I met Jen in Appen, our difference in power was too great, so I couldn't defeat him. But now it's different. Jamie swore to heaven and earth, before you arrive I will reclaim Jaren. The scene transitions to the castle. He grabbed the door and pushed it open. As soon as the door opened, Hino said politely, reinforcements from the Sedum Kingdom. Hino and Open Ginger. It's an honor to meet both elders. Marquis Lin Mio, seeing the two had just arrived, said warmly, you've arrived, Count and First Elder. Richter Simon also spoke. Long time no see, both of you, Ginger said cheerfully. Indeed, Hino approached. It's been a long time, but Bailey, I didn't know you were here too. Hearing that, Bailey replied expressionlessly, it's just a coincidence. Hino then, surprised, pointed at the orb shining before his eyes. But what is this? Richter Simon immediately explained. Those represent anti-magic artifacts. They've hastily installed these out of fear of Jamie and our reinforcements. Hearing that, he immediately turned and asked, "How many are there in total?" Lin Mio stroked his beard and replied, "About 3,000 as far as we've confirmed. I'd like to tell you that those once blocked Jamie's magic. If there are that many, they can even block a dragon's magic." Hino immediately said, "I heard Jamie went on patrol. Did he go to Jaren to survey the situation?" Lin Mio exclaimed in surprise. "Patrol? He didn't go on patrol, he went on reconnaissance. If he had known you were coming, he wouldn't have gone on patrol." Thinking that the old count would say, "I seem to have made a mistake," Hino felt a surge of anger, his blue veins throbbing, and thought inwardly, "And foy." Lin Mio again pointed to a banner and said, "But I'm glad both of you arrived as planned. In 2 days at noon, Commander Kanga of the Renly Kingdom and 7,000 troops will arrive here." Richter Simon recalled what Day had said. Commander Sidikon and 5,000 troops were also requested, no, dispatched. Having thought this far, Richter Simon immediately spoke. "It seems there's an internal conflict in Aphelion. They said they would send troops, but we haven't heard any news yet," Hino said with a complex expression. "But if we combine all our forces, we'll have an army of 10,000. With that many troops, we can retake Jaren." As he spoke, he calculated inwardly. "If I can't use magic, I'll just cut them down with a sword. If I destroy a few anti-magic artifacts, the Archmage's power will return. The key person to retake Jaren will be the Sword Master." Having finished his thoughts, Hino seriously suggested, "Time is short, let's start the meeting." Jamie was on his way back to the castle at this time. He thought inwardly, "It was good that I went on reconnaissance. I need to report this news to the elders." But as soon as he stepped inside, Jamie sensed a familiar aura here. He was slightly dazed by this familiar aura at the door, and at the same time, someone inside also seemed to sense something. He instinctively turned his head, his pupils contracting as if he had seen something. Before his eyes was Jamie looking at him with a smile. The two immediately approached. Hino placed his hand on Jamie's shoulder and smiled. "It's been a long time." 4 people were sitting at the table, and the two father and son talked for so long that they became a little impatient. Richter Simon gently cleared his throat. Ginger laughed. "I hope I'm not inadvertently interrupting you two." Lin Mio also couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, I think so too." The two father and son scratched their heads in embarrassment and chuckled awkwardly. Hino immediately said, "I'm truly sorry for being so rude." Then he cleared his throat once and said in a stern voice, "Jamie, sit down, we'll talk later." He also chuckled awkwardly and replied, "Yes, father." Ginger then spoke, "Long time no see, Jamie. Should I call you third elder?" Jamie, next to him, continued, "First elder, it's been 5 years since you finally stopped training magic alone." Long time no see. Jamie clearly felt Ginger's magical power at this time, and couldn't help but exclaim inwardly because of it. What happened? He's become much stronger. He's at the pinnacle of the 8th circle now and will probably reach the highest realm soon. Ginger looked at him, still staring at him, and asked curiously, "Why are you staring at me like that?" Hearing that, Jamie was startled and collected himself. "I'm sorry, it's just been a long time since I've seen you." Ginger said incomprehensibly that his reaction was boring. Then he got to the point. "Then let's continue the meeting," Hino suggested. "The most important thing is to reclaim Jaren. Does anyone have a good plan?" As soon as he finished speaking, a hand went up. Jamie said, "Before that, there's an urgent matter I need to discuss with all of you. Zenith's sword, Jan, is leading an army of 10,000 towards Jaren. He's expected to arrive in 2 or 3 days." Everyone was astonished at these words. Ginger cried out in surprise. "What the?" B said, surprised from the side. "Their actions are too swift." Hearing this, Lin Mio said with some apprehension, "Should we abandon Egan and move outside to establish a defensive line?" Richter Simon replied, "It would be better to reclaim Jaren first and then establish a defensive line. Jaren is an important gateway to Theria." In this tense atmosphere, Jamie calmly said, "If I defeat Jen, can we break through the first gate of Tia Castle?" Hino heard this and said disbelievingly, "Jamie, what are you talking about?" Jamie said firmly, "With this much power, we'll be able to reclaim Jaren soon." Everyone was dumbfounded at his words. Jamie continued with a confident smile, "My father and I, along with 100 soldiers, will be enough. Tomorrow night we'll occupy Jaren." Hino couldn't believe his eyes but still agreed, "All right." He inwardly wondered if this person was truly his son. A moment later the meeting ended and Hino and Jamie walked out. He said contentedly, "Seeing you this close, I can tell you've grown so much. Your mother and Sarah will be so surprised." Hearing that, he narrowed his eyes, smiled and replied, "Ha, have I grown that much?" Hino spoke softly again. "And your swordsmanship seems to have improved greatly. Have you become a master swordsman now?" Hearing this, Jamie stammered, a little awkward. "I thought father would notice. I also got a new sword. Scott broke when I was fighting." Hearing that, Hino said excitedly, "I see. May I see your new sword?" Seeing that, he showed it to his father without hesitation. Of course, as soon as he drew the sword, sparks flew and a powerful aura erupted. Hino cried out in surprise, "This is a sword that governs death. Was it made by a dwarf?" Jamie also said without hiding anything, "Yes. One of the 5 hands Ironview made it for me." Hino was surprised to hear that. "One of the 5 hands? How did you persuade such a master to forge a sword for you?" Jamie replied hesitantly, "I just politely asked." He slowly sheathed the sword and said, "If you don't want to reveal the secret, just say so." But seeing his son smile, he got angry again. "What's so amusing? I'm very angry right now." Jamie, holding the sword, said sheepishly, "It's nothing." He looked at his father's face and thought inwardly, "It's been so long since I talked to my father and it feels comforting. Is this what family is?" Jamie followed his father's retreating figure and said again, "Father, I didn't take good care of Scott and it broke. Aren't you angry?" Hino, walking ahead, reassured him. "Swords break often, don't worry too much." He stopped and looked at him. "More importantly, it's been a while since we crossed swords. Let's have a match, not with wooden swords but with real ones." In the training ground in the quiet night, two figures stood facing each other. Hino smiled again and said, "The rules are simple. The first to give up loses." Jamie looked inside with tired eyes and thought inwardly, "I was going to discuss reclaiming Jaren with my father, but he suddenly dragged me here for a sword fight. He looks so excited that I can't refuse." He only thought this in his heart, not daring to utter it aloud. Seeing the Count's excited face, he couldn't bring himself to refuse either. Jamie asked his father, "What if no one surrenders?" One set of footsteps slowly approached the two, father and son, and a voice casually interjected, "Ah, I was curious what you two were doing at this hour." It was the swordsman Bai. He said with interest, "But it looks like I'm about to see a very interesting fight." Hino looked at him coldly. "Bai, you still walk without a sound, like a ghost." That cold face unexpectedly contained acute implication. But Bai was surprised. "That's my habit. Do you have a problem with it?" Suddenly, influenced by the gloomy atmosphere between the two, Jamie nervously broke into a sweat, thinking, the atmosphere is too awkward. And he recalled the image of Siegel Welton, his mother. He speculated, did these two quarrel over a woman? Perhaps. Now the two were staring at each other with sparks in their eyes. Hino said, "Would you mind leaving so my son and I can have some time alone?" Bai retorted without backing down. "Why should I listen to you?" Jamie just stood there, smiling awkwardly. "Haha." Finally he spoke to break the atmosphere. "Lord Bai, would you mind being the referee?" Bai agreed, but still feigned coolness. "Alright, but I want to modify the rules a bit. If one side gives up or is overwhelmed by the opponent, they lose," Hino immediately said upon hearing that. "I agree." Then Hino and Jamie, father and son, shook hands as true opponents. "Let's have a splendid match," Hino said. Of course, as Jamie finished speaking, the two took their stances to officially begin the battle. Status and family ties didn't matter. They were just true swordsmen. Both had their own thoughts in their hearts. Jamie thought, "It's been a while since I've sparred like this." Hino was a little expectant. "I'm really looking forward to seeing how strong he's become." Bai raised his hand, giving the ready signal. As soon as Bai shouted, "Start," two swords immediately clashed fiercely. The two looked at each other with eyes filled with a burning desire for victory and a probing intent. Every time the two swords collided, there was a clang and sparks flew. Jamie's face contorted slightly. "What is this? My hand feels like it's going to split from the impact of the attack." Jamie was slightly flustered by his father's godlike combat prowess. "His aura is too strong, I can't breathe." He widened his eyes and was immediately forced to retreat after a single horizontal slash. Jamie struggled to maintain his balance. "I knew it after just a few exchanges," he thought inwardly, and he decisively concluded. "At least father's strength is no less than Krell's." Hino still held his sword pointed at his opponent, provoking Jamie. "Is that all you've got?" Jamie sighed. Swish! Immediately his eyes became firm. He held his sword forward and said with a dignified stance in an iron voice, "Of course not." The two rushed at each other again and began to fight. Future sight, the two used one technique after another. This time it was Hino's turn to be surprised by his young son. "I can't see him, but something is flying towards me." He couldn't believe what his eyes were seeing. "Is this Jamie's power?" Jamie's shadow rushed towards him like an arrow. Suddenly he curled his lips as if interested. "Then I'll show you my skill too." Hino swung his sword and commanded, "Space-time slash." The power to cut through all dimensions of the world was aided by the powerful assistance of this weapon. Hino emphasized majestically, "This is my power." Jamie paused for a moment. "Father cut through future sight with a sword. Until now no opponent had been able to detect my future sight." Jamie was still utterly surprised. To think he could accurately cut through the invisible purely by instinct. "I knew father was very strong, but not this strong." Hino smiled contentedly. "Jamie, congratulations on becoming a master swordsman in just 2 months, but you know, right?" He stopped speaking there. Hino stared intently at his son with wide eyes, showing his resolve. "Nothing in this world is absolute." He shouted proudly and resonantly, "Space-time slash afterimage." Blue and red light intertwined, creating a slightly chaotic space. Jamie, after a few seconds of recovery, confronted him again head-on, neither giving an inch. Hino growled again, "It's like my power is forcing you." Jamie, this time unable to react in time, gritted his teeth and endured. Damn it, he's too strong. Was he perhaps hiding his strength all this time? In the castle's training ground, a battle whose outcome no one could predict was unfolding unknowingly. Hino casually turned his head towards Jamie. "You used magic," he calmly warned. After speaking, he turned decisively. The sword was swung once more. Jamie looked at Hino and smiled brightly. "Since I can't defeat father with just a sword, from now on I'll fight as a magic swordsman." Hino also smiled and replied, "I wanted that too." Thus the two resumed their competition. Jamie gritted his teeth again and decided to use a type of magic called fire magic. It instantly created an inferno and flames blazed. Everything was dyed red. Hino offered a few words of praise. "Your will to fight is strong." Then he charged forward. "But that alone won't stop my sword." Amidst the red flames, his shadow stood majestically and firmly. Jamie's eyes narrowed. Hino had been consistently on the offensive from the start. He saw the flames disappear and deduced, was that flame just now meant to obscure my vision? Jamie appeared from the other side. Avalon Outworld, Reversal World. He seemed to have a rather elaborate plan. I'll move to another world to hide my presence and then ambush him. Even father won't be able to handle that. As his foot touched the ground, the earth beneath him shattered from the force. The two's fight created a very beautiful blue shockwave. Jamie warned his father, "It's no use." He charged forward powerfully. The weapon Jamie was using now was a very mysterious scepter with a blue crystal head. Hino for some reason didn't move. He closed his eyes tightly, seemingly confident of victory. Jamie was hit by an incredibly powerful blow piercing through the wall behind him. To think he could cut through another world with a space-time sword. The tip of his sword was embedded in the ground. He struggled to get up and barely maintained his balance. Across from him, his formidable opponent Hino stood without a single scratch. He looked at him. "You seem quite surprised. When you reach my age, you'll be able to use your power in any way you desire." Jamie was already looking for another strategy. If Future Sight and Avalon Outworld are both useless. A dense purple aura suddenly erupted from his hand, looking slightly terrifying. He dashed forward like an arrow. Jamie regained his momentum. "This time it's my turn to attack," he did as he said. Jamie attacked decisively from right in front. He was now wearing a new suit of armor. Hino was slightly flustered. The magic Jamie had just summoned was black magic, one of the fragments of Diablo Via's power. The armor enhanced overall physical abilities using mana cores. Jamie looked at his father's surprised expression and laughed excitedly. "You don't need to suppress the power of your space-time sword. I'll go all out too." Hino was only surprised for a moment. He collected himself. "Then be prepared." Two magical energies rushed towards each other. Under Bai's gaze, the two energies collided, causing an explosive reaction. Bai, who had been watching until now, couldn't help but exclaim, "What exactly is in the bloodline of the Bai family?" Bai was even more surprised as he watched the energies intensely crisscross. It's no exaggeration to call them monsters. Vel saw Jamie's distinct change. After wearing that black armor, Jamie became even stronger, but the winner will be decided soon. Jamie's eyes were filled with determination. Everything hadn't gone smoothly so far, so he was a little tired. Although it looked like the two were fighting evenly, Jamie's will to fight was already significantly diminished. This place was quite cramped, which was disadvantageous for using magic. Vel again played the role of commentator. But the fact that he fought Hino for so long is already very impressive. He slowly raised his hand as if preparing to declare the winner, excited in his heart. "Now let's see who the winner is." Billy was nervous inwardly. From somewhere a ray of light shone, illuminating the entire training ground. Vel emphasized, "The winner is." The next morning one could tell from his eyes that Jamie was extremely exhausted. He lay stretched out on the bed, resting after expending all his energy in yesterday's battle, his whole body aching. He groaned. A knock was heard at the door and he shouted, "Come in." It was his respected father. Hino poked his head in and smiled. "Jamie, are you still sleeping?" he asked gently. Jamie neatly put his legs together and replied, "I didn't think father wouldn't land the final blow." Hino replied, "Our duel last night was no different from a real battle, so I only attacked in the way most likely to win." Hino reminisced. At that moment he was muttering something. At that time, the two were fiercely crossing swords in the final moments of their battle. "I saw Jamie's sword engulfing my space-time slash." Hino clearly imprinted that scene in his mind. Jamie's sword truly seemed to swallow everything. He thought, if I hadn't quickly decided to retract my sword and not target his weakness, everything would have been dangerous. At that moment victory was very close, but Hino retracted his sword. At that moment Jamie's eyes were also filled with surprise, and Hino's finger touched the back of his neck. He wore a warm smile like the sunshine. Although it was already deep into the night, he was still lost in his own thoughts. "Jamie, the space was too confined there, so you couldn't use your magic to its full extent. If you had, the entire end castle would have crumbled." This point made him even prouder of Jamie. Hino continued to ponder. "If both of us had gone all out, I can't guarantee I would have won." Hino smiled again like the morning sun. It was soft and gentle. "So that will be our last sparring match. Only then can I, as your father, help you." Jamie suddenly grew curious. "But father, when did you become a Grandmaster?" Brief explanation of Grandmaster. The highest realm a warrior can reach. There's nothing special about someone reaching this realm, such as handling new powers, and the person who reaches it himself often finds it difficult to pinpoint the exact moment they became a Grandmaster. Hino leaned back, lost in thought. "I'm not sure when either, but I realized I had become a Grandmaster about 6 years ago," he exclaimed in surprise. 6 years ago? His father's smiling face made him even more suspicious. His father had become a Grandmaster even before he had started learning magic. He seemed to have kept that fact hidden because if it were known, the kingdom would start monitoring him very strictly. He grew curious again. "Only I know this fact, right?" But his father revealed that even the Sword King knew. Talik's piercing gaze flashed back in their minds. Nothing could deceive his eyes and power. A thought suddenly flashed through Jamie's mind. "So the Sword King too? I can't be sure either, as he also hides his power. But I think he has already reached the Grandmaster realm." His father gave an example, saying it was because he could fight his grandfather. Jamie's eyes widened in surprise. Grandfather. Remembering his revered grandfather, only the image of a stern figure with a sword came to mind. The former head of the family, Bill Welton. He had reached the realm of a Grandmaster just before his death. The sword he wielded was extremely sharp and powerful. He had completed the 5th form of the space-time/swordsmanship, which he had dedicated his entire life to perfecting. Jamie simultaneously recalled a past memory. "Before, I found it strange that father hadn't learned that technique, but now I think I understand why." Since he has a similar technique, the multi-space slash, there was no need for him to learn that one. He smiled inwardly with excitement. But I never knew that the power of space would continue to awaken through generations in our family. What exactly is happening to the Welton family? He questioned himself. My father's and my powers are one example, and if my suspicions aren't wrong, my grandfather's power was the same. His father immediately affirmed. That's right, your grandfather also possessed the power of space. His light could cleave the entire land in two. Those around him called his power heaven and earth, a power that could interfere with everything above the sky and on the ground. Hino had also reached this conclusion after reading the family's records, and according to records, all descendants of the Welton family have awakened the power of space. And from then until now, only the Welton family has awakened the power of space. He looked down at his rough, scarred hands. But I don't know much about what the Welton family is either. Your grandfather seemed to know something in the past, but he didn't tell me. Jamie suddenly curled his lips in a mysterious smile. His father mentioned something he had never spoken of. A long time ago, I once heard this from my grandfather's friend, Darius. At that time, Grandfather Bill apparently confided everything to Darius. I can confidently tell you that the reason Grandfather created that technique was for me to use it. Hino was confused. How could Father have known that Jamie would be born with the talent to execute that technique at that time? Sierra was only pregnant with Jamie. Jamie's call echoed in his mind, but he didn't hear it. Father seemed to have known in advance that Jamie would be born with that talent. How could my father, a warrior, have known the fate of an unborn child? When he spoke loudly, Hino came to his senses. He hastily stood up, scratching his head, and said, I'm sorry, son, I'm going to investigate the Welton family's secret. He became more serious than before, thinking of the books in the library. I don't know what secrets are hidden within the secret laboratory that only the family head can enter. Now let's talk about retaking Jaren. In the afternoon at Rockham Fortress in the maritime kingdom of Ivory, waves crashed against the solid cliffs. Ginger sat on the castle wall, using his technique to see into the distance. He observed the ships on the sea through a circle formed by his fingers. Suddenly, tens of thousands of troops gathered on Quatra's eastern border. It hadn't been long since their failed attempt to establish Egan in the Siam kingdom, yet they were already targeting the maritime kingdom of Ivory. He returned to the ground and asked the person beside him, if they attack us, can Rockham's soldiers hold them off? The other person immediately replied, 3,000 troops from Renly will arrive in Rockham tomorrow. Jay reported, I also heard that General Intu is coming with them. Delkit, the supreme commander of the Ivory Navy and Lord of Rockham, said solemnly, but it will still be very difficult. In his mind, a battle plan was already forming. The Quatra Kingdom's army was 1.5 times larger than the Ivory Navy. Moreover, the Zenith Church and the Eastern Alliance would soon send reinforcements, so our army would be at least 50,000 strong. The place where they stood was a precarious tower on a cliff. Damn it, but we have to abandon this place and establish a defensive line in Grey Mountain. Including Rockham, we'll have to abandon 3 castles. But if we use Grey Mountain as a defensive line, the enemy won't be able to easily break through. People call it a natural fortress after all. A ribbon was tied to the leg of a small bird ready for its mission. No, it's too early to give up, he sent the bird flying. By now, Count Welton and his army must have arrived in N. Count Welton and the young master will surely finish the business in Jaren within a week. This messenger bird can inform Count Welton of our situation. Delkit fell into thought. If things go smoothly in Chesson, that great mage might join us. They gazed at the dreamy twilight under a gentle breeze. The question is how long we can hold out, he reassured the Supreme Commander. If you're worried, it's certain that Quatra is besieging us because we can see them with a telescope. Jay smiled confidently. Don't worry, even if they bombard us, I'm here. If I do my best, I can defend this place. His blue eyes imagined the scene of the sea burning. Besides, if we successfully defend this place, we'll set fire to that place next. A bird's feather fell from above, swept away by the wind. So we must succeed, young master. At this moment the night sky descended upon Jaren Chesson Kingdom in the northern Anbia continent. A patrolling soldier walked sighing. I'm so tired. The person beside him suddenly asked. When are the reinforcements arriving? The other person replied. They'll be here in about 2 days, just hold on a little longer. He tapped a bead on the ground with the handle of a stick. But can this really stop magic? I heard the enemy has a 9th Circle Archmage. The other person dismissed the thought. Don't doubt it. These artifacts successfully blocked magic on the first day. Recalling those words, the soldier's body trembled again. I agree, I really thought I was going to die then. The Sedum Archmages kept attacking. They said they would retake Jaren. These anti-magic artifacts nullified all attacks, but Jaren shook violently as if there was an earthquake. While the 2 soldiers were deep in conversation, a gentle stream of water brushed past their flag. I think I'll only feel at ease when the reinforcements arrive. I heard Lord Jen is coming too. At that moment, uninvited guests appeared above their heads. If Lord Jen comes, all those northern bastards, the soldier screamed in terror. Enemy invasion, but that mage was faster and cut him in half. Eyes hidden behind a hood glowed brightly. From now on, we will destroy all anti-magic artifacts they have installed on the city walls. The bell in the tower rang, ordering the entire army to capture the intruders. As the intruders destroyed the equipment, the reinforcement soldiers immediately rushed in. The commander, panting, pointed with his finger. "They're targeting those magic artifacts. We must stop them." A type of magic was added to their feat. They skillfully used Beikai, brushing past the narrow path and knocking down all the soldiers. The commander's mouth hung open. "When did that guy get here?" a voice answered his question. "Why are you so surprised?" That mage brushed past with a fatal blow. "The Welton family's footwork." The team's mages approached and reported, "We've destroyed all anti-magic artifacts in this section." The leader was satisfied. "Well done." He continued to target the orb above his head. "Then this anti-magic artifact is the last one on the city wall." With a single movement of drawing his sword, he shattered it. A small point of light appeared next to the mage. "All anti-magic artifacts on the city wall have been destroyed," they confirmed to the commander. "You can now use magic around the city walls." Another person replied, "Thank you." The soldiers inside the castle didn't stop and rushed in again. "They've destroyed all anti-magic artifacts on the city wall." Numerous wagons carrying magic absorption orbs were moved. At this moment, the leader at the front pointed his sword forward and shouted, "Replace the artifacts they destroyed. Don't let them invade with magic." But a huge explosion occurred inside the castle, sending everything flying. The guy was so angry that he scowled, "Damn it," in the flames. As a shadow gradually appeared, a sharp scream echoed in his mind. "Jamie." He walked through the hot flames, smiling. "I told father it wouldn't be difficult." Hino was also satisfied. "Understood." The mages under them immediately gathered and knelt before the two. "If it's the Welton family's elite troops, the Terror Knights, we can retake this place in an instant," Hamilton said, removing his hood. "You've arrived, Lord. I am Hamilton Leonardo, Vice Commander of the Terror Knights and a sword expert." Jamie was very interested. "And shall we begin?" Hino also followed his words. "You heard that? It's the order of the second in command of the family." A fierce battle ensued as soldiers from both sides charged at each other. "Retake this place." Hamilton single-handedly faced the two enemies before him. That night, blood rained down on Jaren Castle. Others were tasked with destroying magic artifacts with the Welton family's elite troops. The second in command of the family also focused on firepower attacks. Jamie Hino also powerfully dominated the battle with his strength. The efforts of Jamie and Hino Welton. Their footsteps finally reached the necessary place. The two father and son and a few mages stood on top of the tower, raising their flag. The Northern Alliance retook Jaren Castle in the blink of an eye. The same night at the Jaren border, another person hearing the report was surprised. "Jamie retook Jaren," Green chuckled. "Things are getting more interesting. It's Jamie all right." The armored man asked him seriously. "Count Welton and reinforcements from the Renly Kingdom are coming. What should we do now?" He turned his gaze to their Deputy Sword Commander. "Deputy Sword Commander Vincent, what do you think?" Deputy Sword Commander Vincent. Vincent rolled his eyes once and opened his mouth. "Currently in the north, only the 4 Archmages and 3 Grand Sword Masters are prepared." The problem he raised was quite tense. "On the other hand, the masters on this side are just Lord C and me." His eyebrows furrowed slightly. Although Lord Jen became a Grand Master while he was imprisoned in the Sun God Church, while he was so worried, Jen yawned widely. He was curious. "But why is Lord Jen so nonchalant?" Then he approached him and whispered. "You just joined the 7 Knights last year, didn't you?" He broke out in a sweat. "That's right, it hasn't even been a year yet." Vincent recalled those days. The 7 Knights, the 7 Sword Masters of the Zenith Church. Each knight in the order was a master. He himself had defeated another knight. Immediately after Vincent was appointed as one of the 7 Knights, he defeated Banba, who was second only to Krell, and briefly became the Zenith Swordsman. Vincent was still deep in thought. "I heard he gained absolute power after this battle. I want to fight him to see it for myself." Jen continued to curl his lips and laugh. "Don't worry too much. If there's a will, there's a way." He astonishingly reached out his hand nonchalantly. "Then shall we continue on our way?" Vincent was even more confused. "What? Why is he suddenly coming towards me?" The Welton family flag fluttered in the wind. Who would have thought Jaren could be retaken so easily? Richter stood with Jamie, confiding his thoughts. "Sometimes I think mages are harmless," the person beside him replied. "This is just a special case. Installing thousands of anti-magic artifacts is pure madness." Richter's flames immediately blazed. "That's right, those stupid, crazy Zenith Church bastards." This surprised Jamie a little. He always speaks politely, but he can curse too. He was focused on sensing the flow of energy coming from afar. "It doesn't matter. Green's energy is getting closer and closer. He seems to be advancing without stopping even after hearing that we've retaken Jaren. The magic orb is also working diligently, which means their battlefield simulator calculated the casualties for victory. I don't know what they saw in the simulator, but I must be included in the calculation." He made a firm resolution in his heart. "But this time I will destroy you." Zenith Richter was perplexed. "But where did Viscount Welton go?" He explained to the person beside him. "He went to meet General Kanga's army from Renly." As soon as he finished speaking, his father returned and waved to them. Jamie also smiled happily in response. "You're back." Together, they returned to the operations room inside Jaren Fortress. Kanga greeted him politely. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Kanga Brown from Renly, the Sword Master of the Renly Kingdom." Kanga Brown. Ofen welcomed her warmly. "Thank you for coming." "I am Ofen Ginger," Kanga also replied courteously. "I've heard a lot about you." Then he also spoke. "I am Jamie." She was surprised. "You're the famous Lord Jamie." Hino struck the table with his hand to calm everyone. "That's enough with the introductions. Let's begin the tactical meeting." Richter offered his opinion. With Master Kanga joining us, we now have the upper hand. We found 3 bunker buster weapons in the armory, so stopping the enemy will be easy. Ofen nodded. I agree. We will surely win, so let's immediately gather the army and launch a surprise attack on T. Not yet certain. Jamie was very serious. Before I came, I saw Green's army heading this way. He couldn't possibly be unaware of his disadvantage, so he definitely has another trick up his sleeve. Kanga frowned. But even if he has a secret weapon, the difference in military strength between both sides is still considerable. He too was thinking about that problem, and his face darkened. That's right, realistically there's no chance of us losing, and he posed a question, but what if their goal isn't victory? She looked blank. What do you mean? Ma stroked his white beard, lost in thought. They're targeting one of us. If they can kill one of the masters, the ripple effect will be considerable. Jamie added to that opinion. Of course it could be that extreme. Blood droplets stained the army's emblem red. But Zenith is the god of war and peace. To achieve peace, everything must be destroyed. He was simultaneously wary. Since the Zenith faction among the 12 gods specializes in war, we must anticipate various scenarios and prepare. Bailey also agreed. That's right. If we think too complacently, we'll be caught off guard. At this point, Jamie confidently presented a plan. So let's do this. The next day, morning broke with a refreshing blue sky. He had just woken up and stretched widely. The sun rose quickly. Suddenly, someone approached and called his name. Jamie, Marquis Ma spoke cheerfully. It's chilly, he also replied amicably. It's early autumn already. Marquis, you've also come out for some fresh air. In his eyes, Jamie was a completely different person. I can't believe the child I met 5 years ago has grown so much. Jamie, you've grown brilliantly. He smiled playfully at him. If it weren't for the Marquise's mana essence, it would have taken me a very long time to grow this much. Then Jamie retorted. And am I young? I'm only being polite because I've been resurrected. I've lived tens of thousands of years longer than the Marquis. He also nodded and corrected his address. Of course, Elder. He became even more delighted. Stop teasing me. Suddenly, Ma's expression hardened. Jamie, he took his hand and reminded him of something. Do you remember what I told you at the final point of the magic world? You can always come to me if you're struggling. Ma placed something he was holding in Jamie's palm. This sentiment has never changed. I'm willing to bet everything I have on you. A red banner was revealed. And I'm not the only one who thinks so. Everyone who supports you believes in you. Ma encouraged him with very sincere words. So don't hesitate, make everything you desire a reality. Jamie accepted it and bowed respectfully. Don't worry. This time I will move forward with everyone. The old Marquis smiled happily. I believe in you. Before the peaceful scene had lasted long, a soldier rushed in frantically. Emergency report. Both of them were surprised by the information. Green's army is approaching. Outside, Jen was on horseback leading the vanguard with Vincent. Someone was already standing in front of the army waiting to greet them. It's war. All the seasoned warriors of the Welton family gathered. It begins. Jamie started the battle with a signal. First, let's make them taste what they put us through. Fire the bunker buster weapons. Magical arrows immediately shot down from above. Green faced them with a bored expression. Such a welcome, how uninteresting. He ordered the person behind him. Vincent, deal with it. He was slightly surprised but replied, yes, Knight. Vincent brushed his hair back, letting out a small groan. Immediately he drew his sword and leapt from the saddle. His face remained cold. This is troublesome. With a single swing of his sword, all the launched magic disappeared cleanly. Richter and the Marquis were both astonished. The pillar of light from the bunker buster weapon has vanished? Ma was extremely worried in the face of that power. 3 streams at once, but Jamie recognized the trick. No, it didn't disappear. Vincent had actually gathered all those spells into his sword. He quickly realized something. It appears so, but that guy absorbed all the attacks. The power to absorb attacks. At this moment he looked at Vincent's face and was puzzled. Who exactly is that guy? Ofen raised one hand. It seems we underestimated the enemy. A vortex appeared in his palm. From now on, let's go all out. Richter also simultaneously ignited red flames all over his body. Agreed, their combined power created a colossal vortex of fire. Sea of Hellfire. Ofen lightly controlled it. Die. The vortex descended to the ground and began to rush towards the army. He dismounted from his horse and stretched. He casually walked towards the vortex. Why are these brats constantly getting in the way? He gripped the hilt of his black sword and slowly drew it. Annoying, he freely unleashed a cross slash into the heart of the fire and wind magic mass. Causality reversal great strike. And continued to raise his sword-wielding arm high. He shook his sword, leaving its trajectory in the air. A brief explanation of his power. Causality reversal. Green's authority. Normally it's the power to reverse the order of cause and effect, where one first inflicts a wound on the opponent and then creates the cause of the attack to match the result. All the mages on the tower witnessed the scene. Causality reversal. It's always a headache to deal with. Hino whispered, it seems Jen has reached the realm of a Grand Master. Bell watched him cautiously. His current level is far superior to last year's. Ofen felt the immense power emanating from him and nodded. There's another monster in the east. Ma gripped his staff tightly and resolved inwardly, if they block our magic and invade the castle, we won't be able to carry out the plan. And he leaped directly from his position. I will cleave the ground to prevent them from approaching the castle. Ma leaped down and with his staff split the earth, creating an earthquake-like fissure. Green was furious at his appearance. I told you not to interfere. Ma was still focused on using his power and couldn't avoid it. Marquis, and someone rushed out to block Jen, making him chuckle. Finally appeared. Jamie, he bit his lip, and facing Jen, infused power into his sword. Marquis Ma created a distance between the castle wall and the enemy army. Thank you, Jamie. Thanks to you, I successfully split both lands. He quickly retreated, letting Jamie fight General. Now I need to prepare that plan. The two swords continuously clashed, and Jen became even more interested. To this extent, he retreated to evade Jamie's sword swing. You've improved much since last year. Jamie stood his ground and admonished him. You still have that disgusting expression, and aren't there only 2 Grand Masters on your side? How bold! Jen replied gleefully. Do you really think I came without any calculations? I've prepared a gift for you too. He was puzzled by those words. A gift? He gave him a slight hint. You know that plan you interfered with last time. Jamie's face immediately darkened. Holy Knight Chimera. He remembered clearly what had happened then. 5 years ago, the Zenith Church captured innocent children under the pretext of creating Chimera Holy Knights, subjecting them to horrific experiments. The mastermind was transformed and annihilated, and after all those involved were dealt with, the experiment was thought to be over. Countless blue test tubes were lined up in the room. I can't believe they were still continuing that wicked deed. Jen was extremely curious. Well, Jamie, can you stop it this time too? Grotesque bodies with demonic forms approached at his command. 20,000 Chimera Holy Knights. Jamie's hands trembled with rage. You trashy bastards, after all. He curled his lips. Do you know how chimeras are made? My subordinate told me. They capture children and extract their hearts while they're still alive. A cruel smile spread across his insane face. Some children even begged to be killed instead, screaming for a mother who would never come to save them. Jamie's veins swelled with ever-increasing rage. You bastards, he spat out all the anger he had. I'll throw you all into hell. Jen remained unfazed, even seeing the colossal hand Jamie unleashed. Is this your thanks for the gift? It's truly amusing to give you presents. But he also began to get serious. But thanks to that, I also tasted hell. His technique shattered Jamie's magic. Causality reversal. He drew his sword and began to charge towards him. Green. The wicked being aimed the tip of his sword at him and smiled. Shall I let these unfortunate souls glimpse hell? For they can't even go to hell after death. The insane Holy Knight army charged in his stead. Their numbers were too vast, forcing him to pause to find a way to deal with them. Jamie suddenly opened his eyes wide in surprise. Among the army was a body with vestiges of humanity, a child no older than 10. Green's wicked words echoed in his head. Some children even begged to be killed instead. 5 years ago he would have easily cut them down. Jamie stood dazed, flustered. But now that he could feel those emotions, the tears flowing from that child were too pitiable. He hesitated, seeing it. Then Jamie calmed himself and gripped his sword tighter. No, that's precisely why I must do it. The experimented Holy Knights approached him very closely. For them, death was now the most terrible nightmare. Jamie used his power to combine magic into his sword. Shine. The Holy Knight's body parts flew into the air from the sword cuts. The child he saw fell to the ground along with other flesh, but everything wasn't over as they rose again. They survived even after enduring light magic. The Holy Knights opened their mouths wide, revealing shining patterns on their bodies. Could it be Zenith's blessing? I can't finish them off in one go like this. His father joined the battle, cutting them down. Jamie, he turned and said to him firmly, you're not alone here. He cried out in surprise. Father B also leapt down and joined them. I don't intend to dump all the burden on your shoulders either. He was still astonished. Lord Belan Kaza at this moment. He was ready to take the rear. I'll cover the rear. They all aimed their weapons at the Chimera Holy Knights. Find Green. Jamie smiled inwardly, filled with happiness, and he quickly rushed out. Then I'll leave it to everyone. As he passed through the Holy Knights, he had to deal with them with his sword. He focused on finding him, even when something was approaching. Where is Jen? The person he was looking for appeared with a sudden attack. Jamie dodged it and shouted in anger. Jen, you bastard! Vincent suddenly intervened between them. Excuse me for a moment. He looked at him curiously. You, the knight calmly informed them. It's come to this. It's a bit troublesome, but I've been ordered to deal with you. A drop of cold sweat ran down his back. What did you say? Jen was displeased. Get out of the way, Vincent. Jamie is mine. But Vincent stopped him with words. Are you going to defy the Apostles' will? Don't you have a mission to fulfill? He reminded him of something else. Have you forgotten your oath of loyalty to him? Green was forced to click his tongue. Damn it. And he turned in another direction and Jamie tried to stop him. Where do you think you're going? He was careless again, allowing a teleportation device to appear before his eyes. I clearly told you. Vincent touched Jamie as light flashed between them. I am your opponent. The activation was complete. Now let's go together. He had no time to react. When did this guy? That creation began to emit power. Holy Relic Infinite Battlefield activated, and the two were dragged to another place by its movement. Jamie stood in the middle of a strange space and a greeting was heard. Welcome, Jamie. Opposite him was Vincent. Welcome. This is another holy relic bestowed by God Zenith, the Infinite Battlefield. He smiled slightly and said, This space was created solely to kill you. Jamie replied to him. Then it was a waste of effort. The knight was still confident. The Supreme One ordered me to keep you as far away from the battlefield as possible. Otherwise, he said we couldn't win. He scoffed at his opponent. Do you think you can win by isolating me from the battlefield? Vincent was also fearless before him. At least I can help Jen's mission proceed smoothly. He was puzzled by his words. Mission? And he began to draw his sword to start the battle. That is the second condition for drawing you into this infinite battlefield. Lord General will kill Viscount Welton. Jamie frowned, glaring at Vincent with unpleasant blue eyes, and thought, he's going to kill my father. From the beginning these guys were targeting my father's life. Jen's malicious face standing behind him came to mind. He drew his sword and commanded, retreat immediately. Vincent, I'll deal with Jamie. He turned and looked at him, puzzled. Are you going to disobey the Apostle's command? You have a mission to fulfill, don't you? Jamie thought of his father confronting Jen, engaging in a fierce battle. If Jen and my father were to clash. Looked at General, seeing the magical power emanating from around his body. He thought inwardly, this is ridiculous. Jen spoke arrogantly. Is that all you've got? Jamie firmed his resolve. Father won't be defeated by a guy like General. He lowered his head and said firmly, that will never happen. Suddenly a colossal and dazzling power erupted from his body, overwhelming the man opposite him and forcing him into a defensive stance. Vincent gritted his teeth, astonished, and thought, this bizarre power. A sharp sword was already in his hand. I will prophesy for you both. You two will both fail. Elsewhere, monsters were furiously charging and attacking each other. An endless horde, no matter how many were cut down. Hino gritted his teeth, his face etched with clear anger. He inwardly exclaimed, moreover, Jamie's aura is no longer detectable. Jamie hasn't been defeated, he's definitely been moved somewhere. He no longer indulged in thought and immediately charged at the monster horde in front of him at ultra-high speed. First, let's clear out all these guys. Then when Jamie starts his move, I'll have to observe the situation. On the other side, a staff was brought down hard on the ground, cracking earth and stone and scattering it everywhere. As Marquis Lin Mio slammed his staff onto the ground, a magic circle of immense power appeared. He recalled the strategy meeting. Jamie had risen with a confident demeanor and said, I have a proposal. How about we do this? He seriously explained his plan to everyone. When the enemy attacks, generals, please open teleportation circles in 3 directions. Jamie continued, placing flags to indicate allied and enemy positions. Then send the cavalry out of the gates to attack the enemy simultaneously from 3 directions. Returning to reality, Marquis Lin Mio poured all his strength into his staff, creating powerful magic that enveloped the surroundings. He said, I'll take the center, and you two take the flanks. Following the command, Marquis Richter raised an arm, igniting fire magic all over his body and spreading it everywhere. Understood. Ophan the Celestial Mage also cast his magic and replied, understood. Suddenly, splendid magical formations appeared in the sky, striking the monsters with multiple lightning bolts, terrifying them. Magic circles appeared all over this harsh battlefield. Small lightning bolts erupted from the center of the circle, but their power was immense. Colossal lightning bolts continuously struck the ground, attacking the enemy, who fled in disarray on horseback. He stood on the desolate ground with his sword, marveling. A teleportation circle? Interesting, he sneered and said, but even so it won't be easy to kill me who has surpassed human physical limits. I have my own work to do. The storm swordsman Bailey had already appeared behind Jen, holding his sword to Jen's neck. He frowned and said in a resolute, cold voice, Jen, it's time to settle the score from 5 years ago. In the blink of an eye, Jen charged and decisively cut off Bailey's head, praising him. He said, I must admit you approached and concealed all traces. He continued, looking at Bailey's head, suspended in midair, its eyes wide in surprise. Wind God's sword, you are no match for me. Suddenly, Bailey's body transformed into fragments of purple crystal and fell in small pieces. Jen, still in a fighting stance, stared wide-eyed at the scene before him. In astonishment, a voice was heard from afar. Lord Onyx is not alone. Conga appeared, pointing the sharp tip of her sword at him and saying coldly, Sword of the Whirlwind. Jen gritted his teeth and glared at her, but failed to notice Bailey charging from behind with a colossal sword. You worm-like creatures only know how to resort to such petty tricks, truly laughable. He inflicted a deep and fatal wound on Jen's shoulder and, curling his lips, said, I saw an opening. Jen's face darkened further, and his eyes, devoid of any benevolence, echoed with a chilling voice, Interesting. You used a mental authority to hold my consciousness and ambush me? Jen glanced at the 2 figures standing behind him, and a magic circle with a unique pattern appeared. Illusion. Swordsman Konga's authority shows the opponent an illusion and confuses them with mental power. He still looked at Konga, who was ready for battle, and said contemptuously, You worm-like creatures, do you think you can defeat me by joining forces? She ignored his words and frowned. You were just fooled by my authority, yet you dare to speak so boldly. Jen kicked the ground hard and charged towards her, shouting, How arrogant! She held her sword, enveloped in immense magical power, and aimed it at him. He looked at the 2 shadows hiding in the illusion and charging, slightly praising them. Hiding in the illusion is a wise decision. As General raised his sword, Kanga's face appeared. He frowned and said arrogantly, You are the only real one. Don't underestimate a great swordsman's senses. Her surprised face was reflected in his gleaming sword blade. As General swung his sword, the illusion split apart and vanished. Causality reversal. As if already aware of the danger approaching from behind, Jen turned with eyes full of killing intent and snarled, It's you, always appearing from behind like a cowardly rat. Don't you have the courage to face me head-on? As Bailey leaped down from a high place and brought down his colossal sword, Jen swung his sword back, preparing to attack, and shouted, Enough playing around. He was astonished, his eyes wide. It was when he saw the sharp sword tip flying towards him as fast as the wind. Memories flashed through his mind. As General swung his sword, grazing Bailey, blood dripped from Bailey's body onto the ground. 5 years ago in Eon, Bailey had faced Jen and suffered a crushing defeat. His body was covered in wounds, lying motionless on the ground, utterly drained of strength. It felt like facing an insurmountable wall. Tears welled up in Bailey's eyes, then flowed down like raindrops, mixed with helplessness and anger. That was how Bailey felt when he first encountered General. He diligently trained with his sword every day. Every time he met someone monstrously strong, he trained even harder. Two different magical powers collided. Bailey, surprised, wondered, just how special is the Welton family bloodline? Jen seemed to have already reached the realm of a great swordsman. He silently looked straight ahead. The gap between them had widened even further than 5 years ago, an unbridgeable distance. Memories of Bailey's conversation with Jamie resurfaced, but he resolutely placed his hand on his chest and said, "As an adult, I will continue to watch over your path and support you. If you hesitate, I'll protect you from behind, and if you want to move forward, I'll push you with all my might." He firmly resolved in his mind, "I will somehow maintain my position." Powerful magical energy enveloped Bailey's entire body, and his eyes gleamed with the will to protect his most precious people. Spiritification, a colossal wind gathered around him, sucking the earth and stones into a whirlwind. That is Zephyros, Bailey's authority, spiritification. Jen, astonished, thought his body. He stared wide-eyed at Bailey's magic. He shouted, "You're not the only one who's trained their authority for the past 5 years. Open your eyes and see clearly." As the whirlwind unleashed a fatal blow towards Jen, the aftermath left a long trail on the ground. "This is a technique created to kill you. Power of the flash." He took the full impact of the blow and fell helplessly onto the desolate ground, his entire body covered in wounds. Bailey recalled the previous blow in his mind and, looking at Jen lying miserably on the ground, said, "That blow from that day, I'll return it to you now." He pointed his sword at Jen and coldly commanded, "Stop your useless resistance. Surrender peacefully." He endured the throbbing pain throughout his body and barely managed to sit up. "I clearly told you." Jen planted the tip of his sword into the ground and struggled to stand. Bailey was slightly surprised and thought with incomprehension, "He's so weakened, yet he can stand up immediately, even with causality reversal to recover. It shouldn't be this fast." He frowned and said firmly, "You cannot defeat me." Suddenly, a magic circle appeared above Bailey's head, and in the blink of an eye his body was pierced. Causality reversal. He collapsed to his knees, drained of strength, and Jen approached him, pointed his sword, and with a cold smile said, "Then let Viscount Welton come out himself." Blood flowed more and more from Bailey's mouth, but he still wore a strange smile. Suddenly he threw out a single word that startled General, "He is above you." Jen immediately looked up at the sky and saw a black shadow slowly descending. Jamie from a high place held his sword and shouted, "Die, you beast!" He delivered a surprise fatal blow across Jen's body, and the surroundings were enveloped in breathtaking silence. Jen's eyes widened in disbelief and a considerable amount of blood erupted from his body. Jen increasingly couldn't bear it and fell forward. His eyes were still wide open, bloodshot, filled with astonishment and defiance. Scenes flooded into Kieran's thoughts. Jamie descended and attacked him with his sword. Fierce battle scenes reappeared in his mind. Kanga fearlessly and firmly pointed her sword at him, and the scene of him approaching in a flash and painfully cutting Bailey flashed. The scene shifted to where lightning from the magic circle continuously struck the enemy. Jen stood in the middle of the desolate earth and rubble, watching everything. He raised his hand and touched his chin, a smile playing on his lips. Kieran opened his mouth slowly with an arrogant smile. "I almost died for real." A dazzling blue magic circle appeared. Causality reversal, outcome reversion. Rewind time to a specific point. Pieces of paper floated aimlessly in the air. 5 years ago, when the news of Jamie's appointment as a great mage spread throughout the kingdom, Jen sat on the ground in shackles looking at the words written on that paper. He was being dragged into an unnamed underground prison of the Sun God Church. That was when he first heard the news. The newspaper featured Jamie's dignified and brightly smiling face. It was truly a stark contrast. One was imprisoned in a dark dungeon, while the other smiled on a newspaper, enjoying attention and prestige. His face became increasingly ferocious and his bloodshot eyes were clearly veined. Jen had never been so enraged in his life. He had to unleash this anger no matter what. Suddenly a mouse appeared and approached the newspaper, and to do that he stared intently at the mouse, which was slowly, neither fast nor slow, approaching the newspaper. The mouse was crushed by Jen, splattering blood all over the newspaper. In Jen's eyes, Jamie's figure was filled with hatred. He needed greater power. He used blood to write ancient characters all over the dark cell where only a faint light seeped through. From that day on he worked day and night to build his strength. Cracks appeared, and finally sharp shards of glass broke and fell. Jen looked up. Jen had also reached the realm of a master, minimizing the side effects of causality reversal, altering the flow of space and time, and even changing death. Returning to reality, he raised his hand and touched his chin, lost in thought. But the pain from that blow still remains. "The mental shock is too great for me to use this technique again," Jen thought, recalling the moment Jamie's sharp sword tip crossed his body. Viscount Welton's sword reached my neck before I could even activate causality reversal. I detected it, but his movements were really too fast, and he recalled Bailey's fierce and frantic whirlwind again. Moreover, Baron and that nameless swordsman are quite troublesome too. The scene of Kanga and him hiding in the illusion, waiting for an opportunity to attack. His eyes were filled with contemplation, and he frowned, resolving in his thoughts, "I need to be more careful this time." A fierce battle ensued. Jamie cautiously approached Vincent Libo. He witnessed his technique and his eyes widened in surprise, not even realizing he had been approached. Vincent attacked the spot where Jamie had been with his weapon, but Jamie had already vanished to another place in the blink of an eye. He keeps appearing and disappearing. There's no trace of teleportation. He frowned and looked around, saying irritably, "Where has he gone now?" Unexpectedly, Jamie appeared behind Vincent, raising his sword high, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Immediately, Vincent turned and blocked his attack. Jamie curled his lips and asked mockingly, "Are you annoyed?" Vincent still replied with an arrogant expression, "Of course not, let me tell you. I've never lost a sword duel." He unleashed a series of skillful sword techniques attacking him. Jamie's face frowned and he gritted his teeth, struggling to maintain his balance against Vincent's attacks. It makes sense, his swordsmanship is so intense and his mana sensing ability and reflexes are top-notch, he thought with defiance. "I don't want to admit it. But his swordsmanship is truly superior to mine." He approached him and asked mockingly, "Are you out of tricks?" Jamie leaped back to evade Vincent's attack, thinking recklessly, if that's the case. He raised his sword high and suddenly fire magic appeared and enveloped him. As Jamie swung his sword down, the magical flames created a powerful dragon that charged straight towards Vincent. "Fire dragon." He calmly stood still, extended his hand to block the attack and praised, "Your swordsmanship is quite good, interesting." But as the flames almost touched Vincent's hand, they began to be absorbed. Damage absorption. "If I just watch, I'll be absorbed." The gauntlet on the back of his hand gradually turned green as the surging flames were absorbed. In an instant, the flames around Vincent grew smaller and then completely vanished. A meticulously drawn white magic circle appeared. Damage absorption, absorbing all of the opponent's power into one's body. Jamie, suspended in midair, gritted his teeth and watched the scene, sweating profusely. "I thought so, but I never imagined he could actually absorb magic. And it's ninth circle magic." Vincent's hand trembled slightly, but his expression remained calm as he looked up at him and said, "The apostle told me. My destiny is to kill you." In his memory, the vast church appeared. 5 years ago, the event of Jamie's appointment shook the entire church. At that time, Vincent was listening to the people below with his arms resting on his head and his eyes half closed. That Jamie really became a great mage so young. When he was at home, a bishop suddenly appeared. The church, fearing him, created a human weapon that existed solely to kill Jamie. Mary stood before Vincent and asked excitedly, "You're Vincent, aren't you? I've been looking for you for a long time." He rose in surprise, looking at her and calling her bishop. Her urgent, commanding tone flustered him. "Follow me, His Holiness the Pope summons you." Vincent had doubts but followed Mary. He was granted an incredibly terrifying power in the palace. The bishop stood on the dais looking down at him, kneeling, and raised her voice. "Vincent, receive the power bestowed by His Holiness the Pope." Vincent gloomily raised his green hand and looked at it. She spoke in a cold voice. "Jamie is the one who threatens our vision for this world," Mary commanded. "Use that power, and by any means necessary, make him submit." He clenched his fist, his eyes filled with resolve. "As you command." Returning to reality, Vincent extended his empowered hand, gathered magic, and said to Jamie, "And this is the power I have honed for years to kill you." A colossal and powerful green flow of magic appeared in his hand. Flash! Jamie watched the power approaching him, flustered, and thought, "This technique cannot be blocked with magic." He wide-eyed, gritting his teeth, made a decision inwardly. "I need to use Avalon's other side to retreat for now." "No." Vincent, aiming his sword at him emotionlessly, appeared in his mind. "Lord General will kill Viscount Welton." He thought inwardly, "I can't prolong this battle any further. Who knows what's happening outside?" Jamie gripped the sword in his hand tightly and, staking his life, thought, "I have to take a gamble. I'll bet everything on this sword." He thought nervously, "The sword technique my grandfather created for me." He loudly shouted the technique. Final dance. The two flows of magic violently clashed as if trying to split two worlds apart. Vincent, seeing Jamie's technique, was aghast and thought in disbelief. "That technique pushed back even my power." His eyes widened in anger. "It should have been absorbed. What is this unpleasant feeling?" The one Vincent called His Holiness the Pope appeared, seizing Vincent's face with his large hand and snarling, "Vincent, do you dare doubt my power?" Jamie's colossal flow of magic steadily approached him. Vincent clenched his fist, vowing inwardly, "I must never doubt his power." Desperate to block the technique, he extended his hand and shouted, "I can block it this time too." As the powerful flow of magic violently struck Vincent, he staggered and coughed up blood. "Absorb." He wide-eyed, seeing blood gushing from Vincent's mouth, doubted inwardly, "How can this be?" His vision grew increasingly blurry. Vincent's broken body lay on the cold ground. He looked up at the ash-gray sky above. Vincent could no longer move, barely managing to open his mouth. "I never thought someone could use such a technique." Jamie approached him and offered words of praise. "I have to admit you are a truly skilled opponent." His eyes narrowed as he looked at Vincent, and he continued coldly, "But you will never be able to defeat me," he helplessly asked. "Why?" Jamie replied firmly without hesitation. "Because you are nothing but Zenith's dog." Vincent fell silent at his words. He recalled His Holiness the Pope offering his hand with a sinister smile and saying, "From now on you will be my loyal dog." Vincent closed his eyes, tears welling up, and realized, "So that's what it was." He smiled faintly. "Now I can end it," he quietly said. "Thank you." Jamie looked at the completely fallen Vincent, wondering, "What did this guy just say?" He didn't think any further and looked around. "Well, never mind. I need to find a way out of here quickly." Suddenly, dazzling, colossal magic appeared behind Jamie and descended upon Vincent, astonishing him. He tried to turn around. This divine power. Vincent's body suddenly floated into the air. His wounds gradually healed and his hair turned blue. Vincent looked down at him emotionlessly, his voice echoing below. He asked curiously, and Jamie looked up at him in surprise. "You human boy, truly interesting. Do you wish for a rematch?" Vincent's face was expressionless, but Zenith's sinister smile appeared. A slave of the Incarnation, he realized that it wasn't Vincent but someone else. Zenith. The image of Zenith laughing sinisterly in burning cities came to mind. Zenith was one of the 12 gods, a god of war and peace, a madman who destroyed everything in the name of peace. Diablo and he had waged fierce wars a very long time ago. An old archenemy who had engaged in fierce battles with Diablo Volfer. At this moment Jamie looked up at him gloomily, lost in thought. Though his appearance has changed, I can sense it. Zenith, he wondered inwardly. To descend so suddenly, what is he thinking? He raised one hand and said with interest, "Indeed, my judgment was not wrong. I like this body." As Zenith continued to speak alluringly, Jamie clenched his fist. "You humans seem quite useful. Will you serve me? I could grant you the position of a saint." He drew his sword and said gloomily, "Rather than serving," Jamie aimed his sword at him and shouted, "I'd rather die." Zenith stood still, watching his dazzling magic. As light erupted, he watched intently, thinking inwardly. Zenith looked at the flow of magic and wondered, "Divine power? No, it seems different from ordinary divine power." His hand moved slightly, and he said with an arrogant voice, "How dare a mere human imitate divinity?" Zenith extended his hand towards Jamie, unleashing a colossal flow of magic, and shouted, "Impudent!" He looked down and was slightly surprised when he didn't see Jamie. Where did he go? Suddenly, Jamie appeared high above, descending towards Zenith. He drew back his sword for an attack, taking a stance, ultimate slash. Jamie slashed across his body, but it was blocked by his single hand. Jamie was aghast as Zenith blocked his attack. Zenith said with contempt, "Mere humans should not underestimate a god." He used magic to forcefully push Jamie to the ground, and the earth cracked widely. Covered in wounds, he barely stood up, thinking in disbelief to be able to cleave space without warning. "If not for the black armor, I would have been crushed." Zenith, surrounded by a powerful magical aura, looked at Jamie and said, "Divine Realm. This is the omnipotent power of a god." System explanation. Divine Realm Shiniki. The highest level of spatial movement technique usable only by the 12 gods, allowing free movement without leaving any trace. He descended and stood before Jamie. Jamie barely stood up and scoffed. "Omnipotent enough to be abandoned by the other gods?" Zenith gloomily asked back. "Did Fuss say that?" Jamie sighed and curling his lips provoked him. "Abandoned by your master, now you're taking it out on others." Enraged, he rushed forward, kicked Jamie down and cursed. "Worm!" Zenith looked at Jamie's defiant expression and said menacingly, "Watch your words. Though I am not in my prime, do you think I cannot tear you to shreds?" He asserted that humans could never surpass gods. Jamie scoffed. "You're quite delusional." Suddenly magic appeared behind Zenith, astonishing him. A colossal weapon appeared and transformed. Grimia, omnipotent power. He cried out in surprise. "This is," Jamie said with a mysterious smile, "it is the product of high-level magic technology. Humans are constantly progressing." In his memory, a spatial gate appeared, and mages said its effects would double in 5 years. Over time, flaws are corrected and strengths are enhanced, leading to progress. Young Jamie smiled brightly. "Unlike you, who remain stagnant." He looked directly at Zenith and asked, "Did you say humans cannot surpass gods?" Sensing danger, he thought, "This gaze is too dangerous. I need to return to the temple first." Jamie placed his hand on his arm and said, "You still don't seem to understand. I'll show you." He reminded him, "Watch closely." Zenith looked at him, flustered, thinking inwardly, "What is this power? Is this guy trying to kill me?" The colossal weapon gradually activated, unleashing a powerful flow of magic. Humans have no limits. Dust flew in all directions. Jamie balanced himself on the completely cracked ground, thinking, "Had I been even a little late, it would have been a disaster." He held his weapon, gritting his teeth in exhaustion, thinking inwardly, "Even after retreating to the reverse world, I didn't expect to take damage." He thought, exhausted. And as the thick smoke gradually cleared, Zenith's figure was revealed. "And yet I was wounded." His body was covered in severe wounds, but he stood before Jamie without any sign of falling and said, "Yes, now I understand." A lightning-like magical aura gathered in Zenith's hand, and he said with a resolute voice, "Whatever the cost, I will use the power of my true form to take your life here." Jamie looked at him, who was trying to strike him down. He thought, "If this guy ignores causality now, his true form will surely have to bear the consequences." He clasped his hands together and said meaningfully, "What goes around comes around. I'll show you something truly worth seeing." A magic sword was created in Zenith's hand. He drew a sharp sword from its sheath and said, emphasizing each word, "I will engrave it upon your soul." Jamie's eyes widened in shock, flustered. That sword, on a mountain, 2 people were talking. Diamond asked, "Diablo, do you know the name of the strongest sword on the continent?" Diablo wondered, "What is it?" He raised his weapon and replied. The mountain before him was instantly cleaved in 2. Diamond turned to look at him and replied, "The softest sword." He was the one who stood beside Diablo. Diamond, the hero who fought against the 12 gods alongside Diablo Volfer. Jamie gritted his teeth in rage and snarled, "How dare you?" Zenith thrust his sword forward and said nonchalantly, "You recognize this sword? It belongs to a swordsman I killed a very long time ago." Diamond's figure appeared within his body. He laughed wildly. "And this body is the reincarnation of that very swordsman." Jamie was flustered, staring blankly, thinking in disbelief, "Reincarnation? That can't be." He recalled the words he had said to Vincent before he fell, "But you will never be able to defeat me." Covered in wounds, he lay helplessly on the ground and asked, "Why?" The space was filled with tension. Jamie continued mercilessly, because you are nothing but Zenith's dog. Vincent fell silent, saying nothing, his eyes wide in surprise. Suddenly he smiled as if realizing something and said, so that's what it was. Thank you. Jamie clenched his fist, standing still, and said in a cold voice, then that person, you. Zenith raised his sword and said, now. He turned the tip of his sword sideways, looked directly at Jamie and said coldly, it's time to die. The two faced each other, but Jamie still made no move. Diamat's swordsmanship, gentle wind. As the wind enveloped him, his face filled with rage, and he said gloomily, I will certainly, Jamie wide-eyed shouted with resolve, I will certainly take your life. As the phantom hand covered his eyes, he politely said again, Master, the voice echoed again, reminding him, you cannot reveal your identity yet. Jamie thought in surprise, this voice, the voice said again, I will handle this matter. Colossal magic appeared, enveloping his entire body. He was slightly surprised by the sight. A bizarre figure faintly appeared within the thick smoke. Zenith asked coldly, who are you? You cannot enter here without my permission. As the dust gradually cleared, the figure of a demon king appeared, and a terrifying voice echoed, I have waited for this moment for a very long time. I am Ka, the demon king of vengeance. I have come to avenge my master who passed away a very long time ago. Diablo Volfer elsewhere. Jen stood with his sword on the ruined ground of Jaren Castle. The last strong point in the east. He bit his lip, placed a hand on his neck and raged. Damn it, I failed again. He thought inwardly that with his remaining will he couldn't continue this task. The image of Jen fighting 3 people appeared in his mind. Fighting 3 people at once is too much. They're attacking from all directions. It's driving me mad. One by one the mages appeared in his thoughts. Moreover, there are 3 archmages. Even though they weren't paying attention to this side. Jen raised his hand, created a flow of magic, and fell into thought again. I don't want to use this, but he raised his head, stretched his hand towards the sky and thought, I'll make the Chimera Knights go berserk to disrupt their cooperation. A colossal flow of power spread upwards from Jen's hand. Battle Sanctuary deployment. As he used it, immense power was generated, so great that the ground he stood on collapsed. The chimeras, sensing that power, flinched. They stood staring blankly, and their eyes began to glow. A knight approached a chimera, raised his weapon and said, Die, you monster. But before he could do anything, he was savagely thrown away by it. Kanga was also fighting other monsters. She observed the chimeras, realizing the Holy Knights had been acting strangely since that peculiar light descended. She stood on the corpse of the chimera she had just defeated, waiting for others to come, and thought, it would be great if divine power worked, but it seems there's a price to pay for its effects. And Kanga, wanting to end everything quickly, gripped her sword tightly. Besides, Lord Baron is nowhere to be seen. I've swung my sword too much and ended up here, so I need to clear this place quickly and rendezvous with Lord Baron. Suddenly Jen zipped past her from behind and whispered, Your divine power is truly annoying. She immediately turned her head, puzzled. What is this guy talking about? He hasn't used divine power until now. Jen attacked Kanga swiftly and decisively. Before she even understood what was happening, her head was already on the ground. After killing Kanga, he laughed refreshingly, ran a hand through his hair and said, Finally, I feel a little relieved, but inwardly there was a slight regret. Perhaps I should have tortured you a bit before killing you. But he pushed that thought aside and thought, well, does it matter? There's still Baron and Viscount Welton left. His eyes glowed as if controlling the ferocious chimeras. Elsewhere, in a tense atmosphere, 3 men appeared. Zenith thought, Bailey, where is that rat hiding? He looked at the person before him with curious eyes. Are you Diablo Volfer's subordinate? He recalled Diablo Volfer, thinking he couldn't sense Diablo Volfer's darkness from this person. But for a demon king to appear here, Zenith grew curious. Shouldn't he be sealed in the primeval darkness? Moreover, his remnants were wiped out a long time ago. He pointed his sword at the demon king and Jamie and thought, how did the demon king manage to infiltrate this place? Then he announced, this is a dimensional space I created. Not even a demon king can enter here. The demon king, showing no fear, pulled out a weapon and provoked him. There is no need to answer the questions of one who is about to die. Zenith asked contemptuously, do you think a mere demon king can defeat me? The demon king calmly replied, delusional. He provoked Zenith. You've never defeated my master, have you? Hearing those words, Zenith immediately gnashed his teeth in rage. He swung his sword and charged towards the demon king. He cursed, you fiend, but the demon king remained calm, standing in front of Jamie, protecting him without a hint of fear, and said, leave it to me. Jamie exclaimed in surprise, Ka. After that, the Demon King and Zenith charged at each other with lightning speed. They used their swords to block and counter each other's attacks. As both were powerful, the battle unfolded fiercely. They fought, moving back and forth with astonishing speed, so fast that it was difficult to see them clearly even with close attention. Jamie watched, filled with astonishment. The clash was so powerful that the entire space trembled. Zenith, with slight wounds on his body, charged at the Demon King and shouted, you bastard! He struck the Demon King to the ground but was ignored. In that state you are no match for me. The surrounding space was already desolately destroyed. Blue lightning enveloped the earth and rubble. Zenith gathered them and shouted, you impertinent wretch! His eyes changed, creating lightning and controlling it. He said in a rage, how dare you! He resentfully chastised the Demon King. How dare you not only invade my domain but also ruin my lines? Then he used Death Vortex to transform himself into a colossal swirling form many times larger. He raised his hand to grab the Demon King and declared, I will kill you. The colossal hand gradually descended, seemingly intending to crush him. Jamie, seeing it, rushed forward in alarm and shouted no. But the Demon King's voice echoed, do not come closer. he said resolutely, staking his pride. I must protect my master no matter the cost. The Demon King blocked Zenith's attack with his sword, earnestly pleading for Jamie's safety. So please hide yourself. Jamie bit his lip helplessly. Why, he reproached himself, watching the Demon King being attacked before his eyes. Why am I still so weak? Zenith shouted in fury. Give up. He looked at Zenith and thought, even if I use dark magic, I can't guarantee I can defeat that guy. The Demon King was in a disadvantageous situation. He couldn't use his true power because he had defied causality reversal. He looked at the Demon King and thought, he's protecting me. Jamie, disappointed in himself, clenched his collar tightly. Truly cowardly. Just then, something touched his hand. He rummaged inside his clothes. This is... Jamie pulled out a red banner. His eyes, looking at it, recalled Marquis Lin Mio. At that time, the Marquis had taken Jamie's hand and asked, do you remember the conversation we had at the magic distortion point? I told you to come to me whenever you're struggling. Then he placed something in Jamie's hand and said, I haven't changed my mind. I still stake everything I have on you. It was the banner Jamie had pulled out. Marquis Lin Mio had said, and it's not just me who thinks so, everyone who supports you believes in you. He sincerely encouraged Jamie, so don't stop, achieve your ambitions. Jamie, holding the banner, fell into quiet thought after his recollection. Right, how could I have forgotten? He recalled Hino, who had turned to him and said, you are not alone here. He called out in surprise, Father? Baron also appeared, protecting Jamie and saying, I have no intention of letting you carry all the burden on your shoulders. He was surprised. Lord Baron. Jamie began to conjure magic with careful thought. Everyone is risking danger to fulfill their duties. I must do the same. A sword amidst the ruins suddenly came to mind. When he had spoken with Marquis Lin Mio, he had promised him with all his heart, don't worry, this time I will move forward with everyone. A sword flew towards him like an arrow. Jamie quickly grabbed it and resolved, I can't hesitate here. His eyes were filled with determination. I will defeat Zenith and return to everyone. Then he swung his sword, leapt before Zenith and shouted, Zenith, your opponent is me. He looked at Jamie, grew angry and cursed. You trash, I told you not to disrespect me, you mortal. Jamie used Welton's sword style one strike when Zenith tried to grab him. He used the creation of colorful light to gather numerous sources of power into one, creating an immense energy source. It was called Genesis. He used it to charge at Zenith and shouted, Zenith? Jamie's rage reached its peak and he advanced with his sword declaring, I will kill you. Zenith, seeing it, was startled and returned to his original form. He saw the approaching sword tip and tried to block it by conjuring power with his hand, thinking, divine power again, this incomplete body can't last much longer. There's a limit to using the true body's power. He gnashed his teeth in dissatisfaction. He resolved, annoying, but I must retreat to the temple. He said, this time I'll withdraw, but then he transformed into blue smoke and vanished into space. Next time I'll tear you to shreds. Jamie landed on the ground. He looked at where Zenith had just vanished, feeling dissatisfied. Who would have thought that guy would tuck tail and run? The Demon King stood behind him and asked about his well-being. Master, are you all right? Looking at the ruins gradually coalescing and returning to their original state, he said, I'm fine. More importantly, the question was why the infinite battlefield wasn't deactivated even after that guy had disappeared. Small lightning bolts appeared from above, striking the ground and causing a large explosion, sending earth and stones flying everywhere. But the stone fragments were gradually recovering. Jamie tried to create lightning to destroy them but failed and said in dissatisfaction, damn it, physical methods are truly ineffective. I didn't expect to be trapped in that guy's space. I need to find a way out immediately. The Demon King, seeing it, called out, Master, there is one way to get out of here. He informed Jamie that it was by passing through the demon realm. He turned his head and asked, what? According to the Demon King, the demon realm, the world of demons, was a very frightening place ruled by numerous demon kings and the antithesis of the celestial realm where the 12 gods resided. He also warned Jamie. However, as you know, with your current body, you will have to withstand immense pressure on the journey to the demon realm. Hearing those words, he closed his eyes in deep thought. He's right. My divine power has reached the 9th circle and my body has become a sword saint, but passing through space without any preparation is an entirely different challenge. He knew well that if he couldn't withstand the pressure from the spatial rift, his body would instantly burst. His eyes opened with determination. This is the only way. I have no other choice now. After making his decision, he spoke. Prepare. He immediately received the order. Yes, I will guide the way. Then he pulled out a shield-shaped banner, surprising Jamie. It's a space stone, a special magic stone that allows movement through space. As the space stone shone intensely, he immediately recognized it and asked, So you used the space stone to come to the infinite battlefield? The Demon King immediately confirmed, That's right, I will explain in more detail once we arrive in the demon realm. The space stone created a red burning gate beneath the ground. The Demon King reminded Jamie before he entered the gate, please be careful. He curled his lips into a smile. See you in the demon realm, Ka. Immediately after, he threw himself down the gate. Under that immense pressure, as soon as he jumped, he sustained severe injuries to the point of bleeding. But he vowed to himself, I must overcome this. Though his entire body was covered in wounds, Jamie resolved with firm will, I cannot stop here. Only dry land remained on the battlefield. Jen, weapon in hand, looked around. Where in the world is Baron? I need to deal with him first before eliminating Count Welton. A shadow descended from the sky and said, There you are, you bastard. He recognized this voice and looked up. Hino descended fiercely with his sword and declared, This time I won't let you escape. Jen recognized him and called out, Welton. His strike was so powerful that it shattered the earth and stones into many pieces, but unfortunately Jen evaded it. He thought in fury. That bastard appeared from above again. Then he spoke. "You won't let me escape this time. What are you talking about?" The two stood facing each other in tension. Hino said that this fleeting sensation felt very familiar to him, as if it had happened somewhere before. He said, "At first I thought it was a hallucination, but it was strangely realistic." The image of him defeating Jen appeared multiple times. After pondering the images that came to mind, I realized. He pointed the tip of his sword directly at Jen and asserted, "It wasn't a hallucination. You have died countless times by my hand." These words utterly astonished him. "You can feel that? How is that possible?" He simply replied coldly. "I have no obligation to answer." Immediately he shouted in fury, "You bastard!" Then he used causality reversal to create a clone with his own power and approached Hino. He felt Jen's power. It's similar to Jamie's authority. An invisible force is approaching. Without hesitation, he then cut down Jen's clone with his sword. He was startled seeing it. "You cut down causality reversal?" Immediately, the spot where causality reversal was attacked appeared on his body, and he painfully collapsed under the penalty of causality reversal. If causality reversal fails, the backlash comes to Jen himself, the caster. He miserably slumped to the ground, bowing his head. He said that Space Slash had the ability to cleave through multiple layers of space. He stood proudly before him and analyzed, "There's no reason I couldn't cut down something like causality reversal, which can alter the flow of time." Jen uttered weakly, "Damn it." He gritted his teeth, trying to think calmly. "I can't use outcome reversion now. I need to remain calm. I can't let that guy notice." Jen immediately burst into a crazy loud laugh, pretending not to be afraid at all, and shouted, "It's useless, Hino Welton. No matter how much you resist, that sword can't finish me off." Hino, hearing those words, thought quietly, calmly and carefully. "Right, even if I cut down causality reversal. If resurrection activates the moment that guy dies, I can't stop it." If his hypothesis was correct, power began to gather in the sword in his hand. Even if the technique is incomplete, he decided to wield his powerful sword and cast the technique. "I found a way. I was inspired by my father's ultimate severing style." He, seeing it, frantically thought, "Damn it, I have to dodge." Hino used ultimate severing style. Chaos. Surprisingly, Jen was completely unharmed. His face twisted in shock and his legs trembled. "What?" He stood in an infinite space with no obstacles. "What is this strange feeling?" Hino also appeared and said, "This place is chaos and infinite space." He approached leisurely with his sword in hand and explained, "In chaos, where time and space do not exist, you will not be able to use causality reversal." Jen, filled with dissatisfaction and jealousy, thought inwardly, "Welton, it's truly surprising that you've reached this level." A voice echoed in his mind. "But General," just then a man approached Jen who was bound in chains and said, "To be stopped by a 9-year-old with such authority. I wonder how disappointed your father would be." He trembled quietly as the man placed a hand on his shoulder and urged him to succeed this time to make up for his past failures. As that memory resurfaced, his energy suddenly surged and gathered in his sword. "You all," he looked at Hino, harboring hatred and jealousy in his heart, and thought, "You're all just obstacles blocking my path. Even if I die, I must sever that guy's neck with my own hands." Then Jen charged at Hino and shouted, "Die, Hino Welton." He also immediately charged, thinking, "This place is chaos where spaces collide. These unstable spaces continuously collide in a state of utmost chaos, capable of exploding at any moment." They charged at each other like madmen and fought. In his heart, there was a slight dissatisfaction while fighting. "General, just like you. If I had reached a higher realm, I could have easily cut you down." The two parried each other's weapons and continued to attack rapidly. Hino thought while fighting, "But thinking too much will only dull my sword." He was slashed across one cheek by Jen, and Jen also sustained a similar wound. Nevertheless, the two continued to fight fiercely. Hino seriously resolved, "Let's end everything here." Finishing all his thoughts, he began to fight, using even stronger power. The two swords clashed resolutely, refusing to yield, and everything began to fall into disarray. Due to the destructive power of the battle, space was gradually tearing apart, as both also amplified their combat power. Space split into many pieces. Finally, because they fought in all directions without any sign of stopping, the space was utterly shattered. Jen charged at Hino like a madman. He pointed the tip of his sword at him and said, "Stop resisting and die." He, showing no fear, stood his ground and thought, "This chaos will soon explode." No emotion showed on his ice-cold face. He resolved, "But it doesn't matter. If this is the only way to finish you off," a voice echoed. He recalled his father's advice. "Always remember that the Welton family's sword is the strongest in the world." Now he was fighting him with that sword. Jen, aghast, saw Hino's expressionless face and paused. Why? How can he make that expression? Hino's attack flew towards him, but he still thought with focus. Why can he be so calm in the face of death? Immediately, Jen was hit by Hino's attack. Still, no other expression appeared on Hino's face. Observing the shattering space, Hino thought, "Father, this space can no longer hold out." He thought he wasn't strong enough yet. "If only I were a little stronger." In his heart, he kept hoping for a different outcome. Was there no other choice now? It seemed only death remained at the moment of death. In his final moments, memories of his past life flashed quickly before Hino's eyes like a movie. One clear morning, a voice rang out, "Training is over." At that moment, the first thing that came to Hino's mind was the memory of the day he first held a sword. The man with a whistle in his hand laughed loudly. 3 minutes, 30 seconds, a new record. Hino was still a child, but he happily gasped. Then can I wield a sword now? 9-year-old Hino Welton, his father replied. Yes, starting tomorrow you can fight with a sword. That night he was so excited he couldn't sleep. The next day when he first held a sword he clutched it firmly with both hands, cherishing it. So this is a sword? Hino's face lit up. It was that very moment. Hino felt an echo deep in his soul. Rain or shine, day or night, he trained consistently. Through countless hardships he devoted himself wholeheartedly to mastering the family's swordsmanship, and when Hino became a young man, finally reaching the pinnacle of swordsmanship, he could cleave a wall with his sword. It was then that he first felt the sword responding to his devotion. He was filled with joy. Bill watched his son from behind and thought, it seems the time has come. Seeing this, Bill felt it was time to pass on the headship to Hino. Soon after, he called his son. Receive this, Hino. He handed Hino the family sword. This sword is named Fragric. Hino was greatly surprised. Father, compared to other families, I am still too young to inherit the headship. Bill, after handing him the sword, said with satisfaction, this is a renowned sword passed down through generations in our Welton family. From now on you will bear the heavy responsibility of headship and bring greater glory to the family. He knelt and accepted this sacred responsibility entrusted by his father. I entrust this responsibility to you. I believe you can do it. Hino swore to devote his life and everything to the eternal prosperity of the family. He decided to seek advice from the Marquis. I am Hino. Having recently taken on the headship of the Welton family, I have come to seek your most sound advice, Marquis. The place he went to seek advice was the Bell family mansion. A young lady saw him, smiled brightly and said, I am Sierra Bell. It is an honor to meet the head of the Welton family. Please make yourself at home. Seeing her, he became shy, and that was when he met the woman of his destiny. For the first time in his life, he fell in love with the Bell family's young lady at first sight. Afterward, he successfully proposed to her. The two were fond of each other and decided to marry. Finally, it was a happy marriage. From then on, Hino's lonely soul was once again filled with happiness. When they saw Jamie, they were overjoyed. He happily said, he looks just like you. Sierra retorted, no, he's strong like you. Look at his beautiful eyes. When Jamie was born as the fruit of their love, he felt endless happiness. When Jamie called out Dad, he was overjoyed. The couple raised Jamie together in love and happiness. Honey, Jamie just walked on his own. Oh, what a lovely child. Hino was truly grateful for the life that allowed him to be a father to a child, and when their second daughter Sarah was born, Hino's world was filled with complete happiness. What had to happen finally happened. Jamie grew up and began to leave their embrace. As his children grew and left the nest, Hino sometimes felt lonely. Hino watched Sarah grow day by day, but more than anyone else he always felt proud of having raised his children well and allowing them to live happily. Hino wanted to be a reliable support for his family, forever a trustworthy husband and father. But honey, be careful. Hino took his wife's hand, reassured her, and promised, don't worry, I will surely protect Jamie. When this war ends, let's travel the world together. Sierra believed his promise. Promise me you'll come back. Now he was deeply disappointed in himself. I'm sorry, Sierra. At this moment, regret finally etched itself on Hino's face. I won't be able to keep my promise to you. Please live happily and forgive your incapable husband. But just as he was in his deepest despair, a voice was heard. Count, you cannot die yet. A man appeared before his eyes. Grow stronger and endure. At these words he was greatly surprised. A colossal red gem appeared before Hino's eyes. He looked ahead in shock. Could it be? As soon as he saw Marquis Lin Mio, severely wounded and unconscious on the ground, Hino cried out loudly. Marquis, just before that on the walls of Jaren Castle a horde of chimeras appeared to attack the area. But Marquis Lin Mio had always stood on the ramparts using mental manipulation to block them. He believed that by holding out steadfastly like this he could protect the castle walls to some extent from the enemy's attacks. Seeing the desolate scene before him, he also considered worse scenarios. But if those bastards attacked this place with all their forces, it might be difficult to defend. But the Marquis still felt fortunate. Luckily he was not alone. There were always those who stood shoulder to shoulder and fought beside him. Simon and Ofen were still fighting madly and effectively. The situation before them was that they couldn't hold out forever, and their mana would soon be depleted. The situation is urgent right now, so why haven't the reinforcements from the Pho Church arrived yet? While deep in thought, the Marquis witnessed a scene. Even the swordmasters were fighting until they were almost exhausted, and the energy is weakening. He was horrified to see the chaotic space. Wait, is that a chaotic space activated by magic? Marquis Lin Mio looked at it with calculating eyes. If someone gets caught in that magic explosion, they'll never escape. Their life will surely be in danger then. If the Count intended to sacrifice his life to defend this place, he would not hesitate to immediately use coordinate shift to change their positions. This was an 8th circle coordinate manipulation magic that swapped the caster's position with that of the target. Marquis Lin Mio decided to sacrifice himself. I must switch places to save him. The two swapped positions. Hino saw it from outside the space, and Marquis Lin Mio lay unconscious inside. Returning to the present, the surrounding space was a pile of ruins. Hino ran to support him, crying out urgently, Marquis, wake up! Beside them lay Jen's corpse. He looked at the Marquis, trembling. Why did you do this? A voice was heard. Count Bai rushed over and asked, what happened here? What was that terrible explosion? He paused, startled. Marquis. Seeing the scene before him, he stared blankly at Hino, who was blaming himself for everything. It's all my fault. I dragged Jen into a closed chaotic space, intending to perish with him, But before I could sacrifice myself with him, the Marquis swapped our positions with magic, taking the explosion instead. He lifted Marquis Lin Mio, hoping he would wake up. Now I don't know if he can wake up again. He lost consciousness due to the force of the explosion, but if the power of chaos penetrates deep into someone's body, it won't be easy to expel that residual magic from the body. He began to question Hino. But why did you have to resort to such an extreme method of mutual destruction? Hino replied. There was no other way because Jen had the power to turn back time. Disgust showed on his face. Perhaps he obtained that ability thanks to our family's bloodline. With the authority to manipulate space-time, everything became ambiguous and difficult to control whenever he cast that magic. To prevent him from resurrecting with his time reversal ability, I had no choice but to drag him into the chaotic space for mutual destruction. Hino walked with Marquis Lin Mio in his arms, filled with resentment. Did that damned bastard force the Marquis to resort to such an extreme measure? He closed his eyes and thought. But for now, although there were losses, results were achieved. Now is not the time to let these weak emotions overwhelm my will. He realized that the war right before his eyes was not yet over. Immediately, a burning light appeared above their heads. Everyone was focused on defense because of the chimeras, so Hino decided to endure. In this critical situation, if I don't keep my head clear, there will be an even greater cost. I must repay the soldiers who sacrificed themselves in this defensive battle. Until the situation stabilizes, I must not indulge in reverie or let my will be broken. Immediately after, he handed Marquis Lin Mio over to Bai, entrusting him with the responsibility. Bailey, take the Marquis to the rear and find a way to heal him, he said, flustered. You are also in a miserable state. Are you really going to continue fighting in this poor condition? If so, then Suddenly, a colossal beam of light pierced through them, startling them. A man appeared. He was a worshipper of the goddess Fa. He closed his eyes with a cold face. As he appeared, a colossal light emanated around him. Law of judgment. Richter shielded himself from the light with his hand, thinking inwardly, is this the reinforcement sent by the Fa Church? Ofen cried out loudly. Look ahead, the banner of the Fa Church has appeared. A man leading a formidable army declared, follow me and sweep away all those monsters of the Zenith Church. He was Los, the commander of the Fa Church's legion. He cried out in a steel-like voice, in the name of the holy god I sentence you to death. Immediately after, he used the holy sword of judgment. That sword generated the power to sweep away countless monsters with a single strike. The worshipper of the goddess Fud descended to Hino's location and spoke. Everyone, you've done exceptionally well just by holding out this far. He took full responsibility and announced, from now on, please leave the battle here to our reinforcements. After that, the Fud Church Knights swept across the battlefield. Los fought very aggressively on the front lines once again. Ricky delivered judgment, sweeping away all the chimera monsters, scattering them in all directions. A cleric spoke, this is the true power of an apostle, truly a proxy of God. He looked seriously at everything before him. The seemingly endless war ended as if it were a lie, and he headed to the aid station for the wounded while the injured were also transported to a temporary aid station managed by the Fa Church. The cleric clasped his hands together, generating power. The healing abilities of the high-ranking clerics of the Fa Church were excellent, but he asked nervously, can't you heal him? The cleric slowly replied, he looked at the injured man, thinking inwardly, I don't know if Lin Mio can recover. The scene transitions to another place. The Northern Alliance and the Fa Church dealt a major blow to the Zenith Church's forces through this war. Los approached, pacing. Have all the wounded been treated? Suddenly he discovered something. Los cried out in surprise. They collected spoils of war, such as Jen's holy sword Durandal, but Bai and the clerics were tending to the fallen. He lifted a white cloth, preparing to cover their faces. Bell gently covered them and said it was too great a sacrifice. After that, Bell walked outside Jaren Castle in northern Ombia continent. Didn't we kill him? The black-haired young man turned his head. Don't worry about that, Lord Bailey. He saw Jen caught in an ambush. Green had lost all his power. The black-haired young man confided in him. 6 years ago I was also captured by the Zenith Church. Fortunately, I avoided being turned into a chimera. He recalled his past, but I witnessed all their cruel acts. The black-haired young man raged inwardly. I never imagined those bastards would continue that terrible experiment. A light flashed in his eyes. I will not let this trash die easily. He will receive a punishment more terrible than death. He looked at him helplessly. A punishment more terrible than death, he wondered aloud. I don't know why Jamie's image overlaps with this child. The black-haired young man suddenly blurted out. Oh right, but Jamie suddenly disappeared. What? Bell nodded slightly. Yes, it seems the Zenith Church dragged him into an isolated space. He was curious, but agreed. An isolated space, then I need to find traces of spatial movement. Inside the main altar of the Zenith Church it was dark everywhere, with only scattered flames providing light. Suddenly, blue magic appeared and spread. Noah, seeing it, cried out blankly. Vincent's battered body floated up with the magic. There wasn't a single uninjured spot. What happened in the infinite battlefield? He coldly looked down at the boy. You cannot die yet. You still have work to do. Noah paused, then thought with fear. This energy, he moved to another place. A voice was heard. You've come, Zenith said to him with satisfaction. The battlefield, Rosen is working very well. Noah, disappointed, covered his face. I advised you not to go there. If the other gods find out, he immediately reassured him. It's all right. They won't know I've descended to the human world. His face grew serious as he turned to him. The battlefield, Rosen, erases the presence of a god. Noah asked him with difficulty. What happened on the battlefield? Infinite. He recalled the scene where he saw Vincent and wondered why Vincent's body was in such a state. Zenith said without hesitation. The Demon King descended. He spoke about how he came to avenge his long-lost master, Diablo. Noah couldn't believe it. Could it be that Diablo's subordinate still remains? Zenith crossed his arms. I don't know how he got in. To infiltrate the infinite battlefield like that, perhaps he was waiting for me to leave the celestial realm and weaken. He looked at him nervously. Could it be related to Jamie? Zenith closed his eyes and concentrated. It seems they don't know each other, he growled irritably. But Jamie, that guy is also very suspicious. Zenith recalled Jamie mentioning how he knew about Diamond's sword. No matter how I think about it, a modern human couldn't possibly know about that sword. Zenith thought of old times. Jamie had said, besides, is he so weak that Loss would abandon him? Zenith recalled his previous conversation with Jamie and asked, did Fa tell you that story? Jamie, as if taking out his anger on everything after being abandoned by his master, scoffed triumphantly. Back in reality, Zenith thought, he acts as if everyone has wronged him. Noah, curious, asked, do you know what happened to Lord Green? He burst out laughing. Ah, that fellow was honest. He met his end according to Rosun's will. It was prophesied he would be captured by Foe's apostle, but I had to deceive him. Even a madman has his uses if discarded. Noah quietly fell into thought. The Rosun battlefield never prophesied our victory in this war. And he concluded, but a temporary failure is just part of a later plan. After a moment, Noah pleaded with him. I still consider it a loss, including Count Welton. We suffered significant power losses in this war. Zenith reassured him. Don't worry about that. Everything is for the future. He hastily left his final words. I must ascend now. I need to uncover Jamie's true identity. Noah quickly replied, understood. He began to use his magic. Zenith opened his mouth and absorbed all the energy. Simultaneously, Noah stood there and spoke. He must die to pay the price for accepting divine power. He closed his eyes and contemplated. The infinite battlefield was created by my father to alleviate the burden of causality. A disposable ancient relic to enter Vincent's body. Even father cannot return once he leaves, Noah speculated. Jamie, he's probably trapped alone in the infinite battlefield with the Demon King. He tried to maintain his composure. What is he doing right now, meanwhile, in the demon realm at the Demon King's castle? Dracula shout. Chica, standing in the courtyard below, loudly said, what happened here? He cried out worriedly. Too late, Demon King of Wrath. Light suddenly burst from his eyes. After a moment, Dracula appeared and said triumphantly, while you were away for a month, this territory became mine. Hearing that, Chica gripped his sword tightly. You've really crossed the line, he shouted. Today I'll put an end to you, he shouted gleefully. Come at me, Wrath. The two began to point their swords at each other. Jamie felt that the situation was not good. Hey Chica, hold on, he thought angrily. No time for this. Jamie cried out in his mind, I have to go back, this crazy guy. A short while later, Jamie suddenly shot up. He sat on the bed panting, where am I? Jamie thought, recalling the scene from his dream. No time for this. Then he firmly resolved to stop the fight. I must stop them somehow. Jamie picked up his bow and arrows, ready to attack these madmen. He shouted loudly, stop right now. Dracula shouted, Chica. He gritted his teeth in anger. I don't know where he dragged this weakling from. Dracula hurled insults as he attacked. And you dare let a mere child interfere in our fight? His magic was so powerful that Jamie thought, damn it, the magic is too strong. My consciousness is fading. Suddenly he noticed something. Chica was protecting Jamie. I'm sorry, master. Leave this place to me. That's all he remembered. After that, I lost consciousness and I don't remember anything. How much time has passed? I should go out and check. And Jamie slowly walked down the stairs and looked around. He was surprised to see the strange creatures below. What are they chattering about? I can't understand a word. Is it the demon language? I don't know it at all. Jamie snapped his fingers, immediately casting a translation spell. Now he could understand what they were saying. He woke up. It's a human, scary. Why is he still alive? Why is he here? Jamie saw a small demon hiding. Come here, what's going on? He began to ask where this place was. It replied, this is Sirio Castle. He thought, it seems I managed to drive out that pale fellow. He pointed to himself. Do you know who I am? It flinched in surprise. Don't touch this human ever. Disobeying the Demon King's order means death. Jamie gave a wry smile, understanding the situation. It seems Chica ordered them not to touch me. But they just left me on the bed, he asked aloud. Where is your Demon King? It broke out in a cold sweat. That, suddenly, a voice echoed. I will guide you. This person politely bowed to him. It is an honor to meet you. I am Chimera, the 14th Viscount of Sirio Castle. The small demon's mouth hung open in surprise. Lord Chimera has arrived. Bow down and kneel. Hearing that, Jamie was also surprised and immediately knelt. The demon realm truly has an astonishingly strict hierarchy. Jamie thought, looking at the stranger. Does this guy know how to speak human language? He quickly said. Then take me to Chica quickly, he said casually. I expected you to be close to the Demon King, but to call him so casually. Jamie's patience was almost gone. Enough, just guide me. Somewhere in a place where the seawater was blood red, Chica fished a large fish. His expression seemed very serious. He easily pulled the huge fish onto the shore. Jamie approached and spoke. What are you doing? Chica was startled and flustered. My master, he said in an annoyed tone. And you can still fish so leisurely, and what's with that fancy fishing rod? He scratched the back of his neck in confusion. It's a fishing rod made of adamantium. Jamie was surprised and asked again. Adamantium? "You're using such a rare metal just to make a fishing rod," Chica proudly said. "Even for a hobby, good equipment puts my mind at ease. Now shall we return to the castle?" His subordinate immediately bowed and replied, "Yes, Demon King." Jamie was internally surprised. "How does this guy live in the demon realm?" The subordinate flew to the castle. Jamie calmed himself. "Anyway, what happened to that pale one?" He spoke frankly. "There was a vampire invasion. It's a common occurrence. We also invade them, to be fair," Chica explained in detail. "Since our two territories border each other, we try to seize each other's land whenever an opportunity arises," he said in an annoyed tone. "However, the damage was quite severe this time because I was away for a long time." Jamie also realized some of it was his fault. "Is it because of me?" "I'm sorry," Chica consoled him. "Don't say such things. For you, Master, it wouldn't matter if this entire territory vanished," he reminded Jamie. "More importantly, shouldn't you hurry back?" "Master," he was surprised and remembered. "Right, how much time has passed?" Chica explained. 3 days have passed, but only 3 minutes have passed in the human world." Jamie rested his chin in his hand and thought, "So 1 day in the demon realm is 1 minute in the human world?" He recalled his memories. "Now I understand why that vampire demon king said Chica was away for a month." Jamie remembered Dracula shouting, "While you were away for a month, this territory became mine." Chica suddenly spoke. "If you wish to return right away, I will make the preparations," he replied seriously. "Please do." He generated some magic. "As you command." Chica quickly created a spatial gate. "Please take care again." Jamie approached the gate. "Thank you, Chica," he replied happily. "See you next time." As he brought his hand close to the spatial gate, Jamie suddenly heard someone's voice appear in the system. "CA, can you hear me? Jamie, can you hear me?" The voice continuously echoed. "Jamie, it's me," he thought in disbelief. "Telepathy? This voice is..." He suddenly remembered. "Ricky," Jamie shouted. "Ricky, how did you..." He narrowed his eyes and smiled. "I tracked you using your mana that remained within me." Ricky explained to him. "This is a secret the church doesn't know. I was originally a corpse resurrected by your necromancy, so I thought I could find you with this ability," he said from the other side of the gate. "But sending telepathy across dimensions isn't easy. I was only able to connect with you just as the gate began to open," Ricky reported to Jamie. "And I'm currently in front of Green Castle." He shouted in surprise. "Green Castle, how's the situation?" "And my father," Ricky continued. "The war is over. The Count is also safe." Jamie let out a sigh of relief. "That's a relief," he added. "But the Marquis is not doing well. He sacrificed himself to save the Count." Jamie's eyes widened worriedly. "What did you say?" He recalled the Marquis's face. "Marquis, he probably thought father would be more useful in the upcoming war." Jamie blamed himself with a gloomy face. "Damn it, if only I were stronger," Ricky consoled him. "But don't worry too much. I will do my best to heal him." Jamie thanked Ricky. "By the way, where are you right now? Everyone is looking for you." He replied, "I'm in the demon realm." Ricky was surprised. "The demon realm? Were you going to go through that gate?" Jamie also spoke frankly. "I was planning to." At this moment, Chica spoke. "Aren't you leaving? The gate closes in 1 minute." He remained silent. Jamie looked at his hands. "I've become noticeably stronger compared to last year." Jamie recalled the scene where he was sparring. He quickly rushed at his opponent. Jamie successfully recovered him. He remembered the time he saw Chica's back holding a sword. He approached Chica. Jamie blamed himself internally. Thinking he was still too weak, he clenched his fist in anger. "I can't keep fighting battles relying on luck like this. I need to become stronger than I am now." Jamie looked at the gate and spoke. "Ricky, time here flows much slower than there, so I'll train here to become stronger and then return," he calculated inwardly. "If it's the demon realm which pursues infinite time and endless power, I'll have no choice but to become stronger." Jamie asked Ricky, "So please tell my father that." He stammered. "Emmy, when will you return?" He stopped speaking. "In 1 day." Ricky didn't understand what was happening. "What?" Ricky cried out in panic. "Jamie," after a moment he lowered his voice. "Did you say tomorrow?" Chica, standing behind Jamie, asked. "Are you going to train here?" He quickly replied, "I plan to try everything I can." Jamie turned his head and smiled. "So I'll be relying on you, Chica. I truly need your help." He placed his hand on his chest and accepted the command. "Leave it to me, Master. I will assist you with all my might." He looked up at the sky and vowed, "1 day in the human world is 4 years here. Wait for me, Zenith." Jamie firmly resolved, "Within 4 years I will become strong enough to destroy you." Inside a warm room a voice echoed. "Chimera?" Count Veros asked with wide eyes. "Where is that human?" His subordinate quickly replied. "He is currently with the Demon King." Veros was calm. "Was that so?" His subordinate reported with a smile. "Now that I think about it, I heard that human fought the Count before," he retorted. "I was merely overconfident. 5 years ago, Veros entered the magic world under Chica's command but was carelessly defeated by Jamie. At this time, Veros and Jamie were pointing swords at each other. He gritted his teeth and thought, "I thought he was just a bug, but he was unexpectedly strong." Veros said in a resolute voice, "I will surely repay that humiliation from that day." He slowly opened his mouth. "But the Demon King values him highly, so I can't attack him rashly." His subordinate devised a plan. "Then how about requesting a rank battle to create a legitimate reason to kill him?" He tried to persuade Veros. "Rank battle, a decisive battle fought over rank," the servant asserted. "Most fights only end when one side dies." Veros smiled cunningly. Satisfied, he said, "Yes, if it's a rank battle, even the Demon King won't be able to refuse. Jamie, this time I will tear you to shreds." He rejoiced inwardly as if he had found his weakness. Small fairies whispered about something. When Chica approached and asked, they were startled. "Why are you making such a commotion?" they cried out in unison. "The Demon King," he casually asked about the situation. "Tell me why you're gathered here." The fairies trembled and stammered. "Well, that," after a moment they had no choice but to reveal the truth. "Count Veros wishes to have a rank battle with this person." Jamie asked in surprise. "Veros?" he asked Chica curiously. "Who is he?" Chica explained to him. "He is a half-dragon, half-demon you fought directly in the middle world." Jamie quickly understood the situation. "That guy, he requested a rank battle with me," the small fairies whispered among themselves. "He just spoke equally with the Demon King. Who is he exactly?" Jamie was internally annoyed. "Honestly, I was too informal with Chica in front of the demons," he thought, "even if he's my subordinate. Chica is the Demon King of Wrath who rules this area. His subordinates will only obey if he maintains a firm demeanor." Jamie commanded, "Chica, treat me informally." He didn't understand but replied, "Understood." He bowed and said, "Demon King." Chica said awkwardly, "Yes, speak." Jamie looked up and said seriously, "Please grant me permission to have a rank battle with Count Veros, even though I'm not a demon. Wouldn't it be better to have a clear hierarchy while I'm here?" Chica looked at him. "Are you serious? Veros is a powerful individual, ranked 6th in the Wrath Legion," he asserted to Jamie. "The gap is not significant even compared to Marquis Gallum 4th and Marquis Rhodus 5th, he continued. "Even if you've grown stronger than 5 years ago currently." Jamie cut him off. "It doesn't matter, no, in fact, the stronger the better," he thought with an evil smile. "Nothing makes me stronger than a life or death battle. The saying about growing exponentially when you constantly face death isn't just for show." Veros suddenly appeared, sitting high up, and said, "So it's decided?" Veros smirked triumphantly. "My body is itching, I can't wait," Jamie calmly replied. "Long time no see, Veros," he raised his voice, sounding intrigued. "Thank you for accepting my challenge," Jamie casually responded. "Since you're handing your rank over to me, I should be the one thanking you." Veros scoffed at him. "Why would a fledgling like you need a rank?" Jamie merely sighed. He chuckled lightly and said, "If you don't need it, just hand it over to me." Veros lost his composure. "Come outside and I'll cut off your head," Jamie provoked him, seeing his reaction. "Can't you do it here?" Chica stood behind, worrying inwardly. I knew Veros was reckless, but to request a rank battle, he looked at Jamie, who was smiling happily in the distance. "My master has no rank, so even if he loses, he'll only lose face, nothing else." He then looked at Veros and thought to himself, "On the other hand, if Veros loses, he'll lose both his status and power. Even if he wins, it'll only be to wash away the humiliation of that day," he mused. "Considering he's pushing this through, he must be confident he can win. Honestly, Veros seems to have a higher chance of winning," Chica recalled when Jamie unleashed his power. "But my master hasn't shown all his dark magic, so the outcome will depend on how much he has recovered," Chica said in a low voice. "I permit the rank battle. However, killing is forbidden." Veros leapt to the ground and asked why. He calmly explained, "Because you are both valuable assets to our legion in the future." He seemed displeased, but Chica growled. "Are you objecting?" Veros stammered. I will obey your command." Preparing to leave, he instructed, "I will decide the location. Both of you, withdraw until I call." Chica turned his back to everyone. "Everyone disperse," they all shouted in unison. "Yes, Demon King." A moment later, Veros slammed his fist against the wall in anger. "Damn it," he fumed. "A rank battle is a life or death duel where you kill your enemy and take everything, but I'm ordered not to kill that human." Veros grew even more furious, recalling Jamie's face. "Who is that bastard that he's so cherished? I'm the one who's killed the most enemies so far, yet some unknown rogue gets the Demon King's favor." His subordinate appeared. He stood with his hands behind his back and said, "How disappointing." Veros glared at him. "Get out before I tear you to shreds. I'm not in the mood to play with you." He waved his hand. "Calm down," he shouted. "Do I look calm?" the servant stammered in fear. Killing might be difficult, but there's another way to wipe away the shame." Veros' eyes widened ominously. "What is it?" He barely managed to speak, trembling. "The Demon King said it wasn't a life or death battle." He tried to steady his trembling voice and said, "Does that mean we can do anything as long as we don't kill him?" Veros regained his composure. He turned and said, "You're spouting nonsense. You'll be executed by the Demon King for those words." "I didn't hear it." The servant breathed a sigh of relief. "Since the decision rests with the Count, I shall withdraw." He instantly vanished. The cunning fellow moved elsewhere. He rested his chin in his hand, thinking triumphantly. "The seeds of chaos have been sown now. I just have to wait for an interesting spectacle." The next day in the Rage Legion's room, a fairy covered her mouth and said, "No matter how much His Majesty cherishes that human, not kneeling is truly arrogant." Dracula agreed. "He'll be defeated soon." Jamie inwardly frowned, seeing the two small creatures. "Don't complain so loudly." He saw 3 powerful figures sitting in 3 chairs. Who are these high-ranking demons next to Chica? The third highest rank was Marquis Rillian. Jamie vowed inwardly, "Just by looking you can tell the difference in class. He's strong enough to become a lesser Demon King." The second highest rank was Duke Kartos. Chica sat in his chair and spoke. "A rank battle with someone not from the demon realm is unprecedented, but it will happen nonetheless," he announced to everyone. "Jamie has accepted the Count's challenge. Killing is forbidden in this battle, therefore I will judge the victory and defeat." Chica asked the two one last time, "Do either of you object?" Veros knelt and bowed his head. "No." Jamie looked up at him. "Neither do I," he asked seriously. "When does the rank battle begin?" Chica raised his hand. Immediately after, he clenched his fist and declared, "Right now." Jamie exclaimed in surprise. What? Veros calmly spoke. A rank battle is a famous festival in the demon realm. If it's not entertaining, the enraged nobles might beat the opponent to death. He spread his wings. Veros quickly flew high and Jamie couldn't react in time. He glanced at him from the corner of his eye boastfully. So struggle with all your might. Jamie didn't hesitate either. This guy talks too much. Enhanced armor appeared on his body. Jamie spoke excited. Shut up and come at me. Chica slowly spoke, seeing the scene. All right then, he announced. Let the battle begin. Immediately, the two charged at each other and fought. Veros attacked first, but Welton blocked it. His strength was so great that he struggled to hold on. Even with enhanced black armor, it's not enough to block a dragon's strength. To prevent Veros' strength from shattering his sword, Welton quickly leapt elsewhere. Dodging the attack, he thought to himself. If I'm outmatched in strength, I should avoid close combat. Veros didn't give Welton a chance to escape. He gathered power in his palm, forming claws, and charged. I won't let you escape. Veros immediately created a powerful shockwave attack. He raised his sword, ready to counter. Welton launched a vertical slash, cleaving Veros' shockwave. At that very moment, he seized the opportunity to fly at Welton and attack. Let's see how you dodge this attack. Nevertheless, he calmly replied, I'm afraid that's my line. It's a shame I'm forbidden to kill you. With a single slash, Welton cut off Veros' arm. I'll just take your arm. He was astonished and perplexed. He pierced dragon's scales with a sword. The demons below began to shout. That guy is impressive. Looks like this fight won't be boring. They whispered among themselves. Could Count Veros actually lose? Perhaps. Veros remained silent despite hearing them. He watched Welton charging at him. Recalling his previous appearance, he asserted, he has definitely reached a completely new realm compared to that day. Veros laughed excitedly. But his severed arm suddenly regenerated and grabbed Welton's neck. Regenerating such wounds is child's play. Veros flapped his wings powerfully and slammed him hard onto the ground. He pinned Welton down with one hand and raised the other, preparing for a final blow. You'd do well not to act rashly. Even in this situation, Welton smiled and said, You seem to be a demon descendant specialized in hyper-regeneration. I seem to have miscalculated. As soon as he finished speaking, he widened his eyes and activated his technique. From now on, things will get a little troublesome. A colossal gate appeared behind them. The gate of reversal. Veros immediately reacted, turning to survey the situation. Countless fully armored skeletons poured out of the gate, and behind them, a silent black knight stood. The skeletons quickly began to attack him. Chica, sitting in the audience, analyzed the situation. As the gate of reversal was summoned, the tide of battle completely turned in favor of our master. I too was an immortal black knight from beneath the gate of reversal. Thinking this far, Chica recalled a past memory. Someone's hand was placed on his head, saying, At the last moment of your arduous life, I shall take it and turn all of you into something useful for me. Chica asserted, I know the characteristics of the Gate of Reversal better than anyone. Returning to the battle between Veros and Welton, he furiously shattered a skeleton warrior and shouted, These annoying things, die, he kept thinking. The head of that skeleton warrior flew off, but as long as my sword isn't broken, my magic will never run out. The headless skeleton warrior rushed at Veros again and attacked. Chica also stated that the spirits belonging to that place never disappear, and they can recklessly attack their opponents without worrying about their lives. He praised the 4 individuals approaching him. Among them, the coordinated attack of those 4 is particularly striking. The Black Knight aimed his sword at Veros and commanded, Now attack. Chica thought about his actions. As the Death Knight captain commanded, 3 individuals immediately rushed at him and attacked, he explained. 3 figures appearing male launched a powerful combined technique. Veros furiously sent the 3 charging figures flying. Chica felt regret. It's no use. The distance is too great to inflict any real damage. But thanks to them distracting the opponent, thanks to those 3 distracting him, Welton was able to successfully get behind Veros and attack. Chica watched him and said, Our master didn't miss that opportunity. Welton's strike pierced Veros' scales, leaving a large wound on his back. Veros coughed up a mouthful of blood in pain, and Chica thought, he delivered a fatal blow to that demon. Welton smirked triumphantly, seeing him struggle. Chica praised him. This is the difference between a calculating individual and one who isn't when facing a stronger opponent. A female demon sitting next to Chica praised Welton with interest. That human is truly strong. To push Veros this far, a young demon next to her turned to her and said, It's too early to praise him. Veros hasn't fully transformed into a dragon demon yet. The female demon replied, True. She turned to Chica and asked, Your Majesty, who do you think will win? Chica recalled his previous conversation with Welton. He worriedly said, Our master is much stronger than last year, but in this battle, he shook his head and said, It doesn't matter. I haven't shown all my power yet. Chica sighed and spoke, We'll find out soon enough. Simultaneously, tens of thousands of skeleton warriors poured out of the gate again. Veros immediately retreated, lamenting to himself, Damn it, these guys keep showing up every time I try to deal with Jamie. Veros gathered an energy orb in his mouth. He spat the orb at the skeleton warriors and shouted, Just leave me alone, due to the destructive power of the recent attack. A large trench formed in the ground, but in less than a second, countless bony arms simultaneously crawled out of the earth. Seeing this situation, Veros grew anxious. This war of attrition is disadvantageous for me. I'll be exhausted before I can deal with that guy, he questioned himself as the skeleton warriors attacked him. But where did that guy go? He hasn't been visible for a while, Webtoon scoffed. It turned out he had already flown into the air waiting for the opportune moment. Veros also knew his disadvantageous situation well. Those spirits are completely obscuring my vision and distracting my mind. He began to look around for Webtoon, thinking to himself, if this were a life or death battle where killing was permitted, I could fight more easily. Suddenly Veros's eyes became bloodshot. The one who made him like that was Webtoon, who had just attacked. Veros began to blame him. Since I can't kill that human, it's hard to fight properly. He coughed up blood and Webtoon seized the opportunity to hold a knife to Veros's neck and said, give up. You know this won't end like this, don't you? Hearing the words to give up, he tilted his head, looked at the sword and questioned himself. Give up? Veros imagined the scene where he would be ridiculed for his defeat. I heard Veros lost to a human again. Right? He used to be so arrogant. In the end you're nothing, just all talk, he resolved. Such humiliation is unacceptable. Veros furiously clenched his fist and made a bold decision. All right, I'll transform into a dragon demon. I might lose my reason and be consumed by demonic energy, but he recalled Chica's instruction. I permit a duel to determine victory and defeat, but killing is forbidden. Veros's eyes became crazed and he thought furiously, even if I accidentally kill that guy and get executed by the Demon King, I cannot lose here. Immediately after, a colossal energy erupted from where he sat. Sharp claws grew on Veros's hands, his wings also lengthened, and his entire body transformed into a black dragon. He let out a furious roar. Webtoon calmly said, seeing his transformation, finally revealing your true form. He stood facing him, thinking to himself, he's truly massive. Webtoon commanded his subordinates who had emerged from the gate, everyone return to the gate of reversal. He has unleashed his full power. I'll handle him now. A slight worry was etched on the faces of the three. Only the Black Knight remained calm. Everyone responded in unison. As you command. The armor on Webtoon's body slowly vanished, he thought. In that case I must also fight with all my might. Webtoon's eyes grew serious, he spoke. Darkness, if you hear my voice, awaken. At Webtoon's call, a pair of wings appeared and a colossal eye suddenly emerged. Wings sprouted from Webtoon's back. He confidently spoke, I'll finish this in a single move. The system displayed information about holy light. Light born from the faint glow of dark magic, a power similar to holy power. It possesses a strong antagonistic ability against demon magic. Veros raised his hand, preparing to attack. Webtoon, seeing this, flew into the air from the opposite side. He opened his mouth, forming flames within. Immediately after, Veros breathed fire directly at Webtoon. But his flames didn't reach him at all. Webtoon's eyes grew serious as he looked at Veros. That guy. Veros spread his two wings wide and his tail slammed hard onto the ground. He quickly realized he's become a wicked dragon and completely lost his reason. Webtoon analyzed Veros's scales. Above all that, since its physical durability would have increased, ordinary attacks wouldn't be able to penetrate that carapace. Thinking that, he flew above the boss's head and prepared to finish him with his sword. Then, Webtoon's sword-style dagger secret technique, effect of the moment. It was a magic that blocked close-range attacks and used their effect to damage the enemy. All dark magic was converted into holy light. Webtoon gathered strength and brought his sword down vertically towards Veros. The one below him also formed an energy orb in his mouth and counterattacked. Final blow. Creation of heaven and earth. Veros spewed out a colossal energy from his mouth. The two forces collided, causing a massive explosion in midair. At that very moment the boss's horns also split in two. The demons in the audience, engulfed in Webtoon's light, trembled and cried out, It's hot, what is this light, and I can't see anything, the smoke is too thick. Chica's eyes glowed as he thought inwardly, My master. The smoke from the explosion covered the arena, making it impossible for others to see anything but faint shadows of the two. The female demon calmly said, chin in hand, Count Veros will lose. The young demon next to her's eyes lit up. He realized that the previous light was not ordinary. Webtoon, who was below, barely managed to stand and lamented. Damn it. Webtoon looked up at the boss and opened his mouth, and finally all the smoke cleared. The one who had been standing before him said nothing during that time. Webtoon looked at him and said contentedly, Anyway, this was a real fight. As soon as the boss's colossal body fell, he asked, Did you see? Chakanya looked down from the audience and slowly said, The winner is, Chica continued. During that time the one below smiled and sheathed his sword. After that battle, the view of a small room window appeared. Webtoon was sitting in a chair recovering his body with healing techniques. He had won, but he thought he had almost died. He seemed fine outwardly, but in reality his muscles were torn to shreds. Suddenly a knock was heard from outside and Webtoon said to come in. Come in. Chakanya slowly entered and asked about Webtoon's condition. Master, are you all right? He immediately replied, I've recovered somewhat. Webtoon asked him curiously. By the way, what about Veros? He replied, chin in hand. This is unprecedented. Veros's body hasn't appeared yet, so it hasn't been confirmed, but at the same time, Chica continued. Such a powerful force wouldn't just disappear, but according to the laws of the demon realm, losing rank means becoming a lower-ranking demon. Hearing that, he asked, intrigued, If nothing has been decided yet, how about letting me decide? He was quite surprised. Your master, Webtoon presented his opinion. How about making a contract with him in exchange for returning his rank? I'm not really interested in such ranks. I'll be leaving in 4 years anyway, Chakanya asked him in surprise. What kind of contract are you talking about? Webtoon immediately explained. Something like a training dummy would be very good. He now understood his meaning to some extent. Are you saying you want to use him as a slave? Chakanya placed his hand on his chest and followed Welton's words. If it is your master's will, I will obey, he replied contentedly. Thank you. After speaking, he said a few words to Welton and left. You must be very tired. Please rest well. His expression became serious. After a while, Welton fell into deep thought. Balasarda, I'm sorry for overworking you like this today. The wall lamp went out. He also decided to go to bed. I need to rest a bit too. Before long, Welton fell into a deep sleep. A young demon suddenly appeared before his bed. He looked at the deeply sleeping Welton and asked himself, has the wheel of fate begun to turn? At that moment in Veros's room, he clutched his head and muttered, damn it, he trembled with rage at his defeat. I lost to that Jamie guy. He took my rank and status. What will become of me now? Suddenly, Chimera opened the door and entered, mocking him. What is our former count doing with such a gloomy expression? He was startled and replied, Chimera. Hearing that, he angrily picked up a whip and asked, how dare a lowly wretch call my name so disrespectfully? Veros was surprised, not understanding what was happening. What? Chimera whipped his body and shouted, you are no longer a high-ranking demon. He grabbed his whip and shouted in rage, I'll tear you to shreds. Chimera merely said calmly, how? According to the rules of the demon realm, you cannot touch me. To kneel before a human, truly a rare sight. The boss questioned him. Why are you doing this to me? Chimera bowed his head and angrily asked him back, do you truly not know? He ground his teeth in rage and explained to the boss, the former rank 6 Mary Bond whom you killed, she was my lover. Hearing that, he furiously threw off Chimera's whip and asked, did you do all this just for revenge? He replied calmly, as I expected, you show no remorse whatsoever. Chimera said nothing more, raised his whip and prepared to flog the boss to death. I'll make you kneel and beg. A week later in Welton's room, Chica asked, Master, how is your body? Welton savored the cup of wine in his hand and replied, I'm fine, I've recovered quite a bit. Then he asked curiously, what happened to Veros? He hesitated and replied, that it would be better for Master to see for yourself. On the wall of the slum, graffiti like demon shame commit seppuku die was scrawled. The boss sat motionless, leaning against the wall. It was the demon realm slum. Welton was speechless at his pathetic state. It seemed many demons held ill will towards him. He called out, quote, hey. Hearing that sound, the boss slowly opened his eyes. Welton stood opposite him and asked, have you reflected on your actions? He rushed at him in rage, grabbing his collar and asking, how dare you appear before me? Chica's voice echoed, Veros. As he slowly approached, Veros was terrified. Master. He knelt before Chica and hesitated, asking, why are you here? Welton, who was next to him, was slightly annoyed by the sight. Look at that, he's only rude to me, he asked in a low voice. How was the past week? Veros trembled all over. He pleaded desperately. It was like living in hell. Wasn't that the result of your actions? I was wrong, please, just one more chance. Chakanya stood before the boss and replied coldly, not everything is under my control. Hearing that, he bowed his head. He added, but it seems that person wants to give you a chance. Hearing Chica's words, he was greatly surprised. What did you say? He continued. If you want a chance, speak properly. Welton, who was next to him, could no longer hold back and spoke. You heard that too. Now let's talk about your attitude again. The boss looked at him, terrified. Welton smiled and said, but before that, let's warm up with some fists. The boss cried out in terror. Please just kill me instead. The boss was beaten by Welton, getting countless bruises on his head. He made him raise his hands and asked, now shall we talk about the contract? The boss stammered, asking back, see contract, what's your plan? Welton angrily created a fist of magic to threaten Veros. Seems you haven't been beaten enough yet. He covered his face with his hands in fear. I was wrong. Then he began to explain the contract. The contract is simple. While I am in the demon realm, you will be my personal guard. He politely asked, then what about you, master? What will you give me? Welton immediately replied, I will return your status. Hearing those words, Veros was greatly surprised. He also stated his demand, but in return you must swear eternal loyalty to me. He bowed his head and hesitated, saying, that means, from Veros's perspective, Welton was no different from a demon in human form. He thought inwardly, even if this guy returns to the middle world, will the contract still be valid? Then will I be bound to this terrifying human forever? But before the boss had time to think, Welton turned around. If you don't want to, then don't. Seeing that, he hastily reached out to stop him. No, but I originally belonged to the Demon King. As if waiting for those words, he immediately replied, I can handle that, so you don't need to worry about it. Hearing that, the boss thought inwardly, if I don't accept this contract, I'll have to live a miserable life at the bottom forever. He felt a little unpleasant imagining himself becoming Welton's mount. But if he accepted, he could regain his former status, but he would be a human slave for life. The boss clenched his fists, trying to make a decision. Damn it, both options are the worst. If there's no way out, choosing the lesser evil is better than being trampled by those worm-like bastards. In the end, Veros angrily decided that becoming a strong person's slave was much better, and he opened his mouth. I agree, Welton smiled and said. You can think. He extended his hand towards the boss's broken horn and condensed a black orb. Then let's begin the contract ritual, risking your soul. He realized one thing. This darkness. Wait a minute. Veros's broken horn quickly recovered, and he felt his strength slowly returning. When the work was done, Welton spoke. It's complete. He gave him a task. Veros, from now on you are the Marquis, rank 6 Archdemon of the City of Vengeance and Count of the Vengeance Legion. The boss bowed his head and said, I swear loyalty. Welton replied contentedly, hearing those words. Good, now go and get revenge for the humiliation you suffered for a week. The boss raised his head and said he would do as commanded. Chimera looked at Mary Bond's picture and said, finally I got my revenge on him. Chimera bit his lip and cried, recounting how many times he had failed. Chimera spread his arms and shouted, "But this time I gave him a hell more terrible than death," he added. "I never dreamed I would have to borrow a human's hand to do something like this," Chimera continued. "But if it weren't for him I would never have achieved this goal." He touched Maribon's picture and lamented. "Anyway, now I have the face to meet you. If only I could revive you with Varos's life quote. I would have dug out his heart right away." Suddenly the boss appeared behind Chimera. He challenged him. "Try it if you can." Chimera raised his voice and asked. Varos, he sat nearby and replied, "Long time no see." He angrily rushed at Varos and shouted, "Do you really want to die?" While Chimera was still blabbering, "How dare you?" He extended his arm and counterattacked. After recovering, Varos's power completely overwhelmed Chimera, and he easily grabbed his neck and subdued him. He thought in fear, "What's happening?" According to the laws of the demon realm, a power-lost person like Varos shouldn't be able to attack me. He looked directly into Chimera's eyes and said in rage, "If you truly wanted revenge for your lover, you should have challenged me honorably, not resorted to cowardly tricks." Maribon's portrait reappeared. He was defeated by the boss right below the picture, and the boss left after saying only a few words. "I welcome a rank battle anytime, but I wonder if you have the courage for that." The boss calmly entered the palace, and the surrounding demons began to whisper. "Varos, when did he return?" He replied cheerfully. "I need to see how you get your revenge, and I have something to ask of you." Varos thought uneasily. "I have a bad feeling about this." A clock showing the current time appeared. The boss and Webtoon walked and discussed in the library. He asked first, "What brings you to the library? Surely you're not asking me to teach you history." Webtoon nodded. "That's right, to adapt to the demon realm, you first need to understand its history." Hearing that, Varos pouted and said, "But history is not my specialty." He angrily chastised him. "If you show such displeasure I might be tempted to strike the top of your head." Varos explained worriedly, "Oh no, it's just that I really don't have a talent for this." He cocked his head and reassured him. "Don't worry, I'm not asking you to recount the entire history of the demon realm." Webtoon continued. "You only need to learn these things: the current structure of the demon realm, its political landscape, and the cause and time when the flow of time became distorted." The boss frowned and replied, "Understood." He slammed the book hard onto the table. The boss's complexion darkened. He spoke calmly. "First, we should start with the event that distorted the flow of time. This time distortion began with the Great War, also known as the Incident. According to Varos's explanation, the incident was when a colossal space stone fell onto the demon realm's prairie. To obtain the fallen stone, the demon kings engaged in a great war over it. After speaking, the boss confided softly to Webtoon. "But in the end no one managed to claim the stone," he added. "One day it suddenly sank deep into the ground and merged with the demon realm's core." Hearing that, he was slightly surprised. "What?" The boss sat opposite Webtoon and continued. "And from that moment on the flow of time in the demon realm began to become unstable." The multidimensional investigators were the first to notice that change. According to his story, a space investigator stood before a colossal clock and witnessed a strange change in the flow of time. "The flow of time here is faster than in other dimensions," the boss then continued. "At first the difference was only a few seconds, but as time passed the gap grew wider and wider." He also said that due to this unprecedented situation, the 5 great demon kings were summoned to find a solution. But despite long efforts they couldn't find a way to restore the flow of time to its original state. According to Varos, even though the 5 great demon kings possessed power comparable to the 12 gods, they too had no way to interfere with the core of the dimension they belonged to. He added, "In the end the 5 great demon kings had no choice but to give up, and the flow of time has continued to be unstable until now." Having finished speaking, Varos's eyes became serious. He said, "I heard that some abnormal phenomena have occurred, accelerating the time axis." Webtoon heard that, and clasping his hands together, asked curiously, "Abnormal phenomena, what happened?" He immediately replied, "That part hasn't been revealed yet, but I heard the last anomaly occurred quite recently." He asked again after hearing Varos's reply, "Then what about the first time? How long ago was that in human terms?" He said, as if resigned, that they would have to ask the investigator. Varos leaned back in his chair and blankly stated, "But one thing is for sure, the timeline will continue to lengthen." Then Varos offered his speculation. "Unless a being strong enough to interfere with the core of this dimension appears." Webtoon fell silent upon hearing that. After a moment he spoke. "Then I'll have to go meet the investigator," he said, as if he had expected this. "I knew it," Webtoon said. "Follow me." Henos' office. The two arrived here with Varos. He waved and greeted, "Hey Henos." His identity was Henos, the multidimensional investigator of the demon realm. He stepped forward and cheerfully asked, "Count Varos, what brings you here?" He replied immediately, "There's someone who wants to meet you." Henos asked, puzzled, "Me, who?" Webtoon extended his hand and smiled, introducing himself. "Nice to meet you." "I am Jamie, a human." He scratched his head and asked, "Why are you with a human?" Varos thought, annoyed. This guy is so immersed in his work all day. It's natural he's out of touch with worldly affairs and doesn't know my recent news. Then he explained, "This person is favored by His Majesty. Show him some respect." Henos was slightly surprised and asked disbelievingly, His Majesty's favored?" The next moment, Henos immediately bowed his head and apologized. "I apologize, but what did you need me for?" Webtoon opened his mouth as if it didn't matter. "Never mind the greetings, there's something more important." He was curious if there was a way to pinpoint when that incident occurred in human time. Henos looked surprised. "You mean the Acroba incident?" He thought inwardly, it's the first time I've seen a human interested in a major demon realm affair. Hino's rested his chin in his hand, thinking about where to begin his explanation. After a moment he said, it was 15 years and 84 days ago by Middle World or Human World time. Welton was slightly surprised to hear that. 15 years, he quickly realized, could it be, in Welton's memory? 15 years and 84 days ago was the very day Jamie was born into the Welton family. Welton stood there blankly, realizing that the day the space stone fell and his own birthday were the same. It was too much of a coincidence to be mere chance. Lost in thought, he snapped out of it when he heard a voice from somewhere. Is there a problem? Welton then asked Hino's another question. One more thing. Veros said the timeline accelerated due to an anomaly. When was that calculated in human terms? He answered easily. 5 years and 2 months ago. He bowed his head somewhat somberly and thought, what change did I undergo around 5 years and 2 months ago? He recalled that he was still a king just before that. If it was 5 years ago, I unleashed an incredibly powerful force back then. I went through so much back then. Welton remembered that 2 months ago was when he finished his training and resumed his activities. He paused as if realizing something and widened his eyes. The common thread in those times is, Hino's asked curiously from in front of him. Why do you ask? Did you discover something? Welton waved his hand awkwardly, unsure how to explain. Oh no, I was mistaken. He seemed slightly disappointed. Yes, then do you have any other questions? He waved his hand at Hino's, bidding farewell. All my curiosities have been satisfied. No, I don't. Thanks to you, I found the answers. I'll be going now. Welton walked away. He waved his hand from behind, bidding farewell. Veros followed, asking, did you discover something? He replied, I'll tell you when we get back. Veros frowned, uncomprehending. Chica, standing by the window, thought, I received a report that Master and Veros have returned to the castle. Chica looked out somberly. Where could he be now? Suddenly the door was flung open by Welton. Chica's subordinate, who was following, froze upon hearing the sound, his face darkening, and he quickly entered and said, I have something important to tell you. Chica was tall, and his eyes glowed purple, staring intently at him. Is that guy crazy? Veros's face turned pale, and he broke into a cold sweat, worrying about his master's safety. No matter how much he's favored by the Demon King, to dare call his name so casually. Even if that guy is killed by his majesty, I won't interfere. Chica approached happily and greeted, Master, you've returned? Veros was speechless, not understanding what was happening, seeing Veros next to him stammering. Your majesty. He was trembling and sweating profusely, pointing at Welton and looking at Chica in disbelief. This human dared to call his majesty's name casually just now, but his majesty is calling him master. What on earth is going on? Just as Chica was about to explain, a hand appeared and blocked him. Welton turned to Veros and explained. Both broke into a cold sweat at this sudden action. Your soul is bound to me, so there's no need for secrets. Hearing this, he found it too preposterous and unimaginable. Losing his balance and falling to the floor, Chica is the Black Knight I created in my previous life. I am a reincarnator, Veros cried out in terror, falling backward. What did you say? The two in front of him remained perfectly calm. Yes, that's how it is. Veros, sweating more and more, asked, Then are both of your darknesses the same? He sat blankly, his face darkened, listening to Welton. I'll explain the details later. For now, let's continue, or I can forcefully inject memories into you. We have important matters to discuss now. Chica's room. 3 people stood talking and Veros merely stood there silently. Chica spoke. So Master, you're saying you're influencing the Demon Realm's timeline? I'm not certain yet, but I think so. He frowned and said seriously, that incident happened in the year I was born. And every time I awakened my power, the Demon Realm's timeline accelerated. Welton raised his palm and divine power emanated a golden light. 5 years ago I first awakened this power called Holy Light. He recalled important information. The first king, Gable, was hidden deep within the magic world in the form of the Crown of Omniscience. A very long time ago he obtained a fragment of Diablo, gaining immense power. But in the end he was defeated by Jamie and lost the fragment. A figure appeared, suffering with a body slowly breaking apart. I just want to live. At that moment, Welton sat on a red throne emitting golden energy. Drake absorbed it, and Holy Light, another form of dark magic, was formed. As his appearance changed and large wings appeared on his back, he seemed to become even stronger. And about 2 months ago, with the help of Nirvana, who was dormant within me, Holy Light evolved once more. Nirvana appeared with a smiling face, and what my ancestor Jamie said also bothers me. The golden orb in his hand shone brightly like a small sun. This Holy Light is known to be similar to the divinity of the 12 gods. Returning to reality, Chica spoke, assessing. But that alone isn't enough to be conclusive evidence. A ray of light appeared, pulling along a dark shadow, and a voice resonated. That is true, one person, Veros cried out in surprise. Kartos, how dare you act so recklessly without His Majesty's permission? Kartos held an authoritative staff and warned seriously. The distortion of the Demon Realm's timeline is due to Diablo, the contractor of Jir. Welton's expression immediately darkened upon hearing this name. What? The scene shifted. The sky was gradually darkening. Outside a gloomy tower, silence hung, broken only by the chirping of birds. A man wearing a crown sat majestically on a high seat. He was Satan, the Demon King of Wrath, one of the 5 great Demon Kings. Satan spoke. Have you occupied the territories of wrath and bloodshed? The subordinate standing below remained silent upon hearing the question. After a moment of silence, he dared not raise his head and said, I have failed. Satan gripped the armrest of his chair in anger and it shattered. Failed, you say? He frowned, looking down below, trying to suppress his rage, and asked, perplexed. Wrath has abandoned his territory and moved to another dimension a month ago, so why did you fail? Upon hearing this question, the subordinate below stammered loudly, trying to defend himself. Kartos was there. Kartos has perfectly solidified his Demon King status, Satan interrupted him. Hearing this, he could no longer contain his anger, emanating an oppressive aura that forced him to his knees. Are you calling that an excuse? He gritted his teeth, trying to endure, and looked up. Indeed, a 5-great Demon King, the difference in power among the Demon Kings is immense. To survive in the Demon realm and maintain the title of Demon King, I swore allegiance to Wrath. The subordinate realized his position in this situation. He was still too insignificant, merely in Satan's palm. In this situation, my life will be in danger. He struggled with all his might to get up, thinking inwardly, I need to find a way to pique his interest. The subordinate spoke with great difficulty, word by word. Moreover, I have interesting information. Then all movement from moments before stopped, and a sudden quiet descended as if nothing had happened. The subordinate, still kneeling on the ground, gasped for breath. Satan sat motionless, sparing his life. What information? He was trembling all over from the recent brush with death, but tried to compose himself. Wrath brought a human to the demon realm. He smiled with an intrigued expression. A human, you say? Explain in detail. Returning to Welton, he was slightly surprised by what he had just heard. Did you say I'm Gur's contractor? He recalled what Jir had said before. Yes, my strong will to destroy the 12 gods must have summoned Jir. A face with deep, calm eyes appeared from somewhere. Jir. According to Jir at the time, the creator god Jir was currently in a deep sleep, but fundamentally she was the one who created this world. Welton's expression changed, and he looked seriously ahead with very sharp eyes. The ancient god Osiris, whom I met in Gammon, said something similar. He combined the important pieces of information and said, tell me everything. How do you know Diablo's name? The person who suddenly appeared interrupted and changed the subject. Now is not the time to explain that. The Demon King of Wrath is targeting you. Diablo Chica, hearing this name from nearby, was startled. Wrath is coming this way? The young man replied with certainty. Yes, Wrath. Chica asked again, somewhat confused by his words. Wrath, Varos, who had been standing motionless to the side, now snapped out of it and lunged forward with bared claws. You fiend, you've been rude from the start. Are you truly insane? The young man quickly noticed and glanced sideways. He lightly raised his staff and forcefully pushed Belius against the wall. Chica looked at the mess on the floor and warned, Kartos, you're constantly overstepping your bounds. He questioned in a cold, solemn voice. Are you truly insane, as Varos said? The young man, as if not to be outdone, retorted, Wrath, don't waste time, just prepare to face the great darkness. Chica approached closely and shouted in great anger, you suddenly appear and tell me the Demon King of Wrath is invading, but I don't feel any such aura, the person still said as if indifferent. My clone confirmed it. Chica didn't understand this technique. Clone, the young man kindly demonstrated and explained, this is one of my clones. I exist everywhere in the demon realm, but that's not very important. What Chica wanted was an answer. Have you been hiding your true identity until now? The young man's expression darkened and he widened his eyes. Wrath, all my joining your ranks was for the sole purpose of approaching Diablo. Welton raised his hand to block Chica. What exactly is your true identity? The young man now began to briefly introduce himself. I am an information entity created by Jir, existing to convey the past history of BR to you. I am called Akashic. Welton seemed to be hearing this for the first time, but more important than that was the Demon King. An aggregation of information entities, you say. Akashic, more importantly, why is the Demon King of Wrath targeting me? Akashic knew much about that majestic king. Wrath is an entity composed entirely of emotions, so no one truly knows his intentions. Chica brushed past, asking permission to go outside. I'll go ahead if his words are true. I need to prepare as quickly as possible. Welton turned his head, understanding his meaning. Understood. Over here, Varos struggled to get up. Your Majesty, I will go with you too. Chica remained silent. The door slammed shut. Both of them had left. Now this was a private space for just the two of them. Welton now began to get to the point. Akashic, did you say you are an aggregation of information created by Jir? Akashic replied. That is correct. He was somewhat surprised by Welton's words. We must also go to the battlefield, but before that there is one thing I need to confirm. His inner worry grew. Osiris implied that I am not a complete reincarnation. Welton immediately recalled his words. Your soul is not yours, but it was created by you. It was born from you. That meant he, with a stern face, did not understand its meaning. Am I a fake? The scene shifted to the evening in front of a gloomy castle. There someone was suddenly calling Rillian's name. She turned around when she heard her name. Rillian, the person approached, informing, assemble all Legion commanders. The Demon King of Wrath will invade soon. Rillian broke into a cold sweat, extremely flustered. What? Why is he targeting us? Chica did not accurately grasp the situation and had only listened to the experienced ones. I don't know. He couldn't imagine when Welton had fallen into his grasp. Kartos said that Wrath moves because of Master, but whether that is true is unclear. Chica looked with determined eyes, filled with resolve, but no matter what I must protect Master. Returning to Welton and Akashic, if you are truly an aggregation of information created by Jir, then you must know am I real or… Akashic interrupted him, hesitant and finding it difficult to speak. That is not something that can be easily explained. Welton gritted his teeth in anger, his patience almost gone. No, I need to hear it right now. He struck his chest hard, revealing his symbol. If I am not the reincarnation of Diablo Villa, then what am I? Akasha spoke up to this point, and then her face grew somber. Currently I can only tell you one thing. He immediately recalled Diablo Villa. You are a being born out of Diablo Villa's necessity. The two talked facing each other. So that means I'm not the original. Do not jump to conclusions like that, Akashic, without a change in expression, precisely stated each timeline. You are still incomplete, but you have inherited most of his memories, and with time the lost memories. Webtoon cut him off, getting straight to the point. Enough, I don't need such meaningless comfort. Frankly speaking, I feel truly hollow. He clenched his fist until his veins bulged, and his voice was filled with palpable displeasure. I'm not the reincarnation of Diablo Villa, but my goal hasn't changed. Akashic lowered his face and whispered quietly, Diablo. Webtoon stood calmly, unaware of anything, explaining his situation. Even if these memories were implanted, the ideal of annihilating the 12 gods is real. Webtoon suddenly shouted. He looked ahead seriously and declared, I am no longer Diablo Villa. From now on I will live as Jamie. Akashic smiled lightly and tilted his head. Jamie, I see. Anyway, we should go help Chica too. Akashic raised his staff, gathered magic, and said to stop talking about war. Come with me. He felt the malice coming from behind and quickly turned his body. What? Wait, if it's about that, I should tell Chica too. Before his words were finished, Akashic disappeared with him and immediately left the place. The two appeared somewhere simultaneously. Webtoon looked at something in front of him with surprise. This place is, before them appeared a colossal golden crystal engraved with various patterns. He guessed with a mix of doubt and belief, is it the demon realm's core? Akashic immediately answered, yes. Akashic pointed to the purple gem placed in the center and said, that is a fragment of the Dark World's elemental stone. Webtoon looked back at him, sweating as if he couldn't believe it. What? Why did that fall into the demon realm? Akashic looked up and said, that is the foundation of the contract and the power closest to primordial darkness. It can reverse your death using traces of causality. Suddenly black smoke rose from the stone. Forgotten memories, returning glory, longing for death, prison of revenge. The original golden light seemed to gradually darken, and the black aura continuously appeared. World of chaos, chance to correct. Webtoon could no longer bear it and stepped in. Hey, what kind of inexplicable nonsense are you spouting now? As his words ended, their relationship appeared, and the stone gradually formed a colossal gate. Contract, lifespan, time, point in time, purpose, goal, hope, calculation, result. He looked at him and shouted loudly, Kartos, have you gone mad? Akashic merely said a word lightly. Webtoon didn't understand what it meant, what was happening, or how it came to be. What time has come? He stretched his arms straight and pointed his staff directly forward. Akashic's eyes, staring intently ahead, held a cold expression. Everything you're curious about you will find out there. Webtoon was gradually sinking into the deep sea. Even the things you've lost. What exactly is happening? Outside, thunder and lightning struck the sky, and something began to emerge from the deep darkness. The first to appear were familiar faces. A group of people wearing unknown robes covering their faces appeared in the cave, discussing among themselves. Everything is over. Now only we humans remain. If this is the end, what about the era when all humans possessed authority? A shadow appeared outside, watching. What have we done? They were once resistance fighters, but realizing there was no hope of winning, they turned to the side of the 12 gods. That person was Zenith. He appeared proudly and showed an unpleasant expression towards the group. Cowardly rats, hiding here. Everyone was startled and flustered. Zenith curled his lips into a smile, and with an unpleasant expression on his face he watched the group muttering. Why did they betray us? Did they think we would just die? He used his technique with a contemptuous expression. Rats abandoning their leader and trying to follow us. Truly laughable. You should have been swept away from the beginning. An intense and dazzling light burst forth. And with the first world reset, humanity was stripped of its authority. The scene shifted to a cathedral where a white-haired old man knelt trembling before a holy knight. Apostle, why do you abandon us? But all he received in return was a cunning refusal. For a new era, current humanity has lived too long. Chimera slowly drew the sword from his waist. Do not wish for longevity in your next life. And the second world reset occurred. A horrific sight, heads separated from bodies, and the surroundings were a bloodbath. Humanity was stripped of its lifespan. A soldier from the army appeared, pointing his sword and shouting, do you think you can oppress us in the name of religion? We will not be controlled by you. Today, the Eastern Temple became noisy again. And another person appeared. He curled his lips into a smile with great interest. How dare they rebel? He had orange hair, a brightly smiling face, and pitch-black eyes looking down below. It was as if he was looking at toys. Next time, I'll have to create a more obedient version. He began to destroy everything, and everywhere exploded from the energy spheres he created. In the third world reset, humanity was stripped of its freedom. The people of the city were now completely engulfed in flames, and it was filled with monsters and monsters alone. The people below screamed and ran in a frenzy. Now things are getting a bit more interesting. The dragon god Brahman also appeared, riding a colossal dragon. This humanity is truly boring. Corpses lay strewn across the ground, and everyone was severely wounded. In the fourth world reset, humanity was stripped of its character. Countless people gathered below, voting and shouting, kill the gods, kill the gods. The gods above sighed in evaluation. Is this era a failure too? It seems humanity was made too strong this time. That god smiled brightly, and with an intrigued expression continued to cast magic and began to reset the world once more. And finally, in the fifth world reset, variables were stripped away and then the sixth world was created. The opening scene showed a heretic being stabbed by countless sharp knives. Humanity had nothing left to lose. That orange-haired god rendered a single judgment. If you just die, this humanity will completely disappear. The people below begged for forgiveness. Please, please spare our lives. Suddenly, numerous purple bubbles like poison appeared where the heretic stood. A faint shadow appeared behind that god, drawing closer. Can you wield that power? Interesting. He watched with great attention, sweating. The god who had just arrived wore a cunning smile on his face. Do you wish to lead a new world? He placed his hand on the heretic's head, pretending to be divine. The heretic resisted, but it was futile. From now on, your name is Gab Heretic. The humanity of the new world you lead will consist only of the weak, so strive hard. Thus, humans accepted becoming slaves to the gods. Welton awoke from his coma, slowly opened his eyes and fell into thought. He could see all the truth through those bubbles. So that's how it was. Little by little they stripped humanity of its power and enslaved them to the gods. Welton trembled with rage and gnashed his teeth. These arrogant bastards, he exploded with power, hating them intensely, and shouted, I will surely drag you down from your high position. Suddenly a dazzling white light flashed and a voice was heard. Contractor, have you seen the truth of this world? Welton looked up in surprise. You are? A very beautiful pink-haired goddess appeared. She was the leader, Jir, she replied. Yes. It's time to begin, Jir asked. Are you ready to fulfill the contract? A person immediately appeared in Welton's mind. It was a being with a completely different personality and style from his current self. I will bet half of my soul on the future. Another being was born. By the will of Diablo and Jir, Jamie was born. The two faced each other in the space of their minds. Although I am not the complete incarnation of Diablo, I am the last bastion of humanity he left behind. There seemed to be a very different change in Welton's power. A new spiritual energy appeared, he decided with great confidence and conviction. Therefore I will inherit his will. He made his choice. Act, Creator God. I will liberate your people, Jir warned him in advance. If you fail, neither you nor I can return. Welton was very confident and resolutely did not change his decision. It doesn't matter. This time I will surely overthrow the 12 gods. She offered him words of praise. Jir was casting a white sphere. Good. A pink light slowly appeared, growing larger and larger. The last guardian, the savior of humanity, the one who confronts the 12 gods. The time has come. A soul appeared amidst the trials. You will be reborn as a perfect being enveloped in dazzling light that covers Welton's body. He closed his eyes and gradually entered that state. After a while, Welton opened his eyes and there seemed to be a change. He had become more mature and sharper, with a very cold expression.